Chapter 1001, Myth of White Swordsman. What is your organization, and what are you after? The legendary kings were dismayed by Jacob's question because they didn't want to answer it. After all, they didn't want to reveal their objective to this unknown yet potentially quasi-myth old monster. Furthermore, they still didn't know why the Serpent King's scheme led them here today. But no matter what, they knew Jacob had the initiative, and they didn't want to go against him. Just when they were about to relent, a new voice suddenly sounded, startling everyone. How lively! The flames in Jacob's sockets flickered as he instantly focused behind the three legendary kings. There was nothing but empty space, but he could seize past it. The legendary kings were also shocked before they were visibly excited as they quickly greeted, Exalted Myth. Constant Baron O's expression also changes when she hears myth and quickly sends a soul transmission. This is bad. They called for a helper. Although only a few minutes had passed since their arrival and all the action between, this organization's reaction was too fast. Furthermore, Constant Baron Zero didn't even notice when they made contact. Now it was too late. She wanted to suggest that Jacob leave this place since they had already achieved their objective, and there was no need to go against a quasi-myth. However, she was still under the impression that Jacob's prowess was only effective against Constance, and his bluff might no longer work. But before she could even voice her opinion, something shocking happened. She suddenly felt terrifying pressure locking on her. The next moment, the space in front of Jacob suddenly tore apart, and a thin white crescent streak shot out without any warning at an unimaginable speed. This crescent streak was filled with terrifying, sharp intent, as if it could cut through anything, and with how close Jacob was, it seemed impossible to dodge. But Jacob seemed to have already prepared, and the moment the space sliced opened, he reacted equally fast and used the astral transcendence's phase shift. Jacob's body turned into a flash of light, breaking past the locking effect of this crescent slash and dodging it. The crescent slash lost its target and continued in linear motion without stopping, cutting anything in its path. Astounding, the voice sounded again, but this time it was solemn. So it was a fellow myth seeker. But his voice abruptly stopped when a white beam of light suddenly shot towards the three legendary kings, tearing space with a terrifying destructive force behind it. Its power wasn't any lower than that slash, stronger even. This was the third ability of the Astral Transcendence, Dimensional Light Strike, that Jacob had launched almost instantly after using the phase shift. Faced with the dimensional light strike imbued with Jacob's law comprehension of space and light, the quasi-myth didn't dare to show any contempt and quickly responded as fast as Jacob. The space in front of the three legendary kings suddenly wrapped, and an ancient bronze sword with a rusty blade appeared between them and the dimensional light strike. Boom! Piercing sound reverberated in the vicinity before a powerful shockwave spread, destroying the already crumbling dome and even forcing legendary kings to take a few steps back. The ancient sword seemed completely fine. Only a small fading white mark was left on its blade, evidence of dimensional light strike's power. Those legendary kings sweated as they didn't dare imagine what would have happened if that light strike had landed on one of them. If they had doubts about Jacob's power rank before, they vanished now. It was confirmed that this mysterious powerhouse was another myth. At this moment, a slender hand suddenly appeared and wrapped around the sword hilt before a tall figure emerged. He was extremely handsome, with long white hair, wearing white robes and a regal demeanor. His brilliant gray eyes shone brightly as he held the ancient sword. He looked at Jacob with a hint of alarm because he could still feel the residual power of Jacob's attack from his sword. Jacob's eyes were locked on this elvish man, especially the ancient sword in the latter's hand. This was the first time his attack was blocked, and he was forced to use his full power to escape that attack. He didn't attack anymore because his enemy was not going to be easy to deal with, especially with that sword, which was an advanced legendary King Soul artifact, or even a quasi-myth artifact. Myth of White Swordsman, I presumed? Jacob calmly inquired. The myth of White Swordsman suddenly burst into hearty laughter, clearly not offended by Jacob's attack. In fact, the whole reason he attacked Jacob was to confirm Jacob's identity as a quasi-myth, and if Jacob hadn't retaliated, the myth of White Swordsman mightn't have shown himself like this. It's such a pleasure to meet another fellow myth. May I know your title? Myth of White Swordsman words are neither overbearing nor servile. He had already acknowledged Jacob as an equal. Furthermore, the Myth of White Swordsman's acknowledgement sent waves in those legendary kings' hearts, especially Constant Baron Zero's, because Jacob was really a quasi-myth and not just effective against Constance. Her feelings right now were extremely complicated, while her reverence towards the Lord increased even more. Now, as long as Jacob was with her, she knew she didn't have to fear anyone. Jacob thought momentarily before he replied, I don't have any title, nor am I interested in one. Just call me Ancient. Myth of White Swordsman didn't dwell on this topic and said in a jolly tone, Fellow Ancient, today's matter was a big misunderstanding caused by a fool, and I'm not going to let this go until I get to the bottom of it. But it won't change the fact that my people have offended you. How about you give me some face and we'll let this matter rest? After all, fighting among ourselves will only harm us, not anyone else. In return, I want to invite you to my humble abode to discuss our insight into the laws. What do you think? The three legendary kings were shocked because they knew the myth of White Swordsman wasn't someone to give anyone's face, not even war giants, yet he was now speaking so friendly with Jacob. This could only mean that he wasn't confident in taking Jacob down, which shocked them to no end. The myth of the White Swordsman suddenly glanced at the three legendary kings behind him and sternly reprimanded them. "You lot, why are you still standing there? Quickly, apologies to this fellow brother over here. Please forgive us, Myth of Ancient. This was all Serpent King's fault. We never meant to offend you." Jacob deeply looked at the myth of White Swordsman before he said, "It'll be my honor to accept your invitation, White Swordsman." 102, Chapter 102, Compromise. Once Jacob accepted the invitation, the myth of White Swordsman seemed pleased, while the three legendary kings were visibly relieved since they were pardoned. After all, if two quasi-myths clash, it won't benefit anyone, not to mention they can't afford it. At this moment, the myth of White Swordsman suddenly flipped his hand. A black runic crystal appeared on his palm. Without any hesitation, he sent that crystal towards Jacob. "This is a coordinate crystal that will lead you to my abode. I'll be waiting for your arrival, fellow ancient." The myth of White Swordsman smiled. Jacob took the coordinate crystal. He knew these crystals were made with rune crafting. They were like compasses, but they could only show location to recorded space coordinates, nowhere else. Constant Baron Zero was also using the coordinate crystal, which led her here, and the legendary kings were the same. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave. I need to figure out how to get to the bottom of this matter, and maybe I might need your help. Of course, only if fellow ancient agreed to it." The myth of the White Swordsman is ambiguously stated. He clearly indicated the Serpent King's treachery as he glanced at Constant Baron Esro behind him. Although he might not have shown it, he clearly knew that Serpent King wanted to target that woman behind Jacob for some reason. But unexpectedly, the Serpent King had calculated wrong, and Jacob was not part of his plan. He wouldn't have allowed Constant Baron Zero to walk away if Jacob weren't here. Furthermore, he didn't know Jacob's attitude towards this matter, so he probed his intentions. After all, if Jacob was protecting this woman, then it wasn't worth offending him to chase after a ghost. The Serpent King might be important, but he wasn't worth offending a quasi-myth. Lastly, Jacob had already given him face and accepted his invitation, so there wasn't any need to hasten this matter. As for whether Jacob would really come, the myth of White Swordsman sent an unexpected soul transmission to ensure that. "If you want to acquire an ascension permit, we have a way. I'll be waiting for your arrival." Jacob's eyes flickered in surprise as he deeply glanced at the myth of White Swordsman before he nodded. "I'll be there." Myth of White Swordsman grinned as he nodded, and then suddenly the space around him and the three legendary kings wrapped before they all vanished. Space law, he has comprehended its first concept. Jacob saw through the myth of White Swordsman's trick. A quasi-myth isn't easy to deal with because they have not just their totem laws concepts, but also other laws. After all, they are only a step away from the mythical king rank. Jacob then looked at Constant Baron Zero, who was flurried, and said, "Let's get out of here." She finally snapped out of her stupor and looked at Jacob with a hint of fear and awe. She knew today her life was spared because of him. Furthermore, he was a quasi-myth, and probably one of the strongest ones at that, or the White Swordsman wouldn't have shown him respect. However, when she thought about how they fell into this mess, her eyes shimmered with killing intent and hatred. She gritted her teeth in hatred and wanted to curse, but she knew this wasn't the place or time. After all, the White Swordsman might be listening to them. Without words, she started chanting something before a black ethereal runic circle spread below her feet. Once this runic circle also covered Jacob, she muttered in strange language, "Constant Baron Zero, requesting an emergency entry to the Timeless Tower." Almost instantly, the black runic circle flashed, and both Jacob and Constant Baron Zero vanished. However, just before they disappeared, Jacob threw a meaningful glance towards the spot where the White Swordsman had vanished. Once they were gone, on the same spot, the space suddenly lifted like a curtain, revealing White Swordsman and three legendary kings. The White Swordsman wore a wry smile and couldn't help but mutter, "What a dangerous guy he is." One of the legendary kings hesitantly spoke. "Leader, was he really that powerful? Just who could he be?" White Swordsman's expression fell as he coldly said, "You are not qualified to have an opinion in this matter. You should be glad that I even bothered to waste a precious talisman on you lot, or all of you'll be corpses." This was utterly humiliating. The three legendary kings quickly trembled as they knew the White Swordsman was annoyed. It was all Serpent King's fault. He was the one who arranged this entire operation. He deserved what happened to him. One of them gritted their teeth in hatred. In fact, all of them were furious and felt deep hate toward Serpent King since he almost dragged them down into the abyss. Humph! White Swordsman coldly snorted, "I'll pay the Sea Serpent race a visit." However, this was a well-organized scheme, and you might not see it, but a powerful formation is laid underneath these ruins. So, Serpent King was not alone in this. Investigate it thoroughly, especially the identity of that woman. She's the key to all of this. Back on the top floor of the Timeless Tower, Jacob and Constant Baron Zero appeared. At this moment, Constant Baron Zero finally couldn't contain her fury as she spat. They were all part of this. That Golden Constant is also in cohort with the Constant Baron 1, and that bastard Constant Viscount is behind everything. Jacob didn't seem surprised after hearing her conjecture as he said, "I've killed them all. You can continue your investigation. I need to recover. Find me once you have more information, and also use whatever you need to summon this golden constant here. After all, you are the overlord, aren't you? Stop dragging your feet and act according to your status." Without waiting for her reply, Jacob headed towards his chamber. He was going to absorb those hourglasses and evolve his Jinx core so he won't have to bother with constant Barano anymore. Furthermore, he had already exposed himself for quite a while today, and that was also the main reason he didn't stay there any longer. He needs more strength. This was the first step towards his goal. 103, Chapter 103, Jinx Core Evolved. Within the infinite space, Jacob appeared within his lab. 8 figures of the noble assassins lay lifeless without movement, as if they were dead. It was clear that the infinite space had cut off their connection with whatever controlled them. However, Jacob didn't pay them any attention yet as he looked towards 4 figures. They were dry as corpses, but faint signs of life were still there. They were precisely Constant Baron 101, 95, and 1. Jacob never killed them with his Lifebane wheel. Instead, he aborted their life before stopping just when they were on the verge of death, before teleporting them into the Infinity Pendant. Since they were on the verge of death, it was very easy to stow them away. This gave the others a false impression that he had killed them without leaving any traces behind. In truth, it was a powerful deception. Now, he can easily absorb their complete hourglasses and claim their treasures without any scrutiny. First, Jacob moved towards the Serpent King. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and the listless body of the Serpent King flew into his grip. The next moment, his palm was covered in a kaleidoscopic radiance. The Serpent King's skull was cracked open, and a radiant soul totem landed in Jacob's hand. The Serpent King died without even making a sound. Suddenly, from within the soul totem, a glowing hourglass with golden bronze frames surfaced, and Jacob's cursed heart instantly reacted and pulled it within Jacob's body. A dense mystical power coursed through Jacob's body as he felt a euphoric, warm sensation. Stowing away the soul totem, Jacob moved towards the constant Baron 9 and 5 and pulled them both within his grip. Just like the Serpent King, he ripped out their soul totem, killing them without any hesitation. Constant Baron 9 was actually a witch, while Constant Baron 5 was a high orc. The same scene repeated itself as 2 new golden bronze hourglasses surfaced, and his cursed heart greedily absorbed them. However, something magical happened at this moment. The pitch-black Jinx core started to churn as a mysterious power wrapped itself around it. Its size suddenly started to grow, and mystical crimson glyphs surfaced on its surface. It has started to evolve into legendary noble rank. According to Immortality, Jacob now required a 9 constant Baron's hourglass to evolve all the way to the legendary King state, which means he needed 3 said hourglasses for each state evolution. As his Jinx core evolved, he could feel the curse power was becoming more profound, and he almost felt like grasping something. A law, Jacob was astounded, but that feeling instantly slipped away as the Jinx core completed its evolution, making Jacob feel somewhat regretful. But he wasn't worried since he knew he would comprehend it eventually. Nevertheless, at this moment, new information of a new ability, a new Jinx, appeared in his mind. Furthermore, his hexes can now be used on legendary lords. Furthermore, his lifespan has increased by 75,000 years. Although Jacob has yet to use Jinx on others, he knows they aren't weak. As he slowly absorbed all the information and consolidated his breakthrough, time passed. After an unknown period, Jacob finally absorbed everything before he shifted his focus to Constant Baron 1. He pulled the latter's body and wanted to rip out his law totem when suddenly, Jacob's eyes flickered in shock. "You don't have a soul totem?" Jacob muttered as he looked at the wilted vampire. Only then did he notice that, like the noble assassins, there wasn't any trace of movement except that he seemed different from them. A soul puppet? The eyes of Judge turned profound as he scanned the body carefully. He's not a soul puppet, but some kind of clone. Jacob became extremely curious. He was already researching the profession of Vitality Architect, and that's why he took those noble assassins without any hesitation, because he had a feeling that he might learn more about creating an artificial body. Furthermore, he was also after the sources of this information, which were within the Timeless City, but he wasn't ready to burn all the bridges yet. However, this Constant Baron 1 gave him an unexpected surprise and more material to research. Since this is just a clone, doesn't this mean the real body is still alive? And if he can see everything through his clone like a soul puppet, he would also know what had transpired in that wasteland. Although I'm not concerned, it'll still be troublesome if he reports this to that Constant Viscount and others in his cohort. And if that timeless hourglass gets involved as well, Jacob's eyes flickered with killing intent before he summoned Specimen 1. Alma's haggard yet emotionless figure appeared before him as she greeted, "Master." After so many training seasons, the previous Soul Ghost King had completely given up any resistance, and the Soul Tether Hex had already taken complete root within her very being. Furthermore, the effect of his research was evident in Jacob's Lifebane wheel, and he has developed it further, and his ability has become more refined. Not only that, but he has also developed the blood reflection, all thanks to Alma's ghost form. Her usefulness was almost non-existent now, and since Jacob had already obtained more specimens, he decided to move on. You have helped me to a great degree. As I promised, from now on, your status as specimen will be changed to Lab Assistant 1, effective immediately. Familiarize yourself with this equipment, and I want you to start analyzing these 9 bodies. If you can complete this task, your status as a lab assistant will be permanent. But if you failed, I don't need to tell you the consequences, right? Jacob coldly stated. Alma's ghostly eyes suddenly ignited with faint vitality when she heard Jacob's declaration. A hint of disbelief flashed past her eyes as she looked at him with a daze. But Jacob was already gone before she could even comprehend what had happened, because he needed to take care of a loose end. As for his soul puppet, it arrived in another location in infinite space. D1CS7004, Chapter 1CS7004, Machina Unit. Jacob exited the private chamber and happened to spot Constant Baron Zero, and he could sense her unease and disquiet. Constant Baron Zero also spotted Jacob, and she was startled before quickly approaching him and hastily said, "Constant Baron 1 isn't dead." Furthermore, the Timeless Hourglass has just announced the death of 3 Constant Barons, and that bastard has reported my involvement. Although there isn't any concrete evidence, the matter of the 3 Constant Barons END is not trifled. I'm afraid the Constant Viscounts, not only just but many, will be involved in this matter, and I'll probably be investigated. It's just a matter of time. Jacob grimaced. I was too late. You knew? Constant Baron Zero was astounded before she gravely said, "Didn't you say you have taken care of them? You should have told me Constant Baron 1 was not among them." But it's still strange. Jacob shook his head. He had sent a clone with them. I just found out and was about to tell you, but it seems he moved fast. Constant Baron Zero realized. That cunning bastard. What should we do now? This matter is probably going to blow up, and because of that bastard's report, I'm no longer allowed to leave the Timeless Tower for now, nor can I use my overlord authority. How troublesome. I finally managed to get my hands on a powerful pawn and infiltrate the Timeless City, but with one mistake, everything is falling apart. Should I make my move early? Jacob mused darkly as he thought about his options. Should we report back to the Lord? Constant Baron Zero suddenly asked, as she knew that as long as the Lord got involved, no matter how those Constant Viscounts jumped around, it would be meaningless. If only she had known that the Lord was standing right in front of her, and she was only alive because she was useful. The Timeless Hourglass. Where is its true core? Is it on this floor? Jacob suddenly questioned. Although he had already seen the massive hourglass when he arrived in the Timeless Tower, he wasn't sure it was the true core because every floor has such an hourglass which the Constant Barons use, or Constant Baron 1 would have to come here to report his findings. Constant Baron Zero was startled by Jacob's question, but she instinctively replied, "No, the true core is beneath the Timeless Tower, where the energy sources of the entire Timeless City are located. However, even I'm not allowed to enter there, no one is, and the defense system there is above Legendary King rank. Anyone unauthorized would be dealt with mercilessly. Moreover, the Timeless City is located in the depths of the Abyssal Rift. The phenomena of space-time distortion are hazardous. Anything related to magic won't work here. Soul sense will be torn apart, and even quasi-myths avoid venturing in this place. The protective barrier of the Timeless City covers the entire core of the city. If anything happens to the core, the barrier will be shattered, and without its protection, the Timeless City will die. That's why that place is the most guarded place, and with one mistake, it'll be over for everyone within the city. If I'm not wrong, then there should be a Machina unit overseeing that place as well." A hint of astonishment flashed past Jacob's eyes. Machina unit? Didn't you say earlier that instead of the void network of the lesser planes, the middle planes use the Machina unit, and it's the top secret of the SAAI and Undying Will? Why would the Timeless City have it? What is this Machina unit? It's time you told me everything. His words were irrefutable and cold. Constant Baron Zero resisted momentarily before she relented. There is a power race called the Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race. They are born at the Legendary King state rank. However, unlike the other races, the Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race didn't have a fleshy body, but instead had a spirit core, which contained their soul and essence. The Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race are born with the highest talent in magic technology, and no kind of restrictions can stop them. As long as given time, they can learn anything related to magic technology without any need for prior knowledge or guidance. All the AIs you have been in contact with belong to the Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race. A powerful Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race member can easily overwrite a weaker Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race member's consciousness with their innate talent, because essentially, the Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race is also a kind of magic technology with a consciousness. This enabled a powerful Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic race member to have multiple counterparts, and they can exist everywhere at the same time while keeping their main consciousness hidden. A Machina unit is the counterpart of a powerful SNIM race member. SAAI, Undying Will, used this Machina unit to spread their network everywhere because the spirit core of an S9 race member is hundreds of times more powerful than star servers. The AIs of the Life faction and Neutral faction are also SNIM race members, but they are far weaker than SAAI, and most likely under its control, or they might just be SAAI itself in disguise, while the Undying Will won't allow the dead faction to have other SNIM race members. The reason behind it is still unknown, at least to Legendary Plains Atlas. Atlas also has a powerful SNIM race member called Anarchy, and it's the most powerful enemy of the SAAI and Undying Will. The Machina unit here is controlled by Anarchy. This is the truth behind the Star Network, Dark Network, and our Anarchy Network. Lastly, I don't think there's any SNIM race member who is independent because these three will instantly absorb them the moment they find them. The information on SNIM race is also known to very few. In the entire Legendary Plains, only Atlas probably has this information because they are our mortal enemies, and as long as we find any traces of a Machina unit, we'll use Anarchy and our hidden technology to take control of them. The SAAI and Undying will do the same, but it's easier said than done because of the SNIM race's characteristic of being able to travel between space unhinged and hide in chaotic space currents. That's why the Star Hackers were created to cause trouble for those Machina units, so they can make mistakes and reveal their locations. This is the reality of Machina units. Number 117. Chapter 175, Rocking, the Timeless Tower. Realization dawned on Jacob at this moment. It was like a deep mist was cleared. So that's how it is. I always thought SAAI, Undying Will, and the likes of Black Rose were AI made with programs like in my old world. It turns out they are living beings, and extremely powerful ones at that. This spirit natural intelligence mechanic race is born as a legendary king state. I can only imagine how powerful their potential would be. Furthermore, didn't I also encounter that spirit natural intelligence phantasma in the Tower of Taurus? It was a treasure created by Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanics' ultimate algorithm as a core, so it might be the same as these Machina units. It seemed I had missed a pretty powerful treasure, but no matter what, I won't regret my choice. Anyhow, I need to change my plans now that I know the truth behind the Star Network and Dark Network. Furthermore, I should acquire the spirit core of SNIM race to study, and it just happened to be that a Machina unit is right under my feet. If I can also learn how to alter this SNIM race and make it my own and then integrate Nyx's plan into it, Jacob's eyes flickered with ecstasy. Wouldn't it mean I can create my own network like the Star Network, Star Watches, and anything related to magic technology will no longer have any danger to me? I might be able to fight SAAI as well. The more Jacob thought about this, the more he felt that he had found a way to break the bottleneck, and it was extremely beneficial for him. Jacob then looked at Constant Baron Zero, who seemed to be under a trance after revealing the biggest secret of the Timeless City. Since she's under scrutiny and those constant Viscounts might interfere, there's no need to play nice anymore, Jacob thought as his eyes turned deadly cold. Jacob suddenly placed his hand over Constant Baron Zero's head and coldly commanded, "Don't resist." Golden Constant Zero froze for a moment, and then she was pulled into Jacob's Infinity Pendant storage space. Once Constant Baron Zero was retrieved, 5 more Constant Barons, while the rest should be lifespan, Jacob muttered. Jacob knew he needed to act quickly because Constant Baron Zero's disappearance might be noticed by the Timeless Tower since she was under house arrest. Although I don't know if this'll work or not, at least it would cause a huge commotion. It's not like they are any use to me at this level. I'm already planning on new ones. The next moment, Jacob started to remove one item after another. They were missiles, bombs, bullets, shells, mines, and even transparent vats filled with glowing, unstable liquids. And they all had one thing in common. They were all atomic weapons made with Jacob's highest attainment in his old world weaponry and magic technology from unique planes. In the legendary planes, they can't threaten those legendary rank powers. However, with his entire arsenal, even legendary rank powers would want to avoid it, not to mention he was right in the heart of the enemy's base. Even though Jacob wasn't confident about blowing up the entire Timeless Tower, he only wanted to cause a huge commotion before he started his operation. He also had some hope that all of these bombs might result in something terrifying. Soon, the entire 200-meter space of the hall was filled with atomic weaponry, and Jacob set a timer of 30 seconds for all the big missiles to self-destruct before he vanished into the infinite space. Although he was a quasi-myth, he didn't want to be anywhere near this when the blast went off, since he had no idea of the final blast power. Beep beep beep, as seconds ticked away, the top floor was eerily silent. At this moment, a static voice rang from within the secret room on the top floor where the timeless hourglass was locked. Constant Baron Zero's soul signature has been lost. Scanning the Timeless Tower, after 10 seconds, the static voice rang again. There are no traces of Constant Baron Zero and her guest. Incomprehensible. All of a sudden, many quasi-legend ranked technology items have been detected. Starting the scan. After another 10 seconds, the static voice rang again, but this time, a deep crimson light suddenly went off, not just on the top floor, but all the floors of the Timeless Tower, bewildering the Constant Barons. Even the entire Timeless City suddenly started to react, and all the other Constants were shocked. At this moment, the static voice reverberated throughout the entire city. Warning, 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 imminent attack. But before the voice could even complete its words, it turned chaotic and incomprehensible, startling many. However, the next moment, an earth-shattering sound like an ancient beast's roar reverberated from the center of the city where the timeless tower stood. The voice was so loud that it could be heard from the shadows of abyssal rift like ghostly howls. A second ago, 0,000. The timer reaches 0. A blinding white pulse exploded silently across the top floor of the timeless tower. For an instant, time seemed still, and then hell was unleashed. The first thing to go was the air itself, vaporized into incandescent plasma as a chain of atomic detonations erupted in a synchronized blast. Boom! The explosion surged outward like a collapsing sun, consuming everything with fire, heat, and destruction. Thousands of runes and barriers triggered instantly, struggling to contain the impossible energy. The walls screamed, the ceiling buckled, the ground shattered, and for a single breath, the top floor ceased to exist, replaced by a sphere of seething white incineration. And then, the tower's most powerful, or the timeless city's most powerful formation, was activated. The timeless tower was made from legendary alloys smelted from legendary king, rank iron, titan gold, and starstone crystals. The walls didn't yield, but they held. Like a prison locking down its mad dog, the top floor's structural shell withstood the detonation, barely, but not without consequence. A tremor shot down the tower's entire frame, cracks bloomed. Like a spider web etched by maddening wrath, hairline fractures spread from the top down across every floor, through every corridor, slicing across protective formations and dimensional anchors. The timeless tower, untouched for over thousands of years, rocked as if caught in the jaws of a beast. 1006. Chapter 1006. Reaping constants across the timeless city, the apocalyptic thunderclap reverberated like a raging storm, sweeping over everything. But it was just the start, because the next moment, an impossibly thick pillar of black smoke erupted from the top of the timeless tower like an upside-down abyss trying to swallow the sky. Within seconds, it engulfed the city. Not fire, not wind, not dust, but something else, dense, churning, and thermal. It was an unstable magical phenomenon formed by the compression of atomic energy mixed with the thick elemental mana in the air. It blotted out any source of light, flooded the streets, and slithered into every crevice of the city like creeping ink. Below the timeless tower, strange static voices were reverberating. Warning, synchronization linked to timeless tower core, disrupted. Soul signature synchronization interrupted. Quantum thread relay failed. The citywide network began to fracture. Communication links went silent. Soul monitors went dark, and in their place, static. The Machina unit tried to recalibrate the system, but the mutated radiation wasn't just physical. It carried a form of corrosive signal interference, born from the twisted chaos of Jacob's weaponry and magic. It turned order into noise. Because of the terrifying shockwave, the constants felt it first, especially the constants within the timeless tower. Constant Baron 1 staggered as he dragged his weak body towards the teleportation hall. His face was filled with fear and dread. He never expected that the safe haven, the timeless tower, would suddenly be attacked like this. He had already reported everything, made preparations, and had just begun his slumber to recover when this sudden bomb blast occurred. The magic array he had set up was disrupted and cracked, making his situation even worse. After all, his floor was right below the top floor, so it naturally suffered the most damage. He wanted nothing but to flee this place because he no longer felt safe. But when he appeared in the teleportation hall, he was horrified. What? The teleportation hall's formation was completely gray without any power or fluctuations. There was no way in or out. Somewhere else, Constant Baron 7 collapsed from her command seat, her eyes wide with panic as her consciousness was pulled out of the Anarchy network. The constructs began to act erratically, stuttering mid-task, repeating orders, or simply crashing like broken puppets. Furthermore, at this moment, the radiation smoke started to seep into her floor, not just hers but every floor. The constant assassins across the city froze, leaving them blind without command inputs. The unthinkable had happened. The timeless network was blind. As the radiation smoke spiraled outward, the sound of the explosion echoed for miles, but the real fear came after, the silence. No alarms. No announcements. No orders. Just a muffled, thick, suffocating darkness. An ominous pressure descended over the city like a funeral shroud. The timeless tower's top floor had vanished, replaced by a cratered, blackened shell. Cracks gleamed with molten heat. The energy sealing arrays that lined the outside surface flickered with warning sigils, like a structure bleeding light. At this moment, Jacob's figure appeared amid the raging inferno within the blackened shell. The temperature wasn't a problem for someone like him. Even the mutated radiation was little affected. But what mattered to Jacob was the final outcome. He saw that the entire city had been affected by this explosion, while the timeless tower was able to endure the terrifying explosion that could have flattened any planet. Just as I thought, even my top weaponry from the old world is only capable of causing chaos, not destruction. Good thing I have new insights. Jacob didn't seem frustrated. In fact, looking at the fractured tower and cracks around the structure, his eyes glimmered with devilish intent. The next moment, without any hesitation, Jacob turned into light itself and sped into the molten floor, going downward. At this moment, Constant Baron 1 was trying to contact the outside world, but the disruption was still not mended. He cursed furiously. Just what the hell is going on? Who dares to attack the Atlas? How did they find it? These questions were probably raging through all the Constant heads right now. It's quite confusing, right? Suddenly, an eerie voice whispered in Constant Baron 1's ears, shaking him to his core because that voice sounded very familiar. But before he could react, a powerful strike struck behind his neck, almost breaking it, and with his current weak body he instantly fell unconscious, which would have been impossible before. The next moment, Constant Baron 1's body vanished into the infinite space, and Jacob's figure appeared right behind him. Let's see if you can escape this time, Jacob sneered before he moved to the next floor. He was intending to capture all the Constant Barons present in the Timeless Tower, because they were akin to free lifespan packages. However, not every Constant Baron in the top 100 ranks was present within the Timeless Tower. Constants were capable of blending in anywhere, and some of them even held high positions in the outside world, like the Serpent King. Jacob didn't find Constant Baron 2 and 3, while 4 wasn't able to avoid the calamity and was captured. Constant Baron 5 was already killed, and 6, the 7, 8 were captured. 9 was like the 5, and 10 wasn't present in the tower as well. But Jacob didn't seem to mind, as he was harvesting constants like crops, sending them into the infinite space. This shocked Alma when she found that those bodies belonged to legendary kings. There were so many. Alma could only imagine what Jacob was doing right now and which power had drawn his irony. Nonetheless, she couldn't think of any power with so many legendary kings. It was simply incomprehensible. In the end, Jacob swept through the entire Timeless Tower and managed to capture 68 Constant Barons. Although he didn't search those floors, which should be filled with other treasures yet, he wanted to get his hands on those Constant Barons and the Machina unit, and once he got them, the entire city would be his to do as he pleased. Now that the first objective was complete, he looked at the first floor, which was completely fine. The next moment, he gathered his strength in his fist and attacked with full strength. 107, Chapter 107, The Spirit Core, Boom. Jacob's punch created a terrifying shockwave before the floor fell silent. Jacob's gaze locked onto the floor, where faint geometric etchings shimmered, barely perceptible to the naked eye. It appeared the moment Jacob's punch landed on the ground. Jacob's eyes of judge shimmered violently as he pressed his palm against the ground. It's a powerful formation. The material beneath him was no ordinary material. Every fiber of its structure pulsed with density and resilience. She wasn't lying when she said this space is made with quasi-myth rank materials. Even a full-force physical attack from me didn't leave a scratch. But I didn't try my best either. Suddenly, Jacob stood up, and a soul force imbued with the concept of Earth Law gathered around his leg. The next moment, he stamped down. Boom! A shockwave tore through the chamber, blasting dust into the air as a massive crater formed, but barely a shallow dent marred the surface of the sealed floor. The runes repelled the force with eerie precision, absorbing and redirecting the excess energy. Jacob was astounded. Tysk, it's still not enough. With a grunt, he lifted his right hand. A ripple spread from his body as he channeled every drop of strength into a single concept. Law of Void. Nihility. The light dimmed as blackness gathered. His arms turned pitch black, layered with the shroud of nothingness. The next moment, Jacob's hand struck down. The second impact wasn't as loud, but it was absolute. The Law of Void was something no one had ever come in contact with within the legendary planes, and Void was something that everyone dreads. The Void was on the same level as time and space, and was one of the strongest law concepts Jacob had acquired. However, the soul force required to use it was massive, so Jacob kept it as one of his trump cards. At this moment, a perfect hole formed beneath his feet, the material simply ceasing to exist for a moment, bypassed by the Void's authority. But even then, he only managed to pierce a dozen meters before he felt resistance return. The very air resisted his descent. It wasn't because his law concept was weak, but because his own prowess was not enough, and the materials used to build this layer were simply too powerful. But Jacob pushed forward with full power, using the Law of Void. When he broke through the final layer, a rush of stale, metallic air surged out, cold, ancient, and laced with spirit pressure. Jacob dropped into the hollow space below, but his soul force was already down to only 20%. He suddenly found a dull blue glow lighting the cavern. Crystalline walls of glass-like material stretched around a spherical core, hovering in the center of an intricate mechanical cradle. Dozens, no, hundreds of rotating constructs floated in orbit around the core, each etched with layers of unknown runes. Some glowed faintly. Others were cracked, rusted, or completely inert. But the core itself still pulsed like a sleeping heart. Is that the spirit core of this Nim race? A Machina unit? Jacob's eyes were locked on the spherical core within the mechanical cradle. Furthermore, the core seemed to be releasing chaotic undulations, as if trying to mend something, and it was quite obvious it was trying to regain control over the Timeless Tower, which Jacob had disrupted. But at this moment, the core suddenly blinked furiously as a static yet panicked voice rang. Intruder detected. Suddenly, the crystal wall of this hidden floor lifted, revealing rows of tall cubicles. Within these cubicles were humanoids clad in pitch-black robes with golden bronze outlines. Constant assassins, and they are Baron rank. Jacob instantly glimpsed the strength of those constant assassins. They were all the Baron assassins and of legendary king rank, the strongest force of the Timeless City. Who would have thought there would be 50 legendary kings protecting this place? Those Baron assassins' listless bodies suddenly showed a hint of vitality as if they were coming alive. But Jacob didn't want to wrestle with them and instantly sprang into action. He grabbed the Baron assassin, who was still not fully active, and threw him into the infinite space without any resistance. Seeing that his theory worked, Jacob moved even faster and, without giving those assassins any chance to revive, sent them into the infinite space. They were precious research subjects and, to say the least, legendary kings, so Jacob was happy to take them from the Timeless City's hands. After Jacob captured 49 Baron assassins, the final one was completely active, but he alone wasn't enough, and Jacob directly crushed his head before sending his corpse back. First line of defense failed, activating the battlesuit. Still not giving up, Jacob was intrigued as he looked at the Machina unit. If he wasn't afraid of damaging it and wanted the entire thing, he didn't mind using force. After all, this thing was scarce, and it was the only way to fight against those other SNIM race members like SAAI and Undying Will. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. The crystalline cradle vibrated violently, each segment of its structure shifting and splitting apart in response to some hidden directive. The entire hidden chamber began to pulse in rhythm with the core's heartbeat, as if the walls themselves were syncing with the awakening machine spirit. The hundreds of floating constructs surrounding the core, some cracked, others inert, suddenly sprang to life. Arcs of pale blue lightning danced between them. Glowing formation circuits lit up one after another like a cascading wave of reactivation. Runes long forgotten by most mortals spiraled in the air. Grrenghk, Grrenghk. Mechanical limbs unfolded from hidden compartments in the floor and walls. Segments of armor plating floated upward, drawn toward the pulsing spirit core like metal to a magnet. It was as if the entire space had been designed for this single moment, for this transformation. Jacob's eyes gleamed with shock and a hint of curiosity of a researcher. It's not just the heart of the city, it is a weapon. A battlesuit like a Machina exoskeleton. The spirit core began to ascend, slowly rising as the mechanical components converged. The outer plating restructured with fluid precision, joints aligned, servos snapped into place. A spinal chassis connected to a chest cavity into which the glowing core fused like a nucleus within a body. An armored helm formed around the core's upper housing, shaped like a faceless mask of crystal alloy. The outline of a humanoid figure, 5 meters tall, took shape before Jacob's astonished gaze. A distorted yet commanding voice resonated from the suit's semi-formed helm. Initiating Sentinel Protocol. Combat Form, Humanoid Exoform. Sentinel Unit Constant Machina. Activated. 41U8 Chapter 1U8 Chapter 1U8. Fighting Constant Machina. Jacob's eyes compressed into pale golden beams as the final armor plates locked in, giving the mech suit an imposing, slick silhouette. The runes along its surface pulsed in sequence, forming glowing lines across the chest and limbs. They weren't just decorations. Laws were pulsing from them. They were law circuits, coded to handle both soul force and multiple law concepts simultaneously. Jacob's eyes of the judge flared. 5 laws, a quasi-myth body? At this moment, a mechanical voice rang, sync with humanoid exoform to 99%. Target, intruder unknown. Rank, quasi-myth objective, elimination. Initiating combat engagement. All systems online. Prepare to be neutralized. The very next moment thereafter, boom. The moment the humanoid exoform finished assembling, the pressure inside the sealed chamber shifted. A brilliant flare of pale silver radiated from its core. The law of metal activated, forming razor-sharp energy edges along the mech's limbs. In an instant, the towering figure lunged forward, its 5-meter-tall frame moving with impossible speed. Jacob's eyes flickered before he vanished using the light law's first concept, the light blink, distorting the air where he once stood. The mech's blade arm tore through nothing, cleaving a deep trench in the crystalline floor. Jacob's eyes of judge were fully activated as he saw through the laws imbued within those circles. Those strange circuits contained the law of metal that it just used. Then there are familiar laws as well, the laws of space, time, light, and, what could be the final one, the more Jacob looked at the humanoid exoform, the stronger his desire to acquire it became because it was a masterpiece of technology. At this moment, Jacob reappeared behind the mech, palm raised. A law of wind. Free drift pulse howled as a vortex formed, forcing the mech to turn. As it rotated, Jacob unleashed a concentrated inferno, the first concept of fire law strike, boiling hot and condensed to a beam. Boom. The sentinel raised its plated arm, shielding itself. The flames licked over the armor, leaving scorched grooves, but no real damage. Then, time suddenly freezes. Jacob felt it the moment it activated, the law of time's first concept, acceleration. He had also used it in his fight with the constant barons. The humanoid exoform shimmered, moving through slowed time, each motion impossibly fast to the naked eye before Jacob could react. Crash. A metallic punch slammed into his ribs, launching him across the chamber. However, he twisted midair, using the first concept of space law, space compression, to bend the space around his body and reduce momentum, skidding along the floor with sparks flying. Although he was completely unharmed by his terrifying skeleton, his eyes flickered violently. Not bad speed. Let's see if you can endure corrosion. His arms pulsed black. The first concept of law of death, necrosis. Jacob stomped forward and shot up. He appeared above the mech's head, swirling black mists in his hands. He slammed both palms down. SSSS, SHH, a corrosive tide exploded, eating into the armor plating. For a moment, the metal hissed and discolored, but then, CH, Aang, the law of metal retaliated. The humanoid exoform body emitted a cleansing pulse, neutralizing the corrosion with adaptive regeneration. The law of metal can purge foreign laws? No, it's those law circuits. They're actively rejecting intrusions. Suddenly, the mech vanished. Jacob's eyes of judge flickered, his surroundings warped. Multiple versions of the mech appeared, illusions. Realization dawned on Jacob at this moment. The last law is the law of illusion. But Jacob didn't panic. His soul force expanded outward, wrapping his body in fluid motion. Water law, heightening sensitivity. Flow never lies. The real mech flickered slightly to his left. He flicked his finger, and a silver arc of lightning, the first concept of lightning destruction, surged forward, crackling with intensity. Crack! Thoom! The bolt hit its mark. The mech staggered backward, its armor sparking and smoking, its circuits flickered erratically, and one shoulder joint was partially disabled. Jacob's eyes flared. I can't break it too much. But the humanoid exoform wasn't done. Suddenly, the core at its chest dimmed, then emitted a blinding pulse. Jacob's mind suddenly reeled, his vision warped. It was an illusory space. His surroundings shifted into a fake battlefield. Dozens of copies of the mech surrounded him. But Jacob only smirked. He activated law of darkness, obscurity, shrouding himself in void-like mist. His presence vanished. No light, no sound, no spirit force. The illusions couldn't lock onto him. One breath passed, two, then slash. Jacob appeared behind the real humanoid exoform, punching directly into its back with a void-coated fist. Void law, nihility. The armor didn't crack. It simply ceased to exist. A chunk of the humanoid exoform's lower back vanished, eaten by pure nothingness. The humanoid exoform staggered, alarms blaring inside its system. Warning. System integrity, 63%. Recalibrating spatial defenses. The moment it tried to restore, Jacob struck again, this time with Earth Law, Foundation Tremor. The entire floor quaked, sending seismic force directly into the Sentinel's stabilizers, cracking its knee joints. Then Jacob backed off. His soul force was down to 13%. Fighting a quasi-myth is really not easy. At this moment, the humanoid exoform roared, its mask-like helm lighting up, preparing something out of Jacob's expectation, which his eyes of judge captured. For the first time, Jacob was shocked. It's using them together, two laws at the same time? It's possible, I was right. As someone who had comprehended 12 law concepts, Jacob's vision was broader. He had already tried to use different laws simultaneously, but he always failed at the last step. But now, watching the humanoid exoform using the law of space and time together to create a field that could freeze Jacob and launch him into a dimensional lock, he suddenly had an epiphany. At the same time, he looked at the law of space and time attack, and suddenly, both his hands went black, rimmed with silvery cracks. They pulsed with void and death. Jacob thrust his palms forward, the void bloom. It was a combined attack, nihility and necrosis, concentrated into a swirling beam of reality erasing death. It succeeded. Jacob was elated. Although it wasn't as refined as the humanoid exoform, it was still terrifying to use laws, not to mention the void law and death law, which were not common laws. The next moment, CRRR, the humanoid exoform's time-space field shattered. The core screamed, glowing wildly, then dimmed. The armor plates warped, runes cracked. The humanoid exoform collapsed to one knee, as if its systems were overloading. Jacob walked forward slowly, his eyes contained ecstasy. You are really a treasure trove of knowledge. He lifted his hand, and space wrapped. This time, not to dodge, to grab the still-beating spirit core, and everything faded to silence except for Jacob's eerie voice filled with a hint of excitement. Machina unit, you're mine. 109 Chapter 109, End of Timeless City. The moment Jacob took down the Machina unit of the Timeless City, in an unknown place filled with dense, ethereal scarlet mist, a pair of horrifying eyes sprang open. The Timeless City of Middle Plains has lost its prime Machina unit, and we can't even establish a connection or retrieve the data anymore? The cryptic voice sounded with absolute shock. Even if someone destroyed the spirit core, the data should be retrievable in the hidden substituted Machina unit, yet nothing was transformed? Since when did those Snim race slaves become so capable? Furthermore, until the substitute Machina unit established itself, the constants in the middle planes couldn't establish contact with upper planes through anarchy, and the traditional method cost too much. This mess will take thousands of years to clean. At least the primary timeless hourglass wasn't there. Nonetheless, since when did we, Atlas, have suffered such a blow before? The voice was filled with fury and a hint of disbelief as the mist around churned violently. Whoever did this, even if they are the three absolutes, humph. I need to report this to a Marquises. The Middle Planes has become extremely chaotic recently, and others have been meddling too much. I need to save my own skin. You all are on your own. The moment the spirit core vanished into Jacob's infinite space, a cataclysmic tremor spread across the city. The dark skies, cloaked in radiation mist, suddenly cracked like fragile glass. Thin fissures of chaotic light and distortion shimmered across the entire city, revealing glimpses of the chaotic time distortion space writhing beyond. An ominous groan echoed from the city's foundation. It was the death call of the formation, deprived of its heart, the Machina unit. Now that Jacob had claimed the spirit core and lost its connection with the city formation, the calamity was just outside the door. The ground shook violently. From the epicenter, where Jacob stood, everything was in ruins, and there was nothing worth taking, for the spirit core had already used everything to fight Jacob. Without any hesitation, Jacob jumped out of the secret floor. At this moment, his cold gaze swept across the panicking masses of constant fleeing from every direction. He also saw the cracking skies. Without a single word, Jacob took a step forward. That step boomed with a deafening resonance as his body suddenly expanded into a colossal form, surging to 110 meters tall. This was the actual size of his body without the suppression of the fighting giant spirit's combat gigantification. It has been a long time since Jacob has shown this form. His black robe fluttered violently around his gigantic frame. As for the reason for Jacob revealing this form, his eyes were fixed on the timeless tower, which was now trembling in place. Jacob's massive hand reached out. With a flex of sheer might, his fingers gripped the already cracked structure, and he used his full power as his fingers dug into the tower walls. With a growl of effort, crack kkkkkkkkkkkkk. The timeless tower was ripped from its roots like a tree from the earth. The formations failed to resist his brute force, nor could they because there wasn't anything to activate them. Stone and metal fragments rained as Jacob raised it above his head. Then, shoo up, it disappeared into his infinite space, vanishing like it never existed. Some fleeing constants witnessed this scene, and they were flabbergasted before screams and shouts echoed across the collapsing city. Who is that giant? A monster. Was it him behind all of this? Fool, run. The formation is crumbling. He probably destroyed the city core. We're finished. But there was nowhere to run, and even if there were a way, they would need Jacob's permission first. The next moment, Jacob's giant body suddenly turned purple as he was wrapped in lightning law. He moved like an executioner through a field of sheep. Each swing of his arm, each step of his foot, was a massacre. A single swipe of his hand shattered buildings in his path, and with it, over 30 fleeing barons were pulverized into blood mist. He sent a lightning bolt filled with lightning law towards a fleeing flying ship, exploding it into flames. The next moment, Jacob's fist was wrapped within a huge lightning blob, and then he pushed out, releasing unimaginable destructive waves of lightning that crushed everything into bits. Jacob released one powerful move after another without any care about who he killed or injured because they were all constants. As they died, Jacob's cursed heart instantly plundered their hourglasses. In Jacob's eyes, they were nothing but lifespan. He knew the city was soon going to be destroyed as the residual power in the formation was dropping. So, he reaps constants, and not just them, he plunders everything. Vaults, treasure chambers, space treasures, all stolen mid-battle, absorbed into his infinite space like a cosmic vacuum devouring the city's riches. Despite his dropping power, Jacob never spotted. The constants never spotted fleeing, and like this, 2 hours passed. The once enigmatic timeless city was now an apocalyptic wasteland. Buildings had melted into rubble. The streets were rivers of blood and gore. The protective formation continued flickering violently, holding back the chaotic time distortions barely by threads of its dying laws. Jacob, now standing calmly within the central plaza, no longer giant, looked around the ruins. He was virtually harmless, without any trace of blood or anything on his person. No one would be able to guess that he was the one behind all that destruction. Now, only a few remnants of resistance remained. Some had either fled into the shadows of Abyssal Rift, but most of them died under Jacob's rampage. He tilted his head slightly as the sky split apart above. The final formation rune cracked. The formation let out a final screeching chime like a bell tolling doom, and the entire city collapsed into itself the next moment. A spiral of twisting time, chaotic space, and unknown corrosion consumed everything. Walls, corpses, screams, all pulled into the merciless folds of time distortion. Within minutes, nothing remained. Where once a city hidden within the shadows of the Abyssal Rift had existed, now only chaotic temporal fog danced across broken space. Jacob stood on the last remaining ruin, and just when the time distortion was about to engulf him, he vanished. The timeless city was no more because they invited the wolf into the house. Z1110. Chapter 1010, Fear of the Weak Legendary Plains. In the depths of the star ocean, massive starry rivers of starlight intertwined, creating breathtaking cosmic phenomena. Hidden within the layers of these starry rivers was a massive battle fortress floated like a radiant star without being disrupted or damaged by the spatial phenomena. This fortress was actually the main headquarters of the Zodiac Knight Federation, the Starry Knight Fort. As one of the neutral absolute factions, the Zodiac Knight Federation was extremely powerful. Furthermore, unlike the lesser planes, most of the ocean races of the legendary planes were part of the Zodiac Knight Federation, and that's how they were almost unmatched within the Star Ocean. Only the Evanes hub could cause them trouble, and even that was because of the presence of the Champion King. There were more ranks in the Zodiac Knight Federation of legendary planes. Below the legendary rank, all members were ranked between Zodiac Knight Guardian, but the legendary rank members were divided between Knight Fable General, Knight Noble General, Knight Lord General, and finally the Knight King General, corresponding to 4 legendary states. Above them all was the Federation Master, the strongest Knight King General. At this moment, within the designated area of the Knight Lord Generals within the Starry Knight Fort, many lavish mansions were allocated to the most excellent Knight Lord Generals of the Federation. Among these excellent Knight Lord Generals was Knight Lord General Nell, a very famous genius who rose to prominence within 2,000 years. He showed up out of nowhere, and from legendary fable, it only took him 2,000 years to become a legendary lord, which was extremely fast, making him a genius. Furthermore, he has a very close relationship with one of the Knight King Generals, so no one dares to offend him easily. At this moment, Knight Lord General Nell stood in a hidden chamber of his mansion, with many powerful restrictions and formations in place so no one could hear or sense anything. Nell belonged to the demonic siren race, a legendary king rank ocean race. This made him extremely charming, like elves, but his pristine white skin was filled with crimson marks, giving others a sense of devilry. Usually, Nell appeared composed and held a thin smile on his handsome face, giving others the impression of a refined gentleman. But right now, his expression was anything but refined, for a twisted expression played on his appalled face as he looked at the completely dark screens in front of him. How could this be? Why would Anarchy suddenly stop working, and I can't get in touch with any of my contacts in the Timeless City? Neither Constant Baron 1, 49, nor even 98 are answering my request to Timeless meetings. Furthermore, I lost all connections with the Star Hacker headquarters, and I can't go there personally since I don't want to expose myself yet. And what was that strange message before everything went silent? Extermination level threat has appeared. What does it mean? I can't contact the Viscount without Anarchy Network, and if I use the Timeless Sand, it'll cost me too much, Nell muttered, extremely confused and appalled by this strange situation, because he was none other than Golden Constant 100,000, also the Star Lord of the Star Hackers of the Legendary Plains. No one would have guessed that the rising star of the Federation, and a mere legendary lord, would be the infamous Star Lord of the Star Hackers, an existence both loathed and dreaded by many who know the Star Hackers. Nonetheless, right now, Nell was feeling extremely uneasy. First, their mission to get rid of Constant Baron 0 failed, and then Constant Baron 1 was barely able to escape with his life, while the other top Constant Barons were wiped out. Not just that, they met their true END, a true death. Not only Nell, but every Constant in the Legendary Plains knew about this terrifying event because the Anarchy Network released this news a few hours before it went dark. Furthermore, Constant Baron 0 was supposed to be detained because of it, since this matter was related to her, and Atlas won't dare belittle the END of their Constant Barons and brush it off like other matters. Nell was even waiting for the good news when the strangest thing happened. The indomitable Anarchy Network, which has been causing trouble for SAAI and Undying Will for a long time, suddenly stopped working. To make matters worse, the Constants in Timeless Cities couldn't be contacted even with the secret method of the Constants. Other Constants might not have noticed it yet, but Nell was different, and his allies were within the Timeless City, so he might be the first one to notice it. However, he was utterly helpless to do anything, and he did not dare expose himself by investigating it personally or going there. He was extremely cunning and could guess that something was extremely wrong. Everything was driving Nell crazy because he couldn't fathom what had happened despite his wisdom and shrewdness. Just when did everything start getting wrong? I was making progress as a constant. In fact, I became a golden constant from iron constant within 2,400 years because that existence favored me. Nell's deep blue eyes shimmered before his eyes suddenly widened. Shit. It all started ever since we gave Constant Baron 0 the Spirit Ripper formation to capture that dreamy ancient, and apparently that dreamy ancient was connected to that monster Faceless Ancient. A hint of fear surfaced in Nell's eyes. I've told those bastards to leave that dark star alone. Nothing good will ever come from going after him, and now, all of this is probably his doing. I couldn't think of anyone else who was capable of it. After all, why would something like this have never happened before? The moment we go after that dark star, Faceless Ancient, everything started to go sideways. The more Nell thought about this, the more indignant he became as a hint of hatred surfaced in his eyes. But this hatred wasn't reflected towards Faceless Ancient. Fuck, if not for those two idiots, I wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. That existence said that Atlas is the path to true immortality, and no one can kill a constant, yet they really died. Nell couldn't help but cursed, I was fucking tricked by that fellow. W-Teen-11. Chapter 10:11, Huge Hall Jacob was sitting cross-legged in a serene location of the infinite space. Behind him, the phantom of Lifebane wheel was surrounded by thick, ethereal crimson mist. Furthermore, around Jacob were scattered countless dry bones without any vitality, as if they were hundreds of years old. However, the reality could send a chill down anyone's spine because those bones belonged to legendary kings. At this moment, the Lifebane wheel behind Jacob started to fade away, and flames lit up within his hollow sockets. He looked at those decayed bones with indifference before he flicked his finger, and those bones turned into dust in the wind. This time I've really profited massively. Not only has my Jinx core evolved to the legendary king rank even before killing these constant barons, and after killing them, my lifespan, Jacob's eyes flickered with ecstasy as he looked at the lifespan in Cursed Immortality right in front of him. Lifespan, 14,000 and 10,500 years, all youthful. It has increased by over 13 million years. Jacob was filled with a sense of mirth just by looking at the result of the killing he had caused. If I could eliminate all those constants who weren't present in the Timeless City, then I would probably doubt the amount of lifespan I just gathered. Pity, it won't be easy anymore. Especially after the ENDs of so many constants, and the destruction of their Timeless City. I'd better stay away from the Atlas for the time being. Jacob knew he had thoroughly ruined the Atlas and the legendary planes this time. Furthermore, he knew the Atlas might never have suffered any loss of their constants, much like the destruction of their entire city overseen by a Machina unit. Not only that, but the Atlas would deeply investigate the reason behind so many constants END. As someone who can END a constant, those high-ranking constants would do anything to get rid of this threat that can END their supposedly immortality. Nonetheless, Jacob hasn't left any traces behind. He even took the Machina unit and destroyed the entire city while taking the entire Timeless Tower with countless treasures for himself. No one would be able to trace it back to him. As for using occulted methods, as long as he has Cursed Immortality, he wasn't afraid of them at all. I must say, now that was somewhat entertaining. Jacob's joyous mood instantly ruined the moment that jolly voice rang in his head. And here I thought you were gone for good. He. Now, that's a wish worth dying for. Amortica burst into laughter. All right, I have decided to give you a tip since I'm in a good mood after watching that show. Jacob's eyes suddenly flickered. What tip? It's about time you start making a new friend. Ha 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 ha, Immortica cryptically stated. Jacob's eyes dilated as he directly unsummoned the cursed book, as he was not in the mood to entertain the mischievous troublemaker. Now that I've increased my power to the highest degree, the only way to make further progress is to comprehend deeper concepts of laws, which is easier said than done. So I should start focusing on the Machina unit. The next moment, Jacob entered the Nightmare Realm, where Nyx were deeply immersed into studying the Spirit Core replica created with her ability. Did you find anything? Jacob questioned impassively. Nyx was startled before she found Jacob standing beside her, her lips curled up in indignation as she retorted, You really know how to pick up treasures. But don't expect me to analyze them without any prior knowledge. How long has it been since you acquired this? Only 448 days. How do you expect me to crack this accursed thing? Jacob didn't react to Nyx's complaints and said again, So, what did you find? Nyx seemed exasperated. You were right about not trying to fiddle with the real thing, and instead, you told me to create a sample within the Nightmare Realm. However, even with my current abilities, I can only replicate its general structure, not the entire thing, which has been altered to a ridiculous degree with magic technology and knowledge far beyond our scope. Anyway, even with this basic form of the Spirit Core, it's mystical to say the least. You see, this entire Spirit Core is made with countless spiritual runes, like an encoded structure of a program, and guess where else have I seen such a technology being used? Jacob replied, Starwatch? Nyx snickered. No, it's the Soul Star Watch. The Star Watch from the Lesser Planes can't even compare to it. In fact, what makes the Star Watch and Soul Star Watch different from each other is the program. And let me tell you, the program used in the Soul Star Watch is nothing but trash in front of the one within this Spirit Core. The difference in them should be because this Spirit Core is a living being, while the Soul Star Watch is an object created on the basis of this Spirit Core. I even suspect that the Soul Star Watch is probably designed by one of these SNM race members, obviously. But my point is, like any other cryptic technology, this thing also has its protective measure, and not just any random measure, but something that seemed to have a powerful universal law involved in it. So, the moment I try to probe those spiritual runes, it'll self-destruct, and this is just the simplest form of this Spirit Core. So, imagine what will happen if we try to modify or decrypt a Machina unit already altered by a SNM race member beyond both of our current ranks. And you want to control this thing and then use it against the Star Network? From where we currently stand, it's impossible. Unless you have a way to overwrite the Spirit Core, Nyx asked with a grave tone. Jacob also turns gloomy as he has already considered this possibility. He knew getting control of that Machina unit wouldn't be easy, especially when it is altered to become an ego of autarky, which can rival SAAI and undying will. After a while, Jacob suddenly said, "I think I might have a way." 901-2, Chapter 1012. The Price for Knowledge. Jacob left the nightmare realm and opened his eyes in the infinite space. With a hint of determination, he grabbed something from his pendant storage space. A palm-sized, ethereal pearl blue sphere appeared on Jacob's palm, which was pulsing like a heart. The moment it appeared, Jacob's palm started to tremble. Prenstedt. Incomprehensible static noises suddenly sounded, completely gibberish in Jacob's ears, making his eyes flicker. Is this some kind of unique language of the Snim race? But it was speaking just fine. Why use this language now? Or does it want to send some kind of signal? Jacob merely scoffed when he thought about the possibility of sending singles. Even if its master was here, they wouldn't be able to do it, much less as a mere puppet. Since I've already gotten a big haul this time, and I can get even bigger as long as I subdue you, I'll make an investment. With a decisive glimmer in his eyes, he made a wish. I wish to rewrite the ownership of the Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic Race's Spirit Core in my hand and become its new master. But everything it has already learned, its entire database, knowledge, skills, and everything else should remain intact. Cost, 100% infinity blood, or 10 million years of lifespan. The moment Jacob saw the cost of this wish, his eyes trembled as he wasn't expecting it to be so high. After all, this was just a legendary king-rank lifeform, and since he had already captured it, the cost should have been less. However, considering the usefulness of this spirit core and its intact knowledge and skills, Jacob knew this cost shouldn't be unreasonable. After all, if he wanted, he could have simply erased everything, making the spirit core like a newborn without anything, which should have dropped its cost considerably. However, Jacob knows close to nothing about raising a Snim race member. Not to mention that this spirit core was part of Anarchy's Machina unit, which means it was personally raised by Anarchy. Its skills should be terrifying and could rival SAAI and Undying Will's Machina units in the legendary planes. After all, this spirit core has been the main core of the Timeless City for a very long time, and its knowledge and skills were something worth far more than anything in the Timeless City, and Jacob wants exactly them. But he also needed to pay the cost, or without it, just as Nick said, they wouldn't be able to use it and might even end up destroying it since they knew nothing about Snim race. After hesitating for a while, Jacob finally clinched his teeth and ordered with full unwillingness, carry through. Lifespan, 10,500 years, all youthful. His lifespan instantly decreased by a full 10 million years, and he almost felt pain in his soul. This was the highest transition he had made through the infinity blood sacrifice, at least while he was sane. One had to know that he almost wiped out the entire Timeless City to collect over 13 million years of lifespan, yet with one wish he used nearly all of it. But at this moment, Jacob's attention suddenly shifted to the spirit core in his hand. The spirit core abruptly stopped trembling and making those static noises as a mystical power suddenly enveloped it. Thereafter, unknown glyphs shimmered on the spirit core's surface like strings of stars. At this moment, the kaleidoscope infinity symbol suddenly surfaced on Jacob's skull, before the projection of his soul totem formed behind his back like a majestic galaxy. Jacob was astounded because he wasn't the one doing this. Instead, the mysterious power of the Cursed Immortality originated from the wish that was guiding everything. At this moment, Jacob instantly senses the profound changes taking place. This is an opportunity. Without hesitation, Jacob forgot about the 10 million years of lifespan and fully focused on the mystical power guidance. At this moment, the infinity symbol on his skull suddenly flickered. On the spirit core, a reflection of the kaleidoscopic infinity symbol appeared right in the middle of those unknown glyphs. It's my soul totem sigil, and it's being imprinted on the spirit core just like on magic treasures and soul artifacts. However, this method is completely different than the common method of the zodiac planes. It's far more sophisticated. Not only that, but the soul totem sigil is being imprinted on a living being. I can feel that it's not like the sigil marker soul technique that legendary kings can use to leave behind their totem sigil within someone's soul to mark them, but it's far more profound. The sigil marker technique can only mark the surface of a soul, yet what is happening now is like weaving the totem sigil right into the core of the soul, almost like integrating. Doesn't this mean this mark can't be removed unless someone can tear apart that part of the soul? Jacob was floored before ecstasy flared in his eyes, and he activated his eyes of judgment completely. He knew this was a chance bought by 10 million years of his lifespan, and he was determined to learn this imprinting technique. Moreover, Jacob felt that this soul technique might be unique to him because right now, the entire cursed totem skeleton was active with his soul force. This method alone was worth many years of training and research. Jacob was learning a more profound truth about his cursed totem skeleton at this moment than he might be able to learn in hundreds of years. That's why he called this an opportunity. While Jacob was engrossed in the technique, the spirit core was changing. Its pearl blue color started to deepen, and it became darker before turning pitch black as the infinity symbol took root in the spirit core's very being. At this moment, a profound connection was established between Jacob and Spirit Core, and to Jacob's surprise, this connection wasn't inferior to Nyx's and Autark's connection with him. Not only that, but the moment the connection was established, foreign information started to imprint in his mind, startling Jacob. 1-2-113, Chapter 1013, Spirit Mechanic. 1. At this moment, the Spirit Core makes static noises again, however, this time, Jacob can clearly understand them. The ownership of the Prime Legendary Machina Unit Anarchy 1 has been successfully transferred. Jacob's eyes flickered as he realized that the foreign information he had just received contained the unique Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic Race language, the mechanical language. Furthermore, different from the control of Anarchy, Jacob's control on this Spirit Core was completely different. Before, this Spirit Core was like an avatar, a clone of Anarchy with Anarchy's core principles and nature instilled within its very being, without any independent will. However, it has been liberated and has become just like a living being with free will because Jacob wasn't a SNM race member. Nonetheless, Jacob's control over this Spirit Core was just like Anarchy. Maybe because of the Infinity Blood sacrifice, Jacob got detailed memories of what a SNM race member can do, or it was because of the ownership transfer. After all, Jacob has only changed the ownership, nothing else. This means that despite being liberated from Anarchy, this Machina unit was like another version of Anarchy, but now it only serves Jacob. You are called Prime Legendary Machina Unit Anarchy 1, Jacob asked, speaking in the universal language of the Zodiac Planes. He knew this Spirit Core could understand. It couldn't speak this language because it was in Spirit Core form and didn't have the translator to translate the mechanical language like in the mech suit. I was given this codename because I was selected to be the Prime Machina unit of the Anarchy network of the Legendary Planes. Every spirit mechanic in the Machina unit will have similar codenames. However, now that I'm no longer connected to Anarchy and the ownership has been changed, my new master may change my codename if you like. Jacob was elated when he heard this and replied, You mean you are the main controller of the Anarchy network in the Legendary Planes? Are there more like you? Affirmative. I was altered and programmed to control the Anarchy network and oversee the entire operations of the Atlas, except for the primary timeless hourglass, which was only connected with me to make communication between constants easier. To answer the new master's second question, no, there are no other spirit mechanics in Machina units like me within the Legendary Planes. Why is that? And I've noticed you're calling yourself spirit mechanics? Jacob was extremely curious about the SNM race, and now that he had full control over this full-fledged SNM race member, he wasn't going to miss anything. Furthermore, this Spirit Core knows the core secrets of the Atlas, especially the Timeless City, since it has been overseeing their operations for countless years. Although he learned many things from Constant Bear Another, they were only superficial and surface knowledge. He was still clueless about the true secret of the Atlas. We SNM race members called ourselves Spirit Mechanics because of our unique nature and talent. We already have core memories of our race and its hierarchy when we're born. Like other races, we Spirit Mechanics have a hierarchy system like bloodlines. We are born with connate aspects and abilities, and based on the number and uniqueness of these connate aspects, we are divided into different ranks that mirror our potential. Furthermore, we can also evolve after meeting certain conditions without any limit, but the lower a spirit mechanic ranked in our race's hierarchy system, the more difficult these conditions for evolution, which made it almost impossible to evolve after reaching a certain point. Jacob instantly understood what this spirit mechanic was implying. So, even these SNM race differentiates their members like the others. The only difference is they based it on their connate aspects instead of bloodline density. Fascinating. So, what you're trying to say is you ranked high in this hierarchy, and that's why you were chosen to be the Prime Machina unit of the Legendary Planes. Which also means that there are no other spirit mechanics who can replace you in the Legendary Planes, Jacob inquired. Affirmative, but about the last statement, it's not entirely correct. The spirit mechanic clarified, based on the SNM race hierarchy, we are born with 1, 2, 3, 5, or 7 connate aspects. Those who are born with one connate aspect are ranked lowest, and their spirit core will color white or white rank. Those with 2 conjoined aspects have the green color. With 3 aspects, the color will be red, followed by blue, and then violet. I was chosen as the Prime Machina unit because I was born in red rank, and then the Anarchy helped me to evolve into blue rank because it'll take less resources and time than evolving a green rank spirit mechanic, while white rank would be almost impossible, at least with the resources of the Legendary Planes. However, now that I'm no longer maintaining the Autark network of the Legendary Planes, the entire Atlas would be dark. So, they will have no choice but to burn a huge amount of resources to evolve an initial green rank spirit mechanic to blue rank as soon as possible. After all, they'll suffer terrible losses the longer the Anarchy is out of commission. At least without it, within a few years, SAAI and Undying Will might be able to detect the Star Hackers because all the technology Star Hackers used have Anarchy's traces, which kept them incognito. But now that the Anarchy network is down, those things will become visible, and they could cause a massive upheaval within Atlas. That's why I'm 95% certain they'll be forced to burn resources to create another blue rank spirit mechanic. Because only a blue rank can endure the burden of maintaining and controlling a legendary planes wide systematic network, Spirit Mechanic explained. Jacob realized at this moment that he wasn't expecting such a complex structure behind the SNM race and those networks. Then, suddenly, Jacob's expression was strange as he looked at the Spirit Mechanic in front of him. You said there were white, green, red, blue, and violet ranks. You were clearly blue rank, but now you are black. What does this imply? This time, the Spirit Mechanic didn't reply instantly, as if contemplating its answer before finally speaking in a hesitant tone. Truthfully, I have no idea. But based on my knowledge, I think I suddenly mutated, which should have been impossible, and there isn't any record of it happening in our race. But I'm 89% certain that this sudden mutation is mostly related to you, new master. 14 Chapter 1014 Spirit Mechanic. Jacob was astounded when he heard the Spirit Mechanic's assumption, and he couldn't argue because he knew anything was possible when it came to him. Nonetheless, this was a good thing, since the Spirit Mechanic was now mutated, which hadn't happened before to other SNM race members, at least as far as the Spirit Mechanic knows. Did you benefit from this mutation? Jacob questioned with a hint of expectation. After all, now that he knew more or less about the SNM race members, he knew how unique this race was, just like the fantastic insects. Furthermore, Jacob felt the restriction of the universe on the SNM race seems less severe. Nonetheless, Jacob thought it was just spur of the moment that he was feeling like this, since he wasn't qualified to judge such matters yet. I'm not sure because I didn't get any new aspect or ability, and this mutation seemed to have altered my racial structure and added something new. As for what it is, I can't tell. More research and data are needed to reach any conclusion. Forgive me for disappointing you, new master. The Spirit Mechanic apathetically responded. Jacob's eyes contorted slightly, but didn't press on this matter since he knew the Spirit Mechanic wasn't lying to him. Jacob changed the topic and asked another crucial question. Earlier, you mentioned something called the primary timeless hourglass. What is this? Is that the gigantic hourglass within the timeless tower? No, the gigantic hourglass within each floor of the timeless tower is just a shell, or a puppet body of the primary timeless hourglass, which is the true core of the Atlas. It's even more important than I, a blue-rank Spirit Mechanic. The Spirit Mechanic revealed. Shell? Puppet bodies? What is it actually? Jacob questioned, his interest fully piqued. I'm not privy to much information related to the primary timeless hourglass, and it's highly confidential, and I'm sure only the founder-level figures within the Atlas might have access to it, or even the information within the Anarchy databank might not be necessary. The limited amount of knowledge within my databank about the primary timeless hourglass is that it is the source of Atlas and its members' Immortality and END. Furthermore, every constant has a unique aspect called the timeless temporal soul, which is actually granted by the primary timeless hourglass. Because of this aspect, every constant has mystical abilities. You can even consider the primary timeless hourglass as another network like Star Network, Dark Network, or Anarchy Network, but its scope is limited to a chosen few. Moreover, unlike these networks, the primary timeless hourglass has terrifying abilities, and it can grant them to its members. I've never seen the real appearance of the primary timeless hourglass, but before the new master, the primary timeless hourglass was connected to those puppet bodies through me, and it could freely blind, silence, or deafen me. All I know is the primary timeless hourglass shouldn't be harmed, or the Atlas will suffer terribly. That's why its true location didn't even know to the timeless overlord or any constant as a matter of fact. How unexpected. Jacob was shocked when he heard about this primary timeless hourglass and knew he had underestimated the Atlas again. He thought that after destroying the Timeless City and taking the Spirit Mechanic, he could significantly damage the Atlas, or at least ruin its branches within legendary planes. But now, it seemed as long as this primary timeless hourglass exists, the Atlas would only suffer materially, not spiritually. Moreover, this primary timeless hourglass was related to the true secret of the Atlas. If not for the Spirit Mechanic, he wouldn't even know about it. If it's so important, what is it doing in the legendary planes? Don't tell me it's only a clone like you guys, Jacob questioned. No, despite appearing similar, it's not like a Machina unit. Actually, I have no idea about this matter, and the information I have is only because of my small interaction with it. I can't interfere or communicate with it without the primary timeless hourglass taking the initiative first. However, it's not a SNM race member because, if it were, I could have sensed it because of the special sense of our race. Although I have become a subject of anarchy since birth and inherited its rules and principles, I wasn't dead and still have my spiritual nature. Without our spiritual nature, we are nothing more than a dead computing unit without any room for improvement, and we spirit mechanics are inherently disdainful of attaching ourselves to such an abomination. How astounding. The Atlas is filled with mysteries and treasures. Although I can get the location of this primary timeless hourglass, I don't think it's worth it. In fact, if this primary timeless hourglass is the core of the Atlas, then doesn't this mean it might be responsible for creating more constants? I should let it breed more constants. Jacob's eyes flickered with cruelty. As for this spirit mechanic, it's far more helpful than I've thought. Furthermore, from how it's taking, it's clear that the others don't know the absolute truth behind the Machina units. After all, Constant Baron Zero told me that a Machina unit is another body of another power SNIM race member without any of its own will. However, it just said that it was subject, not slave, or another conscious of anarchy. Then the last part about the spiritual nature, I'm quite sure that a Machina unit is not truly dead, but they are loyal subjects of one ruler. It's almost like how an ant colony operates. Jacob became excited the more he learned about the SNIM race, and he knew he had truly profited from this trip to the Timeless City. With deep anticipation, Jacob said, "All right, let's hear about your aspects. Since you are or were a blue rank spirit mechanic, you should have 5 aspects, and because of them, you were chosen to become the Prime Machina unit of the Legendary Planes. I'm quite curious about these aspects." 1115, Chapter 1015, Newborn Terror. Time continues to flow in the Legendary Planes, while all the factions remain oblivious to the destruction of the Timeless City and a critical blow to the entire Atlas. In a flash, over 6 decades have passed since Jacob acquired the spirit mechanic, and he has never left the infinite space. During this duration, the Life faction finally clashed with the Dead faction and infiltrated the great cosmic continent of Sagittarius. A great war between 2 mortal enemies has been started, and the entire Legendary Planes have their eyes on this war. Another significant event that occurred during this time was also related to this war, and it shocked the entire Legendary Planes. Apparently, when the Dead faction seemed to be at a disadvantage, out of nowhere, the Den of Star Pirates, the Evanescence Hub, with its overlord, the Champion King, formed an alliance with the Dead faction and attacked the Life faction. No one expected the legendary Champion King to join an enemy faction and fight with his old organization and clan. This shocked those who were unaware of the inside story, and those who belonged to the Life factions condemned the Champion King across the Star Network. At this moment, 30% of the Dead faction territories within the Sagittarius continent were already conquered by the Life faction. But because of the Evanescence Hube's interference, the Life faction's conquest has slowed down, and it almost seemed like the war might stop here. While everyone was focusing on the Sagittarius continent, far away from the battlefield, the great cosmic continent of Scorpio was tranquil, especially ever since the matters of the Valley of Sunless Dusk had been settled. The myriad Galaxy Guardian Mountains have almost recovered to their previous grand state before the calamity of the Zodiac Beasts. The myriad Galaxy City in the heart of this domain has regained its status as a hub of alchemists. However, after the disappearance of the Myriad Galaxy King, a new alchemist king now rules the Myriad Galaxy City, the Myriad Runic King, previously known as the Runic Lord, who is closely related to the Myriad Galaxy King. The Runic Lord's ascension to the legendary king state was completely unexpected, but rumor has it that it has something to do with the Alchemy King Council. Some even believed that the new Myriad Runic King was a puppet of the Alchemy King Council, placed here to fully control the Myriad Galaxy Guardian Mountains, especially because of the elemental galaxy Eamon. After all, the Alchemy Guild seemed to have paid a considerable price to search for Eamon's cosmic gateway and then somehow opened the cosmic gateway again. The elemental galaxy Eamon was extremely rich with alchemy resources used in rune crafting. Before Myriad Galaxy King vanished, he had complete control over this elemental galaxy because of his status and contribution to the Alchemy Guild, and he was also the one who found it, so no one could snatch it. But now that the Myriad Galaxy King was gone, the Alchemy Guild naturally wouldn't let this rich elemental galaxy fall into someone else's hands, not to mention giving complete control to the Myriad Galaxy City. At this moment, within the hidden first floor of the newly renovated Myriad Galaxy Palace, a faint undulation suddenly emerged from a stone wall. No one was guarding this deep level of the underground palace because only the Myriad Runic King could enter here, since his main workshop was also here, like the old king. However, because Jacob had destroyed the entire workshop, no one was able to find its ruins despite everyone searching for it, since there were no active formation remains. Everything appeared like a plain ground, no matter how they searched. After a deep search, everyone gave up and thought the Myriad Galaxy King had probably shifted his workshop somewhere else long ago, which was regretful since it was the workshop of a king alchemist, and many high-end tools were inside. But after so many years, this unknown undulation surfaced in the remote corner of the underground palace today. If a legendary king were close by, they would have already sensed it with their soul sense. But because of the great war going on between the Life and Dead faction, all the legendary kings of the Life faction have gone to the headquarters of their respective organizations, which also includes the Myriad Runic King of the Alchemy Guild. At this moment, behind this wall were the ruins of the Myriad Galaxy King's workshop that everyone had been searching for, but to no avail. Buried deep under these ruins was a hollow space where lay the body of the Myriad Galaxy King, which, despite the passage of decades, was still perfectly preserved, as if he were only in a deep sleep. However, at this moment, a black, ethereal mist was seeping out of the Myriad Galaxy King's nose, eyes, and mouth. As the time passed, the black, ethereal mist started to gather above Myriad Galaxy King's head, forming a smooth, ethereal cocoon. As the ethereal cocoon solidified, dark light began to emanate from it, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. As more time passed, the dark pulse grew stronger, electrifying the air. It was clear that whatever was inside was about to break out. Suddenly, at this moment, a sharp crack echoed in the silent hollow, then another. Spiderwebs of darkness spread across the smooth, obsidian surface of the cocoon until, with a final, explosive burst, it shattered, releasing a small shockwave. Although this shockwave seemed silent and without any power behind it, the myriad Galaxy King's body instantly suffered many fissures. At that moment, from the shattered cocoon, an unsettling creature emerged. Its appearance was like a newly born human child, but with a grotesquely miniaturized body. Its body, no larger than 2 centimeters, was composed of a slick, inky material that seemed to absorb all light. 2 spindly, segmented limbs, tipped with needle-sharp claws, twitched tentatively. Its head was dominated by a single, pulsating black eye, devoid of pupil or iris, scanning the hollow space, its gaze somehow conveying both chilling intelligence and a rabid hunger. As the creature flexed its limbs and let out a silent, high-pitched chirp, a primal thrill coursed through its abyss-like eye. The moment the creature was born, the skies of the legendary plains suddenly turned chaotic, drawing everyone's attention, but no one knew the reason behind this phenomenon. However, the truth was that a fantastic insect, ranked 18th in the entire fantastic insect race called the Eclipse Alypes Imhoff, also known as the Brain Hunter, had completed its evolution to the legendary rank, triggering a terrifying phenomenon not only in the entire legendary plains, but also within the lower plains and in a specific location of the upper plains. 1116, Chapter 1016, Legendary Brain Hunter. At this moment, the entire Myriad Galaxy Palace quaked, alarming the palace guards. Everyone thought that it was an earthquake, but strangely enough, only the Myriad Galaxy Palace was affected. The city was completely fine. What is going on? A palace guard questioned another palace guard in confusion. But before the other guard could reply, boom! The dome of the palace suddenly blasted open, and an imposing figure appeared hovering in the air. He has a regal demeanor, and his eyes were emotionless as he scanned the surroundings with indifference. But despite his imposing manners, his skin was filled with cracks, as if it would fall at any moment. A few streaks of light suddenly shot up from the palace, revealing armed guards who were all legendary nobles, and they quickly surrounded the intruder. However, when those legendary nobles saw the face of this intruder, they found him extremely familiar before one among them suddenly cried in horror, "Why you, Myriad Galaxy King?" His voice was hoarse, but when the other guards heard that name, their expression also changed as they looked at the man closely, and just like that guard, they were also horrified. How could this be? Some of them were loyal to the new legendary king, the Myriad Runic King, and they were panicked when they thought the Myriad Galaxy King, who was supposed to be missing, had suddenly emerged from the Myriad Galaxy Palace. It was simply too shocking. At that moment, the Myriad Galaxy King suddenly muttered, his voice icy cold and devoid of emotion, "Living marionette?" Abruptly, a dark purple mist suddenly burst out from the Myriad Galaxy King's body and spread like a wildfire. It was so fast that, almost within a second, it covered the entire Myriad Galaxy Palace. The palace guards' expressions changed as they quickly reacted, not daring to breathe in this mist, and they wanted to escape. Furthermore, they felt no discomfort from the mist, as if it wasn't harmful or poisonous, as they had thought. But all of a sudden, those palace guards, including the legendary nobles surrounding the Myriad Galaxy King, underwent a strange yet terrifying change the moment the mist surrounded them. Their expressions started to change, their eyes began to lose their luster before becoming blank, and all movement suddenly ceased. Within 10 seconds, the dark purple mist fades away as if it wasn't there in the first place. However, those palace guards had now remained in their positions like statues, and their expressions were blank without even a hint of emotion, just like the Myriad Galaxy King in front of them. The Myriad Galaxy King suddenly closed his eyes at this moment, and ethereal strings suddenly surfaced above those palace guards' heads. Surprisingly, those strings were all connected with the Myriad Galaxy King's glabella. Furthermore, those strings seemed to be releasing invisible pulses. After a few seconds had passed, Myriad Galaxy King suddenly opened his eyes, and those strings vanished without any trace. But the creepy coldness in his eyes was now replaced with an eerie light. "I've been here for almost 100 years, and Sir had been gone after a few days when I started my evolution. Many things have transpired since I began my evolution," he muttered emotionlessly. Within seconds, the Myriad Galaxy King had absorbed all the knowledge within those palace guards like a sponge, which also included those events while he had been evolving. If those legendary kings found out about this, they would be horrified because even Soul Search can't achieve something like this. After arranging his thoughts, the Myriad Galaxy King gazed out at the magnificent city, filled with life and activity. Because of the Great War, all the legendary kings of life factions have been called back to the headquarters, and the neutral faction had agreed not to infringe on their territories during this war. Right now, only 3 legendary lords are guarding the Myriad Galaxy City. I should use this chance to evaluate my power rank. If I devour the entire city, I can barely reach Tier 3 Legendary Lord rank. But it's enough to start. Only after that can I look for Sir. The next moment, without any hint of hesitation, the myriad Galaxy King called, Domain of Eclipse Devourer. Thereby, a small soul totem manifestation surfaced behind the myriad Galaxy King. The totem was dark purple, and it was vividly shaped like a coiled centipede, like a spiral. It was a unique soul totem, as rare as dual or triple law soul totems. But it wasn't important for the next moment. Invisible ripples released from the spiral centipede soul totem began to spread throughout the city. Although these ripples seemed harmless and without any kind of power behind them, if someone could magnify them at the microscopic level, a sudden chill would run down their spine. Those ripples contained countless ethereal microorganisms shaped like centipedes, and their mouths were filled with sharp teeth. When they reached a living being, those microcentipedes dug into his flesh without any difficulty and entered his bloodstream before making their way towards his head. The most eerie part was that the person didn't even realize it and continued as usual. Within seconds, those microcentipedes spread throughout the city, affecting anything with life in it. Whether it was small or large, common or legendary lords, no one could detect them, and no one could counter them. After a few minutes, the common rank livestock suddenly started to wilt away as its plump body slowly lost its shape. It was as if its vitality was quickly depleting. As more time passed, higher-ranked living beings started to show the same signs, yet they still didn't seem to notice it. It was as if their mind weren't capable of registering these signs. Even when the common rank living beings turned into wilted corpses, they were still oblivious to their death. It was like falling into an ethereal sleep. This phenomenon was eerie and soul-shaking to say the least, as the entire city was dying, but no one seemed to care. As for the ones who was behind it, he remained in his position without moving, but the spiral centipede soul totem manifestation behind him seemed to be growing bigger with each passing second. 10117, Chapter 1017, Mechanized Sovereign Tower, The Infinite Space. At this moment, the center of the infinite space, where Jacob's lab once resided, underwent a monumental transformation. A towering obsidian structure was casting long shadows over the ever-shifting space. Gleaming with a dark luster, the new tower was nearly identical to the timeless tower, yet somehow more futuristic and foreboding. It had only 50 floors compared to the timeless tower's 101, but its diameter was nearly twice as wide, and its structure resembled a colossal high-tech monolith, a perfect fusion of craftsmanship and hyper-advanced engineering. Inside the first floor, an endless array of runic constructs floated in symmetrical harmony, orbiting intricate circuits carved into the obsidian floor. Streams of code-like runes flowed like rivers of light along the walls, humming softly in cryptic tongues only Spirit Mechanic could understand. At the center of the floor, Jacob stood, tall and solemn, facing a levitating translucent octahedron suspended by anti-gravitational arrays of spell-tech machinery. The octahedron's 8 surfaces shimmered with dense layers of golden and black runes, shifting endlessly in a pattern of recursive evolution. At its very core, nestled in a magnetic suspension field, was the black sphere, which was the mutated Spirit Mechanic Snim Machina unit. Suddenly, Jacob raised his right hand, and a holographic interface unfurled midair with a soft ding. He tapped a rune cluster. Final integration sequence. Begin. A low, static hum echoed throughout the tower. The floor lit up beneath his feet, expanding outward in concentric circles of glowing symbols. The countless constructs floating above began to shiver, realigning into a spiraling formation. The entire first floor became a living mechanism, awakening for the first time. Then it began. The Spirit Mechanic within the octahedron started to pulse with violet light, and threads of prismatic energy burst outward, striking every runic construct and structure on the floor, and started to synchronize. The tower shook, not violently, but purposefully, like a beast stretching for the first time. Above Jacob, layer after layer of invisible seals cracked open as the tower's higher floors came online. Each floor activated in sequence, like a massive machine undergoing self-diagnostics. Boom! A low, deep sound rang out as the tower's outer walls surged with a faint pulse of energy. The octahedron now spun slowly. The Spirit Mechanic inside it began to morph. Tendrils of dark energy sprouted and retracted, testing the internal structure of its new vessel. The old timeless tower of the timeless city has been completely transformed by the Spirit Mechanic and Jacob over decades of work, spending almost all of Jacob's accumulated wealth from the constants. Jacob has poured everything into creating this tower, and it was only possible because of the Spirit Mechanic, which was now the heart of the tower. At this moment, Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as the internal interface spoke in a genderless, mechanized tone, Ascension node complete. Synchronization with owner, Jacob subsystems, operational quantum labyrinth floors, online mindcog engine, stabilized primal construct authority, granted one by one. Each of the 50 floors glowed briefly with internal light blue, red, green, silver, each hue representing a unique system the Spirit Mechanic had engineered into the tower according to Jacob's demands. There were weaponized factory floors, memory archives floors, runic research floors, vitality research floors, and many other magic tech floors for research and crafting. When everything was perfectly in sync, from the peak of the tower, a massive light beam shot into the infinite space sky, and the tower was complete. At this moment, within the first floor, which was also the control system of this new tower, a deep static voice reverberated. The mechanized sovereign tower is online. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of ecstasy when he heard this voice. This was the declaration of his success, and the time and efforts he had spent didn't go to waste. Now, he can say that he owns one of the most powerful and advanced research labs in the entire legendary plains. Only SAAI and Undying Will can rival the mechanized sovereign tower. Not even those top powers can compete with it. Jacob suddenly called Black Mechanic. Black Mechanic was the name Jacob had given to the spirit mechanic for a simple reason. It was a mutated spirit core with a black color, and also an unknown rank among the SNM race. Sir, what is your instruction? Black Mechanic's static voice sounded instantly. Jacob was now the master of the Black Mechanic, and no one held any higher authority here than Jacob. Furthermore, after interacting with Black Mechanic for so many years, Jacob has a complete grasp of Black Mechanic's abilities and what it is capable of. Spending 10 million years of lifespan on subduing the Black Mechanic was completely worth it, or he wouldn't be able to create the mechanized sovereign tower with his current capabilities and knowledge. Now that the mechanized sovereign tower is complete, your innate aspect, network domain, can be used again, right? Jacob questioned. The network domain aspect was one of the innate aspects of blue rank SNM race members. It was a unique territorial aspect that required a spirit mechanic to construct a domain of the same rank as their power rank with magic technology, and it required countless resources and, most importantly, knowledge. Once this domain was created, it became the network domain, Machine Lord field of a spirit mechanic. The old Timeless Tower was also the Machine Lord field of Black Mechanic. The Machine Lord field has completely activated. I've gained complete territorial control of the mechanized Sovereign Tower. Jacob nodded in acknowledgement, as he knew a SNM could generate a network domain, an area where it became the absolute controller of all tech-based systems. In this domain, magic tech can be disabled, rewritten, or reprogrammed in real time as long as it doesn't exceed the power limit of a spirit mechanic. Previously, the Timeless Tower actually wasn't under complete control of the Black Mechanic because of the primary Timeless Hourglass's existence. The Black Mechanic didn't have access to some areas of the Timeless Tower, which significantly reduced the Machine Lord field's power, or it wouldn't be so easy for Jacob to cause that chaos if this aspect were fully activated. However, now, Black Mechanic has complete control over the mechanized Sovereign Tower, and Jacob had no intention of obstructing it in any way because, first, Jacob wasn't afraid that Black Mechanic would rebel against him. Second, the mechanized Sovereign Tower was inside the infinite space, where Jacob was God. After knowing that the network domain had been successfully activated, Jacob knew it was time to move to the next plan. Jacob coldly ordered, "All right, start working on the Nightmare Plan." 11018, Chapter 1018, Great Cosmic Continent of Leo. A realm where the sky burns red at dawn and the winds carry embers, the Great Cosmic Continent of Leo was like a land forged in flame. Bathed in intense fire law density, this continent radiates an elemental pressure so intense that even the air itself crackles with heat. Volcanoes dot the horizon like sentinels, geysers of molten essence erupt in valleys, and vast fire plains stretch across the heartland. Each breath here feels like inhaling pure fire. The entire continent was governed by one of the three top powers of the neutral faction, the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Here, the Cardinal Spirit Temple is revered as the divine arbiter of justice, holding absolute dominion over the continent. It shapes its politics, enforces its sacred customs, and maintains elemental order. Under its rule, the populace worships the Holy Justice God, a supreme entity venerated as both protector and lawgiver. Opposing the temple's will is considered heresy. None dare challenge its authority. The continent is partitioned into domains, each ruled and maintained by a distinct temple under the Cardinal Spirit Temple's banner. These domains function as spiritual provinces, varying in size and influence. At the top of the hierarchy stand the 9 great temples, also known as the major domains. These vast regions span across the continent, each governed by high-ranking priest lords of immense power and prestige. Great temples house millions of devout temple members and oversee billions of loyal worshippers. At the heart of each great temple lies a colossal altar, where a sacred statue of the Holy Justice God resonates with divine power. These statues are directly linked to the Cardinal Spirit Temple, which itself resides atop the Holy Cathedral Sky Island, a floating sanctuary that hovers above the exact center of the 9 great temples. Within the great temples lie numerous lesser temples, or minor domains. These are regional provinces, training sanctuaries, resource zones, pilgrimage sites, and spiritual grounds. Though smaller in scope, they play a critical role in nurturing talent, upholding local rituals, and protecting ley lines. At the very heart of one of the 9 major domains of the Great Cosmic Continent of Leo, the Great Temple of Balance rises like a divine monolith built atop a colossal obsidian plateau that reflects the blazing crimson sky. At this moment, a magic carriage hummed softly as it glided across the sun-scorched roads of the Temple of Balance's domain, its rune-etched wheels never quite touching the cracked obsidian ground. Powered by steady pulses of star crystals, the carriage radiated faint warmth and cast a shimmering glow beneath the mid-afternoon sky, where clouds resembled burning feathers and the sunlight filtered down like molten gold. 4 bronze lions' majestic beast constructs forged from bronze and bound with runic chains pulled the carriage with silent dignity. Their ruby eyes glowed as they moved in perfect unison, undeterred by the heat or distance. These magic carriages were the primary transportation source among the worshippers of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Inside the carriage, a small group of Cardinal Spirit Temple worshippers was seated. Robed in simple ceremonial garments of flame silk and white wool, they spoke in hushed tones, respectful of the land they traveled through. A faint incense scent lingered inside the carriage, one used to calm nerves and encourage reverence. Among them was a young brother and sister with dark silver hair. They were fairy humans, while the others were from mixed races and mostly hybrids of fairy humans. This was a norm within the Cardinal Spirit Temple territories because fairy humans were considered the children of the Holy Justice God, and the purer their bloodline, the higher their social standings. The boy sat by the window, gazing out into the distance with wide, curious eyes. The surrounding landscape was beginning to shift. Fields of red rock and black sand gave way to flat plains, and far on the horizon, a shimmering gray heat haze formed a mirage-like border. He leaned closer to the girl beside him and whispered, "Look over there, Lyra. Do you see it? That's the edge of the Ashen Mirage Desert." She blinked, confused. "The what?" The other passengers turned their attention subtly, now quiet, eager to listen but careful not to interrupt. A cloaked man, seated in the corner, his face hidden, his head slightly lowered, did not move, but one could sense that he too was now listening. The boy nodded, clearly thrilled to share what little he knew. "They say the desert was once part of the Great Temple's outer sanctum, but it was abandoned after the balance broke. No one says what that means, only that the fire there became wrong, twisted, even laws stopped working right." His voice dropped a little, taking on a conspiratorial tone. Some pilgrims believed it was cursed by a failed archpriest who sought to balance holy with death. Others think it's where the first flame beast fell after defying the Holy Justice God. But whatever it is, no one who enters comes back, not even their echoes. The girl shivered and instinctively grasped a small flame-etched prayer disc around her neck. Why would anyone go there then? He shrugged. Some say hidden ruins lie at the center. Others say the desert calls to certain people, like a whisper in the soul. A few years ago, a temple scout patrol vanished just trying to map it. Nothing was ever found, not even the sand where their carriage stood. Silence settled in for a moment, heavy as the heat outside. The older passengers murmured their prayers softly. But the cloaked figure in the corner remained motionless, hands folded, eyes shadowed beneath the hood. Yet, if one looked closely, they would see the faintest flicker of a cold smile tugging at the edges of his lips, as though he knew the truth hidden beneath the dunes. Or perhaps he had been there. Outside, the carriage turned gently along the border path. Far off in the distance, the desert appears deceptively serene. Smooth dunes of silver-gray ash ripple across the land like waves frozen in time. At this moment, the cloaked figure suddenly stood up. He was burly and around 3 feet tall, drawing the worshippers' attentions. They were all confused by his presence, since they seldom saw travelers like him. Nonetheless, no one was interested in talking with him and kept their thoughts to themselves. The cloaked person also didn't seem to be interested in chatting with them, and at this moment he moved, and under everyone's dumbfounded eyes, he jumped off the carriage. When those worshippers looked out, they were even more shocked because the small person had vanished like a ghost, and then they couldn't help but think about the young man's story, and a chill crawled down their backs. The next moment, the carriage was filled with quavering prayers. Number 119, Chapter 1019, Mercenary Lord, Rat. The small, cloaked figure appeared at the edge of the Ashen Mirage Desert before he used his Soul Star watch to make a call. "I have found the location of the map you provided me. It's the southern entrance of the Ashen Mirage Desert of the Temple of Balance." The cloaked figure reported with a respectful tone. "Are you certain?" A gruff voice rang, seeking his confirmation. "I'm sure. The map you provided led here," the cloaked figure confidently stated before he asked with a hint of confusion. "But I don't understand. How would you have a map that led to the Ashen Mirage Desert? This is a hazardous place, and mapping the terrain is almost impossible due to the desert's ever-changing nature. Even if I found the entrance for you, going forward would be like entering a constantly shifting maze. Why are you asking so many questions?" The other party seemed to be annoyed. "We paid you for your service. Now that you have found the entrance, you can leave. However, I have another task for you, whether to take it up to you." The cloaked figure was intrigued as he replied, "Please speak." "As long as it's not life-threatening and the reward is good, I don't mind working for you again. After all, I'm a mercenary, and the higher rank the mission you submit to the agency, the better for me." The other side didn't seem surprised by this reply, even expected the mercenaries' response as they said, "You are one of the most famous mercenary lords, and I know you have been in the Ashen Mirage Desert before. That's why I hired you specifically, and you didn't disappoint." Now that you've already found the entrance, I want to ask you if you can escort a team in the Ashen Mirage Desert. Don't worry, the reward this time will be Legendary King rank star crystals, enough to make it your worthwhile. The cloaked mercenary's eyes shimmered with a hint of shock before greed flashed past his eyes. He was a legendary lord, and legendary King star crystals were priceless to someone like him. Although he knew that entering the Ashen Mirage Desert was extremely dangerous, with legendary kings often not returning alive, he had done it before due to his racial advantages. Furthermore, this mission could also make him take the leap to the mercenary king rank if the agency judged this mission as a king rank mission. This type of mission was scarce, and those mercenary kings would fight over them, and forbidden regions were all considered king rank mission locations. That's why he was very tempted, and after hesitating for a few moments, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. I'll take it, but you need to approve this mission through the agency, and the parties involved need to sign a pacifist-type Zodiac Soul Oath contract to ensure my safety against the clients. I don't want to be silent or backstabbed. I hope you understand my reasoning. The other party agreed without hesitation. That goes without saying. As long as you add the term of confidentiality in the contract, we don't mind it. Then it's a deal. The mercenary lord was elated. When will your team arrive? Do I need to fetch them from the agency? No need. Just send us your coordinates and we'll contact the agency on your behalf. We can take care of the official issues in the virtual star world. What greed? The next moment, the call ended, and the mercenary lord seemed in a high spirit as he knew this time he had met with a big client, and it might be the turning point of his life. He would never have expected that a grave robber like him, who had no backing from a big group and was even looked down upon by others, would be recognized for his talent. After his call, he didn't waste any time and decided to make a camp before entering the virtual star world. After all, as long as he didn't step into the territory of the Ashen Mirage Desert, he wouldn't be in any danger, and the locals didn't dare to approach it. Furthermore, the Ashen Mirage Desert had nothing in particular or treasures buried within it. In fact, a grave robber like him likes these kinds of places because treasures often appear in such locations, which is why he had ventured there in the past but still discovered nothing. However, now that this client approached him, with his experience, he had a feeling that there was something in the Ashen Mirage Desert that no one knew about before. Suddenly, a hint of shrewdness surfaced in his eyes before a treacherous plan formed in his mind. He thought for a while about whether to really go along with it or not, and when he considered the benefits of this plan working, he knew he had to take this chance, even if it was risky. Soon he made another call, and this time a disdainful voice rang on the other side, if it isn't the famous Rat of Leo Continent. The mercenary lord, despite being called Rat, showed no expression, as he was accustomed to it, being infamous among his peers. Cut the crap, River. I have something to report to the Night King. I hope you can be a liaison between us. Rat impassively stated. River remained silent for 2 seconds before he burst into mocking laughter, as if he had heard something very amusing. Did I hear right? You want me to be a liaison between you and the Night King? Who do you think you are? Do you forget who the Night King is? He's an archpriest of the Temple of Balance. Even if I had some dealings with the archpriest's subordinates in the past, I dare not even speak his name, yet you want to contact me? Did you finally lose your brain in some ditch? River didn't mince his words as he reprimanded and hurled all kinds of insults at Rat. But Rat pretended not to hear it and confidently stated, Don't be too quick to disagree with me, hear me out first, and I'm sure the Night King will definitely agree to talk with me, and since you're the one who introduced us, I'm sure he'll reward you as well. River laughed in ridicule as he did not believe it. All right, let me witness your great ability. Oh wait, you don't have any except for digging tunnels and smelling dead bodies? Rat coldly responds. Just say that I have news regarding a treasure of the Forbidden Region. See if he's interested or not. But I'm only giving a day before I look for someone else. Trust me, you can't handle the consequences of this matter. If Night King finds out, and he will, then you'll have no one but yourself to blame. 220. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Ashen Mirage Desert. The Great Temple of Balance was a masterpiece of symmetry and flame-touched harmony. Its architecture balances opposing motifs, molten fire and serene stone, wrath and peace, order and striving. Towering spires of polished white stone twist upward like twin dragons, while massive fireglass domes capture and refract sunlight into cascading rainbows of flame. The temple's exterior was carved with radiant golden runes that pulse softly, as if breathing with life. These runes represent the sacred doctrine of equilibrium, neither extreme chaos nor blind justice, but the path in between. Flaming braziers float mid-air around the temple perimeter. Inside, the halls were vast and solemn, filled with flowing light streams bordered by golden quartz walkways. At its center lies the Sanctum of Equilibrium, where a colossal statue of the Holy Justice God stands with one arm outstretched in judgment and the other lowered in mercy. The air within constantly hums with sacred resonance, making every breath feel like inhaling ancient vows. Under this imposing statue, an otherworldly man with long silver hair flowing from his priestly cap and wearing golden and scarlet priestly robes was meditating, surrounded by silent chants. A mystical, ethereal light emanated from his entire body, like a holy halo. The man appeared to be a devoted believer, his expression filled with worship and devotion as he seemed to be praying in front of the statue with absolute reverence. At this moment, a streak of light suddenly descended out of thin air before it started to revolve around the priest. The priest's closed eyes suddenly trembled before he slowly opened them, revealing emotionless, cold silver eyes. The ethereal golden light around him fades away, and the chanting stops. The priest impassively flicked his finger, and the streak of light revolving around him trembled for a moment before it directly shot towards his forehead and vanished without any resistance. At this moment, a respectful voice with a hint of apprehension played in the priest's head. "Please forgive me for disturbing your prayer, Archpriest, but I just received information from a trusted source that warrants attention. Please judge this and give your order." According to the information source, a Lord Mercenary has found the location of treasure in a forbidden region, and apparently, the forbidden region in question is none other than the Ashen Mirage Desert. The Mercenary Lord wanted to make a deal with your Excellency directly and refused to reveal more. Please give the order and I'll hunt that reckless blasphemous down. Towards the end, that voice was filled with killing intent and indignation because the Mercenary Lord was simply seeking death by demanding to meet with the Archpriest of the Great Temple. Just what kind of status did an Archpriest have? They were all legendary kings of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, and fairy humans with the highest bloodline density. How could they grant meeting to any Tom, Dick, or Harry? However, the circumstances this time were quite peculiar because they involved a treasure from a forbidden region, and this forbidden region happened to fall right under the territory of the Great Temple of Balance. Everyone in the legendary planes knows how dangerous the forbidden regions are, but there was another aspect related to these regions. They were filled with opportunities and treasures. Because no forbidden region formed without a cause, and, except for certain exceptions, many other forbidden regions were the target of much greed. The Ashen Mirage Desert was one such forbidden region, but it was also hazardous, and no one was able to uncover its mysteries. However, someone has now suddenly claimed to have discovered the hidden treasure in it. How could the Great Temple of Balance not take it seriously? Furthermore, a mercenary lord was quite reliable, and the person who vouched for him was actually quite close to the person who just sent this message to the Archpriest. That's why this message was able to reach the Archpriest, known as the Night King, among the legendary kings. He was ranked 4th in power scale among the legendary kings of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Night King's emotionless expression flickered when he heard this message, and he remained deep in thought for a while before he finally sent a message back. Arrange the meeting. I reckon the mercenary lord wanted to meet in the virtual star world. Bring him to my domain after he signs a Zodiac Soul contract first. You decide the contents of the contract, make sure he'll pay if he wastes our time. After sending the reply, the Night King closed his eyes again as if already forgotten about this matter, and the golden radiance on his body surfaced again as the chanting continued. At the western edge of the Ashen Mirage Desert, at that moment, the space suddenly condensed, and a sleek, jet-black space shuttle appeared. The door of the shuttle suddenly opened, and an ordinary-looking human with black hair and eyes jumped out. Humans have the highest number in the great cosmic continent of Leo, and because of their close relation with the fairy humans, they were also respected and had an esteemed status. Furthermore, if a human possesses high merit, special qualities, and innate talent, the Cardinal Spirit Temple can help them transform into fairy humans. It was considered the highest honor among the human race to be selected as a seed to become a fairy human. But this human in a long black windbreaker, despite his ordinary appearance, seemed out of the ordinary as his expression was eerily cold, and his eyes were like a bottomless abyss that seemed to devour light. At this moment, the space shuttle behind the human suddenly shrank before turning into a streak of light and piercing into the human's forehead. The human showed no discomfort, and the next moment a crimson scroll appeared in his hand, and under his will, the scroll unfurled. The moment the scroll was unfurled, a wave of heat surged through the air as if there was a volcano breaking from within. On the scroll there was no ink or markings. Instead, the surface remained blank, save for a faint celestial shimmer, like starlight trapped beneath red silk. The human pursed his lips before he muttered, "Only my true soul force can unravel the map of blazing constellation. I need to turn back my appearance every time. How troublesome. But this should be the place where it was pointing the last time I checked." The human looked towards the eerie, silent desert ahead, before his appearance began to morph into a crystalline skeleton, with hollow sockets and white golden flames ignited within them, like ghostly flames. Without wasting any moment, Jacob poured his soul force into the scarlet map, and a mystical scene unfolded. V1021, Chapter 1021, Map of the Blazing Constellation. The moment Jacob poured his true soul force into the map of the blazing constellation, it reacted and started to pulse as if the material itself began to breathe. The faint celestial shimmer on the silky surface bloomed as a fiery constellation blazed to life, forming a complex celestial formation that resembled a stylized ram, the Aries zodiac, its horns spiraling like twin flame vortexes. As the image stabilized, glowing lines radiated outward, forming a shifting map across what appeared to be volcanic terrain, broken ley lines, and hidden flame altars scattered across an ancient, half-buried continent. Yet, this was not all. The edges of the scroll curled upward slightly, and lines of hidden text, invisible before, began to glow in archaic flame script, floating just above the surface like embers suspended in time. This archaic script danced and twisted. It was incredibly profound and mystic, as if containing secrets of the fire. Who would have thought the law of fire could be written in a script? Jacob really admired the flame script because he knew how profound it was. When he received the map of the blazing constellation, its description mentioned that only those who had mastered the law of fire and indomitable fire could fully decipher its secrets. Only after Jacob started to probe this map's mystery did he truly understand what that description implied. Not only did this map require a soul force from at least a dual or maybe even tri-law soul totem, with one of the laws being the fire law, to activate, but without mastering the law of fire, it was impossible to go any further because of the flame script. Without completely comprehending the first concept of the law of fire to peak, where one can almost come in contact with the second concept, no one can make sense of this flame script. Even Jacob had to spend quite a lot of time to develop the law of fire, and the process become faster with the help of this map as well, because one of its functions were to allow others to comprehend the fire law to the peak of first concept. Not to mention, he had a fire magic core condensed from the art of nature. Now, Jacob's understanding of the fire law was profound enough to claim the title of Myth of Fire if he wants to. Anyhow, at this moment, the flame script was decipherable to Jacob. As he focused on the script, and as if sensing his understanding, the celestial ram's eye glowed and the surrounding stars began to move, realigning themselves in patterns. Those patterns suddenly shifted into vivid terrains. Each seemed like an encrypted coordinate, and these encrypted parts were only unlockable with a more profound mastery of the law of fire. The deeper he gazed, the more the map shifted and changed. At this moment, at the center of the map, a symbolic sun, stylized and pulsing like a heart, is revealed. Every so often, it released rings of firelight across the scroll, as though reacting to his thoughts and soul. Lastly, etched faintly beneath the sun symbol, just barely readable with the right soul resonance, were 6 cryptic words: "Only the flame willed may enter." The moment those words surfaced, the map suddenly shook violently. It seemed to establish some kind of connection, and a faint attraction force suddenly formed between the map and an unknown location. Since Jacob was recognized as the owner of the map of the blazing constellation, he could sense the general location of this connection. Jacob again looked towards the eerily silent desert. I have come to the right place. The pull is stronger here and no longer dragging me into the starry space. From the appearance, this place should be a forbidden region or something close to it if the Yang Flame is really located somewhere inside. Nonetheless, acquiring Yang Flame will increase my fighting power to another level while also evolving my fire magic core to Yang core, just like the Yin core. If Immortica is right, then as long as I acquired both Yin and Yang cores, I can perfectly use Yin and Yang magic without suffering from any backlash. Furthermore, I'm on the clock against that scheming bastard. The map will only be activated with my original soul force, and now that I've reached the destination, I can't just close it right away. I need to use it constantly to guide me, or I'll be just circling around if this place has some magic imbued in it. Jacob has almost accurately judged his current situation, and at this moment he coldly thought, Black Mechanic, what do you think of the desert ahead of me? Is this place one of those where your racial abilities can be disrupted? The next moment, Black Mechanic's static voice sounded in his head. Sir's conjecture is on point. This is a black site where space and time are disrupted because of chaotic magical elements. No network will work from here unless something like a timeless tower can be used as a medium, which means SAAI or Undying will have no eyes in there. Yes, but if the disruption reaches a certain level, which they detect as interesting or dangerous, they can send eyes inside using remote drones and establish a temporary network channel. Jacob nodded in understanding, as he was now very familiar with how the SNIM race worked. Only then did he fully comprehend the terror of SAAI and Undying Will. The crux of the matter was that the SNIM race could virtually monitor everything as long as they had the necessary materials and technology, and no place was deemed dangerous enough for them because the danger was taken on by puppets themselves. The only factor involved in this was whether it was worth it or not. Like the great cosmic continents were worth spending energy and time, but not every place was monitored because some areas were too troublesome and required enormous resources, such as the forbidden regions. Now that Jacob was aware of these things, he was wary of SAAI and Undying Will and no longer wanted to draw their attention to himself. The only countermeasure he had against them was the Black Mechanic, and with the black technology of the Atlas, Jacob was already prepared. Furthermore, Black Mechanic wasn't going to help him hide his traces. It was involved in a much bigger project, which was already underway in another secret location. Jacob was here to retrieve the Yang Flame and didn't want to raise any commotion or get noticed by SAAI or Undying Will. Without hesitation, Jacob took a step forward and entered the still desert while following the map of the blazing constellation. 122, Chapter 1022, The Belly of the Blaze, 1. The moment Jacob stepped through the boundary, it was as if he had passed through a hidden veil of fire. The world suddenly twisted around him. The moment, a terrifying heat enveloped his entire being. This wasn't normal heat, but a deeper kind of heat that could be felt through one's soul. Furthermore, with Jacob's current senses, he felt as if the desert was observing him. The dunes ahead, which were still a moment ago, seemed to be shifting now. Now, the ashen mirage desert appeared to stretch endlessly, neither lifeless nor alive. Black-gray sand swirled under a copper sky, broken only by jagged obsidian ridges and skeletal remains of what might have once been colossal beasts or constructs. Mirage spires shimmered on the horizon, only to vanish when stared at directly. When Jacob looked back, the land behind him vanished, as if swallowed by the desert. His eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension, but more curiosity. Following the direction of the map, Jacob walked forward, bare soul projecting through the heat with every step. This was the start of his journey through the ashen mirage desert. As he walked in this endless desert with constantly shifting terrains and soul-scorching heat, despite his skeletal frame, the deeper and longer he walked, the more he felt the terror of this strange desert. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't worried because he had the infinity pendant to retreat into if needs arise. Right now, he wanted to retrieve the Yang Flame as soon as possible. However, it was easier said than done because as time passed, the map still showed no signs of stopping, and the attraction force remained the same. At this moment, the map of the blazing constellation floated at his side like a miniature sun, spinning, rotating, and sometimes dimming when he went off course. Its current constellation pulse pointed southeast, a zigzagging trail through sandstorms that moved in slow, deliberate spirals. At this point, the law of fire seemed to respond to this land. It felt as though the desert was made of fire that had forgotten how to burn. Just as Jacob was wondering how far he had traveled, the sand suddenly moaned. There was no wind, no movement. It was like a voice wordless yet primal. Jacob suddenly froze. He turned. The dunes behind him seemed to have stirred. Abruptly, from the ashen sea rose a creature unlike any he had seen, a warped entity of flame and dust, 10 feet tall, crawling on 6 elongated limbs made of half-glass, half-scaled bone. Its head was a molten mass, flickering between lizard and jackal, with no true form. It let out a soundless scream, and the space around rippled. If there were a skilled tracker who had traveled through the Ashen Mirage Desert before, they would have recognized this creature. They called them Ashen Flameborns, a native paradox life form born from mirages and the fire law within the desert. It fed on both soul force and illusion. Furthermore, their height represents their power rank. The Flameborn in front of Jacob was 10 meters tall, which means it was at Legendary Lord, while a Legendary King, rank Ashen Flameborn, would reach a height above 30 meters. Nonetheless, it was the first living creature Jacob had encountered in this forsaken desert ever since he entered. His eye flickered as he sensed the presence of this creature, which contained deep fire law. Jacob raised a hand, and the map flickered in response, receding behind him. He couldn't let it be damaged, though it would take a Legendary King to inflict damage on this map. Nonetheless, this creature has a high level of attainment in law, so it was capable of harming this map. At this moment, the creature lunged as the surrounding space compressed with terrifying heat. Even Legendary King might not be able to escape this fiery imprisonment. Nonetheless, Jacob suddenly vanished in a flash of flickering sparks, reappearing a dozen feet to the side. The Ashen Flameborn missed its target despite locking its surroundings, but the Ashen Flameborn didn't stop, and instead, it struck with a glass claw that distorted light like a kaleidoscope. Jacob sneered before he countered by slashing his finger imbued with plasma-like fire mana into its limb, only for it to explode into dust and reform behind him. Astounding, a whip of ember fire burst from Jacob's free hand, sweeping around and burning a runic circle mid-air. Ignite. The rune suddenly detonated with a bloom of green fire. It was a unique spell created with mastery of fire law and with the help of knowledge he had gained from the Timeless City. The current Jacob was far more proficient in laws and magic than he was 100 years ago. The detonation didn't burn through the creature. It rooted into its illusory structure, forcing it to stabilize its own body just to resist the chaotic bloom. Jacob's eyes of judge flickered as he instantly saw through the structure of this creature and spotted an ethereal core. Thereby, the flaming whip in his hand morphed into a blazing flame, and Jacob dashed forward, stepped through the weakened distortion layers, and plunged his flaming blade into the heart of the creature's ethereal core. Jacob didn't know how difficult it was to kill a Flameborn because of this exact core, and that way everyone avoids it like a plague, especially Flameborn of Legendary King rank. Even Legendary Kings were terrified of them. But at this moment, for 1 second, the Flameborn saw him, not as prey, but as something it feared. Then it shattered. Its body collapsed into stardust like ash, which instantly dissolved into the desert wind. No body, no remains, no core. Only a whisper echoed where it had died. When the Flameborn turned into mystical ash, Jacob didn't pause long. He turned toward the hovering map once more. It had shifted again. He increased his pace. Time felt slippery here, and he couldn't afford delays. However, it wasn't his first and last encounter with Flameborn, and just a few hours after his first encounter, he was surrounded by a group of Flameborns, not only one. This was another rare phenomenon, indicating that Jacob had penetrated very deeply into the Ashen Mirage Desert. Nonetheless, Jacob got rid of them because they were still no match for his absolute power. Time continued to pass as Jacob moved forward. His lonely figure was the only anomaly in this terrifying desert. However, at this point, just as he passed a broken, half-buried statue of a serpent with fractured wings, he stopped as his eyes suddenly spotted something entirely out of the ordinary. Deeply sunken into the ashen sand was a human-sized boot, which was clearly not his. Jacob's eyes flickered violently. A footprint? 1223. Chapter 223, The Belly of the Blaze. 2. Jacob was momentarily surprised by the presence of this footprint, and he could tell it wasn't old, but had been recently formed because the edges still clung together, undisturbed by the desert wind or heat, confirming it had been made no more than a few hours ago. Someone had walked through this path recently. His gaze sharpened. This mark is human-sized, and there are no drag marks, meaning whoever it was, they weren't injured or exhausted. Since I'm in the domain of fairy humans and humans, it isn't out of the ordinary. Jacob stood, his windbreaker rustling against the shimmering wind. A traveler or a fool, he muttered before he stopped paying attention to it as he reached the most straightforward conclusion behind it. After this was the Ashen Mirage Desert, a forbidden region, a place even legendary kings dared not wander casually. But forbidden didn't mean empty. Experts, outlaws, seekers of treasure or knowledge, even prisoners banished here. It was possible others had wandered in. Most never wandered out. Jacob didn't dwell on it. The only path that mattered was the one guided by the map of the blazing constellation as he pressed forward. The map pulsed gently, hovering at his side like a ghostly sun, constantly aligning with a constellation no one else could see. Its light grew slightly more intense with each step, just barely, but Jacob noticed. The attraction force is increasing. Jacob's eyes flickered. He soon entered a stretch of desert where the heat changed again, not hotter, but stranger. It felt somewhat off. Looking ahead, the air shimmered in unnatural ways, forming twisting images, spires rising and falling, skeletal trees swaying in a wind that wasn't there, shadows of massive creatures walking just beyond sight. At this moment, the map rotated abruptly and darted toward one such shimmering distortion ahead, a dome-shaped distortion, like a bubble of warped light hanging in the desert. A mirage? Jacob narrowed his eyes as he muttered, "Number. It's too stable to be an illusion formed by the heat, and the map is pulling straight into it. This should be one of the hidden pathways." He paused for a moment, then walked in without hesitation. Thereafter, the world rippled like he had stepped through oil. Inside this strange phenomenon was not the desert. He was suddenly surrounded by a dome-like landscape filled with impossible geometry-fractured dunes twisted in spirals, with floating rock shards rotating around empty centers. Blackened fire plants bloomed mid-air, spitting sparks. Everything was mirrored, duplicated in flickering waves. But more importantly, Jacob suddenly sensed something. At that moment, from the dunes, the air, and the twisting ridges, multiple life forms began to rise. They weren't flame-born. These creatures looked like distorted mannequins made of glassy fire, with flickering masks instead of faces. Their bodies seemed hollow, yet echoed with warping sound every time they moved. Eyes formed and unformed along their limbs. Dozens of them emerged, shifting through the surreal space, and they were hostile from the dense, destructive aura surrounding them. Jacob looked at those strange creatures rising in huge numbers, and they were all at least legendary nobles, while there were even legendary king-rank auras hidden among them. After a moment, Jacob instantly made a decision. Let's not waste time. Just when the first creature pounced, Jacob vanished, leaving only a spark in the air. He reappeared farther ahead, then flickered again, racing between attackers, dodging their distorted fire blades and soul-biting claws. He could have fought them, but they weren't worth the effort, and it would have wasted a massive amount of time and his power. Jacob decided to simply avoid them, for they can't outrun him if he wanted to avoid them at all costs, while he followed the map, which was leading deeper into this region. The map's pull grew stronger the deeper he went. Its light burned gold now, blazing like a second sun. It wanted him to push on, so Jacob did. He shot forward like a comet through the ever-twisting mirage, bending through its impossible architecture and crossing through its depth with precision that defied the surrounding space. The creatures chased, but none could keep up. With a final burst of fire and a flicker of plasma light, Jacob ripped through the edge of the mirage bubble. It popped like a dream. Once he was out, everything suddenly went quiet, and then the world changed. He found himself standing at the edge of something vast yet horrifying. Before him, the ashen dunes abruptly ended in a jagged cliff that overlooked a roiling sea, a sea of blazing lava. It stretched far into the horizon, glowing with deep crimson and gold, endlessly bubbling and breathing like a living thing. The heat here was no longer just oppressive. It was alive, seeping into every layer of existence. Jacob's windbreaker fluttered in the waves of pressure. His eyes flickered profoundly as he mused, "This isn't just some natural lake of magma. The law of fire is too dense here, and even a legendary lord might die here without the protection of fire law." At this moment, the map of the blazing constellation suddenly surged with light and tugged hard in the direction of the sea. Its glow became wild, almost frantic. Jacob was astounded when the map reacted so strongly for the first time ever since he had entered this place. "I'm close." However, because of the abrupt change in his surroundings and being momentarily surprised, Jacob failed to notice something, and he was startled when an alarming voice rang from far away. "There's someone else there. He just came out of that mirage array." The owner of this voice sounded extremely startled, and his voice was grave and filled with vigilance. However, because he was quite far away from Jacob and could only see him with his special eyesight, he had never imagined that Jacob had already heard him with his terrifying, precise senses. The owner of that voice had revealed himself on his own. Jacob instantly looked over, and the other party happened to be looking over as well. Other than the owner of that voice, there were 8 more figures, and Jacob instantly noticed a virtual projection of a map in front of a small figure among this group. Both sides were startled, and they all knew that they weren't alone in this conquest anymore. 1224, Chapter 224, The Belly of the Blaze. Jacob's eyes flickered violently when he noticed the 9 cloaked figures in this vicinity. Furthermore, judging by their attire and the projection map, Jacob knew it wasn't a coincidence. Not to mention, this wasn't some commercial area, but the depths of a forbidden region. Considering these facts, something came to Jacob's mind. Could they be the ones who won the bid for that map? Didn't this mean they are related to the Champion King? Jacob was more curious than apprehensive because he didn't put the Champion King in his eyes, no matter what kind of glorious history he had, because at the end of it all, the latter was still a legendary king, not a quasi-myth. Furthermore, Jacob was quite curious about why, now of all times, they had decided to look for the Yang Flame. After all, the Champion King had won that map a few decades ago. Moreover, if these guys were here for the Yang Flame, then he was pretty interested in that map as well, because he was only able to reach this place with the help of the map of the Blazing Constellation. At the same time, they only had that incomplete map made by an adventurer. Lastly, they seemed to have reached this place without going through that mirage array that man just mentioned. This also means that someone among them is familiar with the Ashen Mirage Desert. On the other hand, the 9 travelers were astounded by Jacob's presence, and because of their superior numbers and ranks, they weren't afraid of this lone newcomer. One of the cloaked figures raised a question against the shortest among them, who was also the Pathfinder and their guide, holding the map, and the same person who had just spoken. "Mr. Rat, didn't you say that without the secret pathway, no one else can escape those mirage arrays? Yet, this person seemed to have traveled right through it." His tone was icy. "Furthermore, I'm sure no one would be bored enough to come to this place for sightseeing. I hope for your sake that the map wasn't shared." The short, cloaked figure was indeed mercenary Lord Rat. Even he was in disbelief because he knew better than anyone just how terrifying those unpredictable mirage arrays were, and even legendary kings seemed to have perished after entering them, never coming out again. Yet this mysterious individual had done it, and Rat knew this wasn't an illusion because of his unique bloodline, but this only made this entire situation even more staggering. Was he sent by the Archpriest? Rat instantly suspected the Night King, but this only made him reel in disbelief. No, there's no such person within the Great Temple of Balance, and even the Night King won't dare to enter the Mirage Array. Furthermore, the people of the temple were supposed to be following me through the special mark of the Night King and wouldn't show themselves until the very last moment. So, this person is most likely a third party. But why is he here? Could he be after the same treasure? Rat sweated just thinking about the possibility of someone who can pass a Mirage Array joining the hunt for this treasure, and a chill ran down his spine. Although he might be double-crossing both sides for his own benefit, he cherished his life more than anything else. Now that this mysterious person has suddenly joined the fray, this variable was out of Rat's control, which made him extremely uneasy. Calming his nerves, he respectfully responds to the man with an aggrieved tone. "Sir, please think before you accuse me. I have signed a strict soul contract before you handed me this map. If I had shared it with others, I would have been dead more than 100 times now. Furthermore, I have no reason to share it with others, as it would be useless unless someone shares my interests. They'll die without even knowing how if they dare to cross this desert, not to mention coming so deep into it." The others remained silent after hearing his reasonable reply, which made more sense. Nonetheless, they were still confused about this situation. Humph, what a load of crap. Didn't this map also get made by someone like you? Yet you claim that you are the only one who can come here? A gruff voice coldly retorted at this moment, and this person seemed extremely furious. Rat winced as he couldn't think of a retort to this statement. Truth be told, even he was confused about the person who had made this map, and he was genuinely shocked by its accuracy. Furthermore, this map was created with a Soul Star watch, which means it wasn't discovered in a ruin or buried somewhere, it was recently drafted. These bastards are unreasonable. If you're so confident, why don't you hire this guy to be your Pathfinder then? He wanted to retort, but didn't dare say those words out loud, since he knew these clients were far stronger than he was. He can't even see through his power ranks. At this moment, a crisp voice cried in alarm, "He's gone!" That woman's voice instantly drew the others' attention, and they quickly looked in the direction of the mysterious person. Just as the woman claimed, he was gone without any trace. The strangest part was that he vanished under that woman's watchful eyes, and they all knew what that meant. That person had the ability to bypass the woman's unique eye ability. But before they could react to this situation, an eerie voice suddenly sounded in their ears like a devil's whisper. Looking for someone? Despite the hellish heat, no one felt it. All they felt were chills crawling down their spines when that voice rang right behind them. They reacted quickly and quickly scattered in all directions, and surprisingly, Rat was the first one to respond as he was swallowed by the sand under his feet, which was an ability. Those 8 appeared in different directions, surrounding Jacob from all sides as if it wasn't their first time dealing with such situations. But Jacob didn't move and remained in his place without any intention of stopping them or attacking. "Who are you?" the one with a gruff voice questioned gravely while emitting a powerful soul sense. Jacob looked at the owner of this voice and impassively questioned, "You lot were sent here by the Champion King, right?" 1225, Chapter 1025, The Belly of the Blaze. 4. Jacob's unexpected question made those 8 even more shocked than his presence in this place. Furthermore, with Jacob's unknown strength, they were apprehensive. The other 7 glanced at the first one, who had just spoken, silently, and the latter knew they were leaving to deal with Jacob. Feeling the gravity of the situation, he had no choice but to reply, "Sir, I think we have some misunderstanding between us. We were traveling when we lost our original path. How could we have any connection with someone like the Champion King?" Jacob wasn't surprised by him denying any involvement with the Champion King. After all, at this moment, the Champion King was in the limelight because of the great war between the life and the dead factions. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, one of the big 3 of the neutral faction. If the Champion King's men, who were all at the peak of Legendary Lord rank and 4 among them were even at the Legendary King rank, suddenly found themselves here, the temple won't sit still and might even take this action as a disrespectful act against them. With the Great War underway, even a minor misunderstanding can have enormous consequences that can alter the course of the war. Lastly, everyone knew about the map the Champion King had won the auction, and if this fact was revealed that the map lead to the Ashen Mirage Desert, the entire neutral faction will get involved. Not to mention the temple would everything in its power to claim the Yang Flame or obstruct the Champion King, since this was essentially their home ground. This might also be the reason the Champion King had waited for so long before investigating the map he won decades ago. Now that the Great War was going on and everyone's attention was shifted, he could easily send his man secretly here and get the Yang Flame without raising any suspicion. However, the Champion King shouldn't have expected that Jacob would be here at the same time and bump into his men. "Stop denying it. You are the Corrosion King, one of the overlords of the Evanes Hub." Jacob impassively exposed the Corrosion King's identity as if it were nothing. The Corrosion King trembled with fright as he wasn't expecting Jacob to see through him so easily. The other 7 were also horrified as they looked at the mysterious man with even more fear. But Jacob wasn't done as he looked at another one and said, "And should be the Nightingale King. The blood aura on you makes it pretty obvious." The Nightingale King's heart trembled as he instinctively took a step back. He didn't even speak all this, but somehow this person easily sees past his identity. But he didn't know that Jacob had only made a guess because of Jacob's unique sense towards the blood, and only vampires have this unique blood aura on them. Jacob had already met with the Nightingale King and the Corrosion King when he tricked the Champion King into trading the Light Law essence. In the Corrosion King case, he also has a unique aura about him that can't be hidden away from Jacob's eyes. So, he easily deduced their identities. As for the 3rd Legendary King, the woman with unique eye ability, Jacob hadn't seen her when he visited the Evanes Hub last time, but her identity as another overlord of the Evanes Hub was pretty much apparent. The last Legendary King was very evasive, but Jacob also guessed his identity because of the Dark Law. He should be that dark elf called the Dark Wing. After all, the Champion King won't completely trust these overlords with the Yang Flame, so he obviously sent his right-hand man to keep an eye on them. However, his personal absence raised questions. What was he thinking? Jacob thought as he eyed those star pirates. At this moment, Darkwing decided to take charge. Since their identities had been exposed, they might offend Jacob if they continued to deny it. Furthermore, just as Jacob suspected, Darkwing was in charge of this mission and strongest among them. He was letting the Corrosion King play the leader for convenience, and he was too lazy to order them around. However, now wasn't the time to be lazy since this mysterious person was aware of their identities. Just this fact was enough to make them treat him with utmost attention. Not to mention, he had appeared in this place of all the places. Darkwing thought about another possibility, and his heart turned cold. Pretending to be calm, he spoke in a respectful yet probing tone. "Since your excellency knows who we are, could it be that your excellency has been to the Evanes Hub? Are you perhaps acquainted with my Lord Champion King?" "You are indeed, Darkwing," Jacob casually said, but Darkwing felt waves rising in his heart because knowing the overlords and knowing him were completely different, as he rarely showed his face publicly. Only the overlords, the Champion King crew, and the chosen few were aware of his identity, and this man in a windbreaker and head covered in a hood also knew. This could only mean that he was either one of Champion King's absolute enemies or friends. The possibility that the latter was very low because Darkwing knew almost all Champion King's friends and even met them at least once. Yet, Jacob's silhouette didn't ring a bell, nor did he seem like anyone famous. But this exactly made him even more apprehensive of the former. No need to waste your energy. You don't know me, Jacob suddenly said before he sent a soul transmission directly to Darkwing's head as if he didn't want others to hear this particular part. Tell me, why didn't the Champion King come here personally to search for the Yang Flame? Darkwing's eyes widened fully with horror as his heart palpitated. Shit. Just as I suspected, he's really here for the Yang Flame as well and knew exactly when we'll start searching for it. He might have followed us here. But who leaked this news? The Champion King had every person sign a soul oath contract, and that rat didn't seem to know him either. But then how did he know? Jacob was slightly amused, sensing Darkwing's chaotic energy, and he could easily guess what he was thinking. Nonetheless, Jacob has no intention of killing them yet. Darkwing suppressed the terror in his heart and also replied with a soul transmission. His voice contained a hint of trepidation. Your Excellency, if you want to contact the Champion King, I can arrange it. What do you think? Darkwing's question has two purposes. First, if Jacob was after the map, he wouldn't allow them to contact the Champion King, because this would mean he had only shown himself after ensuring the Champion King wasn't following them. Second, if Jacob allows them to contact the Champion King, then things would become even more complicated. Nonetheless, in the second case, the Champion King would know about Jacob's involvement, and with how important the Yang Flame was for the Champion King, he won't allow anyone else to take it, and he'll rush here without caring about raising other attention. Jacob's eyes flickered profoundly as he impassively nodded. Go ahead, contact him if you want, but I'm going ahead. Thereafter, under the dumbfounded look in everyone's eyes, Jacob's figure vanished like a ghost. Darkwing was even more shocked because not only did Jacob not attack them, but he also didn't seem to be interested in the map. Furthermore, by announcing his knowledge about the Yang Flame, he had exposed his purpose, and Darkwing will definitely contact the Champion King without hesitation. Darkwing's mind was in a mess, and he was full of indignation as he thought, why? Just what is this guy after? Should I inform the Champion King or not? But right at this moment, Darkwing was appalled when he finally noticed something, and he roared frantically, where the hell is that rat? 1226, Chapter 226, The Belly of the Blaze, 5. At this moment, surrounded by emerald mana, Rat was drilling deeper into the sand like a knife in butter. His speed was terrifying, and even a Tier 1 legendary king wouldn't be able to catch up. Just who is that terrifying monster? Even I didn't see him coming despite my bloodline instinct. Rat was filled with dread by just thinking about how Jacob snuck up on them. With his ample experience, Rat knew that the opponent wasn't someone they could easily deal with, and without hesitation, he decided to flee the moment Jacob revealed himself. Moreover, according to the oath contract, Rat wasn't required to confront any enemy that could threaten his life, and that's why he ran at the first chance he got. Although those guys are also powerful, at least I can sense the danger from each of them. But I couldn't sense anything from that monster. It was as if, at this moment, Rat's thoughts abruptly disrupted, and his body suddenly froze. What? Rat was confused for a moment before he realized that an invisible power had stopped him, and his expression became pale. However, it was just the start of his nightmare because his body started dragging in reverse, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. The force pulling him was so strong that he couldn't even blink, and the speed of the pulling force was even faster than his own drilling speed. He was utterly helpless, like a rag doll. Thereupon, Rat's small figure was pulled out of the sand like some wild weed. With appalled expression, Rat saw a tall figure under a hood standing right in front of him, and all he could see was flickering pale white light flashing under the hood. You have an unusual bloodline, Jacob casually commented as his eyes of the judge flickered with a hint of interest. At this point, Jacob didn't need Immortica's help all the time to appraise and evaluate individuals from different races, all thanks to the cursed blood progenitor and the eyes of Judge. Rat was so terrified that he felt his heart stop when he heard Jacob's eerie voice, and he knew arousing this monster's interest was anything but a good thing. But he can't even blink under Jacob's power, and he could only helplessly let Jacob appraise him like an item. At this moment, Rat felt the invisible power wrapping his body vanish, and he could finally move. However, except for trembling, he didn't dare even to breathe loudly. As for fleeing, he knew it was nothing but a pipe dream after personally experiencing Jacob's prowess. Open the map in your possession. Jacob impassively commanded at this moment. No matter how aggrieved Rat felt at this moment, he lacked the ability to resist or refute Jacob's command due to the massive power gap between them. I can't. Rat instantly crumbled under Jacob's presence and prostrated himself in front of the ladder. Oh, exalted king. It's not like I dare to go against your absolute verdict. It's because I'm under the soul oath contract, and if I dare to reveal the map in the presence of others than my clients, I'll die before I can even activate it, and with it the map will be gone. Rat wasn't lying at this moment, and in fact he was feeling like crying and even cursing himself for getting involved in this mess. He shouldn't have taken a deal that involved a Forbidden Region's secret. Clients? So, he's a hired gun? Jacob's eyes turned cold as ice, not because he thought Rat was lying, but because he knew it would be troublesome to deal with the Zodiac Soul Oath contract. However, this didn't mean he was truly helpless. Jacob flickered his finger, and the next moment, Rat suddenly felt like hit by a sledgehammer and lost his consciousness. The next moment, Jacob sent Rat into the mechanized Sovereign Tower and coldly commanded, "Black Mechanic, I want the map in his Star Watch. How long will it take for you to extract it?" As long as he can't connect with the Star Network and his privilege is below 6 star, it'll take around 25 hours to complete your order, sir. Black Mechanic's static voice rang in Jacob's head. Good. Once you're done with the map, store him with other specimens and start analyzing his bloodline and see if there's any information in our databank. Will do, sir. Jacob nodded in satisfaction. He had invested almost all of his fortune in the mechanized Sovereign Tower, and Black Mechanic, if it couldn't even bypass the Soulstar Watch's personal databank, he would have gotten rid of it. Now that I've captured this guide, those guys won't be able to progress so smoothly anymore, even if they had more copies of the map. Moreover, I deliberately spare them and let them see me if the Champion King dares to come here. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation before he vanished and headed towards the lava sea again while taking out the map of the blazing constellation. Following the map, Jacob returned to the lava sea, but this time he took another path so as not to bump into the Star Pirates again. The lava sea seemed to be massive as it pulsed like a giant, slumbering heart, alive, ancient, and waiting. Jacob stood at the jagged cliff's edge, his cloak rippling under waves of molten heat. Even with his mastery over the law of fire, this place was stifling. Not just the physical heat, it was the weight of it. The concentration of fire laws here bordered on the divine. No wonder the Yang flame was hidden here. Jacob's eyes flickered as the map of the blazing constellation hovered at his side like a blazing guide star, now brighter than ever before. Its constellation pattern constantly shifted, chaotic yet precise, tracing spirals and stars as if trying to decode something just beneath the surface. Jacob stepped off the edge. He didn't fall. His body hovered above the lava for a moment, then slowly descended. Thin ripples of fiery light spread beneath his feet, forming a floating foothold of condensed flame. The moment he touched the lava sea, the molten waves surged upward like walls of rage, but they didn't burn him. Slowly, he walked atop the lava following the map, each step forging temporary fireprints that melted as soon as he moved forward. The deeper he went across the sea's glowing skin, the more the lava began to react. At this moment, the map suddenly changed. 1-2-27. Chapter 27, The Belly of the Blaze. 6. At this moment, without warning, the map stopped its erratic motion. Its constellation spun into perfect alignment, and a new symbol formed in its center, a blazing seal resembling a flaming eye encircled by 13 stars. The moment the seal appeared, it rotated counterclockwise, and the lava sea shuddered. Jacob halted. A deep, resonating hum echoed through the air, as though the very world had taken a breath. FWWWOO, whoosh! The lava sea split. With a roar like a mountain cracking open, molten waves parted to both sides, revealing a spiraling chasm beneath wide enough to swallow cities. Pillars of fire retreated like curtains, and what lay beneath was not magma or rock, but a smooth, obsidian pathway descending deep underground. Jacob was astounded as he deeply looked at the chasm and mused, "This isn't natural. It's like a gate, sealed and hidden beneath layers of lava for countless years. If I don't have the map, no one could find it. The map is the key." Without hesitation, Jacob started to descend towards the pathway. Golden runes pulsed along the edge of the path, forming lines like veins that glowed brighter the closer Jacob came. Jacob's eyes flickered, watching the map hover higher and spin in rhythm with the runes. A soundless vibration passed through his bones. The path seemed to have completely opened for the bearer of the map. The next moment, he stepped onto the obsidian path. The moment he did, the surrounding lava hardened slightly, forming towering ridges that created a natural corridor. The parted sea pulsed at the edges, threatening to collapse, but never did. The fire seemed held back by something ancient. With the map of the blazing constellation hovering ahead like a lantern, Jacob walked into the spiraling tunnel beneath the lava sea, where no light reached. The descent had begun, and something massive slumbered below. But what Jacob had never expected was that the moment the lava sea revealed the hidden pathway, the entire Ashen Mirage Desert quivered and chaos ensued. The 8-star pirates under the Champion King were desperately searching for Rat, but they didn't dare to travel recklessly because they didn't know this place like Rat. However, their search abruptly stopped when they felt the sudden shockwaves. Furthermore, they were the closest to the lava sea, and they all felt powerful law fluctuations rising from the sea despite the vast distance between them. Without hesitation, they abandoned the search and quickly gathered together at their meeting point near the lava sea. But when they got closer to the lava sea, they were flabbergasted because the blazing sea seemed to be moving in a circular motion, and far away, vague crimson pillars had risen. What is happening? The Corrosion King couldn't help but exclaim as he witnessed this mystical yet terrifying phenomenon. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Darkwing's expression was grave. No matter what, the map led to this place, and that mysterious person knew about our purpose here. Furthermore, the Rat is either captured or escapes, and now there is this sudden change. I can only think about two possibilities. It's either that mysterious person or naturally formed phenomena. Nightingale King hesitated for a moment before he gloomily said, "No matter what it is, we need to report this to the Champion King. It's quite clear that we are not enough to explore this place. We have underestimated our opponents." I agree with Nightingale, the woman, and the fourth legendary king in the group spoke. She was also the overlord of the Evanescence hub, Grey King. Darkwing sighed in frustration. Star Network didn't work in this place, and I only have one Vermin talisman, which means I can only send one message out and have no way to receive a reply. That's why I didn't make an immediate report to the Champion King. I wanted to find that rat so he could lead one of us out and then properly communicate with the Champion King, but now it seemed we had no other way, don't we? The others remained silent, feeling terrible. Furthermore, they knew the Vermin talisman was very rare and should only be used in a life or death situation, but now they were left with no choice. Tsk, you guys are useless. Darkwing berated when he saw no one had any opinion and decided to use the Vermin talisman to contact the Champion King. As for what happened next, he didn't know. While the Star Pirates were rendered helpless and were forced to contact their exalted leader, Champion King, they didn't know the commotion had drawn another group closer to the lava sea. There were 10 people in this group, and they were covered in white cloaks, and their auras were completely hidden because of these cloaks. Furthermore, the group even spotted the Star Pirates before they quickly hid their presence and started to stalk them from a distance. I thought we lost them. A tall man wearing a white cloak sighed in relief. He was also holding a strange compass in his hand. Do you think they found out about Rat and got rid of him? A woman probed as she glanced at the compass. The man thought for a moment before he nodded. Most likely. The totem compass lost connection with the totem mark, and even a legendary king can't detect this legendary king rank soul artifact. This could only mean he was killed. Tsk, he was all talk in the end. He was still discovered. It's a good thing he died, saving us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Another man with an arrogant tone sneered with disdain. Enough nonsense. A stern voice rang coldly, making everyone stop as they were all afraid of this person. Since we found them, and combined with this strange phenomenon, we should be close. I don't want any more mishaps, he coldly stated. Please don't worry, Your Highness. One of them quickly replied, and the other remained silent in agreement. The leader nodded as he coldly looked towards the Star Pirates, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes, accompanied by a deeply hidden greed. He snickered. Good, although we don't know who these people are or how they obtained that map. Since they dare to undermine our authority, they'll need to be punished, or no one will respect our temple anymore. 1-2-28, Chapter 28, The Belly of the Blaze. 7. Jacob descends in the spiraling tunnel with the map of the blazing constellation hovering before him like a guiding lantern. Even with the eyes of Judge, Jacob found that he couldn't see anything unusual about this tunnel, which only made him more vigilant. The tunnel seemed endless like an abyss, and as he reached its depths, an oppressive pressure began to weigh down on him. After an unknown time, the map of the blazing constellation suddenly flickered, releasing a vague undulation, and Jacob felt a strong attraction force again. However, he couldn't see the end of the spiraling tunnel, which made him doubt it. Nonetheless, he knew the map of the blazing constellation was the key to acquiring the young flame, and without it, no one would be able to acquire it. At this moment, the contents of the map of the blazing constellation suddenly shifted, and the space ahead also started to twist like a curtain. Jacob was startled by this as he looked at the twisted space, and at that moment a scarlet door suddenly appeared in front of him. The scarlet door was ethereal and etched with fiery golden ram horns, and between the space of these horns was an indentation. Before Jacob could analyze the door, the map of the blazing constellation suddenly hummed and fit itself into the indentation. Jacob was shocked by this sudden reaction of the map as he looked at the scarlet door with a hint of a grimace. This map is clearly part of this door. The next moment, the golden ram horns suddenly come alive as strange runic markings begin to surface on the door. Jacob's eyes contorted when he saw those runic markings making a vague image of a ram's head, and the moment that image was completed, the entire tunnel suddenly quivered and a power oppression filled the air. At this moment, the scarlet door started to shift upward, revealing a golden red vortex behind it. But Jacob didn't seem happy about it because at this moment he lost his connection with the map of the blazing constellation. It was as if opening this door was its ultimate purpose. Jacob looked at the golden red vortex gravely, unsure whether the disappearance of the map was a good or bad thing. Nonetheless, Jacob knew he couldn't back down after coming this far, and the Yang Flame was part of his plan to gain power so he could move to the next part of his plan to counter the hunter. After a moment of hesitation, Jacob took a step forward and walked into the vortex. When Jacob walked into the vortex, it began to shrink as if about to close, having achieved its purpose. Still, right at this moment, before the vortex fully vanished, a phantom silhouette slipped through, just before the vortex sealed shut with a silent snap. If Jacob knew about this, he would have been appalled because he didn't know anyone was following him all this time, especially with his current power level. The moment Jacob's figure vanished into the golden red vortex, the obsidian path behind him began to shimmer. Crack, seech. A thunderous rumble echoed from the depths of the lava sea. The spiraling tunnel, which had opened like the coils of an ancient serpent, began to twist in reverse. Each rotation sent tremors through the surrounding magma ocean. Molten ridges that had once been parted began collapsing inward like towering waves of fire crashing into each other. The obsidian veins dimmed, and the corridor closed like a mouth sealing shut after consuming its prey. In just moments, the spiraling chasm disappeared, swallowed once more by endless waves of molten fury, leaving behind no trace that it had ever been there. But the change wasn't over. Suddenly, the lava sea itself began to glow brighter, as if it had awakened from a deep slumber. The fiery waves rippled outward in perfect concentric circles, radiating power as an unseen pressure surged skyward. Then came the roar. FWW. Oom! A blazing column of fire erupted straight into the sky like a primordial volcano, illuminating the entire ashen mirage desert in a crimson hue. The skies themselves seemed to bend and shimmer under the weight of the eruption. As the flames climbed into the skies, a massive phantom structure began to materialize just above the center of the lava sea. A palace of fire, impossibly large, impossibly ancient. It hovered silently, suspended above the lava sea without any physical foundation, like an illusion birthed from the essence of fire itself. Its towering spires were wreathed in ever-burning embers, its domes forged from translucent scarlet crystal, and enormous braziers levitated at its four cardinal corners, each bearing a sacred flame that burned in different colors: red, gold, violet, and ghostly white. The palace doors remained shut, yet the entire structure pulsed with ancient, sleeping intent, like an ancient beast slowly stirring in its slumber. High above its central spire, a spectral banner fluttered into existence. Upon it was the symbol of the Aries zodiac, the ram, its flaming horns forming a menacing ring, its eyes burning with starfire. A name etched itself into reality, readable by all who looked upon it. Temple of the Blazing Flames, only the flame, willed may enter. From a nearby dune ridge, the cloaked observers stared in stunned silence. Even the arrogant ones held their breath as the phantom palace took form. "What in the zodiac is that?" one of them whispered, fear-laced in awe. Even the star pirates, standing far across the lava sea, fell to silence. None dared move. The Corrosion King clenched his fists. "That's not just a mirage, right?" Darkwing's eyes narrowed. "Most likely not. It seemed that person is behind it." At this moment, everyone who had been silently observing the scene could no longer remain silent, as they all knew that the emergence of this temple meant peerless fortune and opportunity. Meanwhile, within the void beneath the lava, Jacob had already vanished. He hadn't anticipated the manifestation of this temple. But one thing was clear. All who dared tread too close without the blessing of the Aries would burn into oblivion. 129, Chapter 29, Arena of the Blazing Flames. The moment Jacob stepped through the vortex, a sensation like plunging into molten glass surged through his being, yet he was not burned. Instead, the heat transformed into an ethereal pressure, weightless yet all-consuming. Then, the world changed. His feet touched solid ground, but not any stone he recognized. The floor beneath him was formed of pure flame liquid fire hardened into glowing sigils that pulsed with terrifying rhythm. Surrounding him was a coliseum of fire, vast and circular, its walls made of dancing pillars of eternal flame, rising so high they licked a sky of molten crimson. In the sky above, blazing constellations shimmered, forming the zodiac of Aries in perfect clarity. Jacob's eyes compressed into two beams. He sensed danger for the first time after coming into the ashen mirage desert. The fiery arena was too still, too precise. At this moment, the silence was shattered by an ethereal voice. "The Temple of the Blazing Flames has been opened. Trial of blazing flames will be initiated." The voice rumbled throughout the arena like a thunderclap, and it was filled with ancient, unyielding intent. Furthermore, the language was completely different from any language Jacob had heard yet. He could understand it as if it were a mother tongue because of the mystical intent in the voice. Furthermore, the voice wasn't finished as it continued without regard for whether Jacob was prepared or not. "You have entered the first gate of the Temple of the Blazing Flames. This is the trial of flame. Willed. The reward is the divine inheritance. Yang flame failure, death. Failure means death?" Jacob grimaced, but he wasn't much surprised by this since he knew where he was, and getting the Yang flame wouldn't be easy. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as the air thickened. The runes beneath his feet blazed to life, encircling him in a halo of spiraling fire. The voice rang again. "This is a life and death trial. You shall face 10 flame acolytes, each equal to your current power level. You must defeat them all, lose even once, and you will be reduced to ashes." Jacob's expression remained composed as he had already accepted this challenge. He might even be looking forward to it since he had no idea where his current power lies. At this moment, the voice thundered again, but this time with a chilling and unexpected twist. However, this time, there are 2 participants. Jacob's eyes contorted violently when he heard this announcement, and he muttered, "Did it just say 2? Is there someone else other than me who has entered this place? Is there another entrance or another map?" Jacob's mind reeled as this twist completely caught him off guard. Before he could make sense of this situation, from across the flaming arena, a second vortex opened like a rift in reality. The molten floor twisted, forming another platform of flame opposite Jacob. Then a tall, regal figure stepped out. His presence was commanding, and the very flames bent toward him. He stood at least 10 meters tall with a regal, chiseled humanoid frame, but his head bore the unmistakable features of a ram. Thick, spiraling golden horns curved back over a skull wreathed in scarlet-white fur. His eyes were embers deep, intelligent and filled with disdain. His armor looked to be forged from crystallized flame, etched with Aries zodiac patterns, pulsing with rhythmic heat. His forearms and shins were covered in dark red plating shaped like volcanic scales. But it wasn't just his appearance, it was his aura. It was like standing before a creature born from the core of a star. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly with a hint of astonishment because he had never seen or heard about this creature's race before. Moreover, the Aries zodiac pattern over this unknown creature's armor made Jacob wary of him. "How did you get in here?" he asked impassively, wanting to know the answer to this question. "How did I get in here?" Finding Jacob's question amusing, the figure chuckled with a hint of disdain, a deep, guttural rumble, but not without nobility. He tapped his chest with a curled fist. "Let me introduce myself. I am Vortigosh of the Celestial Flame Clan, one of the chosen Flame Sons. My goal is simple: claim the Yang Flame and return it to my clan where it rightfully belongs. You are in possession of the missing relics that happen to be the key to the entrance of the Temple of the Blazing Flame. The relic was stolen from us countless years ago, and we've been searching for it ever since." Vortigash's voice was filled with pride and arrogance as he introduced himself. "Celestial Flame Clan? Never heard of it. It should be one of those hidden clans." Furthermore, this guy was able to sneak inside from the same pathway, which means he had been following me all this time, and yet I didn't even discover him until now. Jacob felt a hint of apprehension as he wasn't expecting to be played by this mysterious Vortigosh. Furthermore, Jacob knew this guy was a quasi-myth, and the law of fire around him was unusual as well. Moreover, only when the voice revealed Vortigosh did he show himself, whereas before that, even the eyes of Judge couldn't detect any trace of him. This was too strange and also humiliating. Jacob had no idea how long he had been followed or how this guy found his traces. The only explanation for this was that Vortigosh had been waiting in the Ashen Mirage Desert for the arrival of the map of the Blazing Constellation, and he might also have a way to detect the map. After all, if Vortigosh was telling the truth, then the clan behind him, the Celestial Flame Clan, might really have the map of the Blazing Constellation once before it was stolen away. However, this had nothing to do with Jacob because he got this map as a reward from the Tower of Ares, and for all he knows, this guy might be lying about it or had been following the wrong history. Moreover, something about Vortigosh gave Jacob a peculiar feeling, like déjà vu, but he couldn't put his finger on it yet. At that moment, the thunderous voice rang out again, disregarding the enmity between Jacob and Vortigosh. As there are 2 candidates, each candidate will be faced with 5 flame acolytes, each equal to your current power level. Each match shall be a death match. If both candidates defeat their opponents and remain standing at the end, they shall have the finale of flame between each other to contend for the Yang Flame. Only the flame, willed may, enter the Temple of the Blazing Flame. Let the first match begin. 1230, Chapter 1030, Ashflare Nyza, 1. As the final syllables of the ancient voice echoed into the molten sky, let the first match begin. A towering wall of translucent flame erupted between Jacob and Vortigosh with a roar like a beast awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. FWWOO. Oosh! The flame wall stretched from floor to sky, rippling like liquid glass, etched with countless runes flickering between golden and crimson. It radiated no heat, yet the sheer pressure it exuded was suffocating. They were separated by a mystical, translucent wall of flame. Jacob and Vortigosh instinctively stepped back, narrowing their eyes as the flame barrier surged to life. His gaze snapped toward Vortigosh, who also looked towards the former and then sneered but made no move. The regal ram-headed being stood tall, his arms crossed arrogantly as the flames cast dancing shadows across his burning armor. "A preliminary match, then," Vortigosh muttered under his breath before he jeered at Jacob, his voice conceited. "Looks like we're not meant to fight just yet. I hope you'll survive these matches, or I'll be very disappointed. I want to sacrifice you to the flame god myself." Jacob remained impassive, but his gaze turned infinitely colder. He had a feeling that Vortigosh wasn't as simple as he appeared, and he was hiding something. At this moment, from above, 2 blazing sigils descended like falling stars, one on Jacob's side, the other on Vortigosh's. As they struck the flaming floor with twin detonations of heatless fire, 2 humanoid figures began to emerge, sculpted directly from flame, coalescing into fully formed warriors. On Jacob's side, a tall, elegant flame acolyte manifested, its form resembling a humanoid woman wrapped in layers of glowing ash. Her arms and legs were adorned with ember veins that pulsed like slow-burning magma. Her long hair flowed like trails of smoke, and her eyes were twin, quiet coals, seemingly dim yet unnervingly intense. She held no weapon. Instead, her very body exhaled renewal flame, seemingly a combination of death and rebirth. Every time her outline flickered, it seemed to momentarily vanish into smoke before forming anew. "I'm Ashflare Nyza, the Ember Rebirth Acolyte under the Blazing Flame. I was granted the authority over the Ember Rebirth Flame, the flame that never dies, smoldering beneath ash and reigniting from ruin," Nyza said in a whisper that reached Jacob's mind. her voice curling around his thoughts like smoke, startling him. Furthermore, she wasn't done as her powerful might surfaced, creating a suffocating pressure. I can feel it. You walk the path of borrowed flame. Your will can't burn longer than mine. As she spoke, the surrounding ground blackened and hissed, her flame's pressure flaring like a warning bell. On Vortigash's side, in contrast, a hulking flame warrior, his body forged from volcanic obsidian cracked by glowing rivulets of white-hot flame. His face was a burning skull with no flesh, and from his back sprouted jagged flame spines like infernal spears formed mid-eruption. He carried a massive lance made of compressed, spiraling fire shaped like a twisting spike of lightning. Each step he took left gouges of molten trail beneath his feet. Just like Nysa, he introduced himself with blazing pride and a hint of fury. I'm Pyrothorn Galrith, the Piercing Wrath Acolyte. I have authority over the Piercing Wrath Flame, a destructive flame that sharpens and concentrates itself until it cuts through all resistance. Vortigash's expression turned slightly stern when he heard that prideful voice in his head, and Galreth seemed inherently arrogant just like himself. The wrathful white flame suddenly burned violently around Galreth, and Lance hummed with bloodlust. He snarled, "Take your best shot, filthy ramling, if you can. Otherwise, I'll cut through you and that flickering shadow beside you before this trial even begins." Vortigash's eyes flickered with murderous intent when he heard Galreth calling him ramling. He laughed suddenly, filled with killing intent. "I might be afraid if this were the real you, but a mere remnant of a defeated dog isn't qualified to defeat me, Vortigash." His fiery aura surged slightly, as if he didn't place Galreth in his eyes. At this moment, the ancient voice returned, now closer and heavier. The first trial begins. Ashflare Nysa and Pyrothorn Galrith ranks have been adjusted to demigod rank. 2 flames, 1 will. Fight until one is extinguished. As the command echoed, the flame wall shimmered, and the 2 acolytes knew it was their cue to exterminate their opponents. The first one to move was Nysa, but not like a warrior. She was like a wildfire dancing through the ashes. Her form unraveled into smoke, no footsteps, no weight, no warning, just cinders flowing with eerie grace. The ember veins in her body glowed bright crimson, then dimmed, then reignited with an even deeper hue, like a living cycle of collapse and rebirth. Jacob instantly felt threatened, not because he was afraid of fire law, but because Nysa was using concepts beyond his comprehension. Furthermore, the flames on her seemed very special and dangerous. He immediately activated his defense as a kaleidoscopic barrier formed around him. FSSSS. Almost instantly, Nysa appeared behind him mid-burst, palm open like a blooming flower. Her palm smashed on his kaleidoscopic barrier, and the next moment, it instantly ignited with a smoldering, ghostly flame that refused to be extinguished. Jacob was startled when he felt that flame burning his soul force. Although it was far from breaking his soul force, which was a combination of 13 laws, it was still able to damage it, which was evident of Nysa's Ember Rebirth Flames' prowess. Nysa's eyes flickered with astonishment when she noticed how powerful Jacob's soul force was, so that even her flames couldn't burn through it. Although the power of her flames had been reduced tremendously, it wasn't something a mere demigod could endure. Jacob wasn't going to stand still for her to attack, and instantly his foot lashed backward in a wide arc laced with void law. But Nysa reacted almost instantly as she vanished into smoke again, and his attack passed through nothing. Her body, Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as his eyes of Judge opened completely. It's not just made of fire, it's constantly dying and reviving. A haunting whisper entered his mind, her voice. "Are you an abomination from void?" Suddenly, the ground beneath Jacob ruptured. Dozens of ember tendrils surged upward from beneath the flaming sigils, roots of ash, forming a trap. Jacob also reacted instantly, and his figure flickered, leaving after images as he vanished, appearing far away. The after images below were consumed in a flare of flame pillars. But right at this moment, Nysa reformed directly in front of him, her face serene as her hands formed a seal. Third cycle of Ember Rebirth, Ashening Spiral, 2031, Chapter 1031, Ashflare Nysa, 2031. Third cycle of Ember Rebirth, Ashening Spiral. At this moment, a circular wave exploded outward from Nysa's chest, washing over Jacob like a tide of embers. It wasn't a direct attack, it was erasure. The flame consumed energy, not flesh. Jacob's defense flared under the onslaught of her strange law, starting to dim ever so slightly. Nonetheless, Jacob was solemn when he felt Nysa's strange flames begin to affect even his soul force. His eyes flickered as he tried to analyze this mysterious law. What a strange flame. It doesn't aim to kill, it's like it wants to cleanse, to return everything to ash and start anew. However, Nysa was even more shocked when she saw that Jacob remained standing despite the onslaught of the Ashening Spiral. Furthermore, Jacob clearly was not taking her seriously and seemed to be comprehending her way of fire law. At this moment, Jacob finally retaliated. A wave of crackling lightning surged in his palm, while on the other hand, a dense flame materialized. Under his will, both lightning and fire started to entwine together before condensing them into a lance of lightning fire. With explosive momentum, he launched the terrifying law toward Nysa, breaking through the ash spiral. Boom! His strike landed, but instead of piercing, her body shattered into smoke, scattering like dust on the wind, only for her to reappear behind him, her body rebuilding from the same smoke, embers glowing along her veins even brighter than before. What a strange creature you are. You have innate dual magic cores. You have also comprehended the law of void, and your flame inherently has the traces of destruction, and your lightning also has annihilation in it, yet you seem to know nothing about how to utilize your gifts properly. What a waste, she whispered, voice both mournful and proud. You might be able to kill me, but I'll return stronger each time. That is Ember Rebirth. Jacob was startled when he heard this unexpected evaluation about his fire and lightning mana. It was the first time someone had pointed out the uniqueness of the magic cores he had acquired through the art of nature. His eyes flickered profoundly. My decision not to use my trump cards is right. These flame acolytes seemed to have a will of their own, and fighting them was a rare learning experience, if one could truly understand their laws. Furthermore, this trial seemed to be specifically targeted at fire law, yet also different, unique laws combined with the fire law. This is like my own theory of merging the laws, but I haven't scratched the surface yet. They have carved their own paths. Is this the true power of a demigod? Jacob thought as he looked at Niza, who was about to start a new attack. Just as he suspected, Niza's entire figure suddenly erupted in an upward burst of scarlet ash, and her silhouette morphed into a slimmer, more defined one. Her ember veins pulsed with gold, not crimson. Furthermore, at this moment, a vague phantom of an ancient instrument suddenly materialized behind Niza, making the entire atmosphere suffocating and mystical. When Jacob saw the phantom of the vague ancient instrument, his eyes flickered violently. A celestial astrolabe. It was Jacob's first time seeing an incomplete construct of a celestial astrolabe other than his own. This vague construct was the system of a true quasi-myth, and not even the quasi-myth rank, mech skeleton of black mechanic, could replicate a celestial astrolabe. There was no doubt that Niza was a true demigod without any flaws. At this moment, a familiar conceited voice suddenly rang in Jacob's head. You can't even take care of an old ghost? How dare to strive for the Yang Flame? Jacob was startled because he recognized this voice. It belonged to Vortigash, and he couldn't help but glance at the other side, and what he witnessed made him astounded. At this moment, Vortigash was still standing tall and proud, but the wrathful Galreth was nowhere to be seen except for traces of white flames and a large crater. He won so quickly? Although Jacob had a feeling that Vortigash wasn't as simple as he seemed, he wasn't expecting him to be powerful enough to win over a demigod so quickly. Furthermore, Jacob knew Galreth was on the same level as Niza, yet the former didn't even last a minute. Moreover, Jacob didn't get to witness Vortigash's prowess or what method he used to defeat his opponent so quickly. Nonetheless, Jacob was now full on guard against this ramhead enemy. Well, winning quickly or slowly has nothing to do with me. I might as well use this chance to appear weak and struggling. Using his overconfidence against him, a hint of ridicule flickered in Jacob's eyes as he no longer paid attention to the arrogant rambling. Niza also didn't seem to care about what happened on the other side, for her opponent was Jacob. The vague celestial astrolabe behind her flickered as a mystical glyph formed in front of her like an ancient seal filled with the profound intent of flames. Second cycle of Ember Rebirth, return to ashes. The glyph instantly flared and shot towards Jacob like a lightning bolt. But it didn't smash into his barrier, unlike before. Instead, it suddenly stopped above Jacob and started to expand into a massive pentagram circle filled with scarlet runic markings. The moment the circle completely covered Jacob, a volcanic waterfall of red golden flames fell on him, bringing a terrifying intent to destroy. This time, the law contained in this attack was far more potent and profound than the previous attack. Jacob's soul force began to wane at an alarming rate. Although it still failed to crack open his defenses, there was no doubt that the input to keep it up had risen exponentially. Can't waste more mana and soul force, since there are still 4 more opponents to face. Jacob tried to comprehend the fire law to the best of his abilities. Still, it was too profound to grasp within a few moments, and he didn't want to become vulnerable by overestimating his abilities and succumbing to greed. So, Jacob also decided to end it as he dismissively muttered, Life Bane Wheel, Life Devour. Night 932. Chapter 1032. Crimson Tempest and Solar Maul. Lifebane Wheel, Life Devour. The next moment, behind Niza, the Lifebane Wheel manifested, and this time, the Lifebane Wheel was completely black like a black hole. Following Jacob's recent research and practice, the Lifebane Wheel proved to be far more powerful than it had been in the past. It was now on par with a law ability, and the most terrifying aspect about it was that it didn't have the backlash associated with law ability. The moment Life Devourer was activated, Niza felt a terrifying suction force locked on her, and it wasn't just any suction force, as she thought everything, including her laws, and even the Ember Rebirth flame that she was so proud of, was being devoured by this suction force. Even the vague construct of the celestial astrolabe behind her couldn't stop the suction force, not to mention the astrolabe was also being devoured by it. Rebirth Ignition. Niza instantly abandoned her attack on Jacob and used another spell to escape from Life Devourer. Her body turned into ashes as she tried to escape the locking force of the Lifebane Wheel, just like she had been doing previously. However, this time, it didn't work. The Lifebane wheel swirled like a vortex and pulled the ashes in like a giant beast's maw. On the other hand, Jacob felt profound energy entering his body through the Life Devourer, and he knew it was Nisa's comprehension of the fire law. After further refinement, the Life Devourer can not only devour vitality but also laws and evolve itself. This was all because Jacob experimented on Alma. Although the Life Devourer still couldn't devour 100% comprehension of its victim's laws, it can still devour a part of it before killing them, and Jacob welcomes it, no matter how low the benefits. Furthermore, as Nisa was being devoured, Jacob also got new insight into her so-called Ember Rebirth flames, which he had already been analyzing through his Eye of Judge. Jacob was focused entirely on devouring Nisa, without regard for her struggles or concern for her escape. The moment he activated the Lifebane wheel, he knew Nisa couldn't escape unless she were above Quasi-Myth rank. Nisa also sensed impending death at this moment, and in her ash form, suddenly turns into violent flames, and without caring about her life and death, she tries to engulf the black hole like Lifebane Weil. She wanted to burn this nefarious ability, at least even if she failed to kill Jacob. Yet, she had no clue the Lifebane wheel was the product of an immortal chapter of a universal godly scripture. How could it be so easily destroyed? The moment she engulfed it with her flames, it appeared as if the Lifebane wheel would crumble, but the next moment, an infinity symbol suddenly surfaced on Jacob's apex crown. The suction force behind the Lifebane wheel increased even further on top of its raging power. The Ember Rebirth flame instantly twisted before getting sucked into the Lifebane wheel without leaving even a sliver of its glory left. On the other hand, Vortigash had witnessed this entire scene, and a hint of incredulity surfaced in the depths of his arrogant eyes. He devoured a quasi-divine flame with his current demigod rank law ability? I have to reevaluate his threat level, Vortigash thought as a hint of vigilance flashed past his eyes hidden behind killing intent. Right after the last flickers of Ashflare Nisa's Ember Rebirth flame were devoured by the abyssal pull of the Lifebane wheel, silence reclaimed the fiery Colosseum. Then, R.U. Emble. The arena trembled once more as two new sigils, larger and more intricate than before, descended from the crimson sky like burning comets. They struck the ground with twin booms, sending out spirals of flame that coalesced on either side of the flame barrier separating Jacob and Vortigash. From these sigils, two new flame acolytes began to take shape, their forms far more defined and intense than their predecessors. The first to rise from the flame was an androgynous, whirling figure cloaked in torn crimson robes that flared like storm-tossed banners. His hair flowed behind him like living wildfire, short in the front, but trailing like comets from the back. His body was lean, wiry, and his bare skin pulsed with tribal flame markings that shimmered in constant motion. He floated an inch above the ground, his feet never touching the molten sigils. Around him, the air surged with high-pressure currents. Miniature flame cyclones orbited him like spirits of a dying storm. His eyes were blazing vortexes, spinning with destruction, velocity, and chaos. I am Valier, the Crimson Tempest Acolyte. My flame is the tempest of burning skies, the breath of wildfire storms that turn everything to ash. I ride the winds of rage, and my flame does not burn slowly, it devours in seconds. As he extended his hand, 5 crimson vortexes spiraled into existence, each one humming with volatile flame energy compressed into bladed wind. The moment he exhaled, the surrounding flames twisted violently, roaring with an unstable rhythm like a breathing hurricane. Jacob was still basking in the new comprehension after devouring Nisa, and he could feel the subtle change in fire law, but he wasn't given a chance to absorb these benefits when Valier made its regal entry. His eyes flickered profoundly. A flame that combines the law of fire and wind? Interesting. On the other side, from the other sigil, the ground cracked open beneath Vortigash as a massive foot landed with an earth-shaking crash. Emerging from the inferno was a towering juggernaut twice the size of Galreth. His body was plated in molten gold and obsidian, his muscles etched with searing runes that pulsed with solar energy. His head was that of a bull, crowned with blazing horns that radiated pure sunfire. In his massive gauntlet-clad hands, he wielded a great war maul that looked as if it had been forged inside a solar core, its every swing leaving behind solar after-images and rippling space. Tharnak, of the Solar Maul. My flame is the flame of final radiance drawn from the heart of dying stars. My strikes are suns collapsed into fists, burn or kneel. Even Vortigash's arrogant smile faltered for a breath as he observed Tharnak's raw pressure. If you bring giants after gnats, I welcome it. But deep inside, he marked this one as a genuine threat, thinking, the sunfire he radiated had hints of an ancient solar origin flame, a rare divine flame that can burn myths. As the two new acolytes finished materializing, the arena shook again. Second trial initiated. Flame Acolyte Valier and Flame Acolyte Tharnak have been adjusted to demigod rank. Let the second match begin. 90033, Chapter 1033, Tharnak vs. Vortigash. The instant the ancient voice finished its decree, Valier spun forward without hesitation, the air itself twisting into a bladed cyclone as he darted toward Jacob with a spinning kick that left a burning wind ring in its wake. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment because Valier was even more powerful than Niza, especially his flame, the tempest of burning skies. Nonetheless, this time, Jacob didn't waste any time and used the Life-Bane Wheel Life Devour on Valier. The reason behind his action was simple. He wanted to watch Vortigash's fight and see what kind of abilities he had and how he was able to finish his previous fights so quickly. Valier instantly felt the terror of the Life-Bane Wheel as the Cyclones twisted under the oppression of Jacob's ability, and the life and death struggle began. On the other hand, just like Valier, Tharnak also sprang into action as he raised his maul and charged with stomps that split the flaming arena, his bellow echoing like thunder from a dying sun. Boom! The impact of his first charge shattered the molten ground beneath him, sending shockwaves through the flaming sigils. With his war maul raised high, he brought it down like a dying star toward Vortigash. Crash! Vortigash's figure vanished in a streak of red-gold flame, reappearing on the opposite side of the platform. The sheer shockwave of Tharnak's maul striking the ground left a molten crater in its wake, radiating solar aftershocks. Vortigash clicked his tongue, a trace of heat curling off his horns. Worthy of your lineage, you've been refined in war. Ch, I hate opponents like you. Tharnak merely scoffed, clearly irritated by Vortigash's nonchalant remark. He turned slowly, the runes on his golden-black skin pulsing brighter, each breath he exhaled releasing rings of solar pressure that warped the very space around him. I speak only with radiance, he finally growled, his voice like a furnace given speech. F.W. Oosh, his body ignited fully, his horns ablaze, his shoulders erupting with solar flame wings, and his maul now a second sun in motion. Vortigash didn't dodge this time, he raised a single hand. A sigil glowed in his palm, a spinning Aries zodiac carved from golden red lines of flame. As Tharnak's maul came down again, the moment of impact sent out a ripple through reality. Claang. The collision didn't crack the arena, it tore a wound in the air itself, and light bled from the rift like molten glass. The sheer pressure forced Vortigash back 5 paces, his boots left scorched hoofprints in the ground. Ho, not bad, Vortigash admitted, brushing soot from his forearm guard. That flame, it carries the signature of a star on the verge of collapse. A quasi-divine flame, isn't it? Tharnak raised his maul again, not even pausing to confirm. He charged once more like a raging bull. This time, the arena shook so violently that even Jacob, who was watching closely from the opposite end, felt the pressure. Solar winds spun outward, crashing against the flame barrier between matches. Jacob's eyes compressed in astonishment. This guy, is that really a demigod-rank acolyte? On the other hand, Jacob's opponent, Valier, continued to struggle, and his voice was filled with humiliation and unwillingness. It was clear that Jacob hadn't put him in his eyes and was even distracted. For a flame acolyte, this was extremely humiliating, and the flame on him started to burn even more violently. But alas, the Life-Bane wheel was too powerful. Even a quasi-divine flame couldn't burn through it, and Valier continued to be devoured by it. Back in the storm, Vortigash was forced onto the defensive. Each strike from Tharnak's maul carried a different pressure gravity, combustion, temporal acceleration. The air bent, heat folded, and light obeyed no rules inside Tharnak's domain of flame. Why don't you fight back, filthy ramling? Tharnak finally demanded mid-swing. You think I can't draw out the truth from that arrogant hide of yours? The next blow forced Vortigash to block with both arms crossed, flames spiraling off him in waves. A crack finally appeared. Not on Vortigash's body, but in his facade. His smile vanished. I didn't want to reveal this, he muttered, his voice low, carrying a tingle of bitterness. Vortigash was paying attention to Jacob, and he was secretly shocked when he noticed how easily Jacob's law abilities was keeping Valier in check. Previously, he believed the Life-Bane wheel was Jacob's trump card, and he had to pay a certain price to use it, making it difficult to use continuously. But now, Jacob had again changed Vortigash's perspective against him, and the latter knew Jacob wasn't someone efficiently dealt with, nor could these flame acolytes be brushed off as trivial opponents. At this moment, a sudden twist of heat coiled around Vortigash's frame. A second aura unfolded, invisible at first, like a mirage rippling in rhythm with his breathing. But it wasn't fire. It was gravity, an element on the same rank as space and time. Above his head, a horned sigil of a burning zodiac flickered briefly. It appeared to be old, abstract, formed from flame, starlight, and law. Jacob's eyes flickered violently because at this moment, his eyes of judge failed to see through those flames, which was shocking. That isn't the flame law at all. What did he just summon? Tharnak's golden eyes narrowed with shock as he seemed incredulous while blurting out, "That is not mortal flame." Vortigash didn't answer. His entire body began to glow, not with heat, but with mysterious law. The flames surrounding him now spiraled like constellations, orbiting his horns, arms, and even hooves with precision. And then he struck. Whoom! It wasn't an attack of brute force, it was a collision of laws. His fist wreathed in starlit flame met Tharnak's descending maul head. On. Bang! The force exploded outward in a sphere of pure white, and everything within 10 meters of the impact disappeared. When the light faded, Tharnak stood unmoved. But blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly stepped back, and then an eerie grin played on his face. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is? I wasn't defeated in vain. You carry a true divine flame. Jay, just how did you manage to bring it in Middle Plains? Who exactly are you, Ramling? However, Vortigash didn't reply, but his expression didn't seem favorable. His arm smoked. The aura had receded. He had used only a flash of divine flame, but that flash had been enough to defeat Tharnak. You talk too much for an old ghost of a defeated pantheon, Vortigash finally said, eyes narrowing with a threatening glimmer in his eyes. Now vanish, for you do not belong here. Ha 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 ha. Tharnak laughed even more violently, but his laughter was filled with bitterness and hatred as his mountain-like figure slowly turned into ashes, fading away in flames of history. 1034, Chapter 1034, Finale of Flames, 1. At this moment, 10 sigils had burned, meaning 10 flame acolytes had risen, and now only 2 challengers remained. Jacob stood tall beneath a blazing sky, cloak fluttering with residual embers. On the opposite side of the Colosseum, Vortigash loomed like a conquering war god, his golden ram horns wreathed in silent solar pressure. Between them, the wall of flame cracked, shimmering like a veil of finale. Their trials had been brutal, and now only one flame inheritor would remain. The final 3 flame acolytes Jacob faced weren't easy to deal with. Each was a window into forgotten flame paths, ancient, obscure, terrifying. Their defeat didn't just bring him victory, it was comprehension of fire law, and Jacob, like the predator of knowledge, devoured it all. Jacob's third last opponent was Scorchvale Thesa, who controlled the flame of forgotten grudges. She descended carrying deep sorrow. Draped in veils of cinder and ash, Scorchvale Thesa's flame was born from long-dead hate, simmering memories turned to embers of vengeance. Her battlefield warped into a phantom cemetery echoes of Jacob's past whispered in his very soul. But Jacob was no stranger to guilt, and even surpassed it. He had dissected his conscience long ago. His eyes of judge revealed the illusion's anchor, and with a wave of his life-bane wheel, he incinerated and devoured her lamenting form. The second last opponent was called Cindervault Jurok, who controlled another quasi-divine flame known as the gravity flame of burnt time. A walking paradox, Jurok's was a sealed titan whose every movement distorted reality. His flame wasn't fast, but dense. Each step pressed time down like lead. His body radiated the fatigue of centuries, and Jacob felt its weight instantly. In this battle, Jacob was forced to tap into his void law to counteract the oppressive drag. Even activating Lifebane Wheel was slower, delayed by the fold in temporal space. But Jacob adapted. He conjured void nodes, disrupting Jurok's temporal drag, then used a burst of spatial ren to slip past his gravitational dome. With a blade of devouring flame forged from Solari's remnants, he pierced Jurok's core and was able to devour it with the Life Devourer. Jacob's final opening was most troublesome of them all. He was known as the Blazekind Solari, controller of the reflective incineration, also referred to as the Mirror Sunfire. Solari shimmered like a prism. Every law Jacob unleashed came back threefold. His lightning, his fire, even his killing intent were mirrored back with intensified polarity. Jacob's soul force nearly annihilated for the first time. He became a quasi-myth. Solari's flame was the most dangerous so far, not because it was strong, but because it used his power against him. Only when Jacob was able to fuse a shard of fire law with space law was he able to strike from a non-reflective angle, using reversed intention to bypass Solari's reflective field and land a fatal strike that shattered the mirrored skin. On the other hand, where Jacob was surgical, Vortigash was overwhelming. His opponents fell under pressure, crushed under the weight they couldn't resist. Yet even he was forcefully tested and revealed the terror of his divine flame. Vortigash's third last opponent was Blightbrand Ruka, the Withering Burn Flame Acolyte. A whispering specter clad in rotting robes, Ruka's flame corrupted essence. Her touch decayed energy, and her breath turned fire into ash. She tried to rot Vortigash's body from within, but he simply stood still, letting her touch him, and his own inner law reversed her decay. A brief flash of true divine flame, and she withered into dust. Next came Flarehow Kerr of Whalefire Sonic Flame. Kerr didn't burn with heat, but with sound. A beast of vibration, his flame was a symphony of violence, each scream detonating the battlefield. Vortigash was caught off guard. His divine flame couldn't manifest amid Kyr's vibration null field. His casting was almost locked, but then Vortigash used horn strikes, flame-infused hooves, and a burst of gravity law mastery before Kyr's final scream was silenced by a fist to the throat. Finally, Vortigash's last opponent was Eclipsar Vune, who controlled the flame of silent annihilation. She descended like a moon eclipse, silver skin, eyes blind, surrounded by anti-light flame. Her very presence silenced the battlefield. Her attacks didn't explode. They erased. Vortigash was forced to use his divine flame for an entire minute to fight against the annihilation and retaliation. She almost ended up clipping one of his horns and forced him to show a glimpse of a mysterious gravity flame dominion, a realm of spiraling starfire gravity, before she fell. During their final confrontations, Jacob and Vortigash were paying ample attention to each other, and both of them avoided using their trump cards and hiding as much as they could because they knew they would meet in the final match. At this moment, the translucent flame wall separating Jacob and Vortigash cracked with a thunderclap. White gold fissures spiderwebbed through it, runes melting away into light. The sky above dimmed. A giant sigil appeared. 10 sigils joined in a flaming ring, the mark of the final trial. The ancient voice spoke one last time. 10 flames burned, yet 2 will remain. The inheritor of the true flame shall be decided. Let the final match initiate. As the voice faded away, the barrier exploded inwards, disintegrating into thousands of golden cinders that rained down on the Colosseum like falling stars. Jacob stepped forward, fire twisted around his fingers, laced with fragments of every flame he had devoured. Vortigash tilted his head, a small smirk on his lips. His aura was deeper, darker. A hint of divine flame flashed around him like a burning constellation. His hooves pressed molten symbols into the floor with every step. Not bad, you were able to reach this point, Vortigash snickered, but this is the end for you. Jacob's eyes flickered with killing intent as he impassively said, "You are not from the Middle Plains, are you?" A hint of surprise flashed past Vortigash's eyes before he grinned darkly as he replied, "Are you finally afraid?" His words were sharp, but he neither denied nor acknowledged Jacob's conjecture. Jacob remained composed as he looked at the towering Vortigash, who was 10 meters tall, while Jacob was only 2 meters tall, dwarfed in front of the giant. But at this moment, Jacob's body suddenly began to expand. His 2-meter frame increased before he stood as tall as Vortigash, and this sudden ability amused Vortigash. "So, you're a giant?" Vortigash seemed to be very knowledgeable about giants and their unique innate traits. "Well, it doesn't matter, giant or nat, you are not qualified to face me." Jacob's skeletal face was eerie before he said, "I've decided to make you my new specimen." His eyes flickered with a mystical energy as he activated something he had been holding back all this time just for Vortigash, Slumber Hex. Swan 235, Chapter 1035, Finale of Flames. All this time, Jacob had been holding back and didn't use any hexes or jinxes on any flame acolytes because he was waiting to use them on Vortigash. So, even if Vortigash can overcome his opponents, he won't even know how he fell into Jacob's trap. Slumber Hex, Jacob instantly used his most powerful hex. Now that his Jinx core has been evolved into Legendary King state, it can easily affect a quasi-myth. But something unexpected happened. The moment Jacob activated the Slumber Hex, the curse mana was momentarily active before going dormant. The hex has been missed. Startled, Jacob looked at Vortigash and his eyes flickered with a hint of bitter realization. Although he's a quasi-myth, there's something wrong with, especially with that divine flame that shocked those flame acolytes. My hex probably didn't work because of that divine flame. Although it was only Jacob's guess, he didn't know he was spot on. The divine flame on Vortigash was above the realm of quasi-myth and fell under the rank of myths. That's why the Slumber Hex couldn't affect Vortigash at all. This was a ghastly realization. On the other hand, Vortigash also sensed something with his terrifying instincts, and he felt as if he had avoided a disaster, and felt his divine flame had just defended his soul from something unknown. Vortigash's expression changed because he hadn't even detected any attack, and he knew the characteristics of the divine flames. He's dangerous. I need to get rid of him before he does something else. Vortigash no longer fell for Jacob's trick and instantly activated the Gravity Flame Dominion. Jacob instantly felt the powerful scorching gravity force, which was directly affecting his soul. He knew Vortigash was attacking. The next moment, he activated his soul force barrier and used Space Law to avoid this strange domain. But to his surprise, the surrounding space seemed to have become extremely sturdy, and he couldn't bend it, not to mention shattering it. At this moment, the ram horns of Vortigash suddenly blazed with ethereal red-golden flame, and a flame sigil appeared on Vortigash's palm. Almost instantly, Vortigash struck like a flash of lightning. Boom. Jacob's soul force barrier suddenly shattered, and he was sent flying. It wasn't just the end there, but Jacob instantly felt a mysterious energy invading his skeletal body with a terrifying destructive force. A hint of fear surfaced in Jacob's eyes as his soul force barrier, which even 5 flame acolytes couldn't overcome, was broken with a single move of Vortigash. But Jacob didn't have time to contemplate this, and he activated the Lifebane Wheel's Life Devour to get rid of the mysterious energy within his body. However, even the Life Devourer couldn't get rid of it right away, and Jacob needed to provide a massive amount of soul force to keep that energy from invading his true soul. "Oh, I just used 50% of my power. Even those past ghosts couldn't take it, yet you were able to avoid death." Vortigash was astounded as he looked at Jacob, who was still able to stand on his feet, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. "Your soul force has more than 3 laws imbued in it. Are you also like me?" What does he mean? Jacob had no clue what Vortigash was talking about, but he wasn't in the mood to entertain his enemy. Other than the mysterious hunter, Vortigash was the first existence that could put him on the back foot. Nonetheless, Vortigash wasn't overwhelming like that hunter's. Maybe if it were before Jacob met with the hunter, he might be afraid of him, but after putting so much effort into increasing his power, Vortigash was now only a strong opponent to test his progress. After all, if Jacob decided to forget about the consequences, Vortigash was only a wish away from turning into history. Vortigash was unaware of Jacob's thought process, and at this moment 2 new flame sigils formed around his palm, and his power skyrocketed again. At the same time, the gravity force around him became even more powerful, making the air vibrate with pressure. Jacob knew Vortigash was going to use more power, and this time he didn't hesitate. For the first time, he activated a Jinx. It was his first time using a Jinx after acquiring them, and unlike the hexes, the Jinx wasn't unavoidable, and as long as he had the Cursed Mana, he could even use Jinx against opponents way above his league. Just as Vortigash moved, the white-golden flames in Jacob's hollow sockets turned dark crimson, and the Cursed Mana within his Infinity Pendant poured out like a raging tsunami. Even the runic marking on his skeleton manifested and shimmered in the dark light. Jinx of Shattered Providence. Vortigash also sensed a strange power emitting from Jacob, and what made him apprehensive was that he couldn't identify the nature of this power, but he only had this vague feeling that even the laws seemed to be afraid of it, the killing intent. Vortigash's heart grew even stronger, and his power increased again as a vague celestial astrolabe surfaced behind him. However, unlike other celestial astrolabes, the center of Vortigash's astrolabe was a blazing flame, and the moment he showed his astrolabe, the surrounding space began to shatter as if it couldn't endure Vortigash's power. Just when Vortigash was about to strike Jacob, a mystical power suddenly washed over him, and the next moment, the flame within Vortigash's astrolabe turned violent. Vortigash paled because his mana turned chaotic, and the flame sigils around his hands flickered violently before shattering. The regal aura surrounding Vortigash, which even suppressed space and time, became unstable, and he suffered a backlash midair. His entire momentum was obstructed. It took all the cursed mana just to use a Jinx on him? Jacob was startled when he felt the emptiness of the cursed mana within his Infinity Pendant. He had calculated that he could hex or Jinx at least 3 quasi-myths with his current storage of hex mana, but unexpectedly, the entire storage was used on Vortigash. Nonetheless, Jacob knew that the Jinx of Shattered Providence successfully jinxed Vortigash. The proof was the sudden backlash in Vortigash's power. Jacob has acquired the Jinx of Shattered Providence after his Jinx core was evolved into Legendary King state. According to the inherited memories of the Jinx of Shattered Providence, it can completely sever the victim from their fate and providence. No destiny, no luck, no divine timing, nothing unfolds in their favor. Although Jacob was still unclear about what it meant, he knew Jinxes were a fortune-altering power. Those affected by them would suffer failures or backlash when they used their abilities or any other form of control. But now that Jacob had seen how Vortigash's powers were turned against him, he now understands that this Jinx directly affects the victim's good luck during the use of their powers and abilities, turning it into bad luck. Just now, the Jinx has directly affected Vortigash's divine flame, causing it to become unstable and resulting in a terrible backlash at a crucial moment. The most terrifying thing about Jinxes is that they can't be removed unless Jacob personally does so, and they are also unpredictable. Furthermore, unlike hexes, Jinxes directly affect laws and manipulate everything around the victims, tormenting them forever. Jacob didn't miss this opportunity, and while Vortigash was suffering a backlash and trying to suppress the chaotic divine flame, while also wondering what just happened, Jacob moved as the power of Time Law and Void Law was activated. Furthermore, a kaleidoscopic infinity symbol phantom surfaced behind Jacob, and his momentum skyrocketed. Although Vortigash was confused about his current misfortune, he knew it had something to do with Jacob and that mysterious energy he felt. Furthermore, he was paying attention to Jacob, and the moment he sensed Jacob's intention, he knew he had to use his trump cards, or he might really die under Jacob's hands. The next moment, an ancient silver shield appeared right in front of Vortigash. It was actually a quasi-myth rank treasure, and he activated it to protect himself from Jacob. But at this moment, his connection with the shield was suddenly disrupted by the divine flame, and his command failed. Vortigash almost driven mad by this ridiculous situation. He might be the unluckiest person to have encountered such a situation, which was virtually impossible to occur, especially for someone like Vortigash. What the hell is going? Before Vortigash could curse, Jacob had already appeared in front of Vortigash and disrupted the surrounding time before striking with Void Law. Vortigash tries to use his own soul force instead of the divine flame to block Jacob's attack. But most of his soul force was currently being used to keep the divine flame from going berserk. But alas, it wasn't enough to block Jacob's full power attack imbued with his soul force and Void Law, the bane of very reality. Boom. Vortigash's soul force blasted apart like paper before Jacob's punch, imbued with Void Law, was directly greeted by Vortigash's ram face, and almost caved in before he was blasted away like a rag doll. 1236, Chapter 236, Finale of Flames. Vortigash basted into the flaming wall of the arena. At the last moment, Vortigash's armor protected him from getting a huge hole in his chest. Nonetheless, Vortigash's armor was now filled with cracks, and a few pieces around his chest had fallen. But Vortigash didn't care because right now, the divine flame within him was on the verge of breaking free and going berserk. At this moment, Jacob's figure appeared in front of Vortigash, and the latter quickly opened his mouth. Wah-it, cough, cough. But his words obstructed violent coughing as blood gushed from his mouth. Jacob scoffed and threw another punch imbued with void law towards Vortigash's head, and at this moment, Vortigash sensed the impending death. The punch directly landed on Vortigash's head, and a horn on his head directly broke with void law, and after a violent shock, Vortigash's body went limp. However, he still wasn't dead. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't want to kill Vortigash, and he knew how tough Vortigash's body was, and now that he had beaten Vortigash to a half-dead state, he could detain Vortigash in the infinite space. Jacob also felt a violent fluctuation rising from the depth of Vortigash's body as if something terrifying was about to break free. Without wasting any time, Jacob held Vortigash and sent him into the infinite space. Although Jacob didn't know about divine flames and their nature, he knew that as long as they entered the infinite space, no matter how powerful they would be suppressed along with their owner. Once Vortigash vanished, Jacob was relieved. It's finally over. I'll deal with him later. At this moment, the ancient voice sounded, Trial of Blazing Flames has been concluded. The Flame-Willed has appeared. The Temple of the Blazing Flames will be opened for Flame-Willed. You have only one chance to inherit the divine inheritance, Yang Flame. If you fail, you will never be given another chance. Now enter the Temple of Blazing Flames. The moment the voice faded away, a huge pillar of golden flames descended in the center of the arena, revealing an imposing gate. The gate slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black pathway. Only one chance? Jacob's eyes flickered as he looked at the open gate. Nonetheless, Jacob returned to his 2-meter-tall stature and moved towards the pathway. However, this time Jacob didn't take a risk and summoned Cursed Immortality. The cursed book manifested, and a familiar yet eerie maniacal laughter sounded in Jacob's head, instantly annoying him. Ha ha ha, now that was a good show. How about doing it often in the future? Immortica playfully suggested. Cut the crap. Jacob coldly replied, Tell me about the divine flame and that rambling in my pendant. Jacob asked as he stopped in front of the gate, and at this moment Immortica replied, Hee, well, I wasn't expecting someone with divine flame to intrude on the middle planes. Furthermore, you even captured that celestial ram of the Celestial Flame Clan, with his divine flame intact. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about how those guys from the Celestial Flame Clan would die of anger after losing their divine flame makes me want to see their faces. Ha ha ha. Jacob's eyes flickered as he got many clues from Immortica's jeering and asked, Celestial Ram? So that's his race. Furthermore, you seem to know about this Celestial Flame Clan, and the divine flame seemed quite important. Of course, the divine flame is important. Since you have now acquired a divine flame, I can reveal some information about it to you. Divine flames are unique natural treasures of zodiac planes, and they are born in unique locations of the upper planes. They are just like the legendary vestiges of middle planes, but rarer and more precious. A divine flame is critical for a god with 9-crown ring celestial astrolabe, and once it appeared, you can only imagine what kind of storm it could stir. Furthermore, a divine flame never dies even after a god's fall, it'll continue to exist. As for quasi-divine flames, they are known as mythical flames, a lesser version of divine flames, born through the same process but failed to evolve into a true divine flame for various reasons. Nonetheless, even a mythical flame is highly sought after by lesser gods and higher gods because it can raise their prowess by a large margin, and each mythical flame has a unique mythical ability. Lastly, a mythical flame is mediatory for a true mythical rank alchemist. You'll learn about them once you enter the upper planes. Moreover, there are unique rankings of divine flames and mythical flames, and each has different titles. The higher a divine flame or mythical flame is ranked in those rankings, the more powerful abilities and traits they have, not to mention their firepower. Hee, now you tell me if a divine flame is important or not. Immortica playfully snickered at Jacob's stunned demeanor. Jacob quickly snapped out of his stupor and raised more questions. A divine flame is crucial for a god with a 9-crown ring celestial astrolabe? You mean 6 crown rings more than a mythical emperor? Then how did this guy get his hands on it, and how did he control it? Furthermore, from your words, even a mythical flame isn't easy to subdue or control, but those flame acolytes were able to do it. Not to mention I devour so many of them, yet I didn't feel any profound change except for my concept of fire law. Immortica scoffed before replying, Valid point, but let me tell you, those so-called flame acolytes were mere wisps of their true selves, just like the wisp of zodiacs you encountered in the Path of Legends. Furthermore, the unique flames they were using were actually fragments of the divine flames that they had once controlled. Moreover, those fragments were further reduced to match a quasi-myth's power. So, even after you eat those crumbs, you won't get anything except for an understanding of fire law. If they were using the full power of a mythical flame, you would have been forced to use a jinx just like you did at the end. Jacob was incredulous as a sudden realization struck him at this moment. Wait, what are you implying is, smart. That ram face was only 1% of his divine flame power, which was akin to a mythical flame, ranked within the 80s full power. That's why your soul force was instantly torn apart like paper. If not for the jinx of shattered providence, and he had lost control of the suppressed divine flame and used all of his power to keep it in check, it wouldn't be your turn to win unless you've used a wish. As for how that celestial ram was able to acquire that divine flame and even suppress it to his will, that's up to you to figure out. But let me give you a hint, since you put on a show. The Celestial Flame Clan is a part of angelic races, and the Zodiac Enforcer that you encountered last time was also part of a race that belonged to angelic races. 11237, Chapter 1037, The Temple of the Blazing Flames. Jacob was shocked when he heard this unexpected secret. Immortality had never told him about this particular detail before, and now that he knew, he was seething with killing intent and apprehension. Angelic races? Could Vortigash be a Zodiac Enforcer? After all, that's the only way he can enter the Middle Planes with a divine flame, unless he had a universal godly scripture, which I'm sure he didn't have. Jacob revealed what came to his mind and sought Immortaka's confirmation. "Hee, do you really believe that guy is a Zodiac Enforcer?" Immortaka questioned in return. Jacob's eyes flickered as he thought about the last time he encountered the Zodiac Enforcer and instantly rejected the idea of Vortigash being one since he was too weak. Granted, Vortigash had a divine flame, but he wasn't using it to its full potential, and his jinx worked on him with only the cursed mana he had. Then who the hell is he? Jacob was frustrated. "That's for you to find out. Didn't you already capture him?" Immortaka teased. Jacob no longer wasted his breath on asking again, since he knew he wouldn't get anything out of the eccentric book. Jacob then changed the topic and asked about something else, which was equally important. What about the Yang Flame? Is it also a divine flame? But since that guy already had a divine flame, why would he go after the Yang Flame? And he said something like the Yang Flame being a treasure of his clan before it was stolen for them. No, Yang Flame is not a divine flame. Didn't I already tell you? The Yin Ice and Yang Flame are extremely rare materials that can be used in different ways. The biggest benefit is that they can evolve magic cores and turn into an element and a law. Since you already had acquired the Yin Ice and evolved your Water Magic Core into Yin Magic Core, you're in possession of the Yin element and can tap into Yin Law. However, as you have already experienced, the Yin element isn't easy to handle. Even with your current body, you can utilize its full power because it's highly unstable, just like a divine flame. The same goes for the Yang Flame. It's also unstable, and if you try to use it, the result would be the same as using the Yin Ice. That's why you need the Yang Flame to stabilize the Yin Ice, creating a harmony between Yin and Yang elements. However, both Yin Ice and Yang Flame are extremely rare, even more rare than Divine Flames because of their universally defying nature. Acquiring the Yin Ice was a stroke of luck, and now you have also found the Yang Flame. Not even the gods have such luck. So, you should be grateful and happy about them, not sulking. Jacob was speechless as he wanted to retort, but couldn't find any words, since Immortaka's words made sense, and he had personally experienced the power of Yin Ice. Furthermore, Jacob knew Immortaka had done something to help him absorb the Yin Ice after the latter took over his body last time. If he were to do it, he might not even succeed. Yang Flame and Yin Ice can help evolve magic cores, and can even be used in creating treasures of unknown powers. Then could it be that Vortigash wants the Yang Flame because it can also be used with the Divine Flame in some way? But then why didn't his clan use it before it got stolen? It makes no sense at all. Moreover, given how important the Yang Flame is, why would they give it to him and take it all the way to the Middle Planes? Lastly, how did he enter the Middle Planes and know the Yang Flame was here and able to track it through me? There were so many loopholes in Vortigash's presence that Jacob couldn't even bother to think about them. Nonetheless, as Immortaka had said, he had already captured Vortigash, and extracting information from him now depended on Jacob's skills and determination. Now that some of his questions had been answered, Jacob looked ahead at the pathway and moved forward before issuing Immortaka a command: "Alert me if something unexpected appears." The moment Jacob stepped through the pitch-black pathway, a wave of scorching heat surged around him, yet it wasn't wild or hostile like before. It felt ceremonial, like a mysterious presence acknowledging his passage. The darkness lifted like a burning mist, revealing a vast, circular chamber that glowed with a golden red light. Jacob's eyes flickered as he took in the sheer majesty of the place. The air shimmered with barely contained fiery energy, so dense that even breathing felt like inhaling power. A ring of titanic flame-forged columns held up a ceiling covered in mystical firelight, flickering like stars trapped behind translucent gold glass. Each of those columns was carved with ancient murals, some animated, some still depicting a figure Jacob had never seen before. A being of both grandeur and desolation, crowned in solar flame, cloaked in robes made of burning skies and stars. His face was never shown, always hidden beneath a helm of blazing horns or masked by fire itself. But every mural showed him wielding flames that seemed to reshape worlds, consuming creatures, taming monsters, or igniting cosmos. At his feet, in those murals, were the same flame acolytes Jacob had fought: Ashflare Nyza, Tempest Valier, Solar Tharnak, and others, kneeling or rising with flame tokens in their hands, as if granted power by this unknown flame god. Some images depicted battle scenes, while others were ritualistic. One mural even showed the flame god walking into a black void holding two swords. one sword burning in golden flames and the other in crimson flames. Jacob's eyes stopped at this image for a while before he looked deeper into the hall. As he walked, the flames grew quieter. It was like fire held its breath here. In the center of the grand hall, illuminated by a shaft of falling mystical firelight, were two things. Atop a rune-forged dais stood two flame-bound swords. They floated in the air, crossed at the hilt, as if resting after an eternal battle. Their aura was stifling, not in hostility, but in sheer presence. One sword blazed radiant gold, forged with solar lines, its blade etched with angular sigils that pulsed like molten veins. It exuded destructive heat, as if it were born from the heart of a collapsing sun. Its name shimmered faintly beside it, Sun-Eater Fang. The second sword radiated deep crimson, coiled in inward spiraling wisps of ember mist. The sigils along its edge were circular, almost hypnotic. It carried a silent wrath, a weapon forged not to burn, but to consume. Its name, Cindershade Fang, together, they emanated a heartbeat, a twin pulse of outward fury and inward erasure. But it wasn't all. Carved into the floor beneath the blades was an ancient symbol, a golden-red yin-yang flame mandala, inscribed with layers of fire law and an unknown imprint. There were also words written in flames, inheritance of the blazing flame celestial demon. Only one who has overcome the acolytes and carries flame may claim my fangs and legacy. Failure will result in soul incineration. Jacob was shocked when he saw those regal words, and his gaze flickered. So, this is the inheritance that voice mentioned, blazing flame celestial demon. Jacob's eyes were fixed on those twin swords, and he couldn't help but look at those murals. Now he knew that mysterious figure in the murals and master of those flame acolytes was none other than the blazing flame celestial demon. Other than this inheritance, a few steps away, encased in an orb of transparent cosmic crystal, floated the Yang flame. No larger than a human head, it burned like a miniature galaxy. Its core pulsed with golden white light, surrounded by threads of fiery orange, vermilion streaks, and dazzling violet sparks, each one curling in slow, infinite spirals. It looked less like fire and more like a living concept of expansion, a force of vitality and creation masquerading as flame. When Jacob laid his eyes on the Yang flame, the yin ice within his core stirred violently, startling him. See 2038, Chapter 1038, The God's Legacy. Jacob had no idea what his yin core reacted like, and at this moment, Immortal's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Opposite calls to opposite, harmony brings balance. Jacob's eyes flickered when he felt the profound knowledge in those cryptic words. What are you hiding now? Ha ha ha, I'm not hiding anything, it's you who are not qualified to know these things yet. Immortal curtly replied. Jacob sneered but didn't raise the topic, and instead, he asked, what do you think about that inheritance of blazing flame celestial demon? Can you at least tell me the rank of those swords and the carvings beneath them? That yin-yang mandala is probably hiding the profundities of fire law, and then that imprint, I can't even tell what it is. It isn't obvious? It's a legacy of a fallen god, and it's a law god. This place should be once the fallen god's law temple. As for the rank of those swords, hee, all I can tell you is they are divine artifacts, and their artifact spirits are in deep slumber. With your current power, you can't subdue them, much less use them, but since this a legacy inheritance, as long as you can become this legacy's inheritor, they'll be yours eventually. The yin-yang mandala, as you felt, is filled with profundities of fire law. In truth, this yin-yang mandala carries all law comprehension, techniques, spells, and all the relevant knowledge of the fallen law god. And if you really inherit it, you can create a celestial astrolabe of flame path. Your future journey as a god will be without any bottlenecks until you reach the same level as the fallen flame god. As for that imprint, it's the core of this law temple. Simply put, it's a control panel, and whoever can control it will get this entire law temple. Jacob was astounded when he heard Immortal's explanation about that inheritance, especially about the imprint. I can get this law temple of a fallen law god? Although I don't know how it was created, since it was made a powerful law god, it should be extremely precious. But how? Why did such a legacy end up in the Middle Plains? The more Jacob knew about this place, the more mysterious it became, and the biggest question of them all was, who could have killed the blazing flame celestial demon? At this moment, Immortal suddenly revealed something unexpected, but I will advise you against touching this legacy. Jacob was startled, and he didn't dare to take Immortal's words lightly as he gravely asked, why? If you inherited the legacy of a fallen god, you will become the fallen god itself. Meaning that you will be another version of the fallen god because your path will be fixed, and your body will change according to the legacy to make you perfectly compatible to inherit God's legacy. Don't underestimate a god of this level. Even if they ended up dying, their wills are not something immortal like you can go against. Even if you have me, you are still immortal, and getting entangled with a god's legacy at your current level will change you in ways you can't even begin to comprehend. Jacob instantly turned wary when he heard this and felt a surge of fear as he gazed at the enticing legacy of God before him. If it were someone else in his place, they wouldn't even hesitate to charge forward and claim this legacy, but he was different because he was the inheritor of a universal godly scripture. His path was completely different from others, and it might have been difficult, but it was undoubtedly one of the most powerful ones, not to mention that it could help him reach his ultimate goal, immortality. Furthermore, since the blazing flame celestial demon could be killed, this legacy was even less enticing for him. Although he really wanted the knowledge of a law god, it was no doubt priceless. If the price were to divert from his real path, he wouldn't touch it no matter what. I guess you have already made your choice. Immortality didn't need to guess what Jacob would choose. Unless Jacob suddenly turned into an idiot, he would never abandon the path of immortality. Hee, but you don't need to be so gloomy. Even I had to admit this place is too good to abandon like that. Furthermore, I'm pretty sure that without inheriting God's legacy, you can't take the Yang Flame either. Furthermore, there is still the lingering will of this law god, and the moment you trigger God's legacy, it'll reveal itself and test you. Then there is the artifact spirit of this law temple. You can't retreat now, even if you want to, without getting tested by this god's legacy. In simple terms, you are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ha ha ha! Immortality burst into wanton laughter. Jacob's eyes flickered violently when he finally understood the gravity of the situation after hearing Immortaka's words. He was only here to get Yang Flame. God's legacy was an unexpected surprise and gain, but now he didn't think so. Furthermore, Jacob wasn't expecting the presence of the blazing flame celestial demon's will to be present as well. But it also made sense it was a god's legacy. How could it be left without a guardian or protection measures? What if the entity that killed the blazing flame celestial demon came after the latter's treasures and legacy? Just this law temple might be enough to cause chaos in the upper planes. Since you were kind enough to tell me so much, what are you suggesting I should do? Jacob could only seek Immortaka's counsel at this moment. He knew the cursed book too well to believe that it was telling him all this out of the sudden kindness. Jacob would rather believe the world was ending today than believe the cursed book was doing all of this out of goodness. Here is the thing. If you're willing to sacrifice 1,000,000 years of your lifespan, you can. 1239, Chapter 1039, Stealing. The temple Jacob heard Immortaka's suggestion, and his eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but when he thought of the 1,000,000 years of his lifespan's involvement in this plan, he hesitated. After all, he had spent 10,000,000 years of his lifespan, which took him quite a huge effort to earn. Although his lifespan was still within millions, he was unwilling to squander it. Nonetheless, looking at the Yang Flame and the god's legacy, Jacob clenched his fists and relented. I hope you are right. Ha ha ha. When have I ever been wrong? Immortality replied dismissively. Jacob no longer had any questions and unsummoned the cursed book. He had already gotten what he wanted, so it was now time to get what he wanted from here and be on his way. At this moment, Jacob made a wish in his mind, but he didn't activate it yet and moved forward towards the twin fangs. As if sensing Jacob's approach, the flames around the twin fangs began to swirl, and the mysterious mandala on the floor pulsed. The next moment, a phantom figure of fire rose from behind the mandala. This figure was neither man nor beast. It was a silhouette shaped from countless tongues of flame, wearing no face, only a blazing crown of horns and a pair of sun-bright eyes. Suddenly, a regal voice rumbled across the hall, shaking the pillars. You who defeated my acolytes, you who seek to wield the blazing flame, you must first survive the trial of blazing flame celestial demon. Claim my twin fangs. Sun Eater will test your wrath. Cinder Shade will test your restraint. Only by mastering both can you touch the Yang Flame and survive what follows. It's just as that damn book said. There is really the phantom of blazing flame celestial demon guarding this place. What is the whole point of the first trial if someone still needs to complete more trials? Is this how the gods think? Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of irritation. At this moment, he decided to follow Immortaka's plan, and without hesitation, he thought, carry through. I wish to get the recognition of the blazing flame celestial demon for 10 seconds. Cost, 100% infinity blood, or 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Lifespan, 3,010, 500 years, all youthful. The moment Jacob's wish was fulfilled, the mysterious phantom above the mandala trembled and vanished. The oppressive feeling also disappeared, and Jacob suddenly felt deeply connected to his surroundings. It was the result of his wish. Immortality suggested this wish. Although a wish can still grant Jacob complete control over this law temple, it would be too costly. However, Immortality only told him to get the temporary ownership for just 10 seconds. Yet, it still cost him 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. One can only imagine just how much becoming its true owner would cost. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't going to waste even a second that he bought with his lifespan, and now that the wish seemed to have been successful, he quickly moved. The first thing he did was go after the Yang Flame, and as he grabbed the Yang Flame's orb, there was no restriction anymore because he was currently recognized by the Blazing Flame Celestial Demon and had become the owner of the entire Blazing Flame Temple. Jacob quickly stowed away the Yang Flame within his pendant instead of the infinite space. However, Jacob didn't stop as time was running out, and he issued a command through his current connection with the Blazing Flame Temple. The next moment, Jacob's figure suddenly vanished from the Legacy Hall, and he reappeared out of the temple. Jacob was surprised when he saw the familiar scenery of the Flame Sea and the Blazing Flame Temple actually hovering right above it. However, Jacob didn't have time to mull over this development. He only had 7 seconds remaining. He issued another premeditative command, and the colossal blazing flame temple suddenly tumbled before it started to shrink at crazy speed. Within 5 seconds, a miniature blazing flame temple appeared in front of Jacob, and as if expecting this already, Jacob grabbed the miniature blazing flame temple and sent it inside his pendant as well. The infinity pendant's storage space can suppress anything, and Jacob already had one divine treasure like the divine soulless pagoda, and the blazing flame temple, which was probably on the same rank, wasn't going to be any different. This was all Immortalita's scheme to help Jacob get the entire Blazing Flame Temple without going through the trouble of inheriting the Blazing Flame celestial demon's legacy and even tricked by the Flame God. Jacob had to admit that only the Cursed Book could think something like this, and the plan worked seamlessly, which was also a reminder for Jacob to never underestimate the Cursed Book. Even the Law God's temple was completely stolen away. Now, Jacob can take his time to claim the Blazing Flame Temple and the Twin Fangs. If Jacob had been greedy and tried to grab the Twin Fangs, he would have been in huge trouble after the temporary ownership time was over. As for the Yang Flame, as long as it was taken out of the Blazing Flame Temple, Jacob could absorb it easily with Immortalita's help. That's why he relented and spent 1,000,000 years of his lifespan and robbed the entire Temple of a Law God. The moment 10 seconds passed, Jacob lost all connection with the Blazing Flame Temple. However, it was already in his pendant, and after making sure there was no reaction, he was relieved. But at this moment, a booming voice suddenly sounded, "How did you get here, and where is the treasure?" Jacob's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction of the powerful voice and saw a fairy human in holy robes rushing towards him. Behind the fairy human was a massive crowd of different beings. Most of them were fairy humans in armor and temple robes, but there were even more races, and their auras were at least legendary lords. Jacob even spotted the Star Pirates group that he encountered at the edge of the Flame Sea. However, the incoming crowd was filled with ill intent, especially the fairy human in front of everyone. He was releasing a dense killing intent as he glared at Jacob as if the latter had killed his father. Knight and Sortie, Chapter 1040, The Commotion in the Great Cosmic Continent. Of Leo a few days ago, while Jacob descended into the hidden depths below the lava sea, the outside world had already erupted into chaos. The moment the phantom temple of the blazing flames materialized above the lava sea, its towering spires and spectral banner proclaiming its name, a ripple of power swept through the ashen mirage desert and far beyond. Forces scattered across the surrounding regions instantly took notice. Powerful soul senses and far-seeing treasures were activated. Messages flew across secret channels like wildfire. Within an hour, hundreds of figures converged around the flaming sea. Among them were robed envoys of the bank, cloaked figures of hidden organizations, treasure hunters, and even wandering legendary kings, all drawn by the phantom palace that pulsed with ancient divine intent. Yet none dared to approach too close. The aura radiating from the temple felt like the blazing wrath of a slumbering god. Even getting near the edge of the lava sea made the weaker ones cough up blood and retreat. But it wasn't long before the most dominant force in this region arrived. A convoy bearing the sigil of balance, a sword crossing a pair of scales, emerged over the dunes. They were envoys and protectors of the Great Temple of Balance, one of the great temples under the Cardinal Spirit Temple. At their center hovered an ornate jade palanquin inscribed with holy sigils. Floating beside it was a golden totem radiating calm yet terrifying pressure. From the palanquin descended an imposing figure of an otherworldly man with long silver hair flowing from his priestly cap and wearing golden and scarlet priestly robes. His skin was fair with faintly luminous runes moving beneath it. His presence alone made even legendary kings apprehensive. It was an eminent figure among the fairy humans titled as the Night King, also known as the Archpriest of Balance. The moment the Night King appeared, his cold, silvery eyes swept over the gathered forces as he spoke, a voice echoing with authority and threat. This ancient temple is now under the protection and investigation of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Any attempt to approach without sanction will be deemed an act of heresy and met with annihilation. The words spread like thunder. Some cursed under their breath, others quietly retreated a few miles back. But no one dares to come forward and defy him because this was the territory of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Even the Star Pirates sent by the Champion King were helpless, as they could only report it to the Champion King with everything else that happened. Soon, the desert winds carried the news far and wide about the Cardinal Spirit Temple that lay claimed on the Temple of the Blazing Flames. All of a sudden, the great cosmic continent of Leo became the center of attention for many large and small forces alike, including the life and dead factions, which were at war with each other. The power among the neutral factions suddenly started making moves. At the same time, the Cardinal Spirit Temple's higher-ups also started to get involved because the Temple of the Blazing Flame seemed to carry some ancient treasure or secret of the Forbidden Zone. Soon, a huge undercurrent was surging within the great cosmic continent of Leo. However, claiming the Temple of the Blazing Flame and entering it were two very different matters. Around the lava sea, the Night King quickly ordered rune artificers and magic smiths to assemble. They erected floating arrays of balance with the help of a legendary king, rank rune artificer from the fairy human, to probe the Phantom Palace's defenses. Brilliant runic beams crisscrossed the sky, scanning the palace's walls, its burning braziers, and the spectral banner crowned by the ram sigil. Yet every probe, every attempt to touch it with law, mana, or artifact sank into nothingness, as though the palace was a dream, unyielding to mortal means. However, this only made the observers more astounded, as they all knew this could only mean this temple was far more powerful than a legendary king rank, making their eyes burn with greed and hidden motives. But for now, everyone only silently observed while they secretly started to prepare in case the temple opened suddenly or the Cardinal Spirit Temple found a way to barge in. The flame essence is ancient, older than most living beings, the legendary King Rune Artificer reported to the Night King, and the closer we get, the more the fire laws threaten to incinerate our souls. Maybe we should seek the Holy Pontiff's Holy King help. The Night King's brow furrowed. Behind him, paladins and priests of balance whispered nervously, while other legendary forces watched from afar, calculating whether to cooperate or wait for an opening. Very soon, the fairy human realized the importance of this treasure and created a vast silver-golden barrier, sealing it further from prying eyes. It stretched across the entire horizon, sealing the region with the power of the Great Temple of Balance. By decree of the Holy Pontiff, Holy King of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, the Night King suddenly declared, his voice carried by law itself, "This place shall remain sealed until the temple's secrets are unveiled. Anyone who dares to come closer to the barrier will be hunted down as per the command of Her Holy Highness." Thereupon, from the dunes to the sky, the barrier flickered like a mirage, forbidding anyone from leaving or entering without permission. Moreover, the observing forces became warier because the enigmatic Holy King of the Cardinal Spirit Temple was coming, and everyone knew how dreadful the Holy King was. The Star Pirates, still near the lava sea, cursed under their breath, but they could only wait and watch as per the Champion King's command, which made them doubtful. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure hidden in the layer of space, stalking the Temple of the Blazing Flames like a venomous snake, also seemed deeply frustrated. Even the Cardinal Spirit Temple's Night King can't find a way inside. Now with the Holy King's involvement, I can't make a move. But just as the fairy human began to direct his forces to erect a long-term outpost and wait for the arrival of the Holy King and more reinforcements, something impossible happened. High above the lava sea, the phantom temple of the blazing flames suddenly trembled. At first, everyone thought it was reacting to the probing arrays. Then, before countless horrified eyes, the colossal palace, its spires, domes, and spectral banners started to shrink. Like a dying flame drawn back into a wick, the entire structure spiraled inward, compressing smaller and smaller. Gasps and cries of shock echoed across the dunes. What's happening? Is someone seizing it? The Night King and his men paled. His soul sense desperately reached out, but the shrinking palace ignored him as though he were nothing. C1 1041, Chapter 1041, Not Easy to Mess With. In the very moment the temple finally vanished from the sky, leaving only faint ripples of residual fiery essence, a single figure appeared right where the Temple of the Blazing Flame was located a moment ago. A tall, skeletal figure clad in a long black windbreaker and his head covered in a long hood, only the flickering white golden light could see within the abyssal-like hood. It was Jacob. Although no one recognized him, the timing spoke louder than words. The Temple of the Blazing Flame suddenly vanished, and Jacob appeared out of nowhere. The Night King was bewildered at first, but when he noticed Jacob's lone figure, his face turned livid, his killing intent bursting out like a sea tide. "How did you get here, and where is the treasure?" he roared, his voice crackling with holy light as he bolted towards Jacob like a light beam. Night King was followed by hundreds of armored paladins, priests, and legendary lords as they braced themselves. They were all ready to act. Moreover, those who had witnessed this scene also couldn't stay in that breathless moment. Everyone realized the impossible truth. Someone had stolen the entire Temple of the Blazing Flames right under the nose of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Furthermore, the most suspicious person stood alone before them all, as if he weren't afraid of anyone. This was a blunt taunt to the prestige of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, not to mention that the Temple of the Blazing Flame was enough to arouse everyone's greed. No one was willing to give up on it. Jacob was already locked on the Night King, and those who followed him were releasing their hostile aura. A fairy human, someone from the Cardinal Spirit Temple? Jacob easily guessed this person's identity, and he was slightly surprised because he was expecting the Star Pirates here, but not the fairy humans. Furthermore, when he noticed the huge barrier around the vicinity of the Temple of the Blazing Flame, realization dawned on Jacob. How long was I inside the Temple of the Blazing Flame? How were they able to arrange this huge formation and gather so many people here in such a short amount of time? The time difference must be chaotic inside. Nonetheless, this is all set up by the Cardinal Spirit Temple because the Star Pirates can't move so many resources right under the temple's nose. And here I was expecting the Champion King to take the bait, or he might have had already. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as he looked at the Night King, as bright silver holy light was swirling around his body, and he couldn't help but snicker, "I have no time to play with idiots." The next moment, Jacob's figure turned blurry before he completely vanished from his spot. The Night King's expression warped when he saw this, and even his soul sense had lost all traces of Jacob. A hint of disbelief flashed past Night King's eyes before his face went pale. "He's running away. Quickly informed the temple and sealed this area. Go, hurry." His hysterical voice reverberated throughout the vicinity. Not just the Night King, but those who were secretly going to take action were also flabbergasted, and many soul senses suddenly appeared out of nowhere as they all desperately searched for the thieves. But just like the Night King, they found nothing. It was like Jacob was a ghost. Not even his traces of soul sense were left at the scene, which should have been impossible. However, most of them didn't know that a quasi-myth's soul force couldn't be sensed with ordinary treasures, or even a Tier 3 legendary king's soul sense can't lock on such an existence. If Jacob didn't want to draw any unwanted attention, and he was afraid of the hunter's presence, he could have easily created a huge bloodbath here and captured a few specimens from this lot. But Jacob had already gotten more than what he wanted, and right now, he wanted to absorb the Yang Flame more than killing these reckless fools of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. So, he left without a word. As the scene turned hectic, all of a sudden, the huge barrier around the vicinity of the lava sea suddenly shattered like glass. Boom. The Night King's heart trembled when he heard the terrifying explosive sound, and cold sweat gathered on his temple. A legendary king rank formation barrier was destroyed just like that? Could it be the same person? Don't tell me it was a Q-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo. Quasi. Night King shuddered when this possibility suddenly exposed itself in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel he had just escaped a sudden death. He had been too reckless lately, driven by his own greed, and he knew that if the mysterious expert really wanted to, even having 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. Archpriest, the thief is running away. What should we do? Another legendary king in silver armor quickly asked the Night King in panic. Night King's expression paled. Shut up, report it directly to the higher-ups. The person who took the temple is far stronger than any of us. We can't do anything. Greedy he might be, but he cherished his life more. Now that he was 80% sure that the other party was probably a quasi-myth rank old monster, he didn't dare to offend that latter too much unless the other party would really get annoyed and decide to deal with him. After all, in the entire legendary plans, quasi-myths were top of the power ladder, and the 3 factions won't dare to engage with them unless it was a life-and-death scenario. Since Night King had realized the gravity of the situation, some representatives of the top organizations and powers also made a guess, and their expressions were no different from those of Night King. They quickly reported it to their higher-ups, but didn't dare to search for the mysterious expert. After breaking the formation barrier, which was also a warning to the Cardinal Spirit Temple and the hidden hyenas, Jacob used his full speed and headed towards the exit of the Ashen Mirage Desert. Strangely, after the Temple of the Blazing Flames appeared, all the overwhelming phenomena of the desert suddenly ceased to exist, and the Ashen Mirage Desert seemed just like any normal desert with a slightly higher density of the fire law. That was also the reason that so many people were able to reach the lava sea in such a short time and saw the Temple of the Blazing Flames. Now that the Temple of the Blazing Flame was gone, the desert became even more peaceful, and Jacob reckoned that it wouldn't be long before the title of the Forbidden Region would be taken down from this area soon. C1242. Chapter 2142. The Holy King Jacob was moving at a breakneck speed, covering hundreds of miles within seconds. No one could keep up with him as he left all those meddlesome people of various organizations behind. However, right at that moment, Jacob felt watched by something, which was extremely strange and had never happened to him before. Jacob looked around and found there was no one, but the feeling of being watched was getting stronger. However, Jacob still didn't find anything as he began to grow agitated. But his figure never stopped as he cut through the scorched winds like a phantom, across the endless dunes. Yet that peculiar, oppressive sense of being watched tightened around him, seeping into his very bones like the gaze of a predator, ancient and regal. Suddenly, all at once, Rue, oh, 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 a deafening roar ripped across the desert sky, powerful enough to ripple the very dunes beneath. Jacob's eyes flickered violently as he looked upward. From the blazing horizon descended a ferocious creature. A colossal beast, its scales shimmering with silver metallic luster that refracted the desert sun into countless dancing rays of holy brilliance. Its wings beat the air like living cathedrals of silver flame, each stroke releasing pulses of oppressive might. Despite its draconic savagery, it radiated an austere holiness, its eyes twin pools of cold, judgmental moonlight. A wyvern? Jacob instantly recognized this magnificent beast as he had already encountered it 2 times in his journey up to this point. However, the silver wyvern in front of him was far more imposing and regal than the previous 2 wyverns Jacob had encountered. The reason behind this was simple, actually. This silver wyvern was fully matured and at its peak, which was the Tier 3 legendary king state rank. Not to mention, the element this wyvern was born with was scarce. But what made Jacob even more surprised, upon the silver wyvern's back, riding as though born to command such a beast, sat a single figure, a woman, graceful beyond mortal measure. Draped in immaculate robes of pure white edged with star gold embroidery, her posture was upright yet serene, embodying both majesty and merciless resolve. Long golden hair cascaded down her back like a river of sunlight, framing a pale, tranquil face carved with otherworldly severity. However, the most eye-catching detail about her face was her spiral eyes, which glowed faintly with mystic law, suggesting untold depths of power and wisdom. A delicate crown of silver branches and holy gems rested upon her brow, glinting under the desert sun. Even seated, she exuded an air of calm command that seemed to weigh down the very air itself, like a sovereign who ruled not only through power, but by the unyielding certainty of faith. Her spiral eyes, cool and detached, locked onto Jacob as if weighing his very existence. The sense of being judged became incredibly suffocating as Jacob finally understood where that feeling was coming from, and those spiral eyes gave Jacob chills. This woman was none other than Holy Pontiff Eliza, the Holy King of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, the apex authority of all fairy humans whose word could move entire crusades and shatter kingdoms. The silver wyvern's speed was very fast, faster than any legendary king, as it quickly reached in front of Jacob. But Jacob has already stopped moving as he looked at the hovering gigantic silver wyvern in front of him, which wanted to devour him whole. However, Jacob merely glanced at the tamed beast and looked towards its owner silently. Eliza also did not speak immediately. Instead, she observed Jacob in silence, her gaze sharp enough to flay the truth from any soul, her aura tranquil yet immovable as a holy mountain. The desert itself seemed to hush as the Holy King of the Cardinal Spirit Temple finally opened her lips to speak. "I'm the Holy Pontiff Eliza. I want to invite esteemed Myth to the Cardinal Spirit Temple." The Holy King. Jacob instantly recognized this woman's identity when he heard Holy Pontiff, and truth be told, he was surprised because Eliza was very different from other legendary kings, and her eyes gave him the creeps. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Who would have thought that the Holy King of the Cardinal Spirit Temple would actually be a quasi-myth in disguise? Eliza's eyes suddenly widened ever so slightly as a hint of surprise surfaced in them. Although she may look calm and composed, just like Jacob, she was also feeling a strange sense of dread and familiarity from Jacob's eyes. This was a very strange feeling that she felt for the first time, originating from her inner SP vision. Moreover, she was secretly shocked that she couldn't completely see through Jacob at all despite activating her eyes, and she was only able to lock on because she received the Night King's distress message. Eliza was also skeptical because another quasi-myth involvement in this incident of Temple of the Blazing Flame, and even thought Night King was making excuses for his incompetence. After all, everyone in the quasi-myth circle knew about Eliza's true powers and background. They know that the Temple of the Blazing Flame was within her territory, so no other quasi-myth would get involved unless they wanted to draw Eliza's ire. But now that she had met Jacob, she suddenly realized that Jacob was probably an unidentified quasi-myth, and she also couldn't see through his true power even with her inner SB vision, which was almost impossible. That's why she instantly decided to take another approach and invited Jacob back to her palace for a chat. She clearly didn't want to fight with Jacob right now when she had no idea how powerful he was and what kind of trump cards he had. Not to mention, he was also the one who had captured the entire Temple of the Blazing Flame. He can't be underestimated. Since esteemed Myth could tell who I am, as a fellow Myth, I hope you can do me the honor of hosting you at my humble abode. Eliza spoke gracefully, without any hint of arrogance or attitude. But Jacob's eyes were still fixed on her spiral eyes as he started to have other thoughts, and after contemplating for a few moments, he nodded. "It'll be my honor to be your guest. Lead the way." 1043 Chapter 1043 Mythical Coalition. The scorching winds of the Ashen Mirage Desert fell silent under the overwhelming presence of the silver wyvern. Its gigantic wings folded, scales catching the final rays of the sinking sun like molten silver, as the beast knelt low for its master. Without saying another word, the Holy King Eliza extended her slender hand, palm open in a silent invitation. Jacob merely cast a calm glance at her, then stepped forward. His figure blurred and vanished, only to reappear gracefully atop the wyvern's broad back, a few paces behind Eliza. The wyvern did not so much as flinch, its will perfectly in tune with its master's. Despite Jacob standing behind her, Eliza didn't react as if she wasn't worried that Jacob would move against her and said, "Hold on." Her voice was as placid as a sacred lake, yet it carried the regal power of someone who had commanded armies and judged myriad beings. With a single silent command, the wyvern's wings unfurled, eclipsing half the horizon before it shot skyward like a comet. The desert below shrank into a sea of shifting dunes, and soon everything faded behind them as they vanished into the starry crimson sky. Jacob was astounded by the silver wyvern's speed, and he also noticed something: space law manipulation. This wyvern is using space law to move between space. Jacob eyed the colossal wyvern, and a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. Still, it instantly vanishes before he looks at the back of the Holy King, who wears an indifferent expression, yet her spiral eyes seem to be revolving mysteriously. "I hope Exalted Myth is comfortable," she suddenly said in a gentle tone. Jacob knew, despite showing her back to him, that Eliza was watching him closely, and he even felt that if he showed any suspicious movement, this woman would instantly react. Furthermore, right now Jacob's cursed mana was empty, and he needed to recharge it, but with Eliza's involvement, he can't use the Dark Being's magic cores. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't worried about Eliza's actions because he could easily deal with all of her schemes. The only reason he agreed to follow Eliza was because her eyes fascinated him, and he also wanted to see the Cardinal Spirit Temple of the Legendary Plains, since it was the den of fairy humans, his previous original race that he was reincarnated in. This is certainly a peculiar experience. Jacob impassively replied before he glanced at the small pointy ears hidden behind Eliza's golden hair, and he said, "If you don't mind me asking, you aren't a fairy human, are you? But you're also not an elf." Eliza's spiral eyes flickered with a mysterious glint as she replied, "I'm impressed Exalted Myth could tell so soon. Indeed, I'm not a fairy human, but I belong to the holy race of fairies." Making me a fairy. What about you? Exalted Myth also didn't seem to be a dark being, yet your appearance is completely misleading. A fairy? Jacob was surprised because he knew about this elusive race, which was considered extinct in the Legendary Plains, but there were many legends surrounding this enigmatic group. Jacob wasn't expecting to see a living, breathing fairy one day, and not only that, but this fairy was the Holy King, the ruler of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, and also a quasi-myth. Moreover, Jacob knew that the origin of the fairy humans was the Archjustice human race and the primal fairy race. Not to mention the Eyes of Judge were the peerless ability of the Archjustice human race. But Jacob knew little about the primal fairy race, and now, looking at Eliza, he assumed that the fairy race, also called the holy race by Eliza and others, was probably a branch of the primal fairy race. Without having such an origin, the fairy humans won't be at ease being ruled over by other races, nor will the Cardinal Spirit Temple allow other races to take the position of the Holy Pontiff. Jacob thought about Eliza's question and how easily she also saw past his appearance. But since Eliza was the epitome of holy magic, it was also understandable that she could easily distinguish between a dark being and others. Not to mention, her strange eyes were enough of a reason for Jacob to assume she could see more than others, just like him. If he were wary of calling Immortality in front of Eliza, he would have already done so long ago. Ever since his encounter with Alexandra, he had been cautious about summoning the Cursed Immortality in front of others. "I'm indeed not a dark being, but because of the scripture I cultivate, I became like this. As for my origin, it's all in the past, nor do I care about it. As suspected, I can't deduct anything." A hint of frustration flashed past Eliza's eyes, but she didn't show it. "Then I would like to know when you became a myth, because all the quasi-myths of the Legendary Plains are part of the mythical coalition, but there hasn't been any announcement of a new myth joining the coalition." Eliza impassively questioned, and this was something she was most curious and wry of. A hint of surprise flickered in Jacob's eyes as he was completely unaware of this mythical coalition, but since Eliza had mentioned it, he knew it shouldn't be a lie. Speaking of which, Jacob also couldn't tell if Eliza was lying with his Eyes of Judge, which was another reason for his curiosity and wariness. "It's my first time hearing about the mythical coalition from the Holy King. Seeing your concern and surprise, I can safely assume that when someone becomes a myth, the mythical coalition could find them?" Jacob probed. As expected, Eliza had already guessed that Jacob wasn't a part of the mythical coalition, or he wouldn't have dared to intrude in her territory so bluntly. Nonetheless, she also knew the mythical coalition merely existed to keep others' quasi-myths from wreaking havoc in the Legendary Plains. However, if something like the Temple of the Blazing Flame appeared, the quasi-myth wouldn't care about the mythical coalition and fight for the treasure like everyone else. That's why Eliza also wanted to deal with the Temple of the Blazing Flames before the other quasi-myths within the mythical coalition realized its importance, yet Jacob's sudden interference ruined everything. Although Eliza could be considered one of the top 3 among the quasi-myths of the mythical coalition, Jacob gave her a sense of danger that she didn't even feel from the founder of the mythical coalition. 144, Chapter 1044, The Holy Justice Citadel. Eliza replied to Jacob's inquiry, "It is indeed as fellow myth just said. The mythical coalition has developed a method that can detect a newly born myth because every quasi-myth creates a unique phenomenon, also known as the myth phenomenon, such as a welcoming ceremony by the Legendary Plains. Oh, and the myth phenomena can't be suppressed or remain hidden even if you're within an elemental galaxy or elemental planet. That's why I'm curious about your origin." Unless you are older than the coalition, Jacob knew what Eliza was hinting at from her last words and replied impassively, "I can understand your curiosity, but I can't answer this question. Furthermore, now that I know about this mythical coalition, I still have no intention of joining them since I'm used to being alone and free." Eliza's eyes flickered as a cold glint surfaced in them before it vanished. "That's entirely up to you. The mythical coalition wouldn't force anyone who doesn't want to be a part of it." Jacob kept his silence, and Eliza did the same as the atmosphere became ambiguous. But both of them had their own thoughts. The Silver Wyvern continues to travel within the depths of space for an unknown time before all of a sudden, the space in front of it parts like a veil, revealing an otherworldly sight. In front of them appeared a realm wreathed in holy radiance, and Eliza finally spoke, "Welcome to the headquarters of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, the Holy Justice Citadel." Jacob was astounded as he looked at the shining citadel, floating among drifting archipelagos of gleaming stone and flying cities large as continents. The citadel was like the crown jewel of the Cardinal Spirit Temple's might. Moreover, Jacob noticed something far away. Islands, sanctuaries, and radiant phantoms were orbiting around a single, colossal structure at its heart. As if sensing Jacob's gaze, Eliza impassively said with a hint of pride and reverence, "What you're seeing is the temple of the Holy Justice God. It is also our destination." As if following Eliza's words, the wyvern descended along a skyway of polished crystal bridges suspended among floating sanctums and towering spires, each engraved with sacred runes that pulsed gently with holy light. As they approached the heart of the citadel, Jacob's eyes flickered slightly. Before them rose the planet-sized angelic temple, its walls formed from an alloy that shimmered like condensed starlight. The intricate engravings seemed alive, vast murals of ancient battles, heavenly judgment, and ethereal figures locked in eternal prayer. Outside the temple, a large formation enveloped the entire edifice, a translucent barrier of shifting gold and silver light. It shimmered like a living veil, carved with runes, pulsing gently in rhythm with the temple's core. Even Jacob, though a quasi-myth, could faintly feel the oppressive might radiating from it. At this moment, Jacob's gaze shifted towards something else. Standing before the great steps that led to the massive gates of the temple was a towering statue of the Holy Justice God itself. But unlike the status of the Holy Justice God that Jacob had seen in the lower planes, this one was quite different. A majestic, armored figure holding a massive sword pointed downward, its tip resting gently upon the foundation stone. Twin wings of cosmic flame arched high above, and eyes of polished obsidian seemed to judge all who dared approach. A secondary barrier encircled the base of the statue itself, like a sacred mote of light, isolating it from all touch. As the wyvern gracefully touched down before the grand steps, Eliza dismounted in a single fluid motion, her robes flowing like liquid moonlight. Jacob followed without hesitation, his cloak fluttering softly as his boots touched the sacred marble ground. As if waiting for Eliza's arrival, priests and paladins clad in gilded armor kneeled instantly. Eliza seemed indifferent to this sight as she ascended the stairway, and as she passed, the priests and paladins' heads bowed so low their foreheads nearly brushed the polished stone. Jacob noticed the zeal and reverence in their eyes as if it was engraved in their very beings, as none dared look up. After he was also an unknown outsider and his appearance was contradictory to theirs, yet they didn't question it under Eliza's presence. Jacob silently followed behind Eliza's every step, and the barriers surrounding the main temple seemed to respond to Eliza's presence silently. Layer upon layer of runic light gently parted like silk curtains, granting them entry deeper into the holy grounds. The grand gates of the main temple towered hundreds of meters high, engraved with cosmic runes that pulsed in slow, thunderous rhythm. With a mere gesture of Eliza's slender hand, the gates rumbled open, revealing a blinding brilliance from within. "Welcome, esteemed myth," Eliza spoke with regal calm, her spiral eyes glinting faintly as she glanced back at Jacob, "to the heart of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, the Hall of Holy Justice. Few outside my bloodline or the archpriests have ever set foot here. Today, you are an honored guest." Jacob said nothing, his eyes coldly scanning every detail of the holy sanctuary as he silently stepped forward into the heart of the temple that ruled billions. However, Jacob was unaware that Eliza hadn't told him about the sacred formation of the Temple of the Holy Justice God, which can instantly kill a dark being by merely setting foot into the vicinity of the temple. Although Eliza had said that she believed Jacob wasn't a dark being, she still wanted to confirm her conjecture and lead him here. No dare being has ever dared to step foot in this place, and those who did have long vanished into history. Even legendary kings and a reckless quasi-myth of dark beings long ago suffered a terrible death. But Jacob remained unharmed, and Eliza was fully convinced that Jacob wasn't a dark being. However, this also made Eliza secretly apprehensive of Jacob because, if he was a dark being, she could have efficiently dealt with him using the holy magic and formation. Moreover, this would also have given her the legitimate right to attack him and utilize even the mythical coalition to deal with him because everyone knew dark beings were prohibited from entering into Eliza's territory, and the coalition made a notable exception to make this rule because of Eliza's background. Yet now Jacob's strength still remained a mystery, and Eliza was unsure if she should take action or not. However, unlike Eliza, Jacob suddenly changed his mind because Immortica's voice rang abruptly in his head. 1045. Chapter 1045, Sanctum of Concord. Eliza's footsteps echoed softly against the polished starlight marble as she led Jacob through the blinding brilliance of the Hall of Holy Justice. High above, vaulted ceilings disappeared into shifting constellations carved from pure crystal, each twinkling rune like a prayer frozen in a loop. Rows of silent statues flanked either side, sculpted in the likeness of ancient holy kings and ancestors of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Without a word, Eliza turned from the central nave and guided Jacob toward a side passage framed by golden archways and flanked by paladins in full ceremonial armor. Though they bowed deeply at Eliza's passing, their gazes never dared linger on Jacob. They stepped into a narrower corridor lit by rows of floating crystal lamps. The air grew quieter, almost oppressive in its solemnity, until finally, before them stood a pair of doors, each carved from a single slab of silver-white stone, engraved with shifting spiral patterns that seemed to draw the gaze inward toward the unknown. Eliza raised her hand. The doors parted noiselessly, revealing a chamber beyond. It was a conference room in form, yet nothing like any ordinary hall. The ceiling rose high in a perfect dome, painted with a breathtaking mural of cosmic judgment like blazing angels, chained abominations, and swirling stars. Massive pillars of pale gold formed a circular perimeter, each etched with holy runes glowing gently in the hushed light. A single, vast round table of black marble sat at the center, its surface polished to a mirror finish, reflecting the grand mural above. Surrounding it were 12 high-backed chairs wrought from silver and obsidian, their spires resembling stylized angel wings. Behind the table, a raised dais held a solitary, grander throne, clearly reserved for the Holy King herself. Behind the throne, an enormous stained glass window dominated the wall, depicting the Holy Justice God in all its splendor, blade pointed downward, wings unfurled, and eyes gazing coldly upon the world. Shafts of colored light filtered through, casting prismatic halos across the marble floor. Eliza's robe swept gracefully as she approached the throne, but she did not sit. Instead, she turned, her spiral eyes meeting Jacob's impassive gaze. "This is the Sanctum of Concord," Eliza's voice resonated quietly, carrying an echo of authority, "where the highest councils of our temple gather, and where the mythical coalition has occasionally convened when required." Jacob's gaze traveled across the solemn grandeur of the room, taking in the muted glow of the runes and the silent power woven into the stone itself. "I see," he nodded, his voice calm yet sharp. "It's my honor to be here." Eliza inclined her head faintly. "You see, esteemed myth, the Sanctum of Concord is special. Here, words weigh as heavily as oaths. It is also protected by an ancient truth-binding formation. No deliberate falsehood can be spoken within this chamber." "Naive?" Jacob's eyes flickered faintly at that, but he gave no outward sign of unease. Eliza gestured lightly toward the table. "Please, be seated. We may speak freely here, away from ears and eyes, even from the Star Network." A flicker of surprise finally surfaced in Jacob's eyes when he heard the last part, as he couldn't help but look at Eliza profoundly. Nonetheless, Jacob stepped forward, his figure seeming to glide as shadows curled around his windbreaker. He drew out a chair, its cold silver frame unyielding to the touch, and sat without ceremony. His lone presence felt strangely at home amidst the oppressive sanctity, like darkness acknowledged rather than denied. Eliza, still standing, rested a pale hand upon the high back of her throne, but did not sit. Instead, she studied Jacob in silence, her spiral eyes revolving slowly, peering beyond flesh, beyond form, seeking the truths that even myth would hide. The chamber seemed to tighten, every flickering rune and shard of colored light pausing, as if the entire sanctum held its breath for what would be said next. Finally, her voice, calm yet edged with cold certainty, broke the stillness. "Now that we are beyond courtesy and the gaze of others, tell me, esteemed myth, for what purpose have you truly come to the great cosmic continent of Leo? Were you the one who caused the commotion in the Ashen Mirage Desert? And what is the Temple of the Blazing Flame?" Jacob wasn't surprised by Eliza's questions. In fact, he was well aware that the whole reason Eliza led him into the heart of her territory was to get information about the Temple of the Blazing Flame. "Since you were so curious, I would be impolite of me not to answer your questions. I was indeed here for the Temple of the Blazing Flame, and I was the one who had awakened it," Jacob impassively replied. A hint of surprise flashed in Eliza's eyes before her gaze turned profound. "What lies within the Temple of the Blazing Flames? Since you have claimed the entire temple, it's pretty clear that the temple itself is a treasure beyond the legendary rank. However, since you claimed it with your own capability and the temple wasn't aware of its existence, I won't dare to lay claim to it. But I'm still very curious about it, and if you can let me study it, anything is open for negotiation." She subtly revealed her true intentions. Jacob remained silent for a moment before he said, "The Temple of Blazing Flame is indeed above legendary planes. However, I merely scratched its surface and only claimed a rudimentary ownership of it after passing the first trial. Truthfully, to claim the entire temple and its riches, there are still more trials, but I'm not qualified to take them because my current power is not sufficient. You should understand what I mean, right?" Eliza's eyes widened as a hint of greed surfaced in them. How could she not understand what Jacob was implying? A treasure that surpassed the rank of the legendary planes, which means a true mythical treasure, and it might even surpass it. However, Eliza's knowledge was still limited to when it came to the upper planes, so she couldn't guess just how powerful and precious the Temple of the Blazing Flame was. If she weren't wary of Jacob, she would have already attacked him and snatched away the Temple of the Blazing Flame. But Eliza wasn't an ordinary woman. She had held her position for thousands of years. Eliza said in an impassive tone, "Since you revealed this much to me, then it means you are willing to negotiate with me, right? After all, since you can clear the trial and claim the temple, I can safely assume that if anything happened to you, the temple might vanish without acknowledging another inheritor. Although Eliza's conjecture was wrong, Jacob didn't point it out, as he wanted her to think this way. The smarter she was, the more she would fall into the quagmire, just as Jacob intended. 146. Chapter 1046, Another Material's Location. Jacob replied to Eliza's inquiry, "It's indeed as the Holy King had guessed. Now that I've completed the first trial of the Temple of the Blazing Flames and gained the rudimentary ownership, if I were to fall, the temple will vanish and hide itself again until another worthy inheritor finds it." Eliza's eyes narrowed into slits when Jacob acknowledged her conjecture, but a hint of doubt still existed in her heart as she mused, "The Sanctum of Concord didn't react to his words, which means he's telling the truth. But for some reason, I don't believe him." Jacob remained indifferent to Eliza's inner thoughts as he continued, "As for negotiating with you, I'm not against it. After all, since you have been serving the Holy Justice God, you might know more about the inheritance related to the holy element and faith." Eliza's eyes widened ever so slightly as she inquired, "So, that temple has an inheritance related to the holy element and faith?" No matter how calm she acted, Jacob easily saw through her hidden ecstasy and greed. He was well aware of how the believers of the Cardinal Spirit Temple use faith power to increase their existing prowess and potential. In the unique planes, he thought it was a unique power. Still, after arriving on the legendary planes and learning about the existence of law gods and faith gods, he was certain that this faith power was somehow connected to the faith gods, and the Holy Justice God was most likely a faith god. Although he still didn't know how all of this worked, the unexpected information Immortality just provided him after he entered the Cardinal Spirit Temple's headquarters with Eliza gave him more clues. Now, he was baiting Eliza and making her slowly fall into his trap so he could easily achieve his objective. Yes, it is related to the holy element and faith. However, for this exact reason, I need your cooperation. I must admit, my next destination should have been approaching you after I claimed the Temple of the Blazing Flames, but you approached me on your own, making things less complicated for both of us. Jacob suddenly revealed something unexpected. Eliza was astounded as she looked profoundly at Jacob. She was under the impression that it was her leading Jacob into her territory, and he was unwilling to offend her, apprehensive of her prowess, just as she was, so he followed her back. However, now Jacob suddenly said that from the start he wanted to meet her, which means Jacob probably wasn't afraid of her at all, or he was playing mind games to gain an advantage. Whichever the case, Eliza has already enlisted Jacob as a schemer and a highly dangerous entity, much like herself. If she wasn't careful, she might fall into his trap and wouldn't even know until it was too late. Well, this'll make everything more convenient. Please speak your mind, as long as your conditions are not excessive, and I don't mind signing a Zodiac Soul Oath contract. This is for both of our safety, since I hope you understand I don't trust you, nor do you trust me. Eliza instantly brought out the Zodiac Soul Oath contract after realizing that Jacob wasn't easy to deal with, and instead of taking a risk, she decided to play it safe. I have no problem with it. Jacob agreed without hesitation before his eyes flickered mysteriously as he said, "Since we have reached an initial agreement on our cooperation, I'll tell you why I need your help. You see, the Temple of the Blazing Flames has two inheritances. One, the divine legacy of a flame god, and the other, a divine legacy of faith. The first legacy should belong to the owner of the temple because it is required to complete all the trials of the temple. However, the second legacy is different." At this point, Jacob suddenly paused, giving Eliza a chance to absorb the information and steer her further into his trap. Although Eliza may appear calm, her heart was in utter turmoil when she heard about the two legacies, especially the first one that belonged to a god. Even though she had guessed that the Temple of the Blazing Flames held extraordinary opportunities, even she didn't imagine it would keep the legacy of a god. She now also had questions similar to Jacob's. How did this legacy end up in the legendary planes, and who was this flame god? Keeping these questions to herself for now, she said, her eyes shimmering intently. "Please continue." Jacob nodded. "The second legacy, the divine legacy of faith, can be claimed any time, but to unlock it, I need to sacrifice something in return. Although I'm not sure if you have this particular sacrificial material, I'm sure you know something about it due to your origin. If you help me get it, I'm willing to share the divine legacy of faith with you." Interesting. What is sacrificial material? Eliza quickly asked as she began to understand why Jacob wanted to work with her, and she thought she might have more leverage than she had initially thought. So, she wanted to take charge of the negotiation once she knew what the material was and whether she could obtain it or already had it. Jacob knew Eliza was almost in his palm now and said with a profound look in his eyes, "This sacrificial material is rather peculiar, and it was my first time hearing its name. It's called the Godly Faith Nectar. I wonder if Holy King has heard about it." The moment Jacob mentioned the Godly Faith Nectar, Eliza's expression changed as a terrifying soul sense covered the entire Sanctum of Concord. At the same time, Jacob was directly targeted by her soul sense. But Jacob remained unmoved despite sensing the killing intent within Eliza's soul sense. He impassively stated, "From your reaction, it seemed I've guessed correctly, you do know about the Godly Faith Nectar." Eliza's spiral eyes seemed to swirl like a hypnotic vortex, and her expression was icy. Are you sure this sacrificial material is called the godly faith nectar? Please think before you speak again, or this might get you killed. A hint of amusement flashed past Jacob's eyes as he replied without a hint of fear, I won't change my statement. The sacrificial material is the godly faith nectar. Now, the question is whether you are in or out. Just as Jacob's voice trailed off, his soul surged out like a tidal wave, completely suppressing Eliza's soul sense, making the latter's heart tremble. 1:10:47. Chapter 10:47, Godly Faith Nectar. Godly Faith Nectar, a term and name foreign in the entire legendary plains, and maybe only a handful of old monsters would be aware of it. However, even they wouldn't have the complete, comprehensible knowledge about this particular treasure. The only person in the entire legendary plains who has the most complete knowledge about the Godly Faith Nectar was the Holy Pontiff, Eliza. But now, another person had been added to this list, and his understanding of the Godly Faith Nectar was more profound than that of the Holy Pontiff, and this person was naturally Jacob. The moment Jacob stepped into the vicinity of the Holy Justice Citadel, Immortality, after a long time, took the initiative to summon itself and revealed the existence of the Godly Faith Nectar within the depths of the Citadel. Jacob was naturally shocked at that time, since this was a completely unexpected windfall, because the Godly Faith Nectar was one of the components he needed to further progress in Cursed Immortality's third phase. According to the information Jacob got from the Cursed Book, the Godly Faith Nectar was an extraordinary divine substance born only from the purest, most fervent faith gathered by a faith god from true believers. Those whose devotion transcends doubt, and unknowingly, their souls are bound to the faith god's divinity. The Godly Faith Nectar formed over time, as prayers, worship, and acts of devotion accumulate, and then condense within the faith god's chosen temples, shrines, or such holy locations. Only unwavering, selfless faith can crystallize into this nectar. Superficial or forced worship will never produce even a drop. This nectar embodies not just spiritual energy, but intent, devotion, and belief, making it the highest, purest currency of faith power. For a faith god, absorbing Godly Faith Nectar significantly strengthens the faith god's divinity, heals divine wounds, or nourishes their god's crown, allowing breakthroughs in divine rank. The Godly Faith Nectar was essential to a faith god, and the more believers a faith god had, the more Godly Faith Nectar could be formed, helping to empower a faith god to unimaginable heights. It also depends on God's connection to their believers, reinforcing faith bonds and strengthening the power of faith. For mortals without the divinity of a faith god, the Godly Faith Nectar can serve as a peerless alchemical catalyst, capable of purifying and enhancing pills or artifacts to nearly divine quality. Moreover, consuming even a single drop could refine the soul, cleanse karma, heal grievous wounds, and dramatically increase comprehension of laws related to faith, light, or holiness. It can also temporarily grant a mortal a fraction of the god's divine power or authority, but doing so carries significant risk, as the mortal's soul might not withstand the influx of divinity. Beyond power, Godly Faith Nectar symbolizes a god's true worth, not in conquest, but in how deeply they are revered and worshipped. In the end, Immortality ended its explanation with a rather profound sentence. Even gods would envy another's nectar, for it reflected not fear-forged worship, but faith freely given. Jacob could only interpret it as the Godly Faith Nectar being something every faith god coveted, and the more believers a faith god had, the more Godly Faith Nectar they would accumulate. The strange part about the Godly Faith Nectar was that the gods could not form it. Only through pure devotion and steadfast faith could it be formed. However, even Jacob wasn't expecting that the Godly Faith Nectar would exist within the legendary plains so far away from the higher plains. Nonetheless, since the Cardinal Spirit Temple worshipped the Holy Justice God without question or doubt, having Godly Faith Nectar here no longer felt strange. Furthermore, the moment Jacob heard the Godly Faith Nectar was within the Holy Justice Cardinal, he had already decided to claim it no matter what. After all, Jacob felt it was easier to snatch the Godly Faith Nectar from the legendary plains in comparison to fighting for it in the upper plains, where the gods rule. As for why there weren't other faith gods gathering the Godly Faith Nectar in the legendary plains by using the same method as the Holy Justice God, Jacob couldn't understand this point, and it was most likely related to the power of the Holy Justice God or something else. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't care much as long as his personal needs were fulfilled. That's how Jacob, from the start, used Eliza's greed for the Temple of the Blazing Flame against her, leading her to this point and creating a fake divine inheritance that she would definitely be interested in. This would not only save him the trouble of looking for the Godly Faith Nectar himself, but also push Eliza into the depths of hell. At that moment, Eliza seemed to be greatly shaken by Jacob's prowess, and seemed to be struggling against her greed and faith. She was in a massive dilemma because if she decided to take the Godly Faith Nectar, she would most likely be cursed and abandoned by the Holy Justice God, and her backers in the upper plains would hunt her down at all costs. Because the Godly Faith Nectar was forbidden to use by her or anyone else, and it was reserved only for the Holy Justice God. After the Cardinal Spirit Temple accumulated a certain amount of it, Eliza personally employed a secret method to offer it to the Holy Justice God. That's why Eliza first reacted so strongly, since Jacob was literally asking her to rebel against the Holy Justice God and the entire Cardinal Spirit Temple. If she weren't confident in taking Jacob down, she would have already attacked him, but Jacob's soul force made her even more afraid of him. In the end, after struggling for a while, Eliza took a deep breath as her spiral eyes swirled with resolve. She coldly declared, "It seemed I've wasted your time. I'm unable to assist you with your request. I also suggest that you forget about ever getting the godly faith nectar, because you'll be making an enemy out of a god." 1248, Chapter 1048, Beguiling a Believer. Jacob wasn't surprised by Eliza's rejection, given that he knew he would never easily acquire the godly faith nectar that easily, especially considering its properties and importance to the gods. Nonetheless, Jacob could tell how reluctant Eliza was, and this was something he could exploit. Heh, making an enemy out of a god? Jacob scoffed as his voice was riddled with mockery. Let me ask this, Holy King. Since you're already standing at the pinnacle of the legendary plains, are you willing to remain at your current rank forever? After all, although we have thousands of years of lifespan, it is still limited unless you are willing to discard your origin and turn into a dark being and live on borrowed life. I don't think the Holy King was such a narrow-minded person. Eliza's eyes turned icy as she glared at Jacob without hiding her rage. You don't need to worry about whether I can achieve the next rank or not, but going against a god is akin to a death sentence. Even if I achieve godhood, you have no idea what kind of entities you are thinking of rebelling against. Jacob's eyes flickered with contempt. It seemed the Holy King still believed in empty promises of the upper planes more than the opportunity right in front of you. Even if you had a bright future, and you might have some connection with the upper planes, in the end, they can't help you, can they? If you have such confidence in those beings who treat us like pawns and insects, what are you still doing in the middle planes and wasting away your talent and lifespan? Honestly, just think about it. How many Holy Kings before you have the same mindset, and how many of them were able to succeed? We both know we need an ascension permit to escape this cage, yet it's almost impossible to acquire it. What are the upper planes doing about it, if I may ask? Eliza's expression shifted subtly as Jacob's words were salt on her wounds. If Eliza held resentment towards the upper planes about anything, it was precisely the ascension permit, and even whiteness, that god who had made a promise to help her, had long vanished. Eliza had been searching for whiteness traces, but to no avail, and after what happened in the Path of Legend last time, she knew that unless she could track down that mysterious person who held the legendary master key, no one would be able to acquire an ascension permit. Yet that enemy could elude her eyes, and to this day she had no clue who that person was, and after whiteness disappeared, her vague hope also died. However, she was given another chance with a new task, tracking down another enemy, but even that wasn't going well. Now, hearing Jacob's curled yet true words, her belief in the upper planes was shaken. What if they still couldn't help me ascend even if we tracked down that cursed one? Eliza thought as her heart sank. If only she had known both the cursed one and the person who had the legendary master key were sitting right in front of her and now beguiling her, she would have died with shock. Since Eliza hesitated in replying, Jacob knew she was almost on the verge of giving in. He quickly added, I know it's difficult for you, Holy King, as going against your faith and a god is not something a mortal like us should even consider. But why are you afraid of a god when there's a chance of becoming a god yourself right in front of you? As long as we can acquire the divine legacy of faith, the path towards godhood would be open for us, and you don't need to work for others. You can be the master of yourself. I can tell you are not like those others who are willing to remain ordinary for your lifetime, and you have already achieved everything in this place. You no longer belonged here as you need a higher stage to show your true talent, and what could be more extraordinary than becoming a god yourself and competing against the very god you serve? Eliza's eyes trembled as Jacob's words really moved her, and for the first time since her birth, her beliefs were thoroughly shaken. Still, just as Jacob said, Eliza was a very ambitious woman, and she wasn't easy to sway or deceive. Although Jacob has painted a paradise, in the end, it was nothing but empty talk. After all, she wasn't Jacob's match, and that's why if Jacob decided to backstab her after she went against the Cardinal Spirit Temple, she had no place to go back to. I won't betray the Cardinal Spirit Temple, Eliza replied, but her expression was ambiguous this time as she continued. However, if someone can manage to steal the godly faith nectar right under God's watchful eyes, it's another matter entirely. If Jacob had a face, he would be grinning wickedly at this moment since he knew Eliza was going to do precisely what he wanted her to. Quite an intriguing thought. Jacob impassively said, but I'm still quite interested in listening to how someone's can find the godly faith nectar. After all, the Cardinal Spirit Temple would have stored it in some place where no one can locate it. Eliza stoically replied, it is indeed in a place where no one can reach, even a quasi-myth. In fact, it's inside a secretive chamber built upon the foundation of the Citadel, right under the Holy Justice Citadel. On top of that, the entrance that leads to this hidden underground area is located in my personal prayer hall, right under the statue of the Holy Justice God. Even if the thieves manage to reach that location, only with the token of the Holy Pontiff can one gain access to it without altering the entire Holy Justice Citadel. Not to mention, a formation bestowed personally by the upper planes is protecting that place, so anyone without that token won't stand a chance if they dare to try to break into that area. I also wondered how that thieves could possibly tackle that. Eliza seemed to be having a general conversation, but if those believers of the temple had heard it, they would have already declared Eliza a traitor. 1:1049, Chapter 1049, Beneath the Holy Justice. Citadel Jacob's eyes flickered as he looked at Eliza. He had to admit this woman was really scheming and daring. She had revealed everything about the Godly Faith Nectar's location without implicating herself in the process. Furthermore, even if Jacob failed, Eliza won't take the blame. Instead, she'll become his worst enemy and lead the Cardinal Spirit Temple's forces to deal with him. Moreover, there was also a chance that Eliza was leading him to a trap to kill him using that mysterious formation. Nonetheless, Jacob has already decided to get the Godly Faith Nectar, and Eliza, to make sure, even if something goes wrong, Eliza won't be there to get in his way. It is indeed challenging for someone to steal the Godly Faith Nectar. Jacob nodded before he said ambiguously, "Then let's just forget about it. On the other hand, since Holy King has trusted me with such an important matter, let me show you something in return." Eliza was astounded by Jacob's last words, as she had no idea what Jacob was talking about. However, the next moment, Jacob suddenly flickered his finger, and the space behind him twisted before a dark portal appeared. Eliza's eyes widened when she saw that space portal because she was well aware of the fact that the space inside the Holy Justice Citadel was sealed entirely, not to mention they were still in the Sanctum of Concord, where even a quasi-myth can't use space law. However, Jacob easily opened a space portal there, and from what Jacob just said, a sudden thought surfaced in Eliza's mind before her spiral eyes started to turn as she solemnly looked at the portal as if she wanted to see through it. But apparently, she failed. Could this be? Eliza hastily asked as her heart raced with anticipation. Jacob merely nodded. "It is indeed a portal that leads to the Temple of the Blazing Flame. If you're willing, I can show you your future." Eliza's heart stirred as she gazed on the portal with longing and greed, but she quickly calmed her emotions since she was also wary of Jacob still. "Forgive my rudeness, but can we sign a Zodiac Soul Oath contract first?" "Just make sure we won't have other thoughts," Eliza probed, knowing Jacob wasn't easy to deal with, and she knew nothing about the Temple of the Blazing Flame. There was a chance that Jacob was leading her inside so he could deal with her now that he got the information he wanted, or force her to betray the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Jacob, as if waiting for those exact words, agreed without hesitation. "Sure. After all, I'm very sincere in working with the Holy King, and I hope our cooperation won't just last after this." Eliza's eyes narrowed as she felt Jacob was too passive, and no matter how she thought about all of this, she couldn't figure him out. Nonetheless, just like the others, she also believed in the common sense of the rules of the Zodiac Planes, and the Zodiac Soul Oath contract was something that even a quasi-myth can't go against. That's why she didn't suspect Jacob's motives anymore, even if she wanted to, and her biggest reliance, her inner SB vision, was useless against Jacob, so she was doomed from the beginning. Afterward, Eliza took out a Zodiac Soul Oath contract and wrote the terms on it personally before she signed it, and then Jacob followed suit. Once the Zodiac Soul Oath contract was established, only then did Eliza get up from her seat and walk towards the mysterious portal. After hesitating for a moment, she clenched her fists and stepped inside, and Jacob followed behind with a hint of derision in his eyes. The moment Jacob and Eliza stepped inside the portal, it vanished without a trace. After an hour passed, Jacob's figure emerged within the Sanctum of Concord as if nothing had happened, while Eliza was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, at this moment, there was a hexagon-shaped, golden-white badge attached to his collar. Now that the Holy King is out of the way, there's no one who can get in my way. Jacob's eyes flickered with killing intent as he vanished from the Sanctum of Concord. Under a sky streaked with drifting holy lights, Jacob moved silently across the pristine marble floors of the Holy Justice Citadel. Eliza's ambiguous words were still vivid in his mind as he made his way towards the hidden entrance that lay within her private prayer hall, directly beneath the towering idol of the Holy Justice God. As for where it was, Jacob didn't need any instruction, as he already knew everything he needed to know to get there from Eliza. Following Eliza's instructions, Jacob's figure became a drifting shadow as he slipped past warded hallways lit by ever-burning braziers of silver flame. The murals along these secret passages depicted ancient murals. The air grew colder as Jacob went deeper into the Grand Temple, a chill not of temperature, but of peculiar presence. Walls of pale, polished stone bore runes that pulsed with soft, holy luminance, warding away evil and preserving the sanctity of the pathway. Yet even here, in the heart of the Holy Justice God's domain, Jacob's steps were silent, and the oppressive aura of countless wards could not detect him. His soul force concealed him, and his heart remained unfazed. Furthermore, the hexagon badge on his collar flickered in soft light as Jacob went towards the core of the Holy Justice Citadel. At last, Jacob reached the private prayer hall, a secluded chamber behind layers of gilded gates where only the Holy Pontiff was allowed entry. As Jacob approached the door, the hexagon badge on his collar flickered, and mystical runes surfaced on the door before it opened on its own. Once Jacob entered the prayer hall, before him towered the statue of the Holy Justice God, a serene, holy figure whose golden white eyes glowed faintly with strange power. Beneath the statue's marble dais, Eliza had hinted at the actual entrance. Jacob extended his hand. The light on the hexagon badge intensified before a nearly imperceptible rune glowed at his touch, a trigger that was known only to the Holy Pontiff. With a muted grinding of ancient gears, the dais parted, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Seeing the path, Jacob didn't hesitate and descended slowly. The stairway's walls were lined with age-worn murals depicting carrying figures offering light toward a distant, unseen god. A faint smell of incense, untouched by wind or time, lingered in the air like an aroma born of prayers. As he walked, Jacob felt the air here was heavy, almost suffocating, saturated with millennia of unwavering devotion, and the hexagon badge seemed to be protecting him. At the base of the stairs lay a massive archway of seamless stone, carved with runes that shimmered like starlight when viewed from the corner of the eye, yet dimmed when looked at directly. With hexagon badge protection, Jacob passed this strange place, and beyond the arch, Jacob entered a vast, hallowed cavern, which was the very heart of the Holy Justice Citadel's secrets. The chamber was circular, the walls hewn from pale marble veined with threads of ethereal white gold. High above, a ceiling lost in shadow gave the illusion of endless space, as if the chamber were carved within the very bones of the world. In the center stood a solemn, elevated altar of luminous white stone shaped like an open lotus. Upon this altar rose a smaller idol of the Holy Justice God, a serene figure, but it was slightly different. Jacob's gaze froze because the idol's right eye burned with a brilliant golden white flame, radiating oppressive judgment. But its left eye was a spiral, eerily similar to Eliza's, radiating mystery and unseen truths. That left eye is just like the Holy King, while the right eye is like my eyes of judge, Jacob guessed as his gaze turned profound. I was under the impression that the Holy Justice God should have the eyes of judge, but I never thought he also has the same eyes as that woman. No wonder my eyes of judge didn't work on her, and capturing her alive was the right decision. I'll get the secrets of her eyes as well, and if I had the chance, I might get the same vision as the Holy Justice God, Jacob thought as he eyed the idol of the Holy Justice God. He has a strange connection with the Cardinal Spirit Temple, where the Holy Justice God, its supreme leader, sparked Jacob's curiosity more than the others. After all, he believed that the secret of his rebirth might lie within this Holy Justice God, or at least a part of it. Jacob then averted his gaze and saw, right beneath this idol, resting on an ornate pedestal entwined with ethereal runes, a ceremonial chalice. A vessel seemed to be made of celestial crystal, its surface etched with intricate spiral patterns of judgment. The chalice glowed faintly with liquid light inside. The godly faith nectar shimmered with a gentle, mesmerizing brilliance. 1:1050, Chapter 1050, The Ceremonial Chalice of Justice. 1. The godly faith nectar was neither gold nor silver, but an ever-shifting iridescence, like dawn mist caught in pale moonlight. Yet despite its beauty and profoundness, a primal, dangerous aura radiated from it like the gaze of the god itself, warning all intruders that this was divinity distilled. Jacob's gaze lingered on the nectar, his eyes of judge flickering faintly. But the next moment, a hint of shock flashed past Jacob's eyes because under the judge's spectrum of flaws, the godly faith nectar looked like white mercury. The reason behind Jacob's shock was that this white mercury reminded him of something else, and to confirm his suspicion, he took something out of his infinity pendant. It is a triangular pendant within a golden chain, and the pendant was imbued with a silver gem. At first glance, the pendant appeared ordinary, but within his eyes of judge, he couldn't see anything except for a squirming drop of mercury-like white liquid. This pendant was precisely the same pendant that Jacob had acquired after incinerating Sebastian's corpse on the unique plains. Furthermore, this pendant was the only thing Sebastian had on his body. Sebastian was apparently the father of the body Jacob was reincarnated in, so he was an essential piece of the puzzle in solving the mystery behind his sudden crossover. However, before Jacob could unravel anything, it ended before it even started, and Autarch nearly lost his life while trying to take Sebastian's memories. But now, after seeing the mystical appearance of the godly faith nectar through his eyes of judge, he couldn't help but think about this pendant, yet he wasn't completely sure if it was true of him or if he was overreacting. Suddenly, the moment Jacob took out the triangular pendant, something astounding happened. The silver gem, for the first time, reacted, and it started to glow before an incomprehensible golden white glyph appeared on the gem's surface. On the other hand, the ethereal runes on the ceremonial chalice started to shimmer before a suction force locked on the pendant naturally. Jacob witnessed this entire scene as his flame eyes contorted, but he didn't stop as he waited patiently and watched how everyone played out. The next moment, Jacob saw the drop of white mercury within the pendant react to this suction force from the ceremonial chalice, and as if it had found an escape route, it started to slip away from the gem. The suction force turned the drop of white mercury into a fine thread and guided it towards itself before the entire drop was absorbed into the chalice, and the suction force vanished. At that moment, the gem within the pendant suddenly crumbled into fine dust, followed by the pendant and then the golden chain as if it served its purpose. But Jacob's eyes were flickering with killing intent as he ignored the pendant and glared at the ceremonial chalice and the holy justice god's idol. So, the pendant was just a container for the godly faith nectar. Since the cardinal spirit temple can gather godly faith nectar in the middle planes, it's not strange for the lower planes cardinal spirit temple to be able to collect it as well. However, why would the holy pontiff of the lower planes be carrying it around on his person? Not to mention, since the godly faith nectar can't be stowed within a normal space treasure, I'm certain the container that could keep it is even rarer. Which also raises a question about who made that pendant for Sebastian. Well, this pendant could also have no connection to my matter at all. But Sebastian's sudden death and then his empty space treasure, everything is suspicious, and all clues lead towards only a single entity. Jacob's icy gaze turned profound and wary as he looked at the idol of the holy justice god. Do you have something to do with my new life? But what was your purpose, or were you also someone else's tool? No matter how much Jacob wanted to deny everything and thought it was all a coincidence, but with his cautious nature and paranoid personality, he couldn't help it. Nonetheless, Jacob knew that worrying about this matter at this juncture was meaningless, because the prime suspect of his doubts was a literal almighty god, who has connections with everything, while the other gods didn't, or there was another more profound mystery behind it. So, even if he wants answers, Immortality won't tell me just because he asked, and the holy justice god was too powerful for him to threaten. The only option left for Jacob was to keep walking on his path and solve everything eventually. Still, today he got another vital clue about the mystery of his new life, and it was better than nothing. Jacob then finally focused on the ceremonial chalice, and after what just happened, he was sure that the chalice was a unique treasure that could gather the godly faith nectar and store it. As for how the godly faith nectar was gathered from the believers, Jacob has a suspicion that the idol of the holy justice god might have something to do with this particular method. At this moment, Jacob approached the ceremonial chalice, and the hexagon badge on his collar reacted even strongly than it had been protecting Jacob from the mysterious formation guarding this place. Jacob also tried to use his soul force to collect the ceremonial chalice, but it recoiled before it could even come in contact with the chalice. His soul force recoiled around the floor, which was inlaid around the idol with circular formations, complex runic arrays wrought from unknown materials, humming with mystical power. As Jacob got closer, the air itself felt dense, each breath heavy, as though the very atmosphere resisted his presence. At this moment, standing before the chalice, Jacob felt something unknown brush against his entire being, and for a moment his eyes trembled as he thought the holy justice god idol's gaze had suddenly flickered. Was that my imagination? Jacob thought intensely and looked towards the idol's eyes, but except for that profound aura, he didn't sense anything. Nonetheless, he thoroughly remembered Eliza's warnings and started to hesitate whether he should really touch that chalice with his bare hands. According to Eliza, she never dares to touch the ceremonial chalice, and it has been in this place since the founding of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. There were no traces of other holy pontiffs touching this chalice or daring to betray the holy justice god. Eliza took this risk because of the temptation of the divine inheritance of the Temple of the Blazing Flame. After a moment, Jacob decided to be cautious and changed his main body with the soul puppet while hiding himself with the security of the infinite space. Once prepared, slowly, his soul puppet's hand extended toward the chalice, soul force coiling around it like a serpent, ready to claim what had been guarded for countless generations. As long as he touches the chalice, he'll instantly teleport his puppet into the infinite space, and after what's happened, it has nothing to do with him. Just when the soul puppet's bone fingers glided silently through the dense, reverent air, the runic circles beneath the idol of the holy justice god shimmered faintly, reacting to the puppet's intrusion despite the presence of the hexagon badge. Yet for an instant, nothing happened. The puppet's hand hovered just an inch above the chalice's iridescent surface. Then, without warning, a mystical force erupted from the serene marble idol towering above. The idol's right eye, crowned by the blazing golden white flame, suddenly flickered alive, its gaze shifting, impossibly, toward the approaching puppet. At that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Jacob's perception stretched, his soul force roaring in warning, yet there was nothing he could do. From the idol's right eye, a streak of golden white flame, pure, oppressive, and absolute, shot forth like divine judgment itself. It caught the puppet's hand in a blinding flash. There was no struggle. The puppet's hand ignited instantly, the golden white flame spreading up its arm like wildfire devouring dry grass. No smoke, no heat, only annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the entire soul puppet crumbled to fine ash, consumed utterly by divine power meant not to burn, but to annihilate. A drifting veil of white dust floated where the puppet had stood. But just in the nick of time, the hexagon badge on the puppet vanished before it could be caught by the golden white flame. The hall fell eerily silent once more, as though nothing had happened. The idol's right eye returned to stillness, its flame dimming to a tranquil glow. Yet in that calm lingered an unspoken warning. In the infinite space, Jacob's main consciousness recoiled, his eyes of judge narrowing in profound dread. Although the damage to his soul was minimal since he was ready for something like this, Jacob was still shocked by the utter annihilation of the legendary Lord rank soul puppet without even a sliver of resistance. He felt the remnants of the puppet's soul force, its existence utterly erased by a power beyond even quasi-myth might. Furthermore, before he retrieved his consciousness from the puppet, Jacob had experienced everything, especially that golden white flame that appeared from the right eye, which should be the eyes of the judge. At this moment, a thought flashed in mind. Was that a divine flame? Chapter 1051, The Ceremonial Chalice of Justice. 2. The ceremonial chalice still shimmered serenely atop its pedestal, untouched, unyielding. The drifting ash of the puppet settled silently on the sacred marble floor, a silent testament to the price of daring to reach for a god's treasure. The forbidden chamber fell back into a holy, suffocating stillness, as if nothing had happened. After coming into contact with the Temple of the Blazing Flame, Jacob was well aware of the characteristics of a divine flame. But even he wasn't expecting the idol of the Holy Justice God could utilize a divine flame or something similar with the eyes of Judge. That puppet didn't even have the chance to defend itself. Just a glance, and it was incinerated completely, Jacob thought as his eyes of Judge flickered profoundly. Can my eyes of Judge achieve something like this? Nonetheless, Jacob didn't have time to mull over this matter since the ceremonial chalice was still outside, and if he wanted to retrieve it, he might have to pay a certain price. This is probably the real safeguard, not the formations, not the runes, but the idol itself. It's like the Holy Justice God is watching over the nectar personally or using some divine method I'm unaware of to make sure no one can get their hands on it. Jacob's gaze turned cold, even though he had prepared every safeguard, even though he had used a puppet to avoid personal risk. The methods of Holy Justice God weren't easy to deal with. It wasn't a formation he could dismantle, nor a curse he could dispel. It was a power that only a true God could wield, impossible for mere mortals to deceive. Yet in the depths of that failure, Jacob's eyes of Judge flickered with dangerous light. Cursed Immortality. The cursed book appeared and started laughing wantonly. Ha 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 ha, you almost got burnt just now. It was damn hilarious. As usual, Jacob ignored Immortica's antics and coldly inquired, Do you have any suggestions? What is that idol, anyway? Hee, that idol is a faith idol that only a powerful faith god can create when they reach a certain threshold in their godhood. Furthermore, a faith idol is also one of the methods used by faith gods to gather godly faith nectar. You have already seen the setup, not bad, right? Immortica teasingly replied. Realization dawned on Jacob at this moment, but he still didn't get the answer he was looking for, and retorted, You should have told me sooner about this. I've wasted a legendary Lord rank soul puppet. Besides, you still didn't tell me how I can deal with that faith idol. You didn't ask, so it's not my fault. Besides, I think this way is far better since you've learned how not to touch items related to gods causally. Anyway, the faith idols also have different ranks, and depending on their ranks, they hold different abilities and powers. The faith idol that you've encountered is the lowest rank faith idol, and it is called a trace faith idol. A trace faith idol is crafted by a faith god by imbuing a trace of their divine faith power into their statue or a relic. It's primarily used as a conduit to collect faith power and gather godly faith nectar from the believers. As for its ability, it has an artificial instinct instilled by the faith god like a set of orders and rules, which can activate on its own when one of the protocols set by its owner is triggered, like against blasphemy or theft. But its power is very limited, like it can activate limited defenses, such as a one-time release of a powerful attack or a curse. Just like earlier, the trace faith idol used an ability of the eyes of Judge the moment it felt the godly faith nectar was in danger. Furthermore, don't underestimate its power despite having a limit because the power a faith idol can use is connected with the godly faith nectar, which can convert the nectar into divine power of faith. Unless someone has a god's crown, they'll instantly turn into oblivion. As for you, you won't have it easy either, but you at least have a chance to resist and counter. Lastly, a trace faith idol, because of being the lowest rank faith idol, it cannot think, judge, or adapt. Its power is finite and tied to the trace of the divinity left by the faith god, meaning it can be overwhelmed and exhausted as long as the supply of godly faith nectar is exhausted, but we don't want that, do we now? Ha 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 ha! Immortica burst into eerie laughter. Jacob, despite being perplexed, agreed with Immortica's statement since exhausting the faith idol means wasting the godly faith nectar in the ceremonial chalice. His entire goal was to obtain the godly faith nectar without challenging the faith idol of the Holy Justice God. Nevertheless, the information about the faith idol was still fascinating and enlightening at the same time. After all, Jacob wasn't familiar with the ways of the gods, and only recently had he started to come in contact with them. They were fascinating yet terrifying at the same time, and as Immortica said, he can't touch anything related to the gods without having the same power as them. What about the faith idol above the trace faith idol rank? Jacob asked as he wanted to know what the higher rank faith idol could do, since even the lowest rank faith idol was enough to kill a quasi-myth instantly. Hehehe, above the trace faith idols are the echo faith idols, incarnate faith idols, and divine faith idols. As for their abilities and powers, I can't tell you until you encounter one yourself, since this information is still very high level considering your current power level. Well, you don't need to worry too much since only trace faith idols are allowed within the rules of the middle planes. Higher level faith idols can't exist here without drawing the attention of the zodiac planes. However, I shall still warn you to look out for these faith idols, especially the highest rank one, the divine faith idol. It's not different from an avatar of a god. Jacob felt a chill in his spine when he heard the last part, and his cold, dormant heart almost stirred. After all, the concept of an avatar of God was too terrifying, and Jacob could only imagine the terror of such a powerful being. Since Immortality had already provided more than enough information and clues about the faith idol, as well as the gravity of his current situation, Jacob questioned sternly, "Then what do you suggest I do? Make a wish? But if I even need to make a wish for something like this, then won't I be just exhausting my entire lifespan and would be left with nothing when I truly need it?" Jacob stated impassively. Hesh. Well, that's your ability, and whether to use it and how to use it, it's all dependent on you. But you do have a point. For only 41 drops of godly faith nectar, a wish is still wasteful. Immortality chortled. What? There's only 41 drops of godly faith nectar in that ceremonial chalice? Jacob was startled as he hadn't expected the godly faith nectar to be in such short supply. Although the chalice was small, Jacob thought it was a storage-type container and that there should be more godly faith nectar inside of it. After all, the entire great cosmic continent of Leo worshipped the holy justice god. That's why Jacob thought he would get at least 10,000 drops of godly faith nectar, or even more, but reality hit him hard. After all, Jacob needed 100,000 drops of godly faith nectar according to the requirements of the third phase. Ha 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 ha. Immortality instantly burst into laughter as if enjoying Jacob's reaction very much. Do you really think godly faith nectar is some seawater that can be gathered from anywhere and in vast quantities? The godly faith nectar is too hard to form, or those faith gods won't be fighting over believers all the time. Just a single drop of godly faith nectar requires at least faith of 10 billion life forms, and even then, their faith needed to be sincerer. Not to mention the godly faith nectar takes at least 500 years to form a single drop, or even more, depending on the power of the believer and their sincerity. You, finding 41 drops of godly faith nectar in the middle planes, are already a huge deal. Furthermore, if you want to gather the godly faith nectar, then you need to snatch it away from the faith gods, which will make you their mortal enemy since you are literally cutting off their progress. Isn't that even more interesting? Immortality poured cold water on Jacob's expectations while laughing mirthfully. Jacob's eyes contorted when he heard this new information, as he wasn't expecting there were such strain conditions on forming the godly faith nectar, and how difficult it was going to be to gather it from here on out. 11152, Chapter 1052, The Secret of Trace Faith. Idle at this moment, within the secret chamber, Jacob reappeared in front of the altar where the ceremonial chalice lies. After thinking about it for a while, Jacob thought about another method to retrieve the ceremonial chalice with minimum risks. Although he doesn't know whether this method would be feasible, Jacob had no choice but to try, for he didn't want to use his lifespan on such a low quantity of the godly faith nectar. Jacob gazed at the trace faith idol of the holy justice god, and his eyes of judge began to flare up, turning into a brilliant white golden hue, like a raging sun. Without holding back, Jacob activated his eyes of judge at full power while also activating the judgment gaze towards the trace faith idol. Jacob's method was straightforward, as the trace faith idol lacked consciousness and could only act on artificial instincts. He aimed to deceive the idol with the eyes of judge by presenting himself as the holy justice god. Although this method was flawed, as Eliza also seemed to possess eyes like the left eye of the holy justice god, Jacob still wanted to give it a try, since Eliza wouldn't dare to touch the godly faith nectar. Furthermore, Immortality had already told him that he could resist the trace faith idol counterattack for a little while. As long as Jacob could grab the ceremonial chalice, he would instantly retreat into the infinite space. The moment Jacob activated the eyes of judge, all of a sudden he felt something profound stirring within the depths of his soul, and what happened next was even more shocking. Under the judgment gaze, the trace faith idol started to shimmer in holy brilliance, and something completely unexpected unraveled itself under Jacob's gaze. Initially, the trace faith idol appeared flawless, yet now that Jacob had unleashed his full power, utilizing the eyes of judge with the judgment gaze, something seemed to have triggered within the trace faith idol. The right eye of the trace faith idol, which represents the eyes of judge, suddenly shimmered with an unseen profundity. Then, without warning, Jacob felt something unimaginable. An invisible thread, ethereal and cold, lanced out from the idol and intertwined with his eyes of judge. Before he could resist, his vision contorted, his sense of self twisting, and in the blink of an eye his awareness was dragged away, cast into the depths of the unknown. Furthermore, despite Jacob trying to resist and escape into the infinite space, he couldn't do anything. When Jacob's senses returned, he found himself standing still, yet his body wouldn't move. No matter how he struggled, he had no control over anything. It was as if he had been bound inside someone else's flesh. Only his vision was under his control, nothing else. Jacob quickly calmed his agitation and focused on what was before him, and he saw a sight beyond mortal comprehension unfold. An ethereal void expansion, a realm where everything ceased to exist and nothing but despair and emptiness reigned supreme. But even more strange was that behind this ethereal void expansion lay a golden realm filled with drifting runic clouds and swirling strands of profound power. It was impossible to imagine how these two completely opposite powers could coexist within the same time and space. The void in front of him felt heavy and endless, while the realm behind him was filled with ancient power, so oppressive that even Jacobs felt an ant. Yet for some strange reason, those godly forces around him were completely harmless against him, and he could witness everything that should have been impossible. Jacob became confused and suddenly thought that it might be related to Immortality, and probably one of the cursed book's tricks to protect him from the Trace Faith idol. However, he soon realized how wrong he was, because all of a sudden, the pitch-black void in front of him stirred as if opening its maw, and the next moment, a lone cloaked figure walked out from the void. He was tall, dignified, and utterly unfathomable. His face hidden by folds of dark robes embroidered with incomprehensible dark patterns that seemed to shift and realign themselves like living worms of the void. The figure's very presence radiated an aura of absolute dominion, so overwhelming that Jacob's thoughts quivered. He wanted to speak and question, but he couldn't move a single muscle, he could only watch. A gravelly voice, which seemed to overlap between a male and female, sounded from the cloaked entity, and the language it spoke was utterly unknown to Jacob, yet at that moment Jacob understood it as if it were his mother tongue. Kekeke, I hope you have prepared the price. My services are not cheap, O hypocrite of light. The cloaked entity sneered in mockery and amusement. Jacob was astounded when he heard those ambitious words, and they were clearly addressed towards the person who Jacob was currently trapped inside. At least I'm not hiding like a gutter rat within the folds of void while the entire and Spenton is hunting me down, a gentle yet deep voice replied in derision. Jacob felt it was he who had just spoken, and he knew this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. One word had suddenly turned into gibberish, indicating that rules were involved. Yet this being could utter that name, and the other one could understand it. Nonetheless, he was now entirely focused on this strange scene as he wanted to know what exactly was going on. Just as Jacob replied, the cloaked entity in front of him emitted an icy aura, and the void behind the dark entity seemed to churn as darkness crept out like inky liquid and rushed towards Jacob. Humph. Jacob harumphed coldly, and a profound light rushed towards the incoming darkness and collided with it. The light neither lost nor won, and it turned into a stalemate. The dark entity seemed to be frustrated when it couldn't get the upper hand against the light entity and warned, "All right, you are great. But don't be complacent. The day you stepped into the void, I will be there to personally greet you. I have no interest in wandering in the void. Now let's conclude our business. Oh, if you're unwilling, you can always leave, and I'll find one of your comrades. I'm sure they'll be jumped to this task with what I'm paying." Jacob scoffed as he didn't seem afraid of the dark entity's threats at all. Let's sign the Pratine and be done with it already. The dark entity seemed to be suppressing its raging fury as if it didn't really want to give up on this deal. I thought so, Jacob snickered in mockery before he flipped his jade-like hand and something materialized above it. However, under Jacob's vision, the situation seemed blurry and he couldn't understand its purpose. But from what the dark entity said earlier, he mused that it was probably some contract to bind both parties. The next scene of signing this unknown contract also appeared blurry to Jacob, and once it was concluded, Jacob could again see everything clearly. The next moment, suddenly, Jacob flicked his jade-like finger. In that instant, a mass of mercury-like golden-white power condensed out of the very light before him. The power shimmered and danced, at once soft and terrifying, a pure essence of highest form. Jacob Silent will guide this mercury. Like a master sculptor, he commanded it wordlessly. Before Jacob's disbelieving view, the golden-white power began to twist and shift, reshaping itself. Slowly, impossibly, the familiar contours emerged. Familiar because it was an idol of serene marble, crowned by a single right eye flickering with the golden white flame, while the left spiral eye seemed to be revolving endlessly. It was the very Trace Faith idol of the Holy Justice God, the exact same idol Jacob had just confronted moments ago. Before Jacob could react, Jacob's fingers flickered once more, and from the light space itself, incomprehensible glyphs began to emerge, shining characters woven of unknown power, law, and authority. They streamed through the void like living calligraphy, their brilliance searing themselves into Jacob's vision. Those glyphs spiraled, turned, and finally began to merge into the newborn Trace Faith idol. One by one, the runes fused into the idol's marble form, sinking into its core until the entire statue pulsed faintly with divine luminance. Jacob's mind trembled in shock. This is the moment this Trace Faith idol was born. But I'm witnessing it? Could it be that the Trace Faith idol itself is showing this memory to me? But why? His thoughts stirred wildly, unable to comprehend how his judgment gaze had been pulled into a vision so ancient, so secretive. But when he thought about the characteristics of the judgment gaze, which could unravel all truths, this also made eerily sense. Yet before the shock could settle, Jacob flickered his finger and the trace faith idol glided towards the dark entity, and the latter grabbed it with a sneer. Remember, delivered it to the middle planes of we presensors, and you shall get the promised reward. Break it and humph. Jacob impassively reminded with a hint of threat. Kekeke, I'm not like you hypocrites of light, the dark entity retorted furiously. All right, our business here is done. The next moment, the dark entity merged back into the ethereal void expansion as if an inseparable part of it. At this moment, Jacob's vision trembled, and the surrounding space began to fracture and collapse. 1 Noah 53, Chapter 1053, Get Everything. Jacob returned to the secret underground chamber, and he finally felt like himself again. Nonetheless, he remained in a daze for a while, since what he just experienced couldn't be described in words. It was like a vivid dream, yet not at the same time. What just happened? I suddenly felt your consciousness wasn't here for a second. Nyx's bewildered yet worried voice sounded. Nyx, as a beast of primordial nightmare, was sensitive to illusions or anything related to them. That's why she instantly caught the change in Jacob's consciousness, despite Jacob cutting off her vision ever since he had entered the Temple of the Blazing Flame. Jacob snapped out of his stupor and asked with a hint of surprise, Only a second has passed? Indeed, that's why I wasn't able to react in time. Just what is going on out there? Nyx asked with a frustrated tone. Nothing, just focus on your task at hand, Jacob impassively said, and no longer paid attention to Nyx. He wasn't in the mood to talk with Nyx, and mused with a fearful glimmer in his eyes. So that person I had the point of view of was the Holy Justice God, but what about the other one? Furthermore, from that vision, I can safely assume that this Trace Faith idol was created a long time ago. Moreover, to deliver this Trace Faith idol in the Middle Planes, the Holy Justice God hired that entity from the Void. At least now I know how this Trace Faith idol appeared within the Cardinal Spirit Temple of the Middle Planes. But what truly shocking is Holy Justice God's connection with the Void, and from their conversation, I can tell the Void didn't have a good reputation among the gods, or there's something more to it. Some words suddenly got filtered through, so I can't judge this entire situation, but no matter what, I witnessed something unimaginable. Jacob's eyes flickered with a profound glint as he looked at the Trace Faith idol. I can vividly remember the technique that the Holy Justice God used to create this Trace Faith idol now. Was this some kind of inheritance memory or some hidden ability of the judgment gaze that I'm unaware of? Jacob felt he had not only gotten in touch with the secret of a god, but also gotten a precious technique out of it. However, the most significant gain of Jacob was actually something else, as he looked at the Trace Faith idol, and he felt a foreign connection with it. Although the connection was vague, Jacob could sense it was there, and it was related to his eyes of judge. After a moment of hesitation, Jacob moved his hand towards the ceremonial chalice, and this time he didn't use any protection at all, only his eyes of judge were fully activated. As Jacob's hand approached the chalice, it reached the point where his avatar had been, and as a result, it turned into ashes, and he was ready to retreat if something unexpected happened. But the moment Jacob's hand passed that point, nothing happened, and he didn't experience any kind of hurdle at all. Jacob's eyes flickered as his hand's speed increased, and he finally touched the ceremonial chalice, and despite being made of bones, Jacob felt an icy sensation at the tip of his finger. However, nothing too extreme happened, and Jacob finally grabbed the ceremonial chalice under the Trace Faith idol. The latter didn't react in any way, as if it were just an ordinary statue. Jacob didn't wait around and instantly picked up the ceremonial chalice, and there was no restriction on it, and the next moment he sent it into the infinity pendant. To Jacob's surprise, even after he retrieved the ceremonial chalice, nothing happened. At that moment, Jacob has a bold thought as he looked at the Trace Faith idol of the Holy Justice God. Since this Trace Faith idol is the medium that gathered the godly faith nectar, and the Holy Justice God seemed to have paid a steep price to send it here, how would he react when he finds out it has vanished? Jacob's eyes flickered with malice and a hint of evil amusement as he considered the Holy Justice God seemed to be a scheming bastard with no bottom line, and he'll do anything for benefits. Furthermore, he might be involved with my reincarnation, so I have to face him eventually. This Trace Faith idol is made out of the Holy Justice God's divine power, and its power rank is higher than even quasi-myth. It's a good research material, and Black Mechanic can analyze it to strengthen itself. No matter how much Jacob thought, there were nothing but benefits if he could get his hands on this Trace Faith idol. Furthermore, he didn't need to worry about the Holy Justice God finding it with other methods, since he would be keeping the Trace Faith idol within the infinite space. After making his decision, Jacob boldly approached the Trace Faith idol on the altar. With the mysterious connection formed between them, Jacob was able to approach it without any possibility of retaliation. Just as Jacob suspected, he could easily touch the Trace Faith idol, and it was extremely warm to touch, but there was a mystical intent hidden within it. Jacob didn't dare to be careless and directly stow it away, as he was afraid the connection might break at any moment. Only when the idol vanished did Jacob feel relief. I can now get out here. Wait? Jacob was just about to retreat when his eyes stopped on the empty altar where the Trace Faith idol and ceremonial chalice were placed. He only hesitated for a moment before he dug out the altar carefully and stowed it away. After all, since this altar was placed together with the trace faith idol and the ceremonial chalice, it should be another priceless treasure or research material. Jacob couldn't leave it to the morons of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, and there was also a chance this altar might be a medium that could connect the upper planes to the middle planes. 1154, Chapter 1054, Chaotic Holy Justice Citadel. The sanctuaries of the Holy Justice Citadel, also called the Sanctuaries of Potential, are far beyond the reach of ordinary disciples or even high-ranking priests. These were sacred areas where the Cardinal Spirit Temple cultivated its most exceptional talents. Legendary king-rank architects tailored each sanctuary to suit the nature, race, and elemental resonance of its chosen disciples. Only those with the potential to ascend to the legendary Lord rank or beyond could earn the right to train within these otherworldly environments. These sanctuaries were not merely training halls. They were sacred cultivation ecosystems, each suffused with holy intent and secret mechanisms laid down according to the ancient teaching of the temple. Among the sanctuaries of the potential was a sanctuary explicitly designed for the human race talents, the Sanctuary of Sacred Concord. Here, immense cathedral-like spires rose toward an ever-shifting celestial dome where halos of radiant law light danced amidst a sky filled with shifting golden clouds. The floor was made of silver stone veined with luminous orichalcum lines forming intricate circuits of runes across the massive expanse. Ethereal choirs echoed faintly through the blessed winds, and marble statues of old humans stood like silent sentinels along the edge of the sanctuary, exuding solemnity and sacredness. At the heart of this grand sanctuary lay the altar of anointment, a pristine circular platform floating above a sea of holy water. Runes pulsed softly beneath the floor, breathing in and out with mystical rhythm. At this moment, a human archbishop, robed in rich cardinal red, his white beard bound by golden thread, stood at the edge of the altar. He was also the overseer of the Sanctuary of the Sacred Concord. The archbishop's aged yet radiant eyes gazed at the figure in the center of the altar with pride and acknowledgement. There knelt a gorgeous human woman, clad in bishop robes of immaculate ivory and adorned with a flowing silver mantelletta that shimmered with soft starlight. Her presence exuded both purity and hidden strength. Her head was bowed, covered by a silver skull cap, symbolizing submission to divine will. In her delicate hands, she held a majestic white gold monstrance, adorned with intricate carvings and set with multicolored gems that shimmered like captured starlight. The archbishop's voice echoed solemnly, his expression grave yet awed. "Lord Bishop Alice, you are about to break into the legendary king rank, and you'll become an archbishop like me. You have achieved so much within 2,500 years after your ascension from the lower planes. You are the pride of our Sanctuary of Sacred Concord and our human race." The Lord Bishop Alice seemed to be extremely humble as she respectfully replied while shaking her head, "It's all thanks to Lord Archbishop's teaching and God's favor. I'm but a humble servant of the Supreme God." The archbishop nodded in approval as he liked Alice's attitude and continued, "Today I summoned you to the altar of anointment because you have been selected to become a fairy human. I have personally recommended you, and the higher-ups have approved of it because of your talent and devotion. Just like me, they all believed that once you become a fairy human after going through the holy bloodline pool, your potential will rise even further, and you'll become a legendary king within the next 1,000 years. Finally, about damn time." Alice's heart raced in excitement the moment she heard the archbishop's words, and it became very hard for her to hide her true nature. But she has been doing it for a long time. She quickly suppressed her honest thoughts and appeared moved to tears. She prostrated herself and was about to sing praises of the Holy Justice God and Cardinal Spirit Temple higher-ups when, rumble, the tranquil sanctity of the Holy Justice Citadel was shattered in an instant. The altar of anointment started to tremble violently, while the sea of the holy water began to stir and waves rose. What is happening?" The archbishop was flabbergasted, something like has never happened before, and he glanced at Alice, who was equally bewildered. A strange thought appeared in his head. Could it be because we angered God by anointing her? Alice was fuming inside as well, as she knew too well just how delusional these followers of the Holy Justice God were, and they took everything as a sign of sorts. They were zealous, and if they thought the reason behind this sudden disturbance was her, everything she had worked for would vanish with a puff of smoke. While Alice was facing a massive crisis for no good reason, the entire Holy Justice Citadel was in chaos. At this moment, without warning, the brilliant golden light that bathed the colossal realm of the Holy Justice Citadel dimmed, then extinguished entirely. The sacred luminance, once thought to be everlasting, turned pitch black, consumed by an overwhelming shadow that blotted out every trace of warmth and light. An unnatural tremor coursed through the very foundations of the citadel, like a slumbering beast stirred to rage. CRRRRAACK. The sudden deafening sound echoed across the citadel, and the source of this sound was at the heart of the citadel, where the most significant and holiest statue of the Holy Justice God stood, tall, regal, carved from priceless crystal. A jagged fracture raced down the statue's stern, benevolent face. Gasps and screams erupted across the halls. Devout worshippers, startled to their core, immediately fell to their knees, prostrating themselves on the shimmering marble floor. Tears streamed from their eyes as they cried out in unison, "Mercy, O Lord of Scales! Forgive us, O Divine Arbiter! We are unworthy!" Chants of repentance mixed with panicked wailing echoed from every corridor. The sacred relics that adorned the halls began to rattle violently, and some cracked outright, while ethereal scrolls of the temple spontaneously combusted into white flame before vanishing into ash. In the sanctum of command, alarmed paladins clad in radiant plate scrambled for direction, their once proud discipline faltering in the wake of a calamity they could neither see nor understand. Holy sigils engraved on their armor dimmed to gray, some even flickering like dying embers. High-ranking officials poured out from every corner of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. Archbishops, lord bishops, noble priests, lord priests, divine justiciars, and priest knights, all shouting questions and orders. But no answers came. The mystical voices of prayers, once omnipresent within these sacred walls, were gone. Worse, faith, the very power their spells and blessings relied upon, was faltering. Holy light refused to gather. Divine prayers fell silent. Their connection to the supreme God's blessing had vanished. At that moment, above them, the great statue groaned again. Another crack split across its chest. Some screamed in horror as the sword of judgment, held in the statue's left hand, crumbled into dust. W1855. Chapter 1055, Shattered Star Pirates, 1. Not only the Holy Justice Citadel, but across the great cosmic continent of Leo, within the countless temples dedicated to the Holy Justice God, and even in the great temples, the same terrifying phenomenon played out. The statues of Holy Justice God fractured, and sacred murals bled ink all over the continent. Believers convulsed mid-sermon as the power of their divine blessings was suddenly ripped away. The faithful, those whose entire identity was bound to their faith, felt their souls reel in a terror they had never imagined. It was as if their God had looked away, or worse, turned against them. Some lost consciousness. Others began to scream in blasphemous madness, tearing their robes and scratching at their own flesh, unable to bear the void left behind by the power of faith. In the center of it all, in the Citadel's most sacred site, all eyes turned to the grand dais at the far end of the main hall. They waited for the one who always stood firm in times of doubt. They waited for the Holy Pontiff, the Holy King, the Saintess of Holy Justice, the divine daughter of the Holy Justice God. They waited for Eliza. But even as the chaos continued to ensue, she did not come. Time passed, the tremors continued. The light never returned, and Eliza was nowhere to be found. Even her personal chambers, locked behind layers of wards, remained sealed and silent. Some began to whisper quietly at first, then louder, almost desperate. "Where is the Holy King? Why hasn't she come? Has she betrayed the Supreme Justice?" Panic swelled, and then came the worst news of all. The seal of divine authority, which always hung above the altar in the great temples, shattered into a rain of faint golden dust. Its fragments never touched the ground. They simply evaporated, as if they were never real to begin with. At that moment, within the safety of the space travesty shuttle, Jacob witnessed the entire chaos with a hint of dark amusement. Although he knew there might be some consequences of taking the Trace Faith idol and the altar that was probably as important as the Trace Faith idol, he still wasn't expecting this kind of chaos. Just who does the faith gods operate, really? Given the current state of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, it's fairly clear that the faith could potentially grant them unimaginable power. Still, the moment it vanished, it'll all crumble down like a sandcastle. As for the faith gods, they probably won't even care about a bunch of ants. For them, they were just like vessels to harvest godly faith nectar. Furthermore, this phenomenon is probably caused by my activities, and I wondered how and when the Holy Justice God would notice it. An icy glint flashed in his eyes as he still vividly remembered that arrogant gods who made a deal with the void to deliver this Trace Faith idol into the legendary planes. With all the trouble the Holy Justice God had gone through to send this Trace Faith idol, Jacob was really looking forward to God's reaction when God realized that it had vanished. Jacob was about to order Black Mechanic, who had replaced the original AI of the shuttle without much effort, to leave the great cosmic continent of Leo since he had already gotten everything he had come here to. He needed time to seclude himself to absorb everything he had gained. But Black Mechanic's static voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, an unidentified battleship has been detected, and there is more than 90% possibility that it's a legendary king rank battleship. Only the 3 absolute factions have such battleships, and even then, there aren't a lot of people who are authorized to take them out. There are also a few more individuals who have such battleships. I have compiled the list of names. Please take a look. Lastly, bringing this kind of battleship directly to the headquarters of the Cardinal Spirit Temple is akin to declaring war on them." Jacob stopped the order as his attention was instantly drawn to this unexpected turn of events. Furthermore, with Black Mechanic on his side and its massive databank, Jacob didn't need to be so passive about this kind of information like in the past. A hologram projection appeared in front of Jacob, and on it were the list of the legendary king-rank battleships and those who have the authority to operate them among the 3 factions. Jacob also saw some familiar names among this list of private and unauthorized battleships. They were actually the Champion King of Star Pirates, Spirit Poison King of Venomous Royale, and more individuals who weren't part of those three factions. He was again amazed by the proficiency of information gathered by the Atlas, and all of that information was at his disposal. The Space Travesty Shuttle was hidden within the layer of space, and unless a detection formation above Legendary King rank appeared, it was impossible to detect. Jacob was monitoring everything with the shuttle's observation system, which Black Mechanic further improved. At this moment, the scene on the projection changed, and Jacob saw the dark skies above the Holy Justice Citadel suddenly cracked like glass. The next moment, the space shattered, and an enormous battleship, with a blackened hull glistening like stars and runic inscriptions glowing faintly along its surface, slowly exited the space. The battleship's towering sails, crafted from translucent cosmic silk, shimmered despite the lack of light. At the same time, powerful energy cores at its base radiated pulses of vibrant elemental power, propelling the ship forward. The vessel cut through the space like a predator, its imposing structure bristling with weaponry and defensive formations. At this moment, Jacob's eyes suddenly focused on a symbol of a shattered star engraved on its flag, and a hint of realization dawned on him because he recognized who this ship belonged to. Furthermore, Black Mechanic announced at this moment, "Sir, I've confirmed it. That battleship is the Shattered Star Cruiser of Shattered Star Pirates, and their captain is the renowned Champion King." 1056. Chapter 1056, Shattered Star Pirates 2. The dark skies above the Citadel of Holy Justice remained splinted in a violent rift, as though an axe had struck the heavens themselves. In front of that tier, the gigantic Shattered Star Cruiser hovered as its blackened hull swallowed the surrounding light, sails of shimmering cosmic silk catching the darkness and turning it blood red. The runes along its sides pulsed faintly, making it appear even more menacing. But the Shattered Star Cruiser wasn't alone, as its master was also there. At the cruiser's very prow stood the Champion King, his towering figure framed against the glow of the sundered sky like some battle-forged deity. The jagged pauldrons of his armor caught the dark light in cruel glints, and the long shadow he cast seemed to stretch across the Citadel streets far below. Behind him, standing one pace back, was Darkwing, his scarred face twisted in something between unease and resignation. The rest of the crew clustered behind them, a motley gathering of hardened killers and mercenaries, each one notorious in their own right. Yet none of them shared their captain's brazen composure. Shoulders were stiff, jaws tight, eyes flicking toward the Citadel with an unspoken anxiety. They were no strangers to battle, but this was the Holy Justice Citadel, an entirely different beast. As for how the situation escalated to this point, it was all because Darkwing and his crew failed to retrieve the temple. Previously, when the Darkwing's crew encountered Jacob, they lost their guide with the map. Then, they discovered even more hurdles in the Ashen Mirage Desert, and the forces of the Cardinal Spirit Temple were their biggest enemy. Furthermore, when the Temple of the Blazing Flame emerged, it became impossible to keep everything under the rug, and almost everyone in the Legendary Planes got involved. Darkwing has naturally alerted the Champion King right away. Still, because the Champion King has been occupied with the war between the life and dead factions, he couldn't just leave at a moment's notice, no matter how furious the Champion King was. However, since the Temple of the Blazing Flame was almost impossible to enter and no one seemed to be able to find their way in, it gave the Champion King time to make this trip. Moreover, since everyone seemed helpless, the Shattered Star Pirates decided to follow suit and adopt the same wait-and-sees approach as everyone else. Yet, before they could formulate a plan or the Temple of the Blazing Flame opened, again something unexpected happened out of everyone's expectations. A mysterious expert emerged from the Temple of the Blazing Flame and stole the entire temple under everyone's watchful and dumbfounded expression, which also included the Shattered Star Pirates. Almost instantly, Champion King received this news like every other top power of the Legendary Planes. This time he couldn't sit still, so after using nearly all of his connections, he received news that the Holy Pontiff of the Cardinal Spirit Temple had left her Turtle Shell's Holy Justice Cardinal on her tamed beast moments after the Temple of Blazing Flame was stolen. Not only the Champion King, but also others who were paying attention to the Temple of the Holy Flame received the same news. Lastly, they also received another piece of information that the Holy King seemed to have brought back a mysterious guest, and his stature seemed to match the Temple Thief. So, Champion King brought his men and Shattered Star Cruiser directly to the Holy Justice Citadel. Although it was risky, Champion King was extremely arrogant and very confident in his current fighting prowess. Moreover, the Champion King, like the others, knew how extraordinary the Temple of the Blazing Flame was, and on top of that, he knew something else that others didn't because of the map of the Yang Flame. That's why the Champion King was willing to pay any price to get his hands on that temple, even if it meant war with the Cardinal Spirit Temple. That's why no matter how much his men advised him against this, he would listen and directly use a precious magic scroll to break past the space barrier around the Holy Justice Citadel. In his ecstasy, the Champion King didn't notice that the space barrier around the Holy Justice Citadel suddenly got weakened, and he also didn't know, like everyone else, that the Holy King had already become a myth. Now, at this moment, the cruiser sailed forward until it loomed over the outer sanctum, its shadow eclipsing a swath of marble streets and worshipper-filled courtyards. Then the Champion King drew in a breath and let loose his voice, a bellow that rolled across the citadel like the tolling of war drums. Old hag, holy king, the words struck like thunder, shaking banners on their poles. Hand over the bastard who took what belonged to me, or prepare for war. The sound didn't just echo, it reverberated through the very walls, carried by a force that made the temple bells ring without human touch. Citizens froze mid-step, priests halted their prayers. The citadel seemed to hold its breath. However, despite the sudden arrival of the Shattered Star pirates, the natives of the Holy Justice Citadel were still more fearful about the chaos earlier, and the Champion King just seemed like another calamity sent to them by their god. At that moment, Champion King finally noticed the strange atmosphere, and his crew was the same. Wait a moment, why is it so dark? The Holy Justice Citadel is known as the Paradise of Light, and the last time I came here, it was a completely different scene. A peculiar flicker crossed the Champion King's eyes. His lips curved, but not in confidence this time. Something in the air was wrong. The Champion King looked around and noticed the light in the sky above the Citadel's central dome was unnaturally dark. Holy wards that should have been blazing with radiance flickered weakly, some reduced to smoldering fragments of their former glory. The marble avenues leading toward the heart of the citadel bore fine, jagged cracks, as if they had been trembling long before his ship's arrival. The Champion King's brows furrowed. This wasn't the fortified, unshakable bastion of the Cardinal Spirit Temple he had once visited and remembered. This was a city that had already been wounded, and for the first time since stepping onto the prow, his confident expression flickered with doubts. 2057, Chapter 1057, Biggest Flaw. The Champion King was feeling strange at the current state of the Holy Justice Citadel, and the resistance he was expecting upon breaking into the Citadel also didn't appear. All he could see was despair within the natives, and they didn't even have the will to struggle. At that moment, his doubts lasted no more than a breath. A slow, almost predatory grin curved his lips as the dark glint returned to his eyes. For years, he had sailed the Star Ocean as a star pirate, living and breathing by the law of opportunity, and no rules applied to him, and despite his inner disgust for the other star pirates, he liked this freedom. That's why the Champion King right now was a star pirate more than his previous self, the chairman of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. And right now, before him, the Holy Justice Citadel didn't seem like part of one of the three absolute factions, and seemed more like it was a wounded prey struggling to stand. This was his pirate instinct taking control over his mind, and he had never been wrong. Furthermore, the Holy King, the spiritual pillar of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, was nowhere to be found, which led Champion King to assume that something had gone wrong. He even assumed that the current state of the Holy Justice Citadel was related to that mysterious figure who had acquired the Temple of the Blazing Flame, and the Holy King was most likely occupied with him. This was good news for him, since whoever won in the end, he'd be the final victor. At that moment, he turned his head slightly, voice low yet carrying the weight of command. Darkwing, ready the cruiser's fangs. Darkwing was startled, but as the right-hand man of the Champion King, he also somewhat guessed what the Champion King was thinking and the reason behind his decision, and the current state of the Citadel was right in front of him to see. His hesitation lasted only an instant before he nodded sharply as he bellowed, "All right, you idiots, let's get to work. Take your position and reveal the fangs." Upon Darkwing's cold command, the other didn't hesitate and quickly scattered, taking their position at once. Thereupon, the shattered star cruiser stirred as its ancient gears turned, runes along its massive frame igniting in layered rings of crimson and black. The very air thickened as its armament began to awaken from slumber. The Champion King stepped forward, his booming voice once again rolling over the citadel. "Holy King, this is your last chance. Show yourself, and hand over what belongs to me, or I will tear your precious citadel apart stone by stone as well as reap every life of those mindless thralls." In response to the Champion King's probe, only silence came as an answer, drifting with wails of despaired believers. "What the hell is going on? Those guys aren't even running away for their lives," someone shouted in disbelief and terror. This person was among the thousands frantically running away in the darkness, which was quite strange, as everyone else seemed to have gone mad and lost their will to live. These natives were actually members of the human race, and they seemed to be the only ones unaffected by the phenomena. All those who were affected were fairy humans. Alice, who was at the very front of the ground, currently their leader, and also the one who had the guts to run away, was pale as her heart beat widely with anxiety. "Shut up, and keep your voices down. What if the enemy heard you?" She retorted in a rage-filled voice towards the person who had just spoken, but her voice was extremely low, almost whispered, but because of the silence, everyone heard it clearly. Nonetheless, Alice's inner anxiety was at its peak as she couldn't help but think about everything that transpired after the statues of the Holy Justice God suddenly shattered. All those fairy humans lost their mind, even the Archbishop who was about to perform the anointment ceremony. She has been with the Cardinal Spirit Temple for nearly her entire life. She had always thought that, due to the Holy Justice God and her position as one of power within the three absolute factions, the Cardinal Spirit Temple was almost invisible. However, today, her entire worldview changed, and she only now realized that their most significant advantage was also their biggest weakness, which was faith. Furthermore, the proud and arrogant fairy human race, which always seemed holy and superior to the other races, instantly crumbled like dominions. The fairy human race has such a huge flaw, and to think I was working so hard to become one of them? What the hell was I even thinking? Although they might have superior talent and abilities, they have a massive reliance on their religion, and the Holy Justice God is their core. What will happen if one day the Holy Justice God abandons them, since in God's eyes we are nothing but ants? Or worse, what if the god fall? A sudden chill ran down Alice's spine. Only the strong can control their own destiny, and I don't want to be someone else's puppet again. Today, for whatever reason, someone has cut off our faith power that we got from the Holy Justice God, and from how they are now reacting, it seemed pretty clear that person knew what they were doing. Now, with this sudden appearance of the Star Pirates, it seems like a well-crafted scheme. It actually quite good for me since I was able to found this flaw among the fairy humans, and also the advantage of being human, resolution shone in Alice's eyes as she had made up her mind already. If I manage to escape today, I'm never coming back to this damn place again. With such thoughts, she quickly led the humans towards a secret escape route, and it wasn't because she was compassionate. They were all pretty good meat shields. On the other hand, the Champion King, after not receiving any response, couldn't help but smile widely, because this meant his pirate instincts were right. Champion King, with a vicious glint, coldly said, "No answer? Then burn." Darkwing, as if acknowledging the Champion King's silent command, barked orders, and the cruiser's enormous cannons, 12 in total, pivoted downward in perfect unison. 158. Chapter 1058, The Confident Champion King. As the cruiser's enormous cannons pivoted downward towards the Holy Justice Citadel, within the cruiser, translucent lenses began to swirl open, revealing ethereal cores where raw destructive energy gathered. There were 108 cores divided among each cannon, and they were actually soul totems, and the weakest soul totem among them belonged to a Tier 6 legendary lord. At that moment, the entire prow of the shattered star cruiser seemed to hum with the eerie rumble as crimson runes spiraled faster and faster. The Champion King's eyes flickered with dark anticipation as he gazed at the citadel as if it were a graveyard. But then, before the cannons could fully charge and unleash, the space around the cruiser suddenly rippled subtly. The Champion King instantly noticed the change in the space as he looked towards it. Thereafter, from the golden light that pierced through the gloom, 9 radiant figures emerged from the space, one after another, until they stood in a perfect ring around the shattered star cruiser like a formation. Each was draped in robes of purest white, their features veiled by halos of light so intense it seemed to burn through the air. Their combined radiance spilled outward, washing over the cruiser like a tide. It was not an attack, but the effect was immediate. Every cannon's gathering soul totem sputtered, the beams dimming as though smothered by invisible chains. A holy seal in the form of a 9-pointed sun bloomed beneath the ship, locking it in place. The crew staggered from the sudden suppression, curses spilling from their lips. Darkwing's face hardened as he gripped the railing. The Champion King, after a moment of stupor, however, laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed from his chest, bewildering Darkwing and the other pirates. Champion King arrogantly yet murderously spoke as he coldly looked at the radiant figure standing in line of his sight, finally showing yourselves, archpriests of the 9 great temples. The Champion King has guessed correctly, as the 9 radiant figures belong to the 9 great temples of the Cardinal Spirit Temple. As a Tier 3 legendary king, standing at the peak of the legendary rank, Champion King was well aware of the existence of the archpriests because each of them belonged to the same rank. Furthermore, the 9 great temples were the first line of defense against any possible invasion or attack. But today, because of the sudden disruption caused by the fading faith power, the mysterious formation formed with the 9 great temples also stopped working, giving the Shattered Star Pirates a chance to invade the Holy Justice Citadel easily. Moreover, the 9 archpriests also suffered a mental breakdown because of the fading faith power, and almost fell into despair like the natives of the Holy Justice Citadel. However, because the archpriests didn't live within the Holy Justice Citadel, and they were at the peak of the legendary rank, the impact on their mind and souls caused by the lack of faith power also decreased. Although their power was weakened by 40% due to the lack of faith power, they managed to resist with their strong souls and wills and keep their sanity. Nonetheless, they were still shaken by the sudden calamity and instantly rushed towards the Holy Justice Citadel as they all knew the source of the faith power was the Citadel, and something must have happened to it to cause all of this. But the moment they reached the Citadel, they saw it was besieged by the Shattered Star Pirates and the Champion King, which led them to misinterpret the situation and blame everything on the Champion King. Despite their boundless fury, they didn't confront the Champion King instantly and hid within the folds of space to get a good grip of the situation. After all, they weren't at their full capacity, and if they confronted the Champion King one by one, it would be akin to suicide. Furthermore, the situation of the Citadel was extremely dire, and the Holy King was nowhere to be seen despite the Champion King's blunt provocations. So, when the Champion King drew his weapons to destroy the Citadel, no matter how cool-headed they were, they couldn't just watch because they knew if the Citadel were to be destroyed, they might never recover their faith power. That's why they couldn't only reveal themselves and use a secret method of the Cardinal Spirit Temple and form a formation while working together to suppress the Shattered Star Cruiser and the Champion King, while hoping the Holy King would arrive in time. Yet, the Champion King didn't seem to be afraid despite being locked within their formation, and instead he laughed as his gaze swept over the glowing figures of archpriests like a predator sizing up its next hunt, sending chills down their spines. You guys come in a timely manner, yet I still couldn't find the old hag among you, which means, if I deal with your lot, the entire Cardinal Spirit Temple will be at my mercy, the Champion King causally stated with derision. Captain, why don't we retreat? They are all peak Legendary King and... Darkwing tried to advise the Champion King, as he couldn't understand why the Champion King was being so reckless. Granted that the Champion King was a menace and had never lost one-on-one with any Legendary King, but against 9 of them working together, even the Champion King would fall. However, before the Dark King could finish his words, he was cut short by the Champion King's confident voice. No need to worry. If it was in the past, I might have really considered retreating. However, I'm different from my past self. Darkwing was astounded by the Champion King's words as he looked at the towering giant with a hint of confusion. Don't you guys always wonder how I was able to get rid of my star criminal status? Champion King then suddenly added, making Darkwing and the Star Pirates look at him with widened eyes and curiosity. Just as the Champion King said, his crew has always been curious about how the Champion King suddenly got rid of his status as the star criminal and was able to enter the virtual star world. Not only them, but the entire Legendary Plans, especially the Champion King's enemies, were curious about this specific fact. But the Champion King never even revealed it to his crew, much less outsiders. Yet now, they all became even more curious about how the Champion King was able to get rid of his star criminal status, and this secret also seemed to be the reason behind his current confidence. 9059, Chapter 1059, Myth of Champion. Under the suppression of the 9 archpriests, the Champion King appeared calm and even disdainful, which made the archpriests ill at ease. Although they had decreased in power, the archpriests were still aware of the Champion King's prowess. Furthermore, they had been attempting to use a secret method to capture the Holy King, but to no avail, which has left the situation ambiguous. Nonetheless, the archpriests can't let the Champion King attack the Holy Justice Citadel, or everything will be over for the Cardinal Spirit Temple. But one of the archpriests was feeling extremely uneasy because he was constantly thinking about the existence he had encountered not long ago, and everything had started after he appeared. This archpriest was naturally the Night King, who had been overseeing the Temple of the Blazing Flame, and failed in the end. He even countered Jacob that day and almost got killed by him. Furthermore, since the Holy King was also on her way towards the Ashen Mirage Desert that day, the Night King had a nagging feeling that she had encountered that person, and now he was thinking that the current state of the Holy Justice Citadel might be related to the same person. At that moment, the Champion King's grin deepened into something that was no longer just arrogant. It was imperial, and as his right foot shifted forward, the air itself seemed to grow heavier. Thereafter, behind the Champion King, space suddenly bled as if something untamable was released. A faint, otherworldly shimmer coalesced behind him, lines of starlight bending into an intricate, rotating, vague construct. At first, it looked like an illusory constellation, but as the light intensified, its proper form emerged, and no one at the scene could see behind its mystery. Is that a totem manifestation? One of the archpriests who was right in the sight of the Champion King couldn't help but exclaim, "No, I've seen records of the Champion King's soul totem manifestation. It's quite different, and under our holy light formation, he shouldn't be able to manifest his soul totem." An aged voice sounded in reply, and this archpriest was also filled with confusion and uneasiness. However, what these guys didn't know, not even the Champion King, was that someone else was watching everything within the folds of space, and when he saw that illusory manifestation, the flames in his hollow sockets flickered with a hint of surprise. It's a celestial astrolabe, so he has already become a quasi-myth. Furthermore, before he manifested his celestial astrolabe, he said something about his star criminal status being expunged. Does his becoming a quasi-myth have something to do with it? Jacob thought as he watched the Champion King with a hint of curiosity, but he didn't act. Furthermore, at that moment, within Jacob's hand were dead cores of dark beings as they were turning into dust one after another. Behind the Champion King, with each slow turn of his vague astrolabe's white ring, space rippled like disturbed water. The archpriest's manifestation flickered violently, as if each revolution was grinding against the very laws their holy seal depended on. One of the archpriests, the Scholar King, gasped aloud despite himself. That thing, impossible, the formation is. The others felt it too. The suppression barrier woven from 9 peak Legendary King powers was unraveling, not from any direct attack, but simply from the astrolabe's presence. The twisting space around the Champion King screamed with instability, cracks of black and white light spiderwebbing outward. The Champion King with a cold grin rolled his shoulders once, as if loosening his muscles after a long nap. His massive hand rose slowly, fingers curling into a fist. At that moment, neon white light, sharp and pure yet carrying a strange undertone of annihilation, began to coil around his knuckles like a living comet. He didn't roar, he didn't threaten, and just sent out a casual punch. First, the attack seemed like nothing special, but the moment the fist moved, the barrier ruptured. Not shattered in one neat break, but exploded outward, like glass crushed between two worlds. The recoil sent the shattered star cruiser lurching back in the air, but its cannons immediately roared back to life, no longer bound. The neon white strike did not stop at the barrier. It carried forward, cutting a jagged wound through space itself, the space screaming open in its wake. The holy wards around one of the archpriests, who was right in front of the Champion King, an old, stoic, fairy human known as the Dawn Prelate King, flared desperately, but it was like holding a candle before a collapsing star. The blow struck him dead center. Light and blood burst together. The archpriest's body disintegrated into a scattering of motes, his legendary King Soul totem torn apart without any chance to escape or struggle. The space swallowed what was left, sealing with a low, rumbling boom. Deadly silence fell over the scene. It was heavy with the stunned gazes of everyone. Even the Shattered Star Pirates were shocked by the Champion King's terrifying prowess. Although the Star Pirates were aware of the Champion King's recent breakthrough in power and his strange yet calm behavior, they weren't expecting the Champion King to become this strong. Now, it finally dawned on them why the Champion King has been so confident in going against the Life faction, and then came here without any hint of fear. Furthermore, they all started to think that this power level of the Champion King was the reason behind his expunged status as the Star Criminal, or at least it was related to it. On the other hand, the 8 remaining archpriests stared in shock, their formation broken, their unity rattled, and one of them was even deader than dead, unable to resist or escape. At that moment, the Champion King exhaled, letting the neon white light fade from his fist, and glanced towards the remaining archpriests as if they were prey. The Champion King said with a murderous grin, eyes glittering like black stars, 1 down, 8 to go, 1-10-60, Chapter 1060, Dark Hand, 1 down, 8 to go. Champion King's words sent chills down the remaining 8 archpriests, and it finally dawned on them that the situation was utterly hopeless. The Champion King was stronger than ever, and Holy King was still nowhere to be seen, while they lost Dawn Prelate King almost instantly. At that moment, the despair that had been suppressed with their willpower started to surface again, as the fighting intent in their eyes started to fade away. On the other hand, Darkwing and the other Shattered Star Pirates finally snapped out of their stupor, and at that moment, the unease and fear they were feeling vanished as they all looked at the Champion King's broad back with reverence. Shattered the star, shattered the Holy Justice Citadel. No one knows who suddenly started this chant, but it didn't stop there, and the next moment, shattered the star, shattered the Holy Justice Citadel. Shattered the star, shattered the Holy Justice Citadel. Shattered the star, shattered the Holy Justice Citadel. All the Shattered Star Pirates joined in, including Darkwing, as they all shouted with killing intent and ecstasy. The Champion King's smile widened when he heard those cheers, and he looked at the archpriests. With a glance, he could tell those guys had also fallen into despair, and no one had the will to resist, and they won't escape either because they knew it was impossible. The celestial astrolabe behind him flickered as he was going to attack again and finish those archpriests once and for all. And even if the Holy King appeared, she would be just another lamb for him to slaughter. However, right at that moment, under the shouts of the Shatterstar Pirates, the Champion King, who was about to unleash a destructive attack, suddenly fumbled, and his rising momentum plummeted. No one noticed it right away, but then all of a sudden, the phantom of the celestial astrolabe behind the Champion King vanished, before the towering body of the Champion King suddenly started to fall. Darkwing was the first one to notice this, and he was stunned seeing the Champion King suddenly losing consciousness. This was so strange that no one was able to make sense of it, and even the archpriests were gobsmacked. While everyone was stunned and hadn't registered this strange phenomenon, the space right above the Champion King's falling body suddenly split open, and a dark gloved hand, like a bony claw, exited from the space tear. The dark hand was swift and grabbed the Champion King's body. The moment the dark hand touched the Champion King's body, it vanished in the next instant, before the dark hand retreated within the space tear, and the space quickly mended. All of this since the start of the Champion King's sudden fall, and then that mysterious dark hand's emergence and capturing the Champion King, happened within 3 seconds. No one was able to react or even make sense of what had just transpired. The Shattered Star Pirates kept looking at the empty space absent-mindedly where the Champion King was standing and about to annihilate the archpriests. The archpriests were also dumbfoundedly looking at the same spot and couldn't help but stare at each other with confusion and bewilderment. All of a sudden, the despair in the Night King's eyes vanished, replaced by a terrifying zeal, before he roared while prostrating himself in the direction of the Holy Justice God's cracked statue. The Holy Justice hasn't abandoned us. Just now, the vile sacrilegious scum was trying to profane the glory of justice, but how dare a vile ant dare to be rampant in the sacred grounds of God? No matter how powerful you become, no one can go against the glory of holy justice. O holy justice, please punish all of them who dared to barge into your sacred cradle and threaten your children. The holy justice is unbiased and everlasting. The other archpriests also quickly snapped out of their stupor before their expression became just like the Night King, as they all had similar thoughts. They all thought that just now, the unstoppable champion king who can even annihilate a tier 3 legendary king was met with the retribution of the holy justice god, and then taken away into the depths of hell without even giving a chance to resist. Although there were many loopholes in their thought process, they didn't care because the current situation of the Holy Justice Citadel made them think that their god had abandoned them. But now, with this one miracle, their crumbling beliefs strengthened again despite still not feeling the faith power. Furthermore, no one present in this place at that moment could have thought of a better explanation of what just happened, and only a power stronger than the Champion King could have dealt with him like that. On top of that, the Shattered Star Pirates were now in a similar situation as the Archpriests had been just a moment ago, and they couldn't accept this outcome. They were hoping that their undefeatable captain would return and prove those fanatics wrong and kill them right then and there, but nothing happened, and the space was only filled with the zealous cries of the Archpriests. Within the Space Travesty shuttle, Jacob couldn't help but look at those Archpriests speechlessly, before he scoffed, "Faith really is a terrifying thing. Those idiots are still hoping for a miracle, and waiting for some indifferent god to save them. If not because I'm in a hurry to get out of this place because of that hunter, and the information I have acquired from the Black Mechanic about the Champion King, I wouldn't have intervened and let him destroy this space. However, since that guy was arrogant enough to come all this way to deliver himself to me, it saved me the time to look for him." Furthermore, his evolution to the quasi-myth makes him even more important. Jacob's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint as he thought about the Hexed Champion King within the mechanized Sovereign Tower, which was another unexpected harvest in this trip to the great cosmic continent of Leo. After glancing at Holy Justice Citadel indifferently, he impassively ordered Black Mechanic, "All right, let's get out of here." 1261, Chapter 1061, New Specimens within the 50-floor mechanized Sovereign Tower of the Infinite Space. Jacob's figure appeared on the 40th floor. The 40th floor was bathed in bright light, with runic markings that emitted neon lights embedded in the walls, and it was designed like a futuristic biotech laboratory. Rows of large glass cells were embedded in the southern wall, filled with translucent liquid. The moment Jacob appeared, the Lab Assistant 1, Alma, and the previous Soul Ghost King, now dressed in black researcher attire, a legendary Lord rank item from the mechanized Sovereign Tower's 11th floor, one of the 10 weaponized factory floors, quickly approached. Her eyes were filled with reverence and respect as she bowed in front of Jacob. "Master, welcome back." From her past self, Alma appeared completely different, and she no longer seemed to have any resentment towards Jacob despite what he had done to her. She was a completely new person, at least in front of Jacob. Jacob merely nodded in acknowledgement before he started walking towards the rows of glass containers as he impassively asked, "How are the specimens?" Alma promptly replied as she followed behind Jacob in her icy voice. "Specimen 1 previously goes by the name Rat as a Lord Mercenary rank, mercenary affiliated with the bank. In our racial databank, we analyzed his bloodline, and it's confirmed that he belongs to a legendary king rank race called the Earth Locality Gnome. The dwarves enslaved this race around 12,000 years ago because of their racial traits of finding rare lodes of minerals, and excellent talent in scouting and locating targets that not even legendary king rank treasure could. The Rat should be someone who managed to escape from the dwarves and has been operating within the great cosmic continent of Leo to keep a low profile. After all, if the dwarves found a legendary Lord rank Earth Locality Gnome roaming free, they'll do anything to get him back." Jacob nodded as a hint of astonishment flashed past his eyes when he heard about the guide hired by the Shattered Star Pirate having such a background. Although Jacob kidnapped him out of curiosity and for the map of the Temple of the Blazing Flame, he believed he was special because he led the pirates safely to the lava sea without incident. Once Jacob was done, he sent him here to turn him into a specimen, but he wasn't expecting much. However, it seemed Rat was worth researching after all. At that moment, Jacob reached the far end of the glass containers, and at that moment, Rat's stark naked body was floating within the translucent liquid, and he was entirely out of consciousness. The liquid in the glass containers was actually a legendary king, rank torpor anesthesia, elixir, found among many other formulas within Black Mechanic's databank. It can put even a legendary king in a long hibernation without any ability to wake up until the elixir loses its effects. Jacob found a huge load of it within the old Timeless Tower's treasury reserves, and the ingredients to make it were also quite easily found, so Jacob built this entire facility to gather live specimens like rats. Since Rat was only a legendary lord, that whole glass container of the torpor anesthesia elixir will keep in that slumber state for almost a century. Then Jacob looked towards the next similar glass container, where an enthralling sleeping beauty was floating. Alma also glanced at the sleeping beauty, and a hint of killing intent flashed fast in her eyes before she flashed a faint, gloating smile as she was pleased with that woman's current condition. However, she quickly returned to her stoic expression, and seemed to have gotten her clue and quickly started speaking again. Specimen 2, the Holy Pontiff of the Cardinal Spirit Temple, titled as the Holy King Eliza. We have some slight trouble analyzing her bloodline, but we do find a match. She belonged to the elusive race of fairies, and according to the limited information, the Atlas believed that all the fairies had been transported either to the upper planes because their bloodline potential is actually above the legendary rank, or they seem to have found a hidden ancient elemental galaxy and hide themselves there. It has been over 550,000 years since someone has reported seeing a fairy, but it wasn't confirmed, and ever since, the fairy race has become a mere myth, and not even the Atlas was aware of the Holy King's actual race. However, the Atlas does have some information on the Holy King as their prime targets of investigation and also recruitment. Holy King has always been secretive, and her rise was meteoric. She appeared out of nowhere and took control of the entire Cardinal Spirit Temple. There's also a rumor that the previous Holy King, who has been ascended, was actually defeated by her and forced to flee the legendary plains. There's also a chance that he might not even be alive, and to keep controlling the Cardinal Spirit Temple, Eliza uses the Ascension to cover the entire truth. Lastly, the Atlas believed Eliza had awakened one of the rarest optical talents in the Zodiac Planes, and belonged to the ancestors of the fairy race, called the Inner SB Vision, which allows her to peer into others' secrets and grants her the ability to deduce future events. Although the Atlas was never able to confirm this piece of information, nor did they have any more profound knowledge about the Inner SB Vision, they were most wary of the Holy King Eliza. As for the information about the fairy race, they only have information on one of their racial aspect, which is that they have an ability to nurture faith. Other than that, there's nothing. Inner SB Vision? Jacob's eyes flickered violently as he instantly remembered Immortica had once told him about this optical trait being one of the most powerful optical abilities of the Zodiac Planes. Apparently, it was on the same level as the Eyes of Judge. Realization dawned on him at that moment. No wonder my Eyes of Judge didn't work her on her and I was also feeling apprehension about her eyes. But it also seemed her eyes didn't work on me because of the Eyes of Judge. But even more terrifying thing is, the Holy Justice God seemed to have both the Eyes of Judge and Inner SB Vision if the Faith Idol is identical to the Holy Justice God. How did the Holy Justice God achieve it? No matter what, I need to be extremely careful of him since by no means is he a weakling, and on top of that, he seems to be an extremely influential and ambitious god. Jacob was solemn as he glanced at Eliza, and he didn't regret capturing her since now he also had someone with Inner SB Vision. If he could also rob that vision from her, he would be like the Holy Justice God. Yet, he didn't have a method to achieve this feat right now, so he had to keep Eliza in that state until he figured it out. If nothing works, he has no choice but to make a wish to get that method or clues about it. Moreover, since Eliza was a quasi-myth, the torpor anesthesia elixir could only keep her in that slumber state for around a few days, and it needed to be constantly changed if he didn't want any inconvenience. Although within the infinite space, Eliza would be suppressed entirely, Jacob still didn't want any hassle, and he didn't need her, at least right now. At that moment, Jacob finally looked away, and this time, he saw the burly giant almost taking the 15-meter-tall glass container's space. Alma spoke again with a hint of mockery in her eyes as she glared at the giant. Specimen 3, the Champion King. 1262 Chapter 12C2, Nightmare Plan 1262, Nightmare Plan 1C Scene T, real name unknown. He was once the prominent chairman of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, and also the chief of the War Giant race. However, he was later betrayed by his protege, who is currently known as the Giant War King, and also the War Giant Council, which has the highest authority over the War Giant race. But by some miracle, he was able to survive when everyone presumed him dead and resurfaced as a star pirate and became the most powerful star pirate of the legendary planes. However, this information was kept strictly confidential by the Life faction until the Champion King suddenly appeared in the virtual star world in an auction over 100 years ago. Alma impassively introduced the Champion King's history stored in the Atlas's databank, and Jacob heard it silently. The Atlas was once very interested in the Champion King because they had discovered something about his bloodline when they acquired a sample of his blood from one of his battles. They found that the Champion King didn't actually have a bloodline of war giants. Instead, he has an even rarer bloodline, on the same rank as the fairy race, if not surpassing it, the bloodline of Mortal Giant. Mortal Giant race is even more elusive than the fairy race. There were not many traces of them in the legendary planes, and they are almost considered a myth. However, there was once a Mortal Giant who was a constant from an era unknown. That's how they had the bloodline data on the Mortal Giant race. Although there isn't much information on that Mortal Giant constant, it seemed quite crucial because recruiting the Champion King or exterminating him were one of their top priorities. As for why they wanted to exterminate him, there is no record of that, but they should be afraid of him or something like that. However, the Champion King always managed to evade them and even almost killed a group of legendary kings from the Atlas. Apparently, except for the Mortal Giant bloodline name and its importance, there is no other information on its talents or abilities. With that, Alma concluded her report and became silent as Jacob seemed to be deep in thought while staring at the Champion King. However, Alma didn't know that the whole reason Jacob wanted to lure the Champion King back into the Ashen Mirage Desert was precisely because of the Mortal Giant bloodline. The reason behind his interest was simple. One of Jacob's abilities, the Mortal Danger Sense, was something he had acquired after absorbing the heart blood of an infant mortal giant. The Mortal Danger Sense had saved his life many times, and this ability can make him see the future of his impending death or something closely related to it. Furthermore, Jacob also remembered that when he defeated the Flame Calamity in the Dark Arena, Wyvern suspected that he was a mortal giant. After subduing the Black Mechanic and gaining access to the Atlas databases, he personally reviewed the Bloodline databank due to the Immortal chapter. Then he found out about the Champion King's secret. Since Atlas wanted him dead if they couldn't recruit him, then it means they fear the mortal giant race. Furthermore, the fighting giant spirit is also the core aspect of the giant race, so getting my hands on a mortal giant is nothing but good for me. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as he looked at the Champion King in slumber. A fairy and a mortal giant, not a bad harvest, Jacob thought before he looked away, and glanced at Alma and ordered, "Start the tests on their bloodline first with Black Mechanic. I want that data. It should be helpful to strengthen my Lifebane Wheel further." The moment Jacob uttered the name Lifebane Wheel, Alma trembled instinctively as terrifying memories surfaced in her mind. Nonetheless, she quickly calmed down and respectfully nodded. "I'll get it done right away." Jacob merely nodded. "Good," and sent all their treasures to the treasury floor, and have Black Mechanic appraise and store them accordingly. If there's something that Black Mechanic can't apprise, put it aside. I'll personally look at it. Without waiting for Alma's response, Jacob vanished from the 40th floor and appeared on the 2nd floor of the mechanized Sovereign Tower. Unlike the 40th floor, this floor has a different design. Here, the air itself vibrated faintly, humming with currents of magic and metallic resonance, as though the entire floor was alive. Rows upon rows of intricate framework stretched outward like the inner skeleton of some colossal machine, a lattice of twinkling black alloy beams crisscrossing in geometric precision. The walls were polished steel dark stone, etched with runic conduits that glowed faintly, pulsing like veins as energy surged through them. But the most fascinating thing about this floor was that suspended in the air were hundreds of small constructs, no larger than a man's arm, all shaped with unnerving symmetry. Their bodies seemed part clockwork, part insect, with jointed wings of rune-carved crystal and tiny orb-like cores pulsing with pale light. When they moved, faint trails of glowing script followed their flight, as if the runes themselves were alive. Every single construct was bound together by the unseen will of the Black Mechanic, their movements perfect, synchronized, and tireless. But wasn't surprised by those constructs, for they were all considered bodies of the Black Mechanic, and he called them mechanical insects. At that moment, Jacob's eyes locked in on the very heart of this machine-like floor, which was bathed in a web of light, stood a colossal equilateral chamfered tetrahedron, a geometric giant of peerless craftsmanship. Its sides gleamed with layered metallic surfaces that reflected colors, and each edge was engraved with runes so fine they seemed to shift when looked at too long. The structure radiated the aura of a priceless treasure, something that felt less like a tool and more like a work of cosmic art. Dozens of the mechanical insects swarmed over it, carving, polishing, and fusing runes into its frame, as though completing a design like never seen before in the legendary planes. Even in its incomplete state, the tetrahedron exuded a faint, oppressive majesty. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of fascination, yet there was also an ecstasy as he looked at one of the mechanical insects that suddenly landed on his shoulder. How much longer before the completion of this Nightmare Void server? W1063, Chapter 1063, Nightmare Plan 2. How much longer before the completion of this Nightmare Void server? The equilateral chamfered tetrahedron in the center of the floor was a void server, and Jacob called it the Nightmare Void server because it was a crucial component of the Nightmare Plan. The mechanical insect on Jacob's shoulder spoke in a static voice, which belonged to the Black Mechanic. The Nightmare Void server is 93% completed, and it should be finished within 500 hours. Jacob's eyes flickered, his thoughts unknown as he nodded. Good work. With this Void server, we should be able to cover our traces from SAAI and Undying Will. Indeed, sir. However, the Void servers lost their meaning within the legendary planes, with spirit mechanics or machina units working behind the scenes. However, Void servers can help us distract them without giving away my real identity. But as I previously mentioned, the chances of the final phase of the Nightmare Plan succession are only 1%. Black Mechanic replied. Jacob didn't seem surprised by Black Mechanic's last statement as he glanced at the Void server. Well, as long as there is a chance, that's enough reason for us to try. Just like I never expected I would have such a technology under my grasp, and one day I would be creating a Void server which is the top secret of your race. Jacob stated impassively with a hint of elation. Technology always fascinates Jacob, especially technology that can grant him control and power. After subduing the Black Mechanic, Jacob's knowledge has increased by leaps and bounds, not to mention that he was close to reaching his objective. Alright, once the Void server is complete, prepare for its launch. I'm going into seclusion for some time. Once I return, we'll initiate the Nightmare Plan. Jacob stated, and the mechanical insect flickered its wings in acknowledgement and flew away while joining its counterparts again. However, Jacob didn't leave and instead entered the dreamscape nightmare realm, where Nyx seemed to be waiting for him with a hint of resentment in her starry eyes. She was clearly not happy about what had happened earlier when Jacob suddenly lost consciousness. Jacob, like always, ignored the indignant nightmare and said, "I hope you were paying attention just now. The nightmare plan is about to initiate, and I don't want any mishap on your part since this whole plan revolves around you." Nyx pursed her lips, but she still nodded. "I know, you don't have to worry about it since my social life depends on it. However, I'm still not sure if this is a good idea since I could really end up hurting you if things go wrong." Jacob coldly looked at Nyx before he said, "I don't need you to worry about me. Besides, as long as you don't mess up, I don't have anything to worry about, right? Furthermore, with that hunter on my tail, I have to take this risk, or your life will also be in jeopardy." At that moment, Jacob's eyes glowed brilliantly with a hint of madness. "But if we succeed, not only will I get rid of that annoying hurdle, but in the future, I can turn the tables on him. He has something that belonged to me, and to retrieve it, I need to succeed in this, and the legendary planes is the only place option since upper planes would be extremely dangerous. Here, I can get rid of anyone as long as they don't exceed the middle plane's limitations, so the chances of the nightmare plan working are above 60%. So, I'm saying it don't mess it up." Without waiting for Nyx's reply, Jacob exited the dreamscape nightmare realm, leaving the seething nightmare behind. "Would it hurt you to be nice for once?" Nyx's rageful voice reverberated in the nightmare realm before a mosquito-like muttering drifted in the empty hall. "I'm worried about you, damn it!" After leaving the nightmare realm, Jacob exited the mechanized Sovereign Tower and appeared on the edge of the infinite space. The reason for Jacob's choosing this location was simple. He wanted to evolve his fire magic core with the Yang Flame, and because of the uncertainty related to the mystical flame, he didn't want to take the risk of damaging the mechanized Sovereign Tower, or worse, burn the whole place down. Although the infinite space has a suppressive effect on anything unrelated to Jacob, he still didn't want to take that risk. At that moment, Jacob sat down cross-legged. Then he flipped his bony palm, and a transparent crystal orb, seemingly carrying a miniature galaxy that burned while pulsing with golden white light, and surrounded by fiery threads of kaleidoscopic light, appeared. Although Jacob shouldn't feel anything, the moment the orb, which sealed the Yang Flame within, appeared, he felt intense heat and a mystical intent emitting from the orb that even his eyes of judge couldn't see though. Cursed Immortality. Jacob summoned the cursed book as he was ready to move to the next step of his plan, which was to absorb this Yang Flame. Jacob knew that as long as he could absorb this Yang Flame and evolve his fire magic core into a Yang core, he would be able not only to control the Yang Flame, but also the Yin Ice, which he couldn't before. With the power of Yin and Yang under his control, Jacob would have another trump card under his sleeve, and he could further solidify his plan to confront the hunter. "Hehehe, what can I do for you?" Immortalita's playful yet eerie voice sounded. Jacob ignored the cursed book shenanigans and got to the point. "I'm ready to absorb the Yang Flame, so what do I need to do?" "Ha, and here I thought you would be in a good mood to have some chat with an old friend. Well, it wasn't like I expected much from you. Cut the crap and get on to the point." Jacob coldly cut off Immortalita as the cursed book always got on his nerves. All right, I'll give you two choices. First, make a wish about merging the Yang Flame with your fire magic core without any risks, and it won't cost you a lot since you have all the basic conditions down and have all the items in hand. Oh, if you don't want to suffer, it'll naturally cost you extra. The second choice is to do it manually, and you do not have to use your lifespan, but then there's a chance your soul will burn into oblivion. However, this method also has a benefit, which depends on your willpower and whether you're willing to take the risk. Hehehe, so what is your choice? I'm good with any of it, not to mention if you choose the latter, it'll be more entertaining. 1264, Chapter 1064, Refining. The Yang Flame. One Jacob's hollow sockets flickered with a golden blaze as he weighed Immortalita's words. No hesitation lingered, only calculation. Did Immortalita just say an unknown benefit if I choose to do it properly, and all at the cost of pain? He thought as his eyes flickered coldly. I've endured worse than torment. If pain grants me power, I welcome it, especially with my current situation. What kind of benefit are you talking about? Jacob had to ask as he knew anything Immortalita called a benefit wasn't a small matter, and he couldn't take it lightly. That actually depends on your luck. I can't tell you since this information is rather sensitive unless you can really get it. Immortalita cryptically replied without any intention of revealing the truth. Jacob was naturally unhappy, but he knew better than to waste his time asking any more. His bony fingers clenched around the galaxy-lit orb, and his voice echoed with unyielding certainty. Since that's the case, I'll take the second option. Immortalita chuckled, the sound dripping with sinister glee as usual. He. I knew you'd choose the path of madness. Very well, let me tell you the method. The cursed book's whisper turned sharp at that moment. You will use your soul force as the tether. Draw the orb into your true soul and direct it towards your soul star. Not your body, not your mind. Once it enters your soul, the fire core will awaken and pull the flame with irresistible attraction, and the rest will depend on your willpower and endurance. If you can endure the burning, it will evolve. If you cannot, your soul will burn into a cinder, never to return. After he heard Immortica's method, Jacob was startled, but he remained silent. The flare in his eyes was enough. He had already committed. Since he had decided to follow the second method, the cursed heart pulsed once. The next moment, Jacob's soul force surged like a tidal wave, spiraling outward in invisible threads that wrapped around the sealed orb. With a mighty pull, he drew it straight towards his apex crown as runic markings on his skeleton surfaced and glowed darkly. Although Jacob was uncertain about the method's effectiveness, he trusted Immortica, and the cursed book's prediction assured him it would work. At that moment, the orb came in contact with his skull, and as if encountering water, it ripped into his skull without any resistance. Suddenly, Jacob trembled as he felt intense heat break into his very being the moment the orb entered his true soul. Furthermore, it wasn't just him, as the orb shuddered violently, as though it had been waiting all along for release the moment it entered his true soul. Before Jacob could react, cracks spider-webbed across the orb's crystalline surface. Golden white light spilled from within, searing brighter with each fracture. Terrifying heat waves coursed through Jacob's soul, threatening to burn him, and Jacob finally realized that he had been underestimating the pain associated with this task. Nonetheless, now that he had already started, he couldn't back down, and he could only endure as the orb was about to break. Since Immortica hadn't said anything, he knew it was all part of the process. The cracks spread through the entire orb, and whatever was sealed inside could no longer be contained. Boom! At that moment, the orb shattered like brittle glass, and the yang flame within erupted free like an ancient beast from slumber. Almost instantly, a miniature sun blazed in the heart of Jacob's soul, its light sharp enough to pierce everything. The flame roared, not as a passive fire, but as a living will, a primordial force of creation, destruction, and radiant sovereignty. It was so strong that Jacob almost lost himself and blanked out. Even his bones were vibrating and turning scarlet as smoke rose, as if he were burning alive. But it was just the beginning of suffering as the wave of heat slammed into Jacob's essence like a star exploding. For a moment, even his soul star seemed to tremble with the threat of annihilation. His soul quaked, trembling on the edge of collapse. However, at that moment, the glyphs on his cursed heart suddenly surfaced, and it started to throb violently, cold and domineering, as if it didn't want to lose to the ancient flame. Furthermore, the moment Cursed Heart awakened and clashed with the young flame's energy, from within, his fire core stirred. The ethereal green fire core pulsed as if drawn by the cosmic lure of the young flame and powered by the Cursed Heart. An intense yet mystical attraction force suddenly enveloped the raging young flame. Like a starving beast, the fire core started to pull the miniature blazing sun harder and harder, dragging it toward itself. However, the young flame naturally resisted as if it encountered a great enemy, violent, supreme, refusing submission. Every lash of its brilliance scorched Jacob's soul, threatening to tear it apart. Even a god might not be able to endure the onslaught of the ancient flame without paying a steep price. But the ancient flame wasn't the only supreme entity present in the soul, because Jacob wasn't just anyone, and almost instantly, another presence like the young Falme stirred within Jacob's soul. All of a sudden, a soft, crystalline chill drifted from deep within. A primordial frost bloomed beside the raging fire, and Jacob instantly felt the heat lessen by a significant degree. Furthermore, Jacob was very familiar with this chilling sensation, which was extremely destructive before, but now it was soothing. The yin core has awakened? It was indeed the slumbering yin core that seemed to have been stirred by the yang flame's presence. As if encountering its counterpart, it released its own cold waves, not in opposition, but in harmony. The yin ice suddenly seemed to have its own will as it extended, gently but firmly suppressing the young flame's violent lashings. The frost did not smother the fire, nor did it clash. It mystically balanced and restrained the young flame. 1:1065, Chapter 1065, Refining the Young Flame. 2. The emergence of the yin core was timely, and for the first time yin and yang coexisted within Jacob's soul. It was an extremely mystical phenomenon, and Jacob felt himself entering a peculiar state of mind. The moment the energies of the yin core surfaced, the fire core, which the yang flame was suppressing, also energized and roared like a devouring void. The yang flame was pulled inward, inch by inch, its resistance diminishing under the dual suppression of cursed heart and yin ice, and finally, the flame collapsed into the fire core like a supernova. The green sphere, fire core, cracked, and golden white fire spilled through every fracture, weaving kaleidoscopic patterns that wrapped the fire core in brilliance. Then, with a deafening hum, it shattered entirely, reforming into something new. It was the formation of the young core, as Jacob's entire body trembled at that moment, as unknown comprehensions started to fill his mind, and without even realizing it, at that moment, the phantom of his majestic yet arcane celestial astrolabe, an infinity symbol with a vague construct around it, materialized behind him. As the yang core formed, it was no longer green. It burned with radiant brilliance, glowing white gold with flickering vermilion, purple, and multiple color hues, like a miniature star blazing eternally within Jacob's soul space. Every pulse of its energy carried the balance of destruction and creation, scorching and nurturing. Furthermore, as if stimulated by the yang core's formation, the yin core also started to glow in neon silver brilliance, making the lightning magic core appear like a dwarf between giants. Nonetheless, the three magic cores were still pale in comparison to Jacob's soul as they revolved around it like planets. However, at that moment, the yin core and yang core seemed to be growing. Because of the art of nature, Jacob's magic cores were still at the Fable legendary rank, and unless he can start the fourth section of the art of nature, they won't increase in rank. But now, for the first time, his magic cores show signs of breaking free from this mysterious restriction, as if they wanted to get from some unknown rule. However, at that moment, the increasing spheres of the yin core and yang core suddenly shuddered as if they had encountered something terrifying. Instead of increasing, they started to compress again. Jacob's soul space trembled at that, and the mystical comprehension was suddenly broken, like a dread and terrifying mental pain that attacked him. A backlash. Jacob felt as if his soul was about to break apart because of that mysterious energy suddenly compressing his yin and yang cores and stopping them from breaking through the next rank. It was as if this had provoked something primordial, and even the yin and yang elements couldn't go against it. At that moment, a thought surfaced in his mind. Is it art of nature? After all, my magic cores are byproducts of the art of nature. Although I might have been able to evolve them before, now that they are trying to increase in rank without me mastering the fourth meditation, it's like I'm diverting into a different path from the art of nature. I always know the art of nature is profound and mysterious, but I never imagined it also has such a hidden, overbearing will beside its gentle side. Jacob was shocked to the core, knowing he had provoked the art of nature by going against it and unknowingly trying to break its natural course. Yet, the art of nature still wasn't trying to harm him, but just trying to stop the magic cores from increasing in ranks. As long as he could endure this, everything would be back to normal. At least, this was what Jacob hoped for. At this moment, the yin and yang magic cores seemed to have no way to break free from the unknown energy as they were being completely suppressed. But because the yin ice and yang flame had an extremely overbearing and vast amount of energies, and on top of that, they were stimulated by each other's presence, a fierce struggle broke out within Jacob's true soul. At that moment, Jacob's cursed heart pulse as the glyphs on it shone brilliantly, and the next moment, the yin and yang magic cores seemed to find an outlet and release a vast amount of energies towards the soul star to Jacob's surprise. Both golden and silver energies started to be absorbed in the burning soul star, and directly made their way towards the cursed heart in its core under the dictatorship of the cursed heart. However, the cursed heart didn't absorb them, and those energies started to revolve around it in a peculiar harmony, creating a sphere of gold and silver within the core of the soul star. As that sphere grew larger and larger, the burden on Jacob's soul and magic cores lessened, and the pain started to fade away, and the emerging channeling only stopped when the sphere of gold and silver covered 15% of the soul star's core space. Now, the three magic cores, yin, yang, and lightning, appeared in harmony, marking the completion of the evolution. The moment the evolution completed, Jacob's skeletal body, seated cross-legged in infinite space, the celestial astrolabe began to glow from within. A phantom of golden-white flame suddenly ignited the infinity symbol, carrying faint frost runic patterns of silver blue within it. The two forces danced upon the infinity symbol, never colliding, yet never parting. Opposites made whole. This phenomenon was unique yet breathtaking as Jacob comprehended the new laws of yin and yang and their first concepts, as if he had been practicing them since birth. As the blazing celestial astrolabe behind Jacob faded away, he could feel the yang core pulsing within him, harmonized by the yin core's eternal frost at this moment. The power coursed through him like a second heartbeat. At that moment, Immortalita's eerie laughter rang out, half crazed, half admiring, before it cryptically spoke, he, marvelous. To think you'd truly merge yin and yang into balance. But all suffering was worth it, for you have set a stage for your future self. Jacob's eye flames flared, calm yet burning with unshakable will, containing a mysterious intent, just what is going on with the cursed heart. Can you explain now? 166, chapter 1066, Yin and Yang. 1. Just what is going on with the cursed heart? Can you explain now? Jacob inquired, despite the pain. He had been observing everything, and for the exact reason because of Immortalita's cryptic comment earlier. Now, after witnessing the cursed heart at work and somehow provoking the art of nature, Jacob wanted answers, as he knew the cursed book was aware of this before it even happened. What happened was the cursed Herat just saved you from killing yourself. No need to thank me. Immortalita snickered playfully. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as he didn't believe in those words for a moment, and coldly said, Are you still going to play your mind games? Sigh, you need to loosen up a bit. Fine, I'll tell you, and it wasn't like I was trying to hide it from you. The thing is, now that you have created the yin and yang magic cores with yin ice and yang flame, you have naturally awakened the elements of yin and yang. Yin and yang are commonly believed to be a fundamental concept of two opposite yet complementary and interdependent forces that are present in all things and in the universe as a whole. Yin is associated with qualities like darkness, femininity, passivity, and cold, while yang represents light, masculinity, activity, and warmth. The interplay and balance of these forces create harmony and equilibrium, with each force containing the seed of the other, and they also associate yin and yang with evil and good. This concept even exists in your previous life, and that sword art or martial arts that you've learned also followed the concept of yin and yang. However, let me ask you this. Now that you have comprehended the first concept of both yin and yang, and with your magic cores fully manifested, do you believe in those words? Immortality suddenly posed a question in a gleeful yet eerie tone. Jacob's eyes flickered as he already knew about those spiritual concepts related to yin and yang, and just as Immortality mentioned, his deceptive sword style also followed the idea of yin and yang. No, the yin element is just extremely frosty, and the yang element is extremely infernal practically. Yet, the first concept of yin is formless. It embodies passivity, potential, the undefined and unshaped, yet it should be associated with ice or cold. Furthermore, just now I got a deeper understanding of yin's first concept. Formless does not impose form, instead it receives, contains, and preserves. It is probably the feminine concept of yin that you previously mentioned, and the time when I acquired the yin ice that allows creation to exist without collapsing. On the other hand, the first concept of yang is definite, which represents the power of defining, shaping, and manifesting. It also embodied the yang element's concept of masculine and assertive, and also the yang flame's nature of burning, transforming, and sculpting raw potential into defined reality. In contrast, it should be something related to fire. Now, for the element of balance, the yin is like the canvas, and the yang is the brushstroke, where yin is still water, yang is the flowing current, together yin is potential without shape, and yang is the force that gives shape to the potential. If I'm not wrong, this pairing creates the fundamental dialectic, the void and the spark, the womb and the seed, the glacier and the flame, which together establish the foundation of elemental creation, which you once mentioned. Ha 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 ha. Immortality suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing Jacob's own understanding of the yin and yang, which made Jacob's eyes compress with a hint of confusion. After all, he knew his understanding of the yin and yang came to awaken the yin and yang elements and fully integrate the yin ice and the yang flame. Furthermore, the concept of elemental creation suddenly emerged within his mind the moment his cursed heart drew the energies of yin ice and yang flames within his soul star. However, the elemental creation was just a concept, but for some reason, Jacob suddenly thought about it. As he explained his own understanding of the yin and yang, he just blurted it out without even thinking much. What is so funny? But Immortalite's eerie laughter still irked him to no end as he coldly sought an explanation, not to mention Immortality still hadn't made things clear about the cursed heart. Haha, I was laughing because I'm proud of you for almost figuring it out on your own. You are no longer that mortal of the lower planes and are already touching the concept of gods. Nonetheless, you still have a long way to reach that point, and my role in all of this is to guide you in the right direction. As you said, the yin and yang bring balance, and without each other, they are nothing but concepts of imagination. However, when they truly merge, they bring creation. As for why the cursed heart activated and created a sphere of yin and yang within your soul start, it is because it was inevitable and always destined to happen. Immortality cynically hinted as if wanting to see if Jacob could guess this on his own or not. But Jacob really didn't know what Immortality was talking about, and it was always like this as he impatiently inquired, "Just get to the damn point. If I could guess your intentions, would I have been played by so many times? Hey, now, that was hurtful. I never put you in danger unless there were absolute benefits for you in them. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, yin and yang are related to the concept of creation. Now don't tell me this didn't remind you of a profession that can create living beings who possess free will," Immortality stated gleefully. At that moment, something instantly ticked in Jacob's mind as his eyes flared violently as he blurted out, as a fog had been lifted from his mind, "Vitality Architect." The Vitality Architect can create life to a cellular level with free will, and yin and yang are the main components of creation. And you said my cursed heart was destined to absorb the yin and yang energies, which means it was always capable of this. To sum it up, the requirement to become the Vitality Architect is possessing the yin and yang energies. 126T7, Chapter 267, Yin and Yang. Immortality burst into wanton laughter the moment Jacob connected the dots as if extremely glad, and said, "Correct, the yin and yang energies are mediatory to have if someone wants to step into the domain of the Vitality Architect." Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of ecstasy when Immortality confirmed his conjecture. As he increased his power, he also continued to seek the materials needed for the third phase, and to clarify the role of the Vitality Architect. The Vitality Architect was the only requirement Jacob had never heard of before, nor was he able to find any clues regarding it, even in the database of the Timeless City. Jacob even considered using a wish to gather information about the Vitality Architect after entering the upper planes, should he still be unable to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, Jacob was also using the Immortal chapter to have a breakthrough regarding the Vitality Architect, and he knew he hadn't even scratched its surface. But now, all of a sudden, he acquired the main component to become a Vitality Architect. How could he not be excited? This was truly an unexpected gain. Hee, don't be happy too soon. You have just met the basic requirements to become a Vitality Architect, but you are still far away from becoming one. I haven't told you about the Vitality Architect before because you didn't awaken the yin and yang energy sources with your cursed heart. However, now that you already have it, I can give you a general explanation about how to proceed forward. To become a Vitality Architect, one needs to have a deep comprehension of all vitalities of the universe, and also knowledge of the anatomy of life and death. You don't have to understand and learn everything just enough for you to create a life form of vitality, and to instill a free will in that life form, you need to understand the vitalities. That's the only clues you'll get from me, Immortica stated cryptically. Jacob's eyes contorted as it was the first time Immortica had given him so many clues about the Vitality Architect. Although they were far from comprehensive knowledge, they were still enough to direct him towards the correct path. However, there was still a question that Jacob wanted to ask as he coldly questioned, I appreciate the heads up, but I want to know what would have happened if I didn't have the yin ice and yang flame. I mean, how was I supposed to awaken the yin and yang energy sources on my own? I knew you won't let it go. Well, it's not a big deal. If you haven't stumbled upon yin ice or yang flame, there are other ways to awaken the yin and yang energy source with your cursed heart. It's just that the yin ice and yang flame are the highest source of yin and yang energies within the zodiac planes, which can lead to the creation. So, acquiring them is not bad, but only good. As long as you can learn to use the yin and yang energies and become a Vitality Architect with them, you won't need to worry about ever finding a new source of yin and yang energies because they'll grow with you now, Immortica revealed. Realization dawned on Jacob at that moment, and he couldn't help but look at the cursed book in front of him with a peculiar intent in his eyes. Although he still has more questions, he knows better than to waste his time asking them when he'll barely receive a straight answer. At that moment, something came to Jacob's mind that also needed Immortica's input as he inquired, I'm planning on releasing the Divine Soulless Pagoda. Can the current infinite space handle it? Jacob has acquired the Divine Soulless Pagoda on his trip to the Ghost Domain as the Soulless Ghost King. Just like the Temple of the Blazing Flame, the Divine Soulless Pagoda carries the legacy of the Soulmancers. However, the Divine Soulless Pagoda was far more sinister than the Temple of the Blazing Flame because of its artifact spirit, Soulless. If not because of the Cursed Immortality, Jacob might have turned into Soulless's puppet, and that's why he didn't dare to let it out until he was completely ready and made sure it was absolutely safe to release that divine treasure. Now that Jacob has gathered all the powers he possibly could, he naturally wanted to control the divine treasure since it could become his biggest reliance against his enemy. However, Jacob was too weak to control the divine treasure, so he wanted to practice soulmancy to create more trump cards. Yet even that has risks, so without Immortica's approval, he won't release that treasure. Oh, I was wondering when you'll use that. Right now, the infinite space is still too small to release a divine treasure fully. Although they'll still be suppressed, you won't achieve your goals without fully releasing them and reducing the suppression. Especially that temple divine treasure, you shouldn't release it until you complete the infinity pendant. As for that pagoda, its artifact spirit isn't at its full strength and requires time and resources to recover to its full power. So, you can release it, but you have to be very careful since the artifact spirit is quite interesting. Jacob's eyes flickered with hesitation when he heard Immortica's words because he could imagine the concept of divine treasures. Currently, he was only a quasi-myth, and the infinite space was still not truly infinite, not to mention it was still incomplete due to the lack of the Longevity Path Glory Gem. That was another reason Jacob didn't release the Divine Soulless Pagoda, and now the Temple of the Blazing Flame. I guess then I'll wait. I already have an inheritance of soulmancy, and all I need to do is gather souls. I can do it without the Divine Soulless Pagoda for now, Jacob muttered as he instantly decided not to release the Divine Soulless Pagoda because of his cautious nature. Although the Divine Soulless Pagoda might make his path of the soulmancy easier, Jacob didn't want to risk releasing the artifact Spirit Soulless and then being constantly on guard against it unless it was absolutely necessary. Jacob then unsummoned the cursed book and returned to the mechanized Sovereign Tower. 11268, Chapter 1068, Death Lord. The undead Skyfall Canyons stretched vast and merciless, but within their depths few dared to enter, and what lay here was an ancient mystery. Within the undead Skyfall Canyons, a ghostly forest with tall trees, leafless husks, their bark the color of ashen bone, their branches reaching like skeletal claws toward the veiled gray skies. A ghostly mist clung low, winding itself like serpents around the roots. Every gust of wind carried whispers, faint, indistinguishable words, yet filled with dread, as if the souls of the dead themselves wept from within the timber. The very earth pulsed faintly, black veins running beneath its cracked surface. When stepped upon, the ground seemed to sigh, exhaling cold wisps that clawed into one's bones. No birds, no insects, no signs of natural life could be found. Instead, phantom silhouettes occasionally flitted between the trees, dissolving as quickly as they appeared. At that moment, suddenly, the oppressive silence was shattered by a distant thunderclap that rolled across the canyon, causing the ground to tremble. Thereupon, a commotion erupted. The eerie forest quivered, and through the fog surged a procession of dread. 5 undead horses, their hides a patchwork of bone and rotting flesh, their eyes glowing with hollow blue fire, galloped relentlessly. Upon them rode 5 horsemen clad in corroded armor, their helms concealing empty sockets where eyes should have been. Tattered black banners trailed from their lances, each inscribed with runes that oozed malevolent energy. Their pursuit shook the very air. Ahead of them, a cloaked figure darted through the spectral woods, its movements swift and unnaturally precise. Despite the ferocity of the pursuit, its speed did not falter. Every stride seemed to blur against the mist, rivaling the power of a Tier 9 legendary noble, its speed brushing dangerously close to the threshold of a legendary lord. The forest could not withstand the horseman's rampage. Wherever the undead steeds trampled, trees were smashed apart with bone-crunching force. Yet, instead of splintering into dust, the wood erupted into fountains of blood, soaking the gray soil in crimson as if the trees themselves bled like butchered flesh. The nauseating sight twisted the already spectral forest into a grotesque nightmare. At that moment, the cloaked figure, whose movements had been like flowing shadows, suddenly stopped. Its heels dug into the bleeding earth, sending ripples of spectral power outward. The horsemen howled in silence, their lances lowering as their mounts shrieked with spectral neighs, the flames in their eye sockets burning brighter. But all of a sudden, from the cloaked figure surged a baleful yet regal aura, swelling outward in waves like a tidal storm. The very mist recoiled, trees bent away, and even the bleeding earth seemed to quiver. The aura was suffocating, filled with wrath, majesty, and the authority of death itself. What had seemed like prey just moments ago now stood as something far more sinister. Behind the cloaked figure, reality itself twisted like a black canvas being torn apart. From the rift, a throne emerged, colossal, carved of shadow and bone, crowned with jagged spires that dripped with liquid night. The moment it fully manifested, the world dimmed, even the faint gray sky seemed to cower, its pallor paling further under its presence. The figure did not step onto the throne descended for them. Chains of darkness coiled upward like serpents, lifting the cloaked figure with reverence. In the blink of an eye, they were seated high upon the towering seat, their posture regal and untouchable. The folds of the cloak fell like a funeral shroud, masking their form, but from beneath the hood glimmered 2 abyssal eyes, sharp, unyielding, brimming with the authority of death itself. The undead horsemen, who moments before had been the hunters, froze mid-charge. Their skeletal mounts reared in terror, blue flames flickering wildly in their hollow sockets. The oppressive aura of the throne of death pressed down upon them like the weight of an entire abyss. Even their runes, glowing with malice, sputtered and dimmed, as if scorched by something far superior. Tap, the figure's slender jade-like finger touched the throne's handle. A sound like ink dripping into water spread outward, and in its wake, black tendrils unfurled in every direction. The earth cracked, veins of pitch-black liquid gushing out as if the world itself bled tar. The mist recoiled, the blood-soaked trees wailed, and a tide of abyssal ink spread across the ground like an expanding ocean. The regal, melodious voice echoed across the bleeding forest, calm yet absolute, death domain absorption. The words were like a decree. The ground beneath the horsemen liquefied into shadow. Their skeletal steeds screamed in silent agony as their bodies sank, legs thrashing uselessly like prey caught in quicksand. The horsemen stabbed their lances downward, runes flaring desperately, but the ink swallowed the light whole, devouring it without resistance. They struggled, they clawed, and they howled with silent fury. But the more they fought, the deeper they sank. Their banners dissolved into strands of black mist, their armor corroded as if centuries of decay struck in mere seconds. The hollow fire in their eyes flickered, then died. Within moments, nothing remained. Not a single clatter of bones, not a single trace of their existence. They were drowned, consumed utterly by the endless abyss of the death domain. Yet, instead of dissipating, the cloaked figure's aura suddenly spiked violently. Waves of baleful energy surged outward like crashing tsunamis, rattling the forest until even the blood-soaked trees groaned as if in fear. The next moment, behind the throne of death, a phantom unfurled across the mist-shrouded sky. It was a soul totem of half a blazing, pitch-black sun, as if it were condemning the light itself. The other half was a moon, but not pale and serene. It was crimson, bleeding with sinister brilliance, the two halves opposing and complementing, like an eclipse of ruin and sovereignty. The soul totem pulsed with mystic rhythm, its form woven from starry brilliance that flickered like galaxies collapsing, while neon-hued mist revolved endlessly around it, churning like a cosmic tide. With every passing heartbeat, the phantom grew sharper, more vivid, more terrifying, until it was no longer an illusion but a manifest law, majestic and menacing, blotting out all else. The very air fractured under its presence. The cloaked figure sat unmoved upon the throne, but the atmosphere was majestic. At that moment, a turbulent, storm-like breath of power escaped the figure's form, the clear sign of a breakthrough carved in death and dominance. Thereafter, as if to mark the completion of this unholy coronation, the figure raised its slender jade-like finger once more. With a single tap upon the armrest of the throne, the monument of death trembled, and then vanished, dissolving into the shadows. When the haze cleared, the figure once again stood in the bleeding forest. A reverent yet respectful voice rang in the cloaked figure's head. "Congratulations on reaching the Tier 1 Legendary Lord rank, Mistress. You are now a Death Lord." The mysterious eyes shimmered with a hint of ecstasy. Still, it was instantly replaced with dense killing intent. "Now, I can safely penetrate the inner region of the undead Skyfall Canyons and increase my strength even more quickly by absorbing the undead Lich King's army." Undying resolve shone in her eyes before a hint of longing flashed past her eyes as she muttered softly, "I'll return to you soon, teacher." Point 69. Chapter 1069, Chapter 1069, Annoying Pests. Above the gloomy skies of the Holy Justice Citadel, the space suddenly twisted, and two figures emerged from the folds of space. One of them was a tall, slender man with elvish features and long white hair, clad in white, while an ancient bronze sword with a slightly rusty blade rested on his back. The other has the appearance of a young, cute girl, around 12 years old, with long scarlet hair that reaches all the way to her feet and peculiar runic markings etched on her forehead, seemingly pulsating with mystical light. She wore ancient-style black robes, and her eyes were covered in a black blindfold. The elvish male was holding an ancient compass, as it seemed to have a mysterious cosmic pattern engraved on its surface, and those cosmic patterns seemed alive and vivid. His brows wrinkled as he looked at the unfamiliar scenery of the Holy Justice Citadel, and he gravely stated, "The new myth was here." "Isn't this myth of justice's territory? Where is she?" The young blindfolded girl spoke in a solemn tone, but her voice was that of a cute child, and no one would take her seriously. The elvish male shook his head as he replied with uncertainty, "Currently, there are no fellow myth-seekers present in this place, at least not within the range of the True Myth Compass. Furthermore, the new fellow myth-seeker's spiritual mark instilled within the True Myth Compass isn't showing any reaction, and it's been like this since we were halfway to this place. This is the last location of that new myth." That's aside, the young girl, despite her blindfold, seemed to preserve everything as she solemnly said, "What has happened here? This place was filled with radiance and hope the last time I was here, but all I can see is darkness and despair. Furthermore, the fairy humans' minds are chaotic as if they have lost their will to live." Then, the myth of Oracle suddenly discovered the new myth, unregistered in the Coalition. "We were sent here to invite the new myth for a chat, but then suddenly the True Myth Compass suddenly stopped reacting, which could only mean the new myth is either dead or is capable of changing their soul, which is impossible. Now, looking at this place's current state and the missing myth of justice, it could only mean something unexpected involving two myths has taken place here." The elvish man, who was none other than the myth of White Swordsman, couldn't help but nod as if agreeing with the blindfolded girl's evaluation. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in the White Swordsman's hand, and runes on this talisman were like flickering stars. Without hesitation, he imbued his soul force into it. However, the talisman didn't react, making the White Swordsman furrow his brows with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes as he muttered, "The space transferal talisman of the myth of justice isn't working. Unless it has been destroyed, no matter where she is, it should at least elicit a reaction. But if the space transferal talisman has been destroyed, this linked talisman should have been destroyed as well. Strange, too strange." The more the White Swordsman thought about this matter, the more uneasy he felt. After all, this matter involving two myths couldn't be taken lightly, especially if one or both of them perished, and one of the myths even belonged to their mythical coalition. He then looked at the blindfolded girl, and a hint of helplessness surfaced in his eyes as he said, "Lady Myth of Secrets, I have to trouble you to use your divine skills to find the truth. This matter involved not only a new myth, but also a fellow myth of the coalition." The young blindfolded girl, called the Myth of Secrets, sighed before she nodded. "I will use my skills, but I need appropriate compensation. You'll be my witness, fellow myth of White Swordsman. Certainty." The myth of White Swordsman agreed without hesitation, as he knew the Myth of Secrets skills came with a price, but they were efficient and effective. That was also the reason the Myth of Secrets was one of the strongest and respected members of the mythical coalition. At this moment, the blindfold trembled as the Myth of Secrets raised her small, pale hands toward it. Slowly, she loosened the black cloth, and the instant it slipped away, the truth beneath was revealed. Instead of twin eyes, a single eye socket had fused itself in the center of her face, where both eyes should have been. When her delicate eyelid opened, an unearthly eye gazed out. It was strange, profound, and unbearably mystical. The iris glimmered like liquid starlight, etched with shifting runes that seemed ancient and cryptic. Each faint movement of its glow gave the illusion of laws being born and destroyed in an endless cycle. The Myth of White Swordsman drew in a sharp breath. Even he, a myth in his own right, felt dread and apprehension despite witnessing the same scene a few times. The Myth of Secrets pressed her fingers together, her childish voice now layered with a deeper resonance. "By the root of secrecy, I open the unseen paths, the surrounding air quivered. The ground of the Holy Justice Citadel rumbled faintly. From her singular eye, a ripple of unseen law spread out, peeling away the illusions of the world itself. But all of a sudden, her eye froze. Her tiny frame stiffened as if pierced by an unseen spear. She was not looking at the Citadel anymore. She was staring directly into the void above them, into a space that should have been empty. Her mystical eye trembled, focusing sharply, and there, concealed beyond perception, a pair of ghostly, eerie purple flames lit up in the void. They were not eyes, yet they were. Cold, profound, and terrifying, and at that moment, those flames gazed back. The instant her gaze collided with them, the purple flames flickered faintly, as if surprised. Impossible. The Myth of Secrets' childish voice cracked, for the first time laced with raw terror as she had seen a glimpse of something. A heartbeat later, bang. Her singular eye exploded in a rain of starlit ichor, as if crushed under an unfathomable weight. The Myth of Secrets let out a blood-curdling scream, her small body writhing once before, collapsing limply into unconsciousness. Her blindfold slipped from her hands and fell from the sky. The white swordsman's pupils shrank violently, his elvish features paling. He was even able to react or comprehend what had just transpired. Lady Secrets. He instinctively glanced at the spot where the Myth of Secrets had just looked, and nothing was there, only silence, only emptiness, making him feel eerie. Without hesitation, the white swordsman swept the small unconscious girl into his arms, his grip tight with urgency. "We're leaving." His ancient bronze sword quivered faintly on his back as he slashed his hand through space, tearing open a path of retreat. The once composed and noble myth of white swordsman was now pale and shaken, fleeing with no regard for dignity, mission, or pride. Within the depths of space, the pair of purple eyes flickered with a hint of amusement before an eerie voice, laced with indifference, rang out, "Heh, annoying pests." 1070, Chapter 1070, Miserable Star Pirates. The inner folds of space trembled violently as the myth of white swordsman tore through with desperate speed. His arms cradled the small, limp form of the Myth of Secrets, her once mystical aura now flickering weakly like a candle battered by storms. His usually composed and sharp mind was nothing but a storm of unease as that scene of the Myth of Secrets' eye bursting apart in an instant still played in his mind like a vivid nightmare. It was like he could still hear that scream, could still see the starlit ichor streaming down her fragile face, staining her robes. For the first time in countless years, the white swordsman felt raw, unbridled terror. How did her Eye of Secrets burst apart? That's impossible. She was one of the most untouchable among us. Even the truths hidden in causality itself couldn't harm her so directly. What could she have seen, or whom? Just thinking about it made the myth of white swordsman shudder with cold chills. Furthermore, his instincts suddenly sensed impending death for a vague instant, as if something or someone had just looked at him, and now he was thinking that the vast and inscrutable presence looming over them, and at any moment they would be dead. That's why he dared not look again. Instead, he summoned every ounce of his sword law, his speed tearing the inner layer of space apart as he fled farther and farther from the Holy Justice Citadel. Each heartbeat felt like an eternity, but the worst never came, and he successfully managed to retreat without any consequence. However, at that moment, he froze, for ahead, suspended within the gray folds of the inner space layer, floated an enormous vessel. The strangest part was that this enormous vessel wasn't moving. Instead, it was anchored and concealed within the folds of space where no ordinary power should ever reach. If not because of what just happened, the myth of white swordsman also wouldn't have found it. Its colossal frame gleamed with fractured star metal, its jagged surface engraved with strange sigils and brutal scars of war, and upon its hull shimmered a crest of a shattered star. This ship was none other than the shattered star cruiser. The white swordsman's eyes narrowed sharply. That sigil? It is a pirate ship? Hidden here, so close to the Holy Justice Citadel of all places. Furthermore, with the current state of the Citadel, and then after what happened with the Myth of Secrets, even for him, who had long distanced himself from the mundane affairs of the legendary plains, the symbol of star pirates carried infamy. Ruthless marauders feared even by legendary kings, yet the ship was still. Not advancing, not fleeing, which also made the Myth of White Swordsman think that they were probably lurking here like a predator biding their time, or they had already achieved their goal. His sword hand twitched as faint killing intent surfaced in his eyes. If I had not been fleeing through the inner space, even I would not have noticed it. But if they are here, they should have some clues about what happened back there, or, suddenly, a wild and frantic thought surfaced in the Myth of White Swordsman's mind. Could it be that whoever destroyed the Myth of Secret's eye had set this trap? But then he quickly shook his head, as this thought was simply ridiculous, because if such an entity were to pursue them, he would already be nothing but space dust. Furthermore, if there was really that kind of terrifying entity hidden there, why would they plant a bunch of pirates in their wake? Not to mention, he was a quasi-myth. The shattered star cruiser was nothing. As reasons clawed their way through his fear, the Myth of White Swordsman started to calm down as he thought no one was following him, and all of this could also be his imagination. This reeks of secrecy, and the Myth of Secrets must have suffered backlash from her law ability. It is possible. Even myths suffer when they pry too far. Yes, that must be it, the myth of White Swordsman thought as his heartbeat calmed, though faint tremors still lingered in his chest. His eyes grew cold and calculating as he looked at the shattered star cruiser. This place, this matter, it is far too strange, he muttered under his breath, his voice grim. He glanced down at the unconscious girl in his arms, her face pale as snow, and resolve hardened in his heart. If not for you, Lady Secrets, I would have abandoned this distraction. But now, we need answers. And I will not let this opportunity slip away. At this moment, raising his free hand, the White Swordsman summoned his mythic sword law. Blinding radiance erupted, forming a vast white barrier of sword light that encompassed the pirate vessel in an instant. The ship seemed to groan under the overwhelming force, its cloaking runes flickering like dying embers. Come with me. His commanding voice was sharp as steel, with no room for defiance. The next moment, the bound ship trembled, then began to sink into his white domain, shackled and dragged along through the folds of space as if tethered to a god's will. The myth of White Swordsman turned away, focusing once more on tearing through the inner layer of space. He had no time to waste. The mythical coalition must be informed, and the myth of secrets must be healed, while most importantly, this anomaly must be investigated. The moment the shattered star cruiser was captured by the myth of White Swordsman, the shattered star pirates within were flabbergasted. What is going on? Darkwing's expression was gloomy and had paled to an extreme as one bad thing after another had kept happening since they had entered this cursed continent. They were still clueless about how their captain was captured when he was about to raise the entire citadel to dust under his regal might. Then they were forced to flee before the archpriests could react. But they didn't leave and wait here, hoping to contact their captain or rescue him. Yet now, all of a sudden, they were again met with something unexpected, and it seemed their entire cruiser had been hijacked. Furthermore, when Darkwing and others attempted to operate the ship, nothing worked, and when they tried to flee, to their horror, they couldn't break past the white barrier, no matter how they attacked. They all knew at this moment that the Shattered Star Pirates were probably as good as finished. On the other hand, as the massive ship was pulled behind the myth of White Swordsman like prey caught by a hunter, he still could not shake the lingering chill in his bones. 1171, Chapter 1071, Coalition Pagoda. Deep within the boundless star ocean, cloaked behind layers of temporal veils, there stood a hidden cosmic gate. The gate seemed as though the stars themselves bent into its frame. A vast, circular construct of shifting astral stone and shimmering runes, giving off an ancient and profound aura. Beyond this gate lies an ancient elemental planet that no one has discovered, and even if they can reach this place, they won't be alive to tell the tale, because this part of the star ocean is very close to the universal boundary, and coming here is nothing but suicide for even legendary kings. The elemental planet's surface was like a paradise sculpted by nature. Glittering rivers of light streamed across emerald valleys, mountains of crystal rose proudly into the heavens, and luminous flowers bloomed in colors rarely seen even on cosmic continents. The air shimmered with mana so dense it felt almost liquid, suffusing every corner with vitality and grandeur. One couldn't even imagine such an elemental planet would exist in the desolate corner of the star ocean. At the very center of this magnificent world stood a colossal pagoda, towering like a divine axis that tethered the skies to the earth. Its structure radiated awe-inspiring majesty. Golden pillars entwined with flowing runes supported countless silver tiers, each one shimmering with arrays of starlight. Its spire seemed to pierce the very heavens, while its foundation glowed with a lattice of laws that chained it to the planet itself. This wasn't any ordinary pagoda, as it seemed like a bastion, a sacred pillar of order and might. Suddenly, space warped violently before the pagoda. Reality folded like silk as the myth of White Swordsman emerged, his arms still cradling the pale and weakened form of the myth of secrets. His gaze remained calm, but the weight of urgency burned in his eyes. Behind him, the folds of space twisted once more, and the shattered star cruiser was dragged out, shackled within a cocoon of white swordlight, struggling futilely against its fate. At that very moment, the great pagoda responded. From its highest tier, a beam of pure white light shot outward, descending like a thunderbolt. It twisted in the air before condensing into a golden-robed figure. Yet this figure had no face, no eyes, no hair. Its surface was smooth and featureless, like a mannequin sculpted from pristine jade. Despite this, its presence carried unimaginable pressure. Dense runes shimmered faintly across its robe, pulsing with restrained might. This was a runic puppet of legendary king rank. A puppet capable of wielding the strength of a legendary king, bound only to obey commands without fail. Furthermore, this kind of puppet was scarce in the entire legendary planes, and the method to produce them was long lost, just like a soul puppet. Only by chance can someone get them from ancient sites or forbidden regions. The myth of White Swordsman didn't even glance twice at the runic puppet as his commanding voice cut like steel. Custodian, imprison them. Do not allow a single rat to escape this vessel. The mannequin, clearly named Custodian, clearly recognized the myth of White Swordsman as it bowed silently, its form glowing as countless runic chains erupted from its body, weaving into the shattered star cruiser like an unbreakable web. The next moment, screams of panic echoed faintly from within the pirate ship, but the puppet's presence crushed any hope of resistance, which was evident in its prowess. Without another word, the white swordsman turned away. His sword law propelled him forward, and he shot straight into the pagoda's gates, carrying the myth of secrets in his embrace. The interior of the colossal pagoda was no less awe-inspiring because this was none other than the main headquarters of the mythical coalition, the most sacred and guarded stronghold of the quasi-myths. Its halls stretched endlessly, walls etched with flowing cosmic runes, and each floor was dedicated to one of the coalition's many needs, like cultivation, research, medicine, and even divination. The white swordsman descended swiftly through the golden stairways, ignoring the countless glowing halls and restrictions. Since he was one of the senior members of the coalition, except for the top 3 floors, he wasn't restricted. He rushed until he arrived at a floor where the smell of medicine and potent herbs filled the air. Rows upon rows of alchemy equipment, bubbling cauldrons, glowing crystal arrays lined the chamber, and there was even a herb guardian within a barrier which apparently had scarce herbs. The space throbbed with the rhythm of refining, brewing, and pure nature. At its center was a hunched figure, a gnome dressed in long alchemist's robes, his beard tied with ribbons to keep it from falling into the cauldron he was painstakingly attending to. His wizened hands trembled with meticulous precision as he stirred, his concentration absolute. All of a sudden, bang! The doors swung wide as the myth of white swordsman barged inside. The gnome jolted violently, nearly spilling his concoction. His wrinkled face flushed red as he whirled around, voice sharp and furious. "Damn it, you reckless elf! Do you have any idea how delicate this potion?" But his words cut short the instant his eyes fell upon the limp form in the swordsman's arms. His gaze widened, and the anger on his face melted into pure shock. That myth of secrets? His body trembled as he knew it wasn't the time to inquire about the story behind the myth of secrets' current situation. His expression turned grave, hardened by countless years of experience. After all, he was probably the #1 alchemist of the legendary plains in the field of healing, potion making, and pill creation. This elderly gnome has many legends and achievements under his belt. With no need for further explanation, with a sharp wave of his small hand, runes etched into the floor and walls suddenly flared to life. A web of intricate glyphs spread outward like veins of silver fire, converging in the middle of the chamber where a circular platform rose with a low hum. There was a mystical formation on this platform, pulsing with soft emerald and azure light, each rune breathing like the heartbeat of life itself. The gnome's gravelly voice broke the silence, carrying both urgency and authority. "Quickly, put her on the healing formation. I need to stabilize her." The white swordsman did not hesitate, and adjusted his grip on the unconscious myth of secrets in his arms. Her body limp and her life single were extremely vague. His eyes, usually cold as steel, flickered with rare worry as he moved swiftly across the glowing floor. The moment he stepped into the radius of the healing formation, the runes began to shift and rotate, rearranging themselves like cogs in a machine. The swordsman knelt, carefully laying her down upon the center, where the luminous circle expanded and wrapped around her frame like an embrace. At once, beams of gentle light cascaded upward, enveloping her in layers of protective warmth. The sound of faint chimes filled the chamber, resonating with her weakened life force, pulling threads of vitality back into her frail body. The gnome stepped closer, eyes glinting as his fingers twisted through a sequence of mudras, further stabilizing the array. His voice dropped low, almost reverent. "I'll handle it from here, and I think you should go and report this to Coalition Master, and you also owe me an explanation. I'll leave her in your care, Myth of Alchemy." The Myth of White Swordsman solemnly nodded as he knew he couldn't do anything now and could only trust the Myth of Alchemy. Furthermore, just as the Myth of Alchemy said, he needed to report this to the Coalition Master because this wasn't a simple matter. He turned into a white streak and hurried towards the top floor of the Coalition Pagoda. 11172, Chapter 1072, The Coalition Founders. 1. The Myth of White Swordsman, after leaving the Myth of Secrets in Myth of Alchemy's care, ascended the Coalition Pagoda. His steps were heavy with both urgency and reverence until he finally stood before an enormous sealed door. The portal loomed like the wall of heaven itself, magnificently large, adorned with ancient runes that pulsed faintly with authority. It seemed as though it had been crafted for giants, not gnats. Stopping a respectful distance away, the white swordsman lowered his head. He announced solemnly, "I have an urgent matter to report to the Coalition Master regarding my recent mission. Please grant me an audience." For a moment, silence fell. The air grew dense, heavy with unseen weight. Even the sword law within his body stilled, as if bowing to the unseen presence beyond the gate. The Myth of White Swordsman didn't have the demeanor of a quasi-myth at this moment. It was like a subordinate of a king waiting for an audience. At this moment, like the peal of a mystical instrument, a melodious voice echoed from within the sealed door, calm, commanding, yet strangely soothing. "Enter, Myth of White Swordsman." As the words faded, the colossal runes carved into the door flared brilliantly, and the massive portal slowly began to open with a deep, resonant groan. A flood of hazy brilliance spilled out, shrouding everything beyond in fog. Without hesitation, the white swordsman stepped inside, and the world changed around him. The floor he entered was cloaked in mysticism. A thick fog curled and wove through the chamber, veiling all sights but one. A long, ethereal table stretching into the haze, its surface shimmering faintly with runes of law. Rows of chairs lined its sides, though their occupants, if any, were concealed within the endless veil, truly a sight to behold. Even the myth of White Swordsman, with all his power, could not pierce this fog. He never had. This was the third floor of the Coalition Pagoda, the seat of the highest authority. None of the members had ever seen beyond it, none save the two beings who founded the mythical coalition itself. As for the first and second floors, they were mysteries known only to the two founders, and everyone could only guess what lay on those floors. But just with this third floor, those arrogant myths know that even if they were curious, they didn't have the power to quench their curiosity. As the myth of White Swordsman entered, his gaze instinctively lifted toward the head of the ethereal table. There, upon a massive throne carved of starlit obsidian, sat the shadow of an over 100-meter-tall giant. The figure's outline was vast, godlike, his silhouette blurred as though reality itself refused to capture his true form, and not even a quasi-myth soul sense could see past that shadowy veil. This giant was the Coalition Master, the unseen axis of the mythical coalition, and no one has ever seen the Coalition Master's actual appearance, nor has he ever taken action personally. But the Coalition Master wasn't the only one present here, as to the right of that throne, occupying the first seat, sat another presence, no less intimidating. It was a woman, her figure graceful and regal, draped in flowing robes that shimmered with constellations, as if the entire night sky had been woven into her attire. Her face, however, was hidden entirely behind a smooth, faceless mask. No eyes, no mouth, no sockets. Only a single golden-white glyph, shaped like a pentagram, glowed faintly at its center, and her head was covered under a witch hat. This woman was the myth of Oracle. Though not the master in name, her authority was equal, for she was the second founder of the coalition. Furthermore, her every word carried the weight of prophecy, and no one in the mythical coalition dared question her presence. Moreover, the myth of Oracle was also the brains behind the coalition, and she was also the one who had developed the true myth compass, which can track down myths. The myth of swordsmen and the myth of secrets also received their mission to seek the new myth today from the myth of Oracle. At this moment, the white swordsman stopped, lowering his head as he bent slightly at the waist, his voice carrying solemn respect. Coalition Master, myth of Oracle, forgive me. I have failed your mission, and even the myth of secrets was harmed. Currently, I have handed her over to the myth of alchemy, and he's trying his best to heal her. The fog around the throne stirred faintly at his words, like a starry sea disturbed by an unseen tide, and a heavy voice, like an earthquake, filled with authority, sounded, "Sit." The myth of White Swordsman quickly nodded as he took the furthest seat away from the Coalition Master and the myth of Oracle. At this moment, the myth of Oracle seemed to be looking towards the White Swordsman. The pentagram on her mask flickered with mysterious light, making the White Swordsman uneasy. Her melodious yet impassive voice sounded, "I have already acquired the information from those star pirates you have brought with you, fellow myth. The target of your mission this time was actually the captain of those star pirates known as the Champion King." The myth of White Swordsman was astounded, not because the myth of Oracle had already acquired that information, since it was extremely easy for her, and he specifically brought them here to this exact reason. His surprise originated from the fact that the new myth turned out to be actually a star pirate. This was unprecedented, as the myth of White Swordsman abhorred people like star pirates, and couldn't imagine one of them suddenly becoming a quasi-myth. But the myth of Oracle wasn't done as she continued. Furthermore, those star pirates were also involved in the big war going on between the dead and life factions at this moment, and the Temple of the Blazing Flame that the myth of Inferno has gone after was also related to them. Another torrent of shock flashed in the White Swordsman's eyes, as even he had heard about the Temple of the Blazing Flames, as it was a fresh topic among the coalition members recently. However, since the Temple of the Blazing Flames was within the territory of the myth of Justice, Holy King, no one wanted to offend her by going there except for the myth of Inferno, who cultivates the law of fire, and his temperament was eccentric. But at this moment, the myth of Oracle said something that made the myth of White Swordsman frown deeply. Lastly, the Temple of the Blazing Flames has already been claimed by someone, and that person seemed to have been intercepted and then invited into the Holy Justice Citadel by the myth of Justice, and I reckon that your mission's failure also has something to do with the Holy Justice Citadel. 1273, Chapter 1073, The Coalition Founders. 2. The myth of White Swordsman almost applauded at myth of Oracle's intellect, as she almost speculated the entire matter with little clues, and the insight she just provided could very well be the actual reason behind the current state of the Holy Justice Citadel. It's just as Lady Oracle had hypothesized. After following the true myth compass, we reached the Holy Justice Citadel. However, the Holy Justice Citadel's appearance was completely different from what I'd previously remembered. Furthermore, upon our arrival, the new myth that should be this Champion King wasn't there, nor was I able to find any traces of myth of Justice. At this moment, the White Swordsman's expression turned solemn with a tingle of fear. Then I requested Lady Secrets to use her vision to find clues regarding that strange situation. However, the moment she activated her law ability, something incomprehensible occurred. Her eyes suddenly burst apart. I happened so fast I wasn't able to react, and before I could comprehend what had happened, Lady Secrets was already screaming before she lost her consciousness. Without hesitation, I fed. The White Swordsman explained the entire situation with a gloomy expression as he still couldn't believe the Myth of Secrets really suffered such a terrible backlash within a few moments of activating her ability. The pentagram on the Myth of Oracle's mask flickered with profound light after the White Swordsman had finished explaining. At the same time, the giant coalition master remained stoic without any movement, shrouded in mystery. How strange, the Myth of Oracle spoke, her voice laced with curiosity and apprehension. There was another piece of information I acquired from those star pirates that is equally strange and bizarre. The White Swordsman's eyes widened as he really wanted to know what happened back there and quickly asked, "What is it?" According to them, just when the Champion King released his true aura of quasi-myth and was about to attack the archpriests, he suddenly lost all momentum, and then, within a moment, a hand suddenly tore through space and grabbed the Champion King. But even the strangest part is that the hand didn't capture or drag the Champion King with it. Instead, the moment the hand grabbed him, he vanished before the hand retreated back. Afterward, the Star Pirates ran away before the archpriests could retaliate. The Myth of Oracle's voice was warm, but her tone was extremely grave. The Myth of Oracle wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't used Soul Search to witness that unbelievable scene personally, and she was shocked just like the White Swordsman right now. After all, they were all quasi-myth, and even if a new quasi-myth appeared, they still weren't capable of handling a quasi-myth in such a fashion, and the most eerie part of this was that the Champion King seemed to be teleported away by the hand not taken away without any resistance. The White Swordsman's heart palpitated as goosebumps rose on his entire body as he suddenly speculates with a hint of confusion. Could it be that what happened with Lady Secrets is related to this mysterious hand's owner? But what kind of existence is capable of achieving something like this, an existence above quasi-myth? However, the legendary planes can't have someone like that present here. The rules won't allow it, no? The Myth of Oracle shook her head as she replied with uncertainty. Fellow Myth is absolutely right. The rules of legendary planes can only birth quasi-myth, which is still essentially legendary rank. To break past legendary rank, we need to ascend to the upper planes. According to an ancient legend in my race, someone once tried to break through into the mythical rank using an unknown method, and they almost succeeded, but that person provoked the rules and drew calamity, and they instantly turned into oblivion. So, someone like that can't exist within the boundaries of the legendary planes unless they have the ability to descend from the upper planes, which is highly unlikely, since in their eyes they were nothing but ants or bumpkins in a backwater village. Which led me to believe that this unknown entity might be a hidden cosmic entity, or belong to those mystical races like the Myth of Justice. Right now, our main suspect is the person who claimed the Temple of the Blazing Flame. The White Swordsman took a deep breath as he was astounded as well as afraid because the Myth of Oracle's words made sense, and he believed her because she had no reason to trick him. Not to mention, he himself now suspects the mysterious person, since everything seems to have started after the Myth of Justice invited that person back. I think it's also possible that the Myth of Justice might have tried to negotiate with that person about the Temple of the Blazing Flame, and when they weren't able to conclude, she might have decided to take drastic measures, or that person attacked her for another reason. The White Swordsman gravely stated, as he knew the personality of the Holy King too well. She was arrogant and full of schemes, not to mention her eyes were even more profound than the Myth of Secrets. That's why he reached such a conclusion and started to doubt whether she was the one who provoked that person. The Myth of Oracle didn't refute the White Swordsman's words, as she also thought about this problem. Whatever the reason is, for now, we should wait for Myth of Secrets to wake up. After hearing her out, we can decide whether to follow up on this matter or drop it. The Myth of Oracle calmly stated, "Don't tell me she didn't want to investigate this matter? Well, with that mysterious entity in play, I also don't want to get involved in it," the White Swordsman thought. He was secretly glad Myth of Oracle chose not to investigate it further, and he knew Myth of Secrets also wouldn't dare to pursue it either in her entire life. Just when the White Swordsman was about to bid farewell and thought he had escaped a calamity, the Myth of Oracle suddenly spoke again. Now that this matter is put on hold, the Coalition Master wants to ask something from fellow Myth, White Swordsman. The White Swordsman frowned ever so slightly as this was completely unexpected, but he still nodded. "As long as this is something I know, I won't hide it from the Coalition Master. However, if this is something that involves my secrets or personal matters, I have to apologize in advance and hope for your understanding." The Myth of Oracle nodded in understanding. "We understand, so you can worry free if you don't want to divulge something. No one will force you." The White Swordsman nodded with a grateful smile. "Please ask." However, this time it wasn't the Myth of Oracle's voice that sounded. Instead, the heavy voice came crushing down on the Myth of White Swordsman like a hammer. "Tell me about your secret fraternity." The moment the Coalition Master's voice buzzed in the White Swordsman's ears, his eyes suddenly went vacant as if he was hypnotized. 12074, Chapter 2074, The Coalition Founders, 127. The myth of White Swordsman's expression was blank, and his eyes were without any glimmer as his very soul had been put into slumber, and his body had become an empty husk like a puppet. But something strange happened. The White Swordsman actually started to speak in an emotionless tone. Secret fraternity isn't mine. It was established by people connected to the upper planes, and the virtual star world presides over it. At this moment, the Myth of Oracle questioned in a cold tone, "What is the purpose of this secret fraternity? Are they after the Coalition Master?" This was a bizarre question, but the White Swordsman seemed to have lost the ability to think or preserve anything, or he would have been shocked and extremely curious about why the Myth of Oracle thinks the secret fraternity was after the Coalition Master. Emotionlessly, the White Swordsman replied to the question, "The secret fraternity's purpose is to discover the legendary Master Key and hunt down someone called the Cursed One at all costs. And no, they are not after the Coalition Master. Instead, they are wary of Mythical Coalition." A sigh of relief suddenly sounded, but it wasn't from the Myth of Oracle. She questioned again, "Who is this Cursed One? And what is the purpose of this legendary Master Key? Why are the upper planes so interested in them?" "We don't know for sure, but according to the spokesperson, as long as we can kill the Cursed One or find the legendary Master Key, the upper planes will reward us by opening a universal space channel to ascend into the upper planes, and everyone thinks that the legendary Master Key is probably for that purpose as well." The White Swordsman emotionlessly answered. The pentagram on the Myth of Oracle's mask shimmered brightly when she heard this, and even the giant silhouette of the Coalition Master seemed to have flickered for a moment. "Is that why you joined the secret fraternity and didn't alert the Coalition? Who else is with you among the Coalition who has joined them?" The Myth of Oracle coldly questioned with a hint of hostility as she didn't seem pleased with the traitors. The White Swordsman expressionlessly replied, "Yes, I want to ascend to the upper planes to break through to the mythical rank before my remaining lifespan runs out. I don't want to be trapped in this cage anymore. I was approached by the Myth of Justice, Holy King, and she convinced me to join them. She is also one of the representatives of the upper planes, and I believe she is one of the founders. Other than her, there are no other mythical coalition members in the secret fraternity. However, they seem to have unknown quasi-myths, probably 3 more than me and the Myth of Justice, but I'm not completely sure. But I haven't met them outside the virtual star world, and they keep their identities hidden. The Myth of Justice probably knows who they are." Silence fell in the mystical hall at this moment after they heard the truth behind the secret fraternity. Although they had confirmed they weren't targeted, they still felt wary due to unknown quasi-myths they were unaware of. But they were also helpless in this regard because the legendary planes were impossibly large and ancient, and the mythical coalition didn't exist from the beginning. So, there might be quasi-myth even before the mythical coalition's founding, and those old monsters were well hidden and kept it to themselves. After all, not every quasi-myth gets an ascension permit to ascend, and those who are left behind are forever stuck in the legendary planes, waiting for their chance or their death. What do you think? At this moment, the Coalition Master's voice sounded again, but it wasn't overwhelming like before, gentle even. The Myth of Oracle replied gently, "I think those unknown quasi-myths are probably pawns of the upper planes hidden in the legendary planes just to make sure they won't lose grip on the middle planes. Furthermore, these hidden manipulators are probably bigwigs of the upper planes since small fries won't have a chance to compete for the middle planes with those influential figures. But now those pawns seem to have been activated. This makes me wonder just who this Cursed One is to instill such fear in those people, and just how precious this legendary Master Key is and its purpose. Thousands of years ago, when the Road of Legend was opened, this legendary Master Key suddenly surfaced, but no one was able to find it before those monsters showed up, and everyone forgot about it. But those upper planes bigwigs didn't seem to have given up on it and were even secretly searching for it by activating their pawn. If not for my informative, we would still be in the dark about them. Furthermore, they probably recruited the White Swordsman because of his battle prowess and unique tracking abilities. As for the Myth of Justice, it goes without saying that she's a fairy and has a connection with a god. So, she's probably their favorite. But now she's missing. Those secret fraternity members would probably panic and search for her. Or she isn't missing, and instead, at this moment, the Myth of Oracle suddenly turned towards the White Swordsman and questioned coldly, "Were you really attacked? Or was it all arranged by Myth of Justice and secret fraternity to injure the Myth of Secrets so she won't get in your way?" The White Swordsman replied, "I don't know if this was an attack or not, but the Myth of Secrets was suddenly injured and I fled with her. As for the involvement of the secret fraternity, I don't know, nor was I informed. It seemed a third party is in play here, and whoever this is, they are extremely strong to claim the Temple of the Blazing Flame and then put the Myth of Secrets to such a state." The Myth of Oracle sounded uncertain as she appeared flustered, a rare occurrence for someone like her. At this moment, the Coalition Master spoke. "Since they are not targeting us, let's continue to observe and keep our distance. Let them do the groundwork, and we'll swoop in and claim everything just like we always have." The Myth of Oracle silently nodded in agreement, having a similar thought to the Coalition Master. Snap! Suddenly, a snap of figures was heard, and the White Swordsman's vacant eyes returned to normal with confusion. Was I blanked out just now? The White Swordsman was extremely confused, but there was nothing wrong with him. At this moment, the Myth of Oracle spoke as if nothing had happened. We would like to ask if you're willing to trade one of your sword spells. The White Swordsman was instantly distracted, as, from his perspective, the conversation with the Myth of Oracle was still going on without any lapses. So he quickly forgot about this momentary blackout without realizing he had already spilled everything about the secret fraternity. 1175, Chapter 1075, The War Between Life and Dead. The great cosmic continent of Sagittarius had become like a world drenched in blood and ruin. Once the seat of the Dark Beings, now it was a shattered battlefield where two titanic factions clashed ceaselessly as if life and death themselves were locked in a war of attrition. It had been over 100 years since more than half of the Ghost race had been annihilated, and then the fall of the Fiend race, a calamity so abrupt and total that the entire legendary planes had taken notice. The evil domain, once a festering wound of despair ruled by Underwood and his kind, had been completely purged of fiendish life. None knew how it happened. Rumors ranged from divine intervention to forbidden artifacts to betrayal within the Fiend's ranks. Whatever the truth, their annihilation left a vacuum that the Life faction had eagerly filled. Now the evil domain blazed with emerald radiance. Fields once blackened and scarred were reshaped into lush bastions of life. Colossal trees, infused with sacred runes, spread their roots across the charred earth, purifying it inch by inch. Shrines, citadels, and healing groves replaced the infernal pits of old, transforming the heart of despair into the forward bastion of the Life faction's conquest. But the Dead faction had not fallen. They had bled, they had retreated, but they had not broken. With the Fiends gone and the Ghost race decimated from their own civil madness, the Vampire race rose unchallenged as the spearhead of the Dead. Their castles of crimson stone, once symbols of isolated pride, had now become the bulwarks of survival. The other races bent the knee, not out of loyalty, but necessity. The Blood Doom King now ruled the Dead faction, and the Vampire race's ambition of unification was achieved at last, though at the cost of unimaginable loss. But the war still raged. From the skies above Sagittarius, the continent was a patchwork scar, half pulsing with verdant emerald light of the Life faction, half shrouded in dusk of the Dead faction. Armies clashed endlessly at the borders where life's brilliance met death's decay. The Life faction marched under banners of vitality and order, their ranks swelled by brilliant elements, beasts of pure light, and war constructs. Their generals sought to seize the moment of weakness after the Fiend's destruction, hoping to crush death once and for all and reclaim the continent, giving another massive blow to the Dead faction. The Dead faction, however, stood unyielding. Where life surged, death answered in kind. The Blood Doom King summoned legions of Bloodspawn and Night Riders. The remnants of the Ghost race haunted the skies as spectral warbands, their screams turning brave warriors into hollow husks. Dark mercenaries and assassins, drawn to the wealth and promises of the dead, spilled into the front line from across the legendary plains. Yet it still wasn't easy to keep the Dead from collapsing, for behind the Life faction stood three giants with all of their powers intact, that even in the Dead faction's heydays they had trodden carefully. The Alchemy Guild, weaving poisons and restorative elixirs that tipped countless battles. The Zodiac Warrior Alliance, their unrestrained champions, breaking sieges and slaying generals. The Universal Zodiac Bank, funding the war effort with limitless wealth and mercenaries. Together, they nearly brought the Dead faction to collapse. But just when Dead faction was about to relocate and flee the continent, aid came from the shadows. The Champion King, whose motives remained still a mystery, appeared like a phantom, turning certain defeat into brutal stalemates together with the infamous Star Pirates, who answered to no one but him and wreaked havoc upon the Life faction's supply lines, ensuring their advance never lasted long. Now, after a century of endless slaughter, the two factions had reached a bitter equilibrium. Half of Sagittarius belonged to the Life faction, while the other half remained under the Dead. But this was not peace. The tension grew with every passing day, the soil of Sagittarius drinking the blood of millions. The Life faction wanted complete dominion. The Dead sought survival and resurgence, and above them all, unseen but undeniable, the prying eyes of the neutral faction watched with cruel anticipation. The continent was a battlefield, yes, but it had become something more like a proving ground, where the victors would not only claim Sagittarius, but possibly change the very balance of the legendary plains. At this moment, the Castle of Crimson Dusk, once a fortress drenched in the blood of countless enemies, now stood as the indomitable heart of the Dead faction. Its towering spires were forged from obsidian and bloodstone, radiating a faint, ominous glow that could be seen from leagues away. Rivers of scarlet mist flowed through its walls like veins, and every corner of the structure pulsed with protective enchantments of blood and death. The air around the fortress was thick with spectral wails and the rustling of countless wings. Legions of vampiric bats and soul-bound spirits patrolled the skies while armored revenants and vampire knights stood like statues at the ground gates. Every entrance was layered with formations, glowing with crimson runes that shimmered faintly against the eternal twilight hanging over the castle. Within the innermost sanctum of the castle, in the throne hall of blood, the heavy air trembled with malice. Gathered were the legendary kings of the dead faction. Each sat upon a smaller throne of blackened stone or floated cross-legged, their mere presence making the chamber quiver. The dense killing intent they exuded was suffocating, the air sharp and metallic like freshly spilled blood. Their auras overlapped, filled with shadows of endless wars and slaughter, oppressive, unyielding. Some radiated bone-chilling cold, their bodies cloaked in necrotic mist. Others pulsed with crimson blood force, their veins glowing faintly beneath their pale skin. There were skeletal monarchs, ghastly leeches, vampire counts, death knights, all radiating an authority born from endless wars with the Life faction. At the far end of the hall, upon the throne carved of black bone and drenched in blood crystal, sat the ruler of them all, Wilbur Val Doom, the Blood Doom King. His once majestic robes hung heavily as if darkened by stains of both blood and fatigue. Though his regal figure still towered above all, there was a certain pallor about him now, a faint weariness, as if even a bloody predator could not escape the toll of unending war. His face was slightly haggard, his breath heavy, yet when his crimson eyes opened, they burned like two molten pits of blood. Those eyes alone silenced the hall. Even the most bloodthirsty of the legendary kings dared not meet them directly, for the crimson gaze of the Blood-Doom King was sharper than any blade and more intoxicating than the most forbidden poison. The Blood-Doom King slowly rested his chin against his pale hand, his long clawed fingers tapping against the armrest of the throne. His presence was both regal and terrifying, as if death itself sat upon the throne, judging every being before him. The atmosphere was suffocating, all watching, waiting, their killing intent boiling, ready to erupt, and yet all of them remained silent. Because when the Blood-Doom King's gaze swept across the chamber, no one wished to be the first to speak as they all secretly glanced at the empty throne that stood beside the Blood-Doom King. At this moment, the Blood-Doom King's icy voice filled with irritation fell. "Can anyone tell me where the Champion King has run off to?" 1176, Chapter 1076, They Know. Can anyone tell me where the Champion King has run off to? Sensing the fury in Blood-Doom King's voice, no one dared to speak up, and they truly had no idea where the Champion King went with his shattered star cruiser. Blood-Doom King's expression sank further as his bloody eyes glowed with killing intent before his eyes focused on a vampire sitting not too far away from his position. "Nightingale, where did your leader go?" Blood-Doom King coldly questioned without even addressing the Nightingale King with his title. The Nightingale King, one of the overlords of the Evanescence Hub, who was once a runaway of the vampire race, has returned to the vampire race. Still, not willingly, instead, he was dragged back by the Champion King with the Corrosion King to be his proxies, since the Champion King couldn't bother to take care of everything himself, nor did he think his crew should handle these small matters. Although the Blood Moon King was Nightingale King's brother, the former despised him for becoming a star pirate. When the Nightingale King appeared, the Blood Moon King ignored him, leaving the Nightingale King both relieved and bitter. Now, under the Blood-Doom King's fierce glare, Nightingale King panicked slightly and glanced at his good brother, the Corrosion King, for support, but to his dismay, the latter quickly pretended to look at his feet and play dumb since he didn't want to prove the Blood-Doom King, who was like a ticking time bomb lately. Just where did Overlord run off to? Leaving us in this mess and sticking our necks in the war between the life and dead factions was truly a wrong move. Even if you held a grudge against the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, at least don't drag the Evanescence Hub into it. The Overlord even forced everyone here to sign a soul oath contract. I truly envied the Butcher King who escaped under the pretext of being on an expedition. I should have listened to him, the Corrosion King thought bitterly as every day he felt like his life was in extreme danger. But he can't escape because of the Champion King and his eerie power that he had acquired out of nowhere. However, because of the Champion King's power, it also posed a deterrence to the entire dead faction that even the Blood-Doom King seemed to be afraid of him. Yet, now that the Champion King had suddenly left, the Blood-Doom King was the strongest not because of his legendary king rank, but because of this castle, which could increase the Blood-Doom King's power to a ridiculous degree while suppressing anyone the Blood-Doom King deemed a threat, even a legendary king. Only the Champion King seemed to have the power to suppress the Blood-Doom King despite the support of this castle. But the other legendary kings did not have such an advantage. Moreover, the Life faction was eyeing them like bloody hounds, and if any legendary king dared to leave this castle alone, they would be ambushed by the legendary kings of the Life faction. 2 legendary kings of the dead faction have already died in this manner. If the Champion King hadn't slain their legendary kings, the Life faction would have attacked this place with overwhelming power long ago. That's why the Champion King was so crucial to the survival of the dead faction, which made the Blood-Doom King furious and secretly fearful after the Champion King suddenly vanished. If this news reached the Life faction's ears, they might take this opportunity and directly attack them to finish them off, so the dead faction's top commanders present in this throne hall were trying their best to suppress this news. I don't know where the Champion King went, Your Majesty. The Nightingale King replied with an apprehensive look, and when he sensed the killing intent in the Blood Doom King's eyes intensified, he quickly added, but I think Champion King has gone to fetch the Darkwing and others, his subordinates. They might have encountered some trouble. Blood Doom King's expression softened, but only slightly, as his killing intent and frustration remained unappeased for as long as the Life faction remained, eyeing them like prey. Now, Blood Doom King really wished that the Fiend race hadn't massacred and the Ghost race's entire power were still intact. Only now did he truly understand that his race was only enjoying all the benefits collectively with the Ghost race and Fiend race. Without all of them combined, the Life faction gained a considerable advantage and was on the verge of losing its stronghold. They even had to bow down to mere star pirates to keep them afloat, which was extremely humiliating. Taking a deep breath, the Blood Doom King impassively questioned, "Can you contact the Champion King? I tried to reach him earlier, but I couldn't get hold of him." Nightingale King's expression turned gloomier as he shook his head. "I also tried various times, but I also wasn't able to get in touch with Champion King. Maybe they are in hyperspace or somewhere with limited single range." Everyone glanced at the Nightingale King with disdain, as they all knew he was purely making things up, and unless the Champion King had entered some extremely powerful domain or space, they shouldn't have lost contact with them. Just when the Blood Doom King was about to fly into rage again, a powerful, imposing voice, filled with righteousness and gallantry, suddenly reverberated throughout the castle of Crimson Dusk and its vicinity. "Champion King, I, the Giant War King, chairman of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance and supreme commander of the Life Faction's Righteous Army, and most importantly, the Honorable War Giant Chief, invite you to an honorary duel between warriors. I'll wait for you in the middle of the battlefield in 12 hours. Let's settle our scores, just you and me. Do you dare to come?" Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded and bewildered when they heard the familiar voice of the Giant War King. They all thought that it was too coincidental. The Blood Doom King's expression was almost pitch black as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "They know." D1977, Chapter 1077, The Leaders of Life Faction. Today, the front line of the Sagittarius continent between the domains of life and death was a no-man's land stretched wide once valleys, now ground down into blood-soaked plains where countless battles had been fought and refought. The soil itself seemed alive, groaning with the weight of millions of corpses buried beneath it. Even a pebble was stained with crimson, and every gust of wind carried the scent of iron and ash. On one side, behind the battlefield, loomed the blood domain of the vampires, their seat of power, pulsing with ominous vitality. Crimson castles dotted the skyline, towering like monoliths, their spires weeping endless streams of blood mist. Bat-like shadows patrolled the air, spectral banners fluttering as if the night itself had been shackled to the dead faction's cause. On the opposite side, the evil domain Reborn stood transformed. Once the Fiend's infernal bastion, it had become a citadel of emerald brilliance, a fortress of the Life faction. Gigantic light elemental stones wove together into colossal walls of light, runes etched into them, glowing like stars. Mechanical constructs patrolled the ramparts, and every wall rooted deep into the cursed earth, purging remnants of fiendish corruption with waves of holy radiance. Between these two titanic forces lies today's battlefield. Two armies stood in opposition, lined like an ocean of blades. On the side of the dead faction, the atmosphere was suffocating thick with dread, silence, and the crushing weight of expectancy. Their banners of black and crimson swayed without sound, and though their legions numbered in the tens of millions, none made a move. It was as if the entire host was holding its breath, waiting for something. By contrast, the Life faction's army pulsed with vigor. The ground itself quaked under the rhythmic beating of their war drums. Rows upon rows of radiant soldiers stood ready, their weapons gleaming with light, their eyes burning with resolve. Today, they were not merely prepared for war, they were eager, emboldened, as if today promised something far greater than another bloody stalemate. At the very center of the battlefield, a colossal throne of carved stone and golden steel had been raised. Upon it sat a figure so massive that even mountains might bow before his shadow. It was none other than the Giant War King, chairman of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, supreme commander of the Life faction's armies, War Giant Chief. With a height of 100 meters, he sat with the stillness of a deity, his colossal frame towering over both armies, his war axe resting casually at his side yet radiating an oppressive pressure that made the skies themselves tremble. His gaze, sharper than any blade, swept across the dead faction's armies, not with anger nor hatred, but with a cold, unshakable superiority. To him, the army of the dead faction was nothing more than ants, obstacles and shadows of a wounded beast that should have already perished if not for the saving grace of the Champion King. The air between the armies was charged, heavy with killing intent so thick it pressed into the chest like a weight. The Giant War King leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving the ranks of the dead. His voice, when it rumbled across the battlefield, was like the toll of a death knell, shaking the souls of both armies. "Where is your champion?" His voice carried both oppression and a hint of mockery, as if he already knew the answer. On the other hand, the silence of the dead faction deepened, their stillness betraying unease. The enemy's supreme commander had spoken, and now, before all the legendary planes, they would have to answer. At this moment, hidden within the folds of space, were two figures. One was a devilishly handsome elf with long golden hair and silvery eyes, donned in a violet battle armor. It was the Wise King, also known as the president of the Universal Bank Mercenary Association. The second was a charming woman with an hourglass figure, adorned in a pink battlesuit, and a long, slender sword was sheathed around her willow wrist. Her facial features were incredibly alluring and bewitching, with faint silver runic markings flowing around the side of her pale white long neck, and on her forehead was a closed eyelid. This was the Spirit Eye King of the Alchemy Guild, and also the newly appointed leader of the Alchemy King Council because of the current war. That guy is showing off too much. What if the Champion King really shows up? He'll be the first one to flee, and then where will I put the Life Faction's face? The Wise King grumbled with a hint of worry and annoyance. The Spirit Eye King gave the Wise King a side eye and scoffed. Are you sure that you were just worried about the Giant War King, and instead not jealous because he stole all your spotlight? The Wise King arrogantly raised his chin and retorted, Hee hee, sister, with this face, I don't need to fight with the big oaf for the spotlight. I'll have you know that just yesterday, I received 128 love letters, almost matching 1/3 of my previous record. Being so handsome is really a sin, I'm telling you. The Spirit Eye King urged her to roll her eyes filled with disdain, but she was well aware of the Wise King's true nature. He might be an elegant and wise man in the eyes of countless people of the legendary plains, but those who know him want to beat him up and call him the show-off in secret. Enough with your nonsense, be serious this time. Just who told you that the Champion King suddenly went missing with the Holy King, and soon after, a hidden power detained the entire Shattered Star Cruiser with their crew? The Spirit Eye King's eyes went sharp as she deeply looked at the Wise King. As one of the 3 leaders of the Life Faction, the Spirit Eye King was privy to information that not even legendary kings under them could come in contact with. The sudden challenge of the Giant War King against the Champion King in such a flashy manner was all planned after the Wise King brought back this unexpected piece of information. Furthermore, after all 3 of them investigated, they really found proof hinted at by the Wise King's informant, and they were shocked. That's why the Wise King quickly reacted, and the Giant War King accepted without hesitation, as this was the chance they had all been waiting for to win over the entire Sagittarius continent. 127.8, Chapter 2078, Death March. Under the Spirit Eye King's scrutiny, the Wise King wasn't afraid at all but still responded to her inquiry. He shrugged his shoulders before saying, I really don't know. As I previously mentioned, I received an unknown tip among my love letters that day. Even I couldn't believe that I have such a capable admirer, he ruefully sighed. Pity she didn't leave her name or origin, or I wouldn't mind giving her a chance as long as she met my beauty standards. The Spirit Eye King's eyes narrowed dangerously with a hint of disdain, not believing a single word of the Wise King. Although he acted frivolously and pretended to be a scumbag, she knew this guy was the most cunning of them all unless he hadn't gotten the title of the Wise. No matter who it was, even I can tell that this matter is far more complex and has hidden dangers than it initially appeared. Someone is trying to use our Life Faction as a pawn in their scheme, and maybe they are the same hidden power that was behind the Champion King and Holy King's disappearance. Nothing is free in this world, the Spirit Eye King gravely warned. The Wise King's frivolous smile vanished, and a cold glint surfaced in his eyes as he replied, Pawn or not, we got the chance we've been waiting for all this time. As for paying the price, don't forget our Life Faction isn't a pushover either. Unless we completely annihilate the dead faction from the face of the Middle Plains, no one will bother to interfere in a mere war over some land. In the end, it's just profiting. The Spirit Eye King gazed deeply at the Wise King, but she remained silent, sharing the same thoughts as the Wise King. At this moment, the Wise King suddenly pulled an impish smile as he tattled. Besides, right about now, the neutral faction would be in chaos as a little birdie had broken the news about the current situation of the Holy Justice Citadel to him. Oh, and that little birdie might have placed all the blame on the Shattered Star Pirates, and they were secretly targeting the entire neutral faction. The Spirit Eye King's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Wise King with disbelief, and couldn't help but praise, You sneaky scoundrel. Now, as long as we can take down the vampires, those neutral faction idiots won't have the chance to come and snatch away our spoils. They'll be too busy fearing the unknown enemy and strengthening their defenses. The Wise King elegantly bowed his head as if enjoying the compliment. How about you show some sincerity and let little brother take on a date after this? The Spirit Eye King's expression turned stern. In your death, tisk, you'll die single. The Wise King muttered in annoyance. What did you say? The Spirit Eye King seemed ready to attack, and the Wise King feigned ignorance, pretending to observe the Giant War King. However, at this moment, the Spirit Eye King, Wise King, and Giant War King suddenly sensed something as the battle planes between the life and dead factions suddenly froze, and they collectively looked up. Without warning, the gloomy skies of the Sagittarius continent stirred violently, as if some ancient slumbering entity had turned in its sleep. Clouds twisted and churned until the heavens themselves darkened into a colossal phenomenon, a pitch-black skull, vast enough to blot out the domains of life and dead factions in one sweep. Its hollow eyes leaked rivers of shadow, and its jaws stretched wide as if to devour the continent whole. A shudder rippled through every soul present. Even the tens of millions of soldiers froze in terror. The proud armies that moments ago were brimming with battle intent now trembled as one, gazing at the abyssal omen above them. The giant war king, seated upon his throne, narrowed his eyes, and his colossal body stiffened as his grip on his war axe grew iron-tight. The wise king and the spirit-eye king, both carefree and cunning even amidst war, stood rooted, their expressions paling. The sweet taste of inevitable victory was ripped from their mouths, replaced with suffocating dread. But it was just the beginning, as the next moment, the temperature plummeted. The warmth of life was smothered, replaced by a chilling stillness that seemed to seep into bone and marrow. The atmosphere itself turned deathly cold, and from every corner of the plains, a profound aura of death surged outward, swelling like a tide. Every legendary king present felt it instantly. Their souls quivered. This wasn't just death law, it was death law elevated, magnified, and sovereign. Before defenses could be raised, voices began to creep into their minds. Whispers, endless whispers. They weren't heard through the ears, they were felt directly in the soul. No number of barriers, soul shields, or laws could stop them. The voices were incomprehensible, a language unknown even to the wisest of the kings. Yet their tone was unmistakable. The wailing of tormented souls, crying, chanting, pleading, as if 1,000 damned beings were clawing for release. The whispers built, rising into a chorus. The battlefield shook as soldiers dropped their weapons, covering their ears in futility, their eyes bleeding tears of black. At this moment, a single voice thundered above the wailing. It was infernal eerie, a sound like a skeletal hand dragging itself across rusted bells. It crawled from the depths of hell itself, and when it spoke, it was as though a decree of the abyss was passed upon the entire continent. Sacrilegious ants. Dare to disrupt the peace of the undying skyfall? Only by offering your tainted souls to my liege can you achieve infernal salvation. Death domain. Death march. The instant the words ended, every being, legendary kings, generals, soldiers, was struck by a horrifying realization. They understood the words. Though the voice was alien, beyond origin, its decree resonated in their souls as though written in the laws of existence itself. Before shock could fade, the phenomenon unfolded, dark mist seeped into the world. Not descending from the skull in the sky, but seeping out of the air itself like ink bleeding through paper. The mist sank into the soil, vanishing beneath their feet. The next moment, the battlefield trembled, not with war drums, not with might, but with the sound of earth itself being torn apart, and then sounds of crawling begin to charge the air with terror because the dead have awoken. Number 179, Chapter 1079, Death March. 2. All of a sudden, the entire battlefield was teeming with the corpses which has fallen on the front lines, and even from the buried bones of ancient wars, from nameless graves across the continent, it was the carnival of the dead. Seeing the crawling undead standing all around them, the soldiers' expressions paled before someone screamed as a rotting body of a comrade clawed upward, and this soldier was the first, as all the undead seemed to have the same purpose. Moreover, they didn't discriminate between the dead and life factions, with eyes glowing faint blue or green, skeletal fingers tightening around rusted blades. Across the continent, cities wailed as long-buried ancestors rose from beneath homes and cemeteries. From beneath forests, from beneath rivers, from beneath mountains, they clawed their way back. The death march had begun. The life faction, moments ago brimming with righteous fervor, now stood in disbelief as their own dead returned, not as allies, not as martyrs, but as cursed soldiers of an unknown master. Even the dead faction froze in terror. For these risen dead did not carry their banners, nor answer to their kings. They responded only to the infernal voice. Just a few seconds ago, before the descent of that eerie voice in death march, within the inner reaches of the undead Skyfall canyons, a scene of dread was unfolding. The bleached mist writhed violently as a cloaked figure stood above a massive ghostly corpse, writhing beneath a titanic shadow throne. The throne of death towered behind her like a monument to inevitability. Chains of darkness coiled around the body of her prey. An undead ghost king, once a sovereign predator among the dead, was now nothing more than a struggling carcass, his form distorted as spectral flesh peeled away, and his bones turned brittle under the throne's devouring pull. His howls tore through the canyon, yet no sound escaped. The abyssal silence of her domain swallowed every shriek. The cloaked figure's jade-like hand rested upon the throne's armrest, her aura stern yet unshaken. The decree of her law was absolute. Devour. With that single whisper, the throne pulsed. Tendrils of black mist drilled into the undead ghost king's body, siphoning his essence until his form cracked apart like glass. His crown of ghostly flames shattered into hundreds of shards that were drawn into the abyss of the throne, leaving only a hollow echo behind. The figure's aura surged again, climbing higher, richer. Her breakthrough to Tier 3 Deathlord was a success, and with it her hunger sharpened. But right at this moment, just as the Ghost King's body crumbled to nothingness, all of a sudden, the earth of the canyons roared. The trembling was not from her law, it was far greater, spreading from the depths of the canyon outward, as though the entire undead skyfall was waking from slumber. Her starry eyes flickered sharply beneath the hood. What is this? One is this? The tremor coincided precisely with the moment she had devoured the undead ghost king, or a legendary king, rank undead. Her heart skipped as an instinctive chill clawed through her chest, and then she heard an eerie voice. That voice, that infernal decree, not from her, but from something older, vaster. Sacrilegious ants, dare to disrupt the peace of the undying skyfall? Only by offering your tainted souls to my liege can you achieve infernal salvation. Death domain, death march. The words resonated within her bones, deeper than law, deeper than will. It was like the abyss itself had spoken. Her fingers, for the first time since her breakthrough, tightened upon the throne's armrest. Behind the hood, her frown deepened, her pulse quickened, a rare palpitation of fear. That voice, it's that damned undead Lich King. Her thoughts moved rapidly. She had been preying upon the generals of the undead Lich King, one by one, dragging their armies into her throne's abyss, building her strength in secrecy. Now, this tremor, this decree, it could only mean that her actions had thoroughly provoked the undead Lich King. The realization sent a ripple of caution through her heart. Not good. I may have pushed that undead too far. She instantly dismissed the throne of death with a light tap. The monolith of shadows dissolved into mist, erasing her presence as though it had never been there. The corpse of the Ghost King was gone, its essence devoured inside her. She wrapped herself in the folds of the bleeding mist and vanished into shadow. Her aura dimmed to nothingness, reduced to the faint trace of a drifting phantom. Her mind was clear, resolute, despite the storm within her. I can ambush Tier 1 undead kings, but even then, only with my throne. Tier 2, Tier 3, impossible. And him, the undead Lich King himself, that's death. Her starry eyes narrowed, determination flashing like the edge of a blade. Until I understand this disturbance, I must remain hidden, devour from the shadows, grow stronger, wait for the right moment. The canyon groaned around her as if shuddering with greater fury, but the cloaked Death Lord was gone, melted into the darkness. Only the faint echo of her vow lingered in the silent mist. Teacher, I will survive. I will return, no matter what awaits. While an unknown horror gripped the entire continent, the phenomenon's source lay far away in an unexpected, forbidden region, beyond others' reach, and in a completely unexpected location. At the core of the undead Skyfall canyons, at its very depths, lay a colossal chained altar, its surface carved with countless runes of suppression, black chains biting into its ancient stone as if the entire world conspired to restrain it. Yet the altar trembled violently, straining against its bindings, as though it would break free at any moment. Each tremor rippled across the continent, awakening more dead. Furthermore, beneath this altar knelt a giant lich, his skeletal body armored in obsidian plates inscribed with ancient runes, his eye sockets burning with purple-black fire. His aura was suffocating, world-crushing, a quasi-myth whose very presence warped the canyon into an abyssal graveyard. Despite his terrifying might, the lich knelt low, his skull bowed in reverence before the chained altar. He trembled not with fear, but with servitude, like a dog awaiting its master's command. At this moment, a furious, indistinct voice filled with infernal fury and death sounded from the chained altar. The language it spoke was unknown and profound, but the undead Lich King understood its every word. Bring a Maya Mayan Hezit. Bring me my throne. Buy my Mayan Hezit. Death March, W1080. Death March, 30. The battlefield of Sagittarius Continent, once a clash between life and death, now suddenly twisted into something far more horrific. The first tremors of the Death March sent every soldier's soul trembling, but what followed shattered even the greatest commander's expectations. All across the no man's land, the dead rose. Not only the corpses freshly fallen on today's battlefield, but the countless bones of wars long past clawed their way up from the scarlet soil. Rotting flesh, hollow sockets, skeletal knights, spectral archers, all clawed upward as if an unseen puppeteer had seized their very essence. The undead tide surged, but the horror did not stop there. Within the dead faction's own armies, necromancers and skeletal liches raised their staffs, roaring commands, trying to bring the new tide under control. Yet in the next instant, their loyal minions, ghouls, skeletons, revenants turned upon them, tearing apart their own masters with merciless claws. Wah! A lich shrieked in disbelief before his own bone legion impaled him upon rusted spears. It was an absolute betrayal. Any type of undead risen within the death law no longer recognizes banners, kings, or masters. Their allegiance lay only with that abyssal decree. Even more terrifying was the cycle. Every being, whether living beings or dark beings that fell beneath undead claws, rose again, eyes glowing with deathly fire, immediately joining the undead ranks. Their numbers swelled ceaselessly. The fragile balance of the battlefield broke in an instant. On the other hand, the giant war king's eyes were filled with disbelief before boundless fury surged in his entire body as he rose from his colossal throne, a grimace carved across his menacing features. At this moment, channeling all his pent-up rage into his war axe, making it roar with radiance as he swung, the single cleave sending a shockwave that obliterated a swath of undead. Dozens of kilometers of corpses were pulverized into dust, the very earth ripped apart by the mana ripple of his strike. However, it seemed meaningless, for the tide did not falter. Undead trampled undead, rising again, surging forward with no fear, no hesitation, no end. The giant war king's chest rumbled fearlessly, yet under his heroic mask his arrogance faltered. At that moment, two figures descended upon the battlefield. The wise king, a violet-armored elf, raised his hand high. The heavens split as a vast sea of light descended, forming a radiant domain that bathed the battlefield in brilliance. Each ray of light carried the law of light, searing flesh and bone, reducing swaths of undead to ashes. Beside him, the Spirit Eye King opened the sealed eyelid upon her forehead. A third eye bloomed with eerie silver radiance. From it surged an invisible wave of soul energy, imbued with the law of psyche. Thousands of undead staggered as their spirit flames shattered, their bodies collapsing into lifeless heaps. Their entry shook the battlefield, their power clearing space like a sudden storm. But again, it was useless. The undead screamed, but instead of retreating, they grew more frenzied, charging with an even greater madness. Even without souls, even without flesh, they crawled, clawed, and tore toward the three leaders. In the distance, more legendary kings of the Life faction arrived, unleashing waves of elemental laws, yet even they found themselves pushed back by the endless tide. The colossal giant war king ground his teeth, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Who interferes this time? But no answer came. Not even the strongest of them could comprehend it. However, they could all understand his feelings, because this was almost the same scenario as when the champion king suddenly descended and snatched away their prize. Yet, at least this time, the giant war king didn't have to flee instantly and humiliate himself like the last time. But no one was going to mention that the wise king's face, usually frivolous, had grown solemn. There is something very wrong here. That voice, it most likely belonged to a dark being. But I've never heard of one capable of such a spell. To turn the dead of two factions against both masters alike, his brows furrowed. The only relief is, they are not with the dead faction either. These things are killing indiscriminately. If we want to end this, we must kill the spellcaster. Otherwise, this will never end. However, looking at the current situation, that person seemed extremely powerful, so much so that I don't want to face him. The Spirit Eye King's third eye narrowed with a cold gleam, her expression grave. Do you have a plan? Even with my perception, I cannot fathom their method nor pinpoint their location. That language, it was one of the lost tongues, which means the caster is at least 500,000 years old or has inherited the legacy of one who was. They spoke the words, Undying Skyfall. In Sagittarius continent, there is only one forbidden region that bears the Skyfall title. Her voice fell, and both the Wise King and Giant War King stiffened. The Wise King's silvery eyes glinted with apprehension. The undead Skyfall canyons, the Giant War King's colossal hands clenched tighter around his axe. His arrogance, his mockery of the Champion King, his certainty of today's victory all shattered. Inwardly, cold fear coiled around his heart. Today was supposed to be his day of glory, the day he humiliated the Champion King and swept the dark beings from the continent. Instead, an unknown horror had emerged, one even he dared not face without certainty of victory. Grinding his teeth, his voice thundered across the battlefield. Retreat. The word was laced with fury, yet behind it was calculation. Retreat first, analyze the enemy, and only if victory could be assured would he return. If not, he would be the first to flee. The Wise King and Spirit Eye King exchanged glances. There were no heroes. They, too, valued life and gains above all else. This was no battle worth dying for. Retreat into the protection of the sanctuaries, the Spirit Eye King commanded, her tone sharp. Orders rippled outward. The Life faction's armies began to pull back in organized formations. Those who could not keep up were abandoned. On the opposite side, the Dark faction's high command was equally shaken. At first, when the death law erupted and the undead rose, they rejoiced. Their leaders believed some great senior of the dead faction had descended to aid them. Their morale soared. But their delight turned to terror. The undead turned on them, tearing apart necromancers, liches, vampires, and other dark races alike. No amount of command, no banners, no death spells could rein them in. What madness is this? Roared a vampire noble as his own thralls rose from the ground and dragged him screaming into the tide. This isn't our ally. This is annihilation. A skeletal fable lich howled as his bone army dismembered him. The so-called allies of death found themselves no better than the Life faction. Worse, in fact, for their armies were less complete, their forces scattered. Now, in the face of the endless march, the proud leaders of the Dark faction knew the truth. They too had become prey. 1281, Chapter 281, Legatee of Chaos. In the depths of the star ocean of legendary plains, there was an unknown, hazy place seemingly stretched infinitely, and its very fabric woven from a cloudy, dense mist of darkness without any fabric of space or reality. Furthermore, this darkness was extremely peculiar, as if hunger had given form, because this darkness devoured without question, swallowing anything that dared step into its folds. Beings alive or dead, spirits, stars, even remnants of laws, none could survive within this darkness. All that entered became part of it, erased and remade into its endless void. Yet, as the vision pushed deeper, past endless tides of consuming gloom, the perspective shifted into the very core of this boundless darkness. There, something appeared, something that should not have been possible. Amidst the swirling abyss was a scene so terrifyingly beautiful it defied reality itself. A lone figure lay at the center, untouched, unstained, her presence not only surviving but bending the surrounding darkness. In this world where nothing seemed to exist, she alone was the source of tinge. Her very existence painted an ethereal, breathtaking tableau. This figure was none other than the heir of chaos, Alexandra. Her sleeping form radiated an aura that was both divine and ruinous. Her pale, moonlit skin glowed faintly, her dark hair spread around her like a river of midnight woven into the void. Even in slumber she emanated a regal and dangerous allure, her beauty a paradox tender and lethal, serene yet apocalyptic. Strangest of all was the darkness itself. That endless, eerie force which devoured everything, it coiled protectively around her, swirling gently as if she were its mistress. It did not consume her, but rather it was nurturing her. It emanated from her. Each breath she took released new waves of shadow, staining the surrounding mist with an even more bottomless abyss, as though the entire void itself was born from her very existence. However, at this moment, all of a sudden, the surrounding darkness churned when something alien pierced through, which should have been impossible. From the endless darkness emerged a satellite shaped like a Möbius strip, gliding slowly through the tides of darkness. It seemed to be forged of a material unknown, and this substance was clearly resisting the corruption of darkness. The ravenous void recoiled from its Möbius surface as though it could not devour it, even as it pressed deeper into Alexandra's domain. As the satellite drifted toward her, it was like a blasphemous intruder in this sanctum, and at that very instant Alexandra's peaceful expression flickered. The next moment, her eyes snapped open. Her eyes, they were no longer mesmerizing and humane. Now they were like utter annihilation, pitch black, stripped of iris and pupil, true black holes that seemed to swirl with consuming gravity. Her lips, once dusky and alluring, were now darker than ink, as though dipped into the essence of the darkness itself. She rose soundlessly, her form floating upward, her hair drifting like tendrils of midnight flame. The darkness surged with her movement, an ocean bowing to its sovereign. Her gaze fixed upon the Möbius satellite. She studied it with a hint of interest. She was surprised because she knew this darkness and even quasi-myths would disintegrate in seconds within it if they dared to step into it, and with just a single touch of this darkness, their souls would corrode like incurable poison. The same goes for any artifact or treasure below mythical rank. Yet this strange satellite endured, gliding steadily toward her, unyielding, uncorrupted. That meant it was crafted from materials so invaluable, so impossible, that even gods would covet them. Her darkness-born lips parted slightly, curiosity veiled with danger. But at this moment, all of a sudden, it spoke as a static, distorted voice rang from the satellite, filled with unnatural resonance. "O heir of chaos, my owner would like to converse with your excellency." The moment those words reached her ears, Alexandra froze as her pitch-black eyes widened and her heart, usually colder than frozen steel, lurched. Did it just say, heir of chaoses? At that moment, in an instant, her eyes turned glacial, swirling with an even darker gravity. A faint grayish tint laced their depths like an active black hole, swallowing everything it saw. How could she not be shocked and wary, given that the chaotic darkness was her greatest secret, and no one should know about it unless she personally divulged this information? But she was entirely sure that she had never revealed this secret to anyone, not to mention that chaotic darkness had assured her that no one would be able to see it or even deduce its existence. Unless, Alexandra's thoughts suddenly churned when a ridiculous possibility surfaced in her mind. Old Chaos once said that there are 8 more universal godly scriptures like it, and all the heirs of UGS can seize or preserve other UGS as long as the heir summons them. Furthermore, if a UGS united with its universal godly artifact, it can even sense other universal godly scriptures from a distance, whether their heirs summon them or not. Now, this thing's master had spoken the title of Old Chaos and called me its heir so confidently. Doesn't this mean I have unknowingly encountered another universal godly scripture's heir at some point, and this heir most likely also had its scripture's corresponding artifact? Just thinking about this made her breathe deeply, and her power surged. The darkness churned violently, like a storm given form, the abyss itself trembling under her shifting emotions. But then she forced herself to calm down, as she had always been calculating, patient, and never reckless. Furthermore, with over 2,000 years of torment, feelings of helplessness, and her longing for freedom, she has learned that anything but becoming reckless in such a situation. Since this person could find me here, then it means they are far stronger than me, yet they only approached me with a mere plaything, which means they are either afraid of me or couldn't come here even if they want. Nevertheless, it won't change the fact that there is some hidden agenda for revealing themselves with this toy. After all, they most likely had guessed that I would instantly suspect another heir of UGS even if they didn't show themselves. They could have not called me heir of chaoses and kept their existence a secret, but since they do, it could only mean they knew I won't play along. Alexandra's eyes flickered in chaos as she started to calm down and almost guessed this entity's helplessness against her. Nonetheless, she didn't dare to summon chaotic darkness at this moment because she was afraid this entity's might be pretending. After all, as an heir of a UGS, she knew others wouldn't be any less remarkable than hers, especially those who were alive before her. Now she had to know who they were and what they wanted. Only then could she decide how to counter them. Additionally, she was curious about other universal godly scriptures. At this moment, her voice rose, majestic and dreadful, woven directly from the surrounding darkness. Who are you? The words weren't spoken. They resounded, rippling through the darkness, each syllable carrying the weight of a calamity. Her power testified with every breath, and she was no longer just a woman. She was now the true heir of chaos. 1282. Chapter 282, I am destined. Who heir you? The Merbius-shaped satellite halted its glide the moment Alexandra's dreadful voice thundered across the darkness, and for a heartbeat nothing stirred, only the vast stillness of the devouring darkness. But right at this moment, something astounding happened. The strange strip of infinity folded inward upon itself, warping as if it were made of liquid geometry. It twisted, broke apart into countless fragments, and reassembled into a new form, and a humanoid silhouette emerged. It was small, no more than a foot tall, yet its presence defied its size. The being had no face, no features, no flesh. Instead, its body was composed of endless shifting particles, like grains of starlight and dust, each fragment flickering between ethereal colors as though entire constellations passed within it. The figure stood upright in the air, its edges blurring like a mirage, and every movement of its form was accompanied by faint ripples that bent the very darkness around it. Though tiny, it gave the uncanny sense of being immeasurable, as if what Alexandra beheld was only a fragment, a projection from something far, far greater. Alexandra's pitch-black eyes narrowed, the gray luster within them swirling faster. So, it isn't merely a puppet, it is alive. The realization made her expression tighten, though she revealed nothing. The aura of the Merbius figure was strange, neither law nor chaos, neither divine nor mortal. It was something between, something that even she, an arcanist, couldn't comprehend. She had been prepared for another heir's toy, perhaps even a probe sent through the veil of planes. But this small, faceless, shifting humanoid stirred a ripple of caution in her. Her thoughts raced. If it truly is another heir, then to project such a form into the domain of chaotic darkness without being consumed, their universal godly scripture may hold an essence that rivals or restrains mine. That means their identity is far more dangerous than I presumed. The tiny humanoid tilted its featureless head toward her, its countless starlit fragments whirling with accelerated intensity, as if studying her in return. For the first time in over 2 millennia, Alexandra felt herself reevaluating. This was not just a messenger, not merely a bluff. This entity's was far stranger, far deeper than she had expected. The faceless figure finally raised one hand, slender, made of flowing particles, and drew a peculiar sign like a Aegis on its chest. It was as if the figure was performing a greeting gesture, entirely unknown to Alexandra. Greetings, heir of chaos. It's an absolute honor to be in your exalted presence. An ethereal, gentle voice seemingly belonging to a male rang from the faceless humanoid. Alexandra was on full alert in front of this small humanoid, and although he may speak the same language, she could feel a peculiar power emanating from his voice, and she didn't dare to let her guard down. Since you know who I am, I think it would be fair that I know who you are as well. Alexandra impassively spoke. Ho, aha, where are my manners? Please forgive me, miss. I was just excited to be in the presence of chaoses. His tone was extremely humble and filled with self-reproach, as if he put himself below Alexandra, which the latter didn't buy even for a moment. I am Destined Saint, and I represent destiny. The voice of Destined Saint introduced himself humbly without any arrogance or fear, even when he gave away a hint about his universal godly scripture. But because of this exact point, Alexandra was baffled and in utter disbelief as she looked at the small humanoid figure as if looking at a freak. Destiny? A universal godly scripture that represents density. Does it mean he could predict density or control fate? But why would he tell me this? Is he not afraid I might use it against him, or is he so confident that he didn't fear me at all? Or he wanted me to think that he's also an heir of universal godly scripture to earn my trust. Alexandra was perplexed at this moment since, with a single move, Destined Saint had completely confused her and placed more doubts in her mind. At this moment, Alexandra felt even more wary and fearful of Destined Saint than ever before, especially if he was telling the truth about cultivating a universal godly scripture that controls destiny. After all, destiny or fate was something that was beyond her understanding, and it was one of the most mystical and terrifying powers of the universe. Ho, please don't overthink things, miss. You see, there are special rules for people like us. One such rule is that we can't reveal or discuss our scripture in front of others. If we do, the other person won't understand it because the universal laws will instantly hide it, even if we talked about them in roundabout ways. Only similar people can fully understand our peculiar conversations. So, you don't need to worry about me divulging this information to others, just as I'm not worried about you telling others. Oh, another thing. I disdain to reveal this information to those unworthy dregs of cosmos. Only people like us who have been deemed worthy by our scriptures are qualified to stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Destined Saint solemnly stated, and there was a hint of zeal at the end of his statement. Alexandra was astounded when she heard those words, and just as Destined Saint revealed, she had no idea there was such a rule among the heirs of universal godly scriptures. Just how far had he cultivated his scripture to know so much? Old Chaos said that as long as I cultivate it to higher levels, I'll come into contact with secrets that I can't access with my current power. It was something about increasing my authorities over the universe, Alexandra thought as she tried her best to calm her wildly beating heart and urged to question Destined Saint. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Alexandra impassively nodded without showing her genuine emotions and asked the most crucial question right from the get-go. What do you want from me? Shouldn't getting rid of me or not revealing yourself as another heir of UGS be more beneficial for you? After all, if my interests aligned with yours in the future, you will be at an absolute advantage this way. Ho-ho, as expected of a fellow Arcanist, you're not blinded by trivial matters at all. Destined Saint praised as if impressed by Alexandra's rational demeanor despite her burning curiosity before he said in a cryptic tone, to answer Mrs. Questions, the reason I approached you is that I think, as fellow inheritors, we should work together instead of fighting or scheming against each other. I absolutely abhorred fighting and meaningless wars, especially wars among the heirs of universal godly scriptures that are capable of destroying universal rules and countless lives. Simply put, I want to sponsor you and trust me when I say I have access to the most exotic and rarest resources in the entire lower, middle, and upper planes. With my help, you can quickly reach your full potential. 1283, Chapter 283, The Entwined Paths. Alexandra's eyes flickered with astonishment. Destined Saint's offer was tempting beyond reason, yet she was not someone who could be blinded by riches, especially when the man before her possessed a universal godly scripture. Such generosity was never without hooks. It felt like bargaining with destiny itself, a deal with the devil. Since Sir Destined Saint has so much influence and resources, I really would like to know what exactly you want in return, Alexandra said coldly, voice steady. Let's just be transparent, because we both know this kind of offer always comes with strings. Destined Saint did not appear offended. If anything, the faceless figure in front of her seemed to smile faintly, as though her suspicion had already been accounted for in some unseen calculation. His voice was gentle, yet weighty, like a man speaking truths from a horizon only he could see. Miss Alexandra, the strings you speak of are inevitable, but they are not chains, they are paths. Once walked cannot be unwoven. What I offer you is not just wealth or influence, but the chance to choose where those paths will lead. As expected, Alexandra's pitch-black eyes flickered with a hint of scorn and let Destined Saint continue. As Destined Saint continued, his voice now contained a wisp of sorrow, as if he had witnessed countless tragedies unfold before they bloomed. There is indeed something I require of you, but it is not solely for me. It is for all heirs, such as ourselves, bearers of godly scriptures. The words flowed slowly and measured like prophecies falling into place. A shadow festers unseen by most, but I have glimpsed it in the fractures of destiny. It is the nemesis of our kind, the hand that would smother even the brightest flames. It cannot be allowed to grow further. Alexandra's eyes widened ever so slightly when she heard this unexpected revelation, and her heart tightened as her thoughts swirled. The nemesis of universal godly scriptures? Is that even possible? Why didn't Old Chaos warn me about it? Furthermore, this guy is incredibly powerful, with the potential to influence something like destiny, so why would he want me to eliminate this threat? Don't tell me he's using me as mere cannon fodder to probe that so-called nemesis. Or worse, he's using this pretext to send me to my death. This way, he'll get rid of me without even doing anything. No, he just said that threat couldn't be allowed to grow any further. Doesn't this mean this threat might be here in the Middle Planes, and that's why he needed me to take care of it? Despite her doubts, she didn't show them as she was still uncertain about Destined Saint's actual goals. Not to mention she wanted more information about this. Nemesises, because she would confirm it with chaotic darkness. If it turns out to be true, then she might really consider working with Destined Saint. I need more information before I consider your offer. Furthermore, why won't you take action personally and want me to go after such a dangerous entity? Alexandra serenely catechized without hiding her real doubts. If the threads were mine to command, I would have severed this calamity long ago. But fate is a cruel weaver, miss. By the time I realized what was unfolding, I was already caught in its loom. Now, restrictions bind me, restrictions born not of weakness, but of inevitability. To move against this shadow myself would only tighten those threads. And as for the knowledge I carry, his voice deepened to an almost paternal caution. Even to glimpse it without sufficient strength is to invite ruin. At the very least, one must step into godhood to bear the weight of what I have seen. This time, Alexandra didn't doubt Destined Saint's words because they were somewhat similar to Chaotic Darkness's usual warnings. Nonetheless, she still felt intrigued by this entire matter, especially the inevitabilities Destined Saint just mentioned. After all, for someone who claimed to comprehend the arcane law of density, these kinds of inevitability should be quite a serious matter. Nonetheless, Alexandra could only guess Destined Saint's powers. Still, she couldn't be certain because she knew better than anyone that a universal godly scripture's powers were unpredictable and usually didn't follow common sense, even if one knew their arcane law. Alexandra didn't press on that matter anymore and asked, "Then what is this threat, and how are you so sure I can eliminate it?" Destined Saint replied, this time with an enigmatic gentleness, as though he had already seen this question asked and answered in countless echoes of time. "The threat," he said softly, "is the hand that bent fate itself to keep us blind. Even the upper planes find no path that leads to him. He is the seed of every coincidence that shackled my steps. The threat's name is unknown to me. In fact, I can't even deduce or peer into anything related to this threat or predict its path. But those who know about its depraved existence call it the Cursed One," Destined Saint solemnly revealed. "The Cursed One?" Alexandra repeated this strange moniker, and she had to admit that even the same make this threat sounds quite evil and depraved. The small figure nodded before Destined Saint replied softly, "Yes, the Cursed One is what we all called it, because this Cursed One is actually another heir of another universal godly scripture." Alexandra's impassive expression instantly crumbled when she heard the true origin of this thread, and the surrounding darkness churned as if mirroring her emotions. Destined Saint didn't seem surprised, as if he had expected this kind of reaction, and continued, "Although no one knows the name of that UGS, from the ancient records and some bygone-era ruins, I personally believe the arcane law is related to curse. In fact, the names of every UGS are sacred, and not even universal godly scriptures know each other's names, nor do they know about which arcane law they all represent. It is also imperative that only the heir of a UGS should know the true name of its universal godly scripture because their true names are related to their core secrets. Moreover, none of the universal godly scriptures would try to learn about each other because it is a forbidden act, and every UGS is bound by unique rules which they can't break. Isn't he revealing too much right now, or is he really a kind-hearted gentleman who really likes peace?" Alexandra, despite her shock, couldn't see through the amiable Destined Saint at all because he seemed too reliable. Yet for this exact reason, Alexandra felt uncomfortable and wary of Destined Saint. Nonetheless, she didn't have time to mull over Destined Saint's character because her focus was on this Cursed One. Alexandra coldly asked, again, "Why me?" This time, Destined Saint's tone was edged with inevitability. "You ask why you? The truth, miss, is that you are already entwined in the Cursed One's path. Even if I remain silent, you will meet him. You will choose, and that choice will shape more than just your destiny." 11084, Chapter 1084, Nightmare Plan begins. Somewhere unknown in the boundless star ocean, a place where galaxies twisted like rivers of molten glass and stars pulsed like living hearts, and at this moment, space rippled unnaturally. The next moment, something appeared around the distortion. It was colossal, shaped like an equilateral chamfered tetrahedron, its surfaces layered in dark ethereal alloy that reflected no light but instead devoured it, scattering refracted patterns of mystical geometry across the space. Its edges pulsed with silver-gold runes that shifted constantly, as if they were alive and rewriting themselves each second. Orbiting around this vast construct were hundreds of insect-like constructs, their bodies glimmering with rune script and crystal wings that thrummed with an eerie synchrony. They formed a perfect Dyson sphere around the entity, their formation pulsing like a mechanical heartbeat in the empty expanse. The insects rotated, wings unfolding and locking into a web-like lattice. The entire formation looked less like a swarm and more like a mystical seal. Right at this moment, a static voice reverberated in the space, flat and unfeeling. "Initialization sequence, begin." The runes engraved into the tetrahedron flared to life. The insects released streams of luminous script, feeding them into the construct. Nightmare Void Server, booting. At once, the tetrahedron ignited, and light burst outward like the birth of a newborn star, blinding, radiant, violent. Space around it convulsed, scattering astral currents like rippling water. A corona of silver-black fire stormed outward before collapsing in on itself. However, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished. But in reality, the Nightmare Void Server mended into the fabric of space itself, slipping into a frequency beyond ordinary eyes. Where once there was light and chaos, silence and stillness returned, as though nothing had ever been there. Yet, the Nightmare Void Server had now changed. The construct's appearance had evolved. Now its surfaces gleamed with layers of translucent alloy, shifting like mirrored smoke. At its edges, rotating gear-like rings revolved slowly, emitting thin beams of starlight that curved unnaturally through the space. Its body seemed less a machine, and more an entity half technology, half mystical life form. Surrounded and shielded by the insects, the Nightmare Void server glided silently through the depths of space as if it were following a predetermined path or searching for something like a predator drawn toward an unseen prey. After what felt like eternity, it stopped, and the static voice returned, calm and exact, target located. Mystic network wall has been detected. In the vast emptiness before it, space quivered. The insects swarmed forward, synchronizing as glowing glyphs flickered across their wings. They released streams of luminous script into the space, weaving sigils in impossible geometries. The moment the sigils were completed, an ethereal wall emerged, like hidden ink revealed. It wasn't physical. It was vast, translucent, stretching infinitely in every direction. Lines of light ran through it in endless lattices, like a cosmic circuit board. Energy pulsed inside it like veins filled with liquid lightning, an otherworldly barrier that looked less like a wall and more like the skeleton of a network connecting entire realities. Commence breach sequence, the static voice commanded. From the Nightmare Void server, impossibly fine threads of light extended outward, weaving like tendrils. They reached the wall, probing, searching. The insects synchronized again, each one burning with glyph light as their runes fed energy into the threads. The Nightmare Void server seemed to be hacking. The mystic network wall resisted as waves of light rippled across its vastness, rejecting intrusion. The threads fractured, sparks of luminous failure scattering into the void. Barrier integrity, 99.8%. Breach unsuccessful. For the first time, the static voice carried the faintest distortion. Then, without pause, sacrifice auxiliary units. Priority override, breach. The insects responded instantly. One by one, they ignited in blinding flashes, their crystalline wings shattering into runic dust. The energy surged into the server, magnifying its threads until they burned with stellar intensity. The wall rippled violently. A single opening, no larger than a pinprick of light, tore open for a fleeting instant. Window acquired. Execute infiltration. The Nightmare Void server didn't hesitate. It collapsed into a beam of silver-black light and shot through the rift. The wall sealed itself in the very next heartbeat. The insects, what remained of them, burned away, their sacrifice complete. Silence fell once more, and the chaotic space returned to its tranquil chaos, untouched and unknowing, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, within the mechanized Sovereign Tower, Jacob sat in a colossal chamber lit only by the glow of a vast holographic projection that spanned the air before him. The holographic projection flickered in the chamber, replaying the phantom image of the Nightmare Void server disappearing into the mystic network wall. A single mechanical insect perched upon Jacob's shoulder, its crystalline eyes glowing as the static voice resonated through the room. The Nightmare Void server has successfully infiltrated the virtual world link through the mystic network wall of the SAAI and Undying Will, sir. Now begins the assimilation process. I require time to anchor it into their system without detection. Once complete, we will possess an undetectable vantage point within the virtual worlds present in the legendary planes. The flames within Jacob's hollow sockets flickered with a faint ecstasy, but the glow quickly steadied into cold, tranquil light. He leaned forward, skeletal fingers curling lightly over the armrest of his chair. His expression was unreadable, yet his bony face carried the illusion of a smile, eerie in its stillness. Perfect, Jacob murmured, voice calm yet edged with satisfaction. But the mechanical insect's wings trembled faintly, and the black mechanic's voice returned, more deliberate. Sir, caution is imperative. The mystic network wall is not a simple barrier. It is a bioproduct of technology far beyond the legendary rank, woven through the legendary planes like a living web. SAAI and Undying will use it to monitor everything, movements, communications, even shifts in energy signatures. If we act too quietly, our assimilation may stall. If we act too hurriedly, their machina units will detect us instantly. Balance is crucial. The insect's crystalline eyes flared briefly, and the projection shifted, showing a lattice of infinite light webs stretching across entire star systems. It looked less like artifice and more like the nervous system of some titanic organism. This wall, Black Mechanic continued, static voice thickening with something close to awe, is a masterpiece. If I can absorb its underlying principles, its synthesis of organic and mechanical law, one of the requirements for my evolution would be fulfilled. This could open a path for me that many from my race would have sought for countless eras, yet never even to be able to touch it. Jacob's sockets glowed faintly as he listened. He remained silent for a long moment, his gaze locked on the living hologram of the network wall. Then his voice came, calm, measured, carrying both authority and cold promise. Focus on the goal first. Our task is not yet complete, but once we achieve it, I don't mind letting you pursue this knowledge. I'll even help you, for it'll serve me well. The Black Mechanic did not hesitate, nor did it show a hint of dejection or rebellion. The insect dipped its crystalline head, static voice steady, absolute. Understood, sir. I shall comply. The Nightmare Void server will continue assimilation at optimal pace, undetected. The projection dimmed, and the vast chamber fell into a heavy silence. Jacob's skeletal frame leaned back, the faint, ghostly smile still curling against his hollow visage. The flames in his sockets pulsed once, steady and resolute. Good, he whispered, the words echoing like a death knell, then, louder, cold, and certain, let the nightmare plan begin. 1085, Chapter 1085, The Great Cosmic Continent of Gemini. Among the 12 great cosmic continents of the legendary planes, the great cosmic continent of Gemini stood unrivaled in sheer size and wonder. It was called the twin continent of East and West, as though some divine blade had cleaved it perfectly down the middle, and from the scar of that cut flowed the vast Gemini Sea, a silver-blue ocean that stretched endlessly between the two halves. Branches of this sea split off like veins of living water, snaking across the land, making Gemini the beating heart of maritime trade. Entire races of aquatic beings had made their home within its depths, and countless ports thrived along its shores. But for all its beauty, the Gemini Sea was not the central jewel of this land. That honor belonged to the two overlords who reigned supreme over its soil and waters. The Dark Kingdom, one of the three rulers of the neutral faction, held dominion over the land. Its armies, cities, and nobles spread across both the eastern and western halves. The seas, meanwhile, belonged to the Zodiac Knight Federation, another leader of the neutral faction, whose fleets and maritime clans controlled every wave and current. Together, these two powers had turned the Gemini continent into the largest trading hub of the legendary planes. Moreover, under the neutral faction's rule, freedom of choice was upheld, attracting wandering experts, adventurers, merchants, and even the agents of dead factions. No matter which banner one carried, all were bound by the neutral faction's laws while on Gemini soil. It was a continent of opportunity and of shadows. On the western half of Gemini rose Noxvalis, one of the 5 grandest cities of the continent. Its streets were carved in concentric rings, each tier ascending toward the central citadel-like steps toward a dark throne. The Noxvalis city was divided into 3 massive divisions. The first division was the outer districts, which were bustling with trade, markets, and taverns, where adventurers from every corner of the plains spilled coin and blood in equal measure. The second division was the middle rings, which were home to merchants, artisans, and wandering nobles, thriving in the city's constant pulse of commerce. Finally, at the very heart lay the inner sanctum, where the dark nobles resided, aristocrats of the Dark Kingdom whose titles began at dark nobles and climbed into the rare heights of dark dukes. Over them all ruled the Deathless Prince, the only dark prince of the Noxvalis city, making him the city's master and sovereign. The Deathless Prince was a legendary king of the necromantic Lich race and embodied immortality through undeath. To his citizens, he was both protector and tyrant, his skeletal visage a constant reminder of the power of the dark princes of the Dark Kingdom. In the Noxvalis's third ring, nestled between a district of mercenaries and smugglers, stood a tavern whose name carried both fear and reverence, named the Prince's Chalice. The Prince's Chalice was one of the Deathless Prince's many enterprises. It catered to nobles and warriors alike, its reputation second only to the citadel itself, and it was one of the most famous attractions of the Prince's Chalice. The Prince's Chalice's interior was vast and dim, lit by chandeliers of black crystal that burned with ghostly magical flame. A low hum of conversation mingled with the clinking of cups, the laughter of mercenaries, and the soft, haunting music played by Aquabard race's minstrels. At that moment, perfume, blood, and alcohol thickened the air, but in the far corner, however, silence lingered. A solitary figure sat there, cloaked in darkness. He was a dark elf, his skin pale as moonstone, and his hair as black as midnight silk. His mature, handsome face was cold, his sharp eyes aloof, making him seem untouchable despite the noise that filled the room. His attire was refined but understated, a dark ensemble that spoke of power restrained rather than flaunted. As he sat, a waitress approached, carrying a tray upon which rested a crystalline bottle filled with liquor that shimmered faintly with violet light. This was the Abyssal Morn, a drink brewed only for the dark nobility, reserved for dark viscounts and above-ranked dark nobles. It was said that one sip of Abyssal Morn could ignite the soul with visions of death and cost enough to bankrupt entire taverns elsewhere. The waitress herself was striking, a land siren, a rare branch of the sea races, with flowing azure hair, flawless skin, and sea-green eyes that shimmered like a tide under moonlight. She moved with practiced grace, but her curiosity betrayed her. She stopped at his table, bowed lightly, and set the tray down. Glancing at the pale figure enshrouded within darkness, she was unable to restrain herself. She asked softly, as her voice was incredibly alluring and hypnotic, "Why would my lord be sitting in the general area? For someone of your stature, we have private rooms available." The moment the land siren spoke, the dark elf's gaze lifted. His eyes, sharp as obsidian blades, flicked toward her. Under his single glance, the land siren felt cold, and a chilling sensation around her neck as if an invisible death scythe was kissing her glossy skin. "Mind your own business," the dark elf said, his voice low, laced with a faint aura of killing chill. The temperature seemed to drop. The waitress froze, her body trembling as the weight of his presence crashed over her. Though she was a quasi-legend, she felt as if she were drowning in the depths of a frozen abyss. Panic seized her. She quickly lowered her head, respectfully placing the liquor in front of him with both hands before retreating in haste. Her steps hurried, as though she were fleeing from a calamity she should never have disturbed. The dark elf never glanced at her again, and he simply reached for the Abyssal Morn. The dark elf tilted the crystalline bottle, its violet shimmer catching the ghostly firelight as he poured the abyssal morn into his glass. The liquid swirled thick and smooth, releasing a faint mist that carried the scent of death itself, rich, metallic, and tinged with something almost funereal. He lifted the glass with elegant precision, his pale fingers curling around its stem. Bringing it to his lips, he took a slow sip. The flavor unfurled across his tongue like a storm of contrasts, bitter as ash, sweet as forbidden nectar, and sharp as steel freshly drawn from the forge. Each note lingered, one after another, leaving behind a strange warmth that seeped into his bones, for this drink has a trace of death law. It was a drink meant not for pleasure but for power. Yet in its cruelty there was beauty. His eyes closed. For a fleeting moment his guarded mask slipped. The tavern's noise faded, and the world narrowed to the haunting intoxication of the morn. He let the sensation wash through him, savoring the rare indulgence after a very long time, as if time itself had slowed. Their cold sheen remained, but deep within, a faint melancholy flickered, gone almost before it appeared, like a shadow cast by passing light. A whisper escaped his lips, more to himself than to anyone else, his tone touched by something uncharacteristically human. Having taste buds is really a blessing. The words lingered in the dim air, almost drowned by the music and chatter, yet carrying a weight no one else could understand. But at this moment, a curious, melodious voice rang in his mind, ruining the mood. Hey, I want to try it too. Let me copy it into the nightmare realm. 1076, Chapter 1076, Unexpected News, 1. The dark elf, who was Jacob in disguise with the help of the gluttony mask, couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard Nyx's unruly demand. If you don't stay silent, I'll cut off your vision, Jacob impassively warned. What? You can't do that. Don't forget I've been cooped up all this time while helping you perfect that little toy of yours and all of that for your cause. So, I deserved this reward, and you can't snatch it away from me, Nyx retorted, feeling wronged. Jacob really wanted to cut his connection with her, but Nyx said nothing wrong, and in the end, he gave in. All right, but stay silent unless it's not something important. I'm planning to. Who wants to talk with you? Nyx snorted before she stopped talking, probably enjoying the abyssal morn while silently berating Jacob. Jacob didn't pay her any extra attention as he sipped on the abyssal morn, planning to enjoy it to the fullest. The dark elf, who had been unlucky enough to be selected by Jacob as his new face, was a dark duke of Dark Kingdom known as the Dark Star. When Jacob arrived in the great cosmic continent of Gemini, Darkstar happened to be in his close vicinity with his entourage, and Jacob was wearing the face of the weak human he had acquired from his last venture in the Ashen Mirage Desert. Darkstar had a repugnant hobby of torturing those who were weaker than him, and it just happened to be that he never tortured a human or fairy humans before, so the moment he saw that weak human appearing out of nowhere, he wanted to capture him. However, he had no idea that the human was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, and Jacob was also thinking about how to achieve his goal for which he had come to the Gemini continent. So, when Darkstar made a move against Jacob and told his men to capture him to bring him back for his entertainment, Jacob didn't need to be polite either. Jacob instantly revealed his true form for only 10 seconds. He used Soul Search on everyone to find Darkstar's identity, and without hesitation, he changed his disguise while the real Darkstar died in misery and utter confusion as he became part of the Gluttony Mask. Meeting a Dark Duke right after he arrived in the Gemini continent could be considered quite lucky for Jacob, as he required someone like this for this endeavor. As for using his own personal Dark Earl status, Jacob didn't even consider it because he no longer required to use his own star ID or his real body as a matter of fact. Jacob also found his way towards Noxvalis City because of Darkstar's memories and gained a deep understanding of the Gemini continent and its overlords. However, Jacob wasn't in a hurry to start working again because the Nightmare Plan was still at its initial stage, so he decided to wander one of the biggest cities of the Gemini continent and found himself sitting in Princess Chalice. At this moment, Jacob suddenly heard a few burly ogres in mercenary attire sitting not far away from his seat whispering among themselves. However, he could still listen to their conversations clearly. Furthermore, what those ogres said piqued Jacob's interest, or he wouldn't have bothered listening to them at all. Boss, I've heard information about the great war between the Life and Dead factions, and let me tell you, the situation is extremely terrible, I'm telling you. What the hell are you being so mysterious about, little punk? Just tell us. I'll tell. You see, the thing is, when the Giant War King challenged the Champion King for a one-on-one duel to decide the outcome of the Great War, just moments before the promised time, something unexpected happened. I've heard that guy saying that the Great War seemed to have disturbed or awoke some ancient existence hidden within a forbidden region of the Sagittarius continent. An ancient existence then furiously makes an announcement that was heard by every being, whether dead or alive. But what happened next was truly shocking, as that existence seemed to have cast a spell and its range seemed to cover more than half of the Sagittarius continent, or maybe more, since no one dared to confirm its exact area of influence. Anyway, that spell was actually a necromancy spell that could turn corpses into undead, and it doesn't matter when they died or who they are, they can return from their graves. And the most horrifying part is, even those minions under other necromancers rebelled against their master and joined the army of undead that belonged to that mysterious voice. The ogres couldn't help but exhaled sharply when they heard this unbelievable story. On the other hand, Jacob's eyes flashed with a hint of uncertainty, clearly not believing them at all since it sounded too ridiculous, and he decided to mind his own business until he heard the next part. Look at your faces, you clearly don't believe me. But let me tell you guys another piece of news that I heard directly from the mouth of a dark noble yesterday, and this news is related to this incident. Apparently, anyone who was present within the range of that spell couldn't leave the Sagittarius continent at all, and no matter where they fled, they couldn't escape that morbid place, no matter what treasure they used. But lucky for them, their Soul Star watches are still working, so they were trying to seek help from the neutral faction and other forces while willing to pay any price. After all, almost 90% of the top forces of the Life factions are currently trapped within the Sagittarius continent, making them desperate to escape. Moreover, that spell didn't seem to stop anyone from entering, while one can't escape when they entered. Furthermore, the Life faction and Dead faction seemed to have formed a temporary truce and were working together to resist the undead army. Lastly, they also revealed the location where that hidden existence might be hiding. That forbidden region is called the Undead Skyfall Canyons. Jacob's eyes turned cold at this moment. Undead Skyfall Canyons are where I dropped Elia when I went to the Ghost Domain. If what these guys are saying is true, then this matter isn't as simple as they are making it. After all, Elia isn't ordinary, and she also has that Throne of Death, and now this undead army's arrival, it might be related to her. I can still feel the existence of my hex on her, which means she's alive. Just what is she up to? C1287. Chapter 287, Unexpected News. 2 Jacob couldn't help but think about his little apprentice Elia when he heard about what happened in the great cosmic continent of Sagittarius. Although he had heard about this great war between the Life and Dead factions, he didn't pay much attention to it since it had nothing to do with him. However, the recent events that seemed to be related to the Undead Skyfall Canyons piqued his interest because Elia was there, undergoing the trial Jacob had given her. If this entire event is related to Elia, then things are turning out to be more interesting, Jacob thought as he sipped on his drink before a cold flash flickered in his eyes. As long as she can become a legendary king, everything will be fine. This is something she has to overcome or she won't be useful to me. Jacob clearly had no intention of saving Elia or intervening in that great war because there was nothing there for him to gain from it. Nonetheless, he decided to pay a little more attention to this matter from now on. He instructed Nyx, pay attention to any new development related to the Undead Skyfall Canyons. Heh, are you worried about your little disciple? Nyx snickered with a hint of unhidden jealousy. Jacob didn't bother to reply and continued with his drink while listening to those ogres who were now discussing whether they should take the commission of the Life faction if they issued it and take the risk to earn massive rewards, which didn't interest Jacob at all. However, at this moment, Jacob's focus shifted to another conversation between a burly hobgoblin and a transmuted magic beast with black fur and a pointy horn on its reptile forehead. The hobgoblin seemed to be talking with great interest. Brother Gila, you have already become an outer dark baron of the Noxvillous city, and I'm still struggling in the upper dark noble rank. Come on, go on a group mission with me, and I'll make sure to treat you nicely. The transmuted magic beast, Gila, smiled with a hint of pride, clearly satisfied with the hobgoblin, who was his old friend, in his humble attitude. He replied dismissively, well, we've both known each other for a while now. There's no need for little brother to be so humble. Actually, today my purpose of meeting here is because I require your help, and if we can get this done, we'll both get a huge fortune and enough merits to increase by at least 2 outer dark noble ranks. What is it? The hobgoblin completely forgot about his displeasure of being called a little brothers, and instantly turned ecstatic when he heard Gila's proposition. After all, most independent experts come to Noxvillous City seeking to join the outer dark noble circle of the Dark Kingdom, where they can earn rewards and acquire rare knowledge and skills without being fully bound to the Dark Kingdom. Every city under the Dark Kingdom was like an independent dark city in the lower planes, and they all had their own outer and personal dark noble system. The outer dark nobles are only tied to their registered cities. At the same time, the personal members could use their status anywhere in the Dark Kingdom's territory or, given proper respect according to their titles, even outside the Dark Kingdom. But here, becoming a personal member of the Dark Kingdom was very different and required many trials to overcome, and most didn't make it to the end. Ultimately, those unable to join the ranks of personal members would opt for outer membership, as reaching the rank of Outer Dark Marquis would grant them the opportunity to become a personal member of Dark Baron rank directly. That's why the hobgoblin was so thrilled to hear about the opportunity to rise 2 whole outer dark noble ranks, which sounded too good to be true. Gila didn't seem to be worried about others listening to what he was about to say and replied, the thing this mission was actually a dark mission issued by the Deathless Prince himself quite a while ago. However, those official Dark Nobles didn't show any result, so the Deathless Prince decided to make the Dark Mission public, where anyone with a Dark Baron rank, whether official or unofficial, can partake in this mission of the Deathless Prince. The mission is actually straightforward. The Deathless Prince wants any clues or whereabouts of a traitor of the Alchemy Guild. If anyone can prove the Deathless Prince's clues regarding this Alchemy Guild traitor, their official or unofficial ranks will be directly increased after the authenticity of the information is verified. Furthermore, if someone can pinpoint this traitor's exact location, the Deathless Prince will owe that persona a personal favor, as well as make them an official Dark Marquis. Gila's eyes were filled with longing and ecstasy, as if he could already see himself receiving this reward. As for the hobgoblin, some of those who had been eavesdropping were shocked for a moment before excitement flashed past their eyes as they realized this was huge news, and if they could find this traitor, they could all rise with a single leap. Yet, those with some brains would also understand that this mission was likely perilous and challenging to fulfill, given its previous status as a dark mission, and even official Dark Nobles couldn't complete it before it became a public mission. The hobgoblin was also cunning as he asked, why would His Highness the Deathless Prince be interested in the traitor of the Alchemy Guild, and who is it really? I never heard anything in the Star News, nor did the Alchemy Guild release any official statement. Gila snorted with disdain as he replied, Alchemy Guild is currently facing a massive crisis. Do you think they would have time to care about one measly traitor? As for why the Deathless Prince wants this guy, I have no clue. All I know is this Alchemy Guild's traitor is extremely cunning and has been hoodwinking everyone. Many people have been searching for him for hundreds of years and have almost given up. However, some time ago he appeared again, and now he's on the wanted list of many powers and organizations. Probably the Deathless Prince also wants something from him, but we shouldn't poke our nose in this matter too much. Who is it then? The hobgoblin asked with anticipation, as the background didn't matter to him as long as he could find this person. Gila revealed, glancing at the listeners and raising his voice deliberately, you might have heard of him before, as this traitor is actually a king alchemist, and his title is the Myriad Galaxy King. 188, Chapter 1088, Unexpected News. 3 Jacob, who has been listening to the hobgoblin and Gila's chattering, almost lost interest when he suddenly heard something unexpected. Myriad Galaxy King. The wineglass in Jacob's hand trembled slightly as his eyes turned deadly sharp towards Gila, and the latter felt a fatal chill run down his spine, twisting his head towards Jacob's direction. Jacob didn't avert his eyes at all, and when Gila saw the dark elf's icy glare, he felt as if he was being glared at by a grim ripper, and quickly turned back while sweating slightly. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Could it be he wanted to silence me because I said too much? Sheila's heart trembled as this thought surfaced in his mind. Although Gila might look like he was being generous with the hobgoblin and appeared to have a loose mouth, in actuality, he was only following orders to spread this news as far and wide as he could among the unofficial nobles and mercenaries within Noxvalis City. At first, Gila didn't think much of this task, as it seemed easy and posed no danger. He decided to bring the hobgoblin into the Prince's Chalice, a place frequented by many top adventurers and dark nobles. That's why he chose not to use a private room for such an important meeting, instead sitting in the public area and accidentally speaking out loud about this mission. However, he wasn't expecting to encounter Jacob. Now he was feeling slightly nervous and apprehensive while thinking that he might have taken a dangerous mission, and that person knew about it, so he decided to use him as cannon fodder. Myriad Galaxy King? The hobgoblin, unaware of Gila's dilemma, muttered this name and couldn't help but exclaim, Are you saying this traitor is a legendary king? The crowd who had been eavesdropping also felt a chill down their spines because they all knew the dangerous implications of tracking a legendary king, and they finally understood why this mission had such a huge reward attached to it. Gila was forced to calm down and was about to reply to the hobgoblin while thinking of a way to make an exit when a powerful hand gripped his shoulder, and the grip was like an iron claw. But before he could turn his head around, a cold, commanding voice rang, Come with me. Right at that moment, thereafter, under the bewildered looks of the crowd and the hobgoblin, Gila submerged into the shadows with the elvish figure like a ghost. Gila suddenly felt his entire vision blackened, and he was locked entirely by the strong soul force at his place without any ability to resist at all. It was like he was in a prison of this eerie darkness. When Gila's vision cleared, he found himself in a completely different space, surrounded by nothing but silence. At that moment, the grip on his shoulder loosened before he finally saw the figure who had kidnapped him out of nowhere. Sir? Gila's voice trembled as he realized it was the same dark elf who had reacted strongly upon hearing about the mission, and his legs felt weak because, in that short while, he had already guessed that this person was far more powerful than he was. Jacob ignored Gila's current feelings and asked coldly, Tell me everything you know about the Myriad Galaxy King, and when he appeared. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I'm an official Dark Duke, which means I can kill you without any precautions. So, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Jacob directly used Darkstar's status as an official Dark Duke to make Gila not hide anything. He could have taken Gila into his infinite space, revealed his true body, and performed a soul search on him, but he chose not to, as he didn't need to go through all that trouble. Gila's eyes widened with astonishment when he realized the elf in front of him was an official Dark Duke, a rank he knew would be reserved for the inner sanctum, not the public area of the Prince's Chalice. Sheila was now convinced that this mission wasn't as simple as it seemed, and he suspected that the other party might have harmed him. He was terrified of the Dark Duke, whose threat wasn't without merit. A Dark Duke can kill an official Dark Viscount as long as the latter offended them, much less an unofficial Dark Baron like him, so he, without hesitation, spilled the beans. Spare me, my lord. It was Dark Marquis Miles who had me spread the news about this dark mission. I didn't dare to break the rules of the Dark Kingdom. Ela instantly knelt before Jacob, begging for mercy, as he believed the Dark Duke had captured him due to his unhappiness about sharing this mission with low-ranking Dark nobles. However, Jacob didn't care about it all, and he clarified coldly, I don't care who told you to reveal this news. All I want to know is about the Myriad Galaxy King. Gila was startled and confused, but didn't dare to delay his response and replied, My lord, the Myriad Galaxy King was presumed missing and even dead for many years, but all of a sudden he appeared in the Myriad Galaxy City again one day, and he was seen by many. The Alchemy Guild naturally took notice and issued a warrant, but since they were busy with the Great War, this didn't give rise to any commotions. However, for some reason, the Knoxville City also issued a dark mission, and the Deathless Prince himself directly issued it. When Gila was about to continue, Jacob cut him off because he had already heard this part and asked, Where is the Myriad Galaxy King right now? Is there any more news about his current whereabouts? I don't know, really, my lord. If anyone could have this news, it should be the Deathless Price, and Dark Marquis Miles is a close confidant of the Dark Prince. I believe Dark Marquis Miles assigned me to this task because the Deathless Prince directly ordered it. I don't know anything else, I swear on my life, and I can even take a soul oath. Sheila was startled at this moment because Jacob vanished again without him even noticing. Gila was bewildered first before nervously looking around, and after a while, when he was sure that the Dark Duke had left and he really spared his life, he almost collapsed as if he had escaped from the gates of hell. Without hesitation, Gila felt for his life, and that day he escaped from Knoxville City and was never seen again. Jacob, on the other hand, didn't care about a small fry like Gila, and the moment he got everything he wanted, he left without bothering with him. However, Jacob's mind was now occupied with another problem as he thought with a hint of ecstasy and rare worry. So, Autark has already completed his evolution, and I only managed to find out now. I need to find Autark with the method I left behind. 1089, Chapter 1089, Audience with the Deathless Prince. One Jacob left the Prince's Chalice as if nothing had happened. Cloaked in the guise of the infamous Dark Duke Dark Star, he moved with unhurried steps, his expression cold and indifferent. Knoxville stretched out before him, its concentric rings alive with activity. The city was always awake, always hungry, like a beast feeding on ambition, coin, and blood. The outer districts were a cacophony of noise. Merchants haggling, mercenaries brawling, alchemists peddling strange wares that glowed with unholy light. Furthermore, an eerie yet unique display of corpses of criminals hung at the gates of alleys, warnings from the Dark Kingdom, while slaves of many different races bent under the burdens of their owners. Yet no one pitied them. Opportunity was for the strong here in the Knoxville City. Jacob merely glanced at those scenes before passing into the middle rings, and the atmosphere shifted. The air was cleaner, perfumed with incense and noble luxuries. Carriages drawn by ferocious beasts clattered down marble-paved streets. Grand houses of obsidian and crystals rose in clusters, marked by banners of the dark nobility. Here, one could see dark counts and barons strolling, their entourages flaunting status. The whispers of trade agreements and hidden conspiracies echoed in every shadow. However, Jacob's destination wasn't this place, and after a while, at last, Jacob reached the inner sanctum. The walls here glowed faintly with runes of protection, and a chilling pressure lingered in the air. No one dared step inside these grounds, for they belonged solely to the true aristocracy of Dark Kingdom. However, Jacob's eyes were drawn to the towering, malignant construct at the sanctum's heart. It was the castle of Knoxvalis, the fortress of the Deathless Prince. Its black spires clawed at the sky like skeletal fingers, and its walls pulsed faintly as if alive, constructed from enchanted bone and shadow-forged steel. A river of black mist circled the castle's moat like a living shadow. Without hesitation, Jacob walked forward. His Dark Duke status was unquestionable with the Soulstar Watch of Darkstar, so he wasn't obstructed at any gate and granted entry. Even as he made his way towards the Knoxvalis castle, his presence alone caused patrolling guards and nobles to step aside without a word. At this moment, he strode across the mist bridge, the castle looming ever larger before him. But just as he neared the colossal gate of Knoxvalis Castle, carved with countless skull-shaped runic constructs and warded by a faint law of death, a squad of guards stepped forward in unison. They were not ordinary guards. Each wore bone-forged armor etched with necrotic glyphs, their eyes burning with faint ghost flame. Their strength was at least that of peak legendary lord, hand-picked from the Deathless Prince's private legion. One of them, a towering figure with a skull-shaped helmet, slammed the butt of his halberd into the ground. The echo reverberated through the air like a death knell. Halt. The castle of Noxvalis admits no one uninvited. State your name and purpose, Dark Noble. The others shifted, forming a wall of spears and halberds, their cold auras locking onto Jacob. Although Jacob wasn't intimidated at all, his steps stilled. His expression didn't change, his dark elvish eyes calm and emotionless, as if these guards were little more than insects. His chin slightly, and his voice came out like frost on steel. Dark Duke, Dark Star, I seek an audience with the Deathless Prince. The guards stiffened at the title Dark Duke. Whispers passed among them, their flames flickering with unease. A Dark Duke was no ordinary visitor. Such figures were the backbone of the Dark Kingdom's might, no matter where they went. Furthermore, a Dark Duke can always initiate a rank challenge to a Dark Prince as long as they have enough merits, so most of the time, Dark Princes were wary of Dark Dukes. Still, the lead guard stood his ground because Darkstar's aura was nowhere near Deathless Prince's level, though his ghostly flame flickered faintly under Jacob's gaze. Dark Duke or not, protocol must be followed. Wait here, we shall inform His Highness. He gestured, and 2 guards retreated into the castle. In contrast, the others maintained their formation, weapons ready, eyes fixed warily on Jacob as if they would attack if he made any excessive movement. Jacob didn't move. He clasped his hands behind his back, his presence alone enough to make the ghost flames of the guards waver uneasily. He waited, patient as the dead, his mind already racing through possibilities for how this audience would unfold. As moments passed, silence stretched like a taut string until the massive doors of the gate of Noxvalis Castle groaned open, and from within a figure emerged, his steps measured, his aura oppressive. It was another Dark Duke. He was tall and gaunt, his flesh pale as parchment stretched over bone, dressed in flowing robes of black stitched with silver runes. His eyes glowed faint violet, and behind him trailed 2 skeletal attendants carrying scrolls and chains of bone. His very presence marked him as the Chamberlain of the Deathless Prince, a figure known among the nobles as the Voice of the Prince. The guards bowed deeply, spears lowered in respect. Jacob looked at this Voice of the Prince indifferently as the Chamberlain's eyes swept over Jacob like cold knives, pausing as a hint of surprise flashed past his eyes because of Jacob's fearless demeanor. The Chamberlain's eyes turned colder as he spoke. His voice was soft, but it carried the weight of a blade drawn in silence. Dark Duke, Dark Star. You seek an audience with His Highness, yet no summons was issued, no petition filed. The prince does not entertain unannounced guests, so tell me, what reason do you have to stand at the gates of Novalis Castle unbidden? The Chamberlain's attendants clicked their bone chains as if punctuating the question. Jacob's expression did not change. His hands remained clasped behind his back as he let the icy hush of his aura seep outward, brushing the Chamberlain and his skeletal lackeys like a frozen wind. Do I, a Dark Duke, need to beg for summons? His tone was cold, calm, and cutting. I have come to present information of interest to His Highness. Information that pertains to the Dark Mission, regarding the traitor of the Alchemy Guild. The Chamberlain's eyes flickered faintly with a hint of astonishment because he had once encountered Dark Star, and he wasn't this eloquent yet overbearing. The guards also shifted uneasily, as if something bad was about to happen if the Chamberlain didn't stop. 1-1090, Chapter 1090, Audience with the Deathless Prince. 2. The Chamberlain tilted his head slightly, studying Dark Star with renewed focus. Although Jacob's words slightly deterred him, he was more annoyed by his disrespectful demeanor. After all, both of them, the official Dark Dukes, while he was the Chamberlain of the Noxvalis Castle, have someone who has the Dark Prince's ear, so a Dark Duke like Dark Star should be more respectful to him. He coldly scoffed. Bold words. Yet many bold men have spoken of this matter, and few live to tell more. Information alone does not open these gates, Dark Duke. Jacob's gaze sharpened, obsidian-like, his voice lowering to a blade's whisper as his patience running thin. I speak not of rumors, I speak of proof. Proof that only His Highness will judge. And if you dare obstruct me, then you will shoulder the weight of denying the prince what is rightfully his. At this moment, for a fleeting moment, there seemed to be a faint white flare in Darkstar's eyes. In truth, he let a glimmer of his eyes of judge and a trace of his ghastly killing intent escape from the gluttony mask, just enough to make the guard's ghost flames gutter and nearly collapse, and even the Chamberlain and his lackey shiver. This was the result of refining yin and yang cores and his understanding of yin and yang laws, which enabled him to have profound control over the dormant universal godly artifact. The Chamberlain's face slightly paled, but he remained calm. However, his fingers twitched at the sleeves of his robe. He felt it. The conviction, the unyielding weight of Jacob's will back his terrifying killing intent, which made him wonder just how many people he had butchered. He even thought for a second that this killing intent was even more frightening than the Deathless Prince, a necromancer king. This made him change his impression of Darkstar completely, for this was no trembling duke begging for favor. This was a predator who feared nothing. A silence followed, thick as death. It can't back down just like that, or my reputation might take a hit. This might be an illusion. However, what if he really had that information that His Highness sought so actively? I'll be punished then. After a moment of calculation, slowly, the Chamberlain raised his hand. The bone chains rattled once, and the guards withdrew. Very well, he said, his voice lowering into something more formal, yet his eyes were filled with pettiness. You will have your audience, Dark Duke. But remember, his glowing eyes narrowed faintly, the prince does not tolerate deception. What you bring him must be the truth, or you will never leave this castle, even if you are an official Dark Duke. He turned, gesturing with one pale hand. The colossal doors opened wider, spilling an eerie pale light onto the black mist bridge. Follow me, he coldly commanded. Jacob's expression did not change, nor did he give the Chamberlain any extra glance, and without a word he stepped forward into the shadowed maw of the Deathless Prince's domain. The Chamberlain moved ahead in silence, his skeletal attendants clattering behind with the sound of rattling chains. Jacob followed, his stride unhurried, his dark elven features carved from ice, betraying neither awe nor hesitation. The interior of the castle of Noxvalis was a labyrinth of shadow and grandeur. The corridors stretched impossibly long, vaulted ceilings lost in gloom, supported by pillars carved from black bone etched with silver veins of runic script. The walls themselves seemed alive, faintly pulsing with necrotic energy, whispering in voices too soft to be understood. Chill torches of pale blue flame burned in sconces, casting twisted silhouettes along the floor. Occasionally, a noble shade drifted across the hall, bowing slightly toward the Chamberlain before melting back into the walls like mist. The deeper Jacob walked, the heavier the air became. The weight of countless deaths pressed down like a suffocating mantle. Even a true Dark Duke might feel unease here, but Jacob's gaze remained steady, calm, as if he was walking in his own yard. At last, the long corridors ended at a pair of colossal gates. Unlike the outer gate, these were not carved with skulls but with scenes of conquest, as countless races fell beneath the banner of Noxvalis city, their souls devoured by a towering figure crowned with bone. The faint light of death runes crawled across the carvings like living serpents. The Chamberlain halted before the gates, drawing himself to his full height. His attendants raised their chains, striking them once against the floor clang. The resonance rippled into the gates, awakening the wards. With a voice far more formal and respectful than the one he had used with Jacob, the Chamberlain intoned, Your Highness, the Deathless Prince, voice of Noxvalis, this humble servant presents Dark Duke Darkstar. He claims to bear proof concerning the Dark Mission and the traitor of the Alchemy Guild. Your humble servant believes this matter is worthy of your Highness's attention and judgment. His words were careful, polished, but Jacob caught the subtle venom in them. The Chamberlain had deliberately raised the stakes, making it clear to the prince that if Jacob's proof were not extraordinary, it would be nothing less than an insult to his throne, a clever trap cloaked in obedience. A silence fell, heavier than death itself, and then came the voice. It was deep and resonant, yet chilling, as if it emanated from within Darkstar's very bones. Each word echoed like a dirge sung in the abyss. Enter. The gates shuddered and slowly swung open with a groan that rattled through the castle's marrow. The throne hall revealed itself in dreadful majesty. It was a vast cathedral of bone and shadow, its ceiling lost in the pitch black above. Hundreds of obsidian braziers lined the chamber, filled with pale blue fire that neither flickered nor warmed, only illuminated the deathly splendor. Along the walls were ranks of black-armored undead knights standing motionless, their hollow eyes glowing faintly, each one exuding an aura at least equivalent to a legendary lord. But it was the throne that commanded all. Upon a dais of 10 steps sat the throne of Noxvalis, carved from a single monolith of shadow crystal fused with bone. Its form was jagged and cruel, like the seat of a ruler of death. On this throne he sat, the Deathless Prince, a towering lich clad in robes darker than night, his skeletal frame draped in necrotic majesty. A faint crown of bone hovered above his head, bound by chains of spectral flame. His eyes were twin abysses, endless and merciless, their depth carrying the silence of countless years. His very existence was suffocating, as if the hall itself lived only through his will. At his sides knelt 2 colossal figures, silent, unmoving. At first glance, they seemed statues carved of obsidian, but Jacob's eyes instantly discerned the truth. Their faint fluctuations of power betrayed them. These were not statues. They were legendary king-rank experts, now reduced to undead thralls, bound in eternal servitude by the Deathless Prince's will. Jacob's mind sharpened. So this is the infamous necromancer king of the Dark Kingdom, the Deathless Prince. He could slay legendary kings and bind them, turning legends into ornaments. His death law should be almost at the quasi-myth rank. The Chamberlain, who just moments ago had exuded arrogance, immediately bowed low, his skeletal attendants prostrating themselves. He dared not lift his head before the throne. Your Highness, he said, his voice almost trembling despite himself, this servant has fulfilled your will. The matter is now in your hands. Then, stepping backward, the Chamberlain retreated swiftly toward the exit, not sparing Jacob even a second glance until he reached the threshold. Only then did he cast a final malicious look, his eyes gleaming with quiet delight, as if already envisioning Jacob's impending ruin. The Deathless Prince made no move to stop him, but the doors behind Jacob groaned shut with a final, echoing boom. In that instant, the vast hall grew silent, as though even the flames themselves held their breath as only two figures remained. Darkstar, Jacob, and the Deathless Prince. 191, Chapter 1091, Audience with the Deathless Prince. 3. On his shadowy throne, the Deathless Prince gazed profoundly at Jacob with his abyssal sockets, and faint spectral lights flickered with a hint of astonishment, for Jacob seemed too calm in his presence, unlike those who trembled at the mere glance of his eyes. Only those legendary kings who were very close to the barrier of the quasi-myth can withstand his ghostly visage and stand on their ground, similar to what Darkstar was doing right now. That's why Deathless Prince reached an eerie conclusion as he coldly asked in a malicious tone, "Who are you and what do you seek?" Jacob's whole purpose in entreating that arrogant chamberlain was to reach where the Deathless Prince was without raising any alarm or scaring away the latter once he realized Jacob's true power. Furthermore, because of Autarch's matter, Jacob was slightly restless and wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. Not to mention the Deathless Prince seems to be searching for Autarch, and Jacob also has quite a good guess why. That's why he didn't bother to hide his true fearlessness, and if the Deathless Prince still wouldn't figure it out that the Darkstar in front of him wasn't a mere Tier 6 legendary lord, then he had wasted all his life in ruling the Noxvala city. However, Jacob didn't reveal his true body yet and remained Darkstar as he spoke impassively. "Who I am is not important. However, I do seek something from you. If you can satisfy my demands, I won't make things difficult for you." Deathless Prince's skeletal fingers clenched on his throne's handles the moment he heard Jacob's words. It was a blunt provocation, and the other party clearly didn't place him, a necromancer king, in their eyes. "Hi he he he!" The Deathless Prince suddenly burst out laughing, a mix of rage and amusement. Furthermore, the entire throne hall seemed to darken and chill while all those undead creatures released powerful undulations, as if mirroring the mood of their master, and they would attack at the mere thought of the Deathless Prince. However, Jacob remained indifferent and unnoticed by the Deathless Prince. One of Darkstar's fingers suddenly turned into jade-like skeletal fingers with crimson glowing runic lines, and one of Darkstar's pupils lit up in spectral flame. At that moment, the Deathless Prince's mad laughter suddenly came to a halt as his tower body moved forward, and his abyssal eyes directly looked into Jacob's, as if death were looking at its next victim. "It's been a long time since someone has dared to talk to me in this way. Not even the faction leaders can be this wanton in front of me. However, you do bring me some entertainment. As a reward, I'll turn you into one of my servants." Deathless Prince's words were filled with boundless confidence, as he wasn't afraid of Jacob at all, even if he was a legendary king on the same level as him. After all, the moment Jacob stepped into this place, he was already under the core location of Noxvala city, and this place was the most secure and deadly in the entire city. That's why the Deathless Prince didn't even flinch when he realized that Darkstar was an imposter, and from the start, the initiative was in his hands. The Deathless Prince wasn't fearless. Instead, he was very cunning and calculating, as a necromancer who relies on the undead to dominate his opponents. However, this time, Deathless Prince made a huge error, which was that the opponent in front of him wasn't some ragtag legendary king, but a quasi-myth, not to mention Jacob's other prowess, which was enough to annihilate him millions of times no matter what kind of trick he used. Sigh, Jacob sighed helplessly, which made the Deathless Prince angry as he thought Jacob was too arrogant and still wanted to resist. "Well, I guess I'll just use Soul Search on you and then take your place. I hope I got the memoirs I want," Jacob dismissively stated. Arrogant Boz, Deathless Prince, was about to activate the formation and his undead minions when he heard two words filled with mystical power, and those words were about to be the last words he would ever hear: Slumber Hex. The next moment, the entire hall fell into deadly silence, and all the momentum of those undead instantly plummeted before completely vanishing as they turned into brainless puppets. However, those undead didn't start attacking indiscriminately because the Deathless Prince was still alive, and as long as he was alive, they wouldn't go rogue. Jacob remained indifferent to this scene as he had expected this outcome, but a flicker of elation flashed past his eyes. I was right. As long as a part of my true body is exposed, I can use cursed mana as I please. There's no need to expose my true body. However, I still don't know if revealing a part of my body can be detected by that detestable bastard. Nonetheless, the Gluttony Mask is really terrifying even in its dormant state. The stronger its rank, the more control it provides to its owner. I can't imagine just how powerful this thing will become once it is truly awakened. But it's still a double-edged sword for me, and I'm afraid that without Cursed Immortality and Infinity Pendant, it would have already been out of my control and continuously tried to unite with its counterpart. I wondered where that woman is right now. Jacob couldn't help but think about the beauty, which was like the goddess of darkness, and a peculiar glimmer flashed in his eyes before it vanished as he now stood in front of the unconscious Deathless Prince. Without hesitation, Jacob placed his bone finger on Deathless Prince's temple and muttered, "Soul Search." The Deathless Prince's motionless body instantly trembled the moment Jacob's soul force penetrated and effortlessly broke into his soul totem, and a string of memories flooded into Jacob's mind. Besides his newfound reason to get information about Autarch, Jacob's primary purpose of coming to Noxville City was because he wanted the Deathless Prince's appearance so he could enter the elemental galaxy of the Dark Kingdom, the Dark Regal Galaxy, without going through all the troubles even the Dark Dupes have to face, for there lies another law essence. 992, Chapter 1092, Chapter 1092. Dark Prince Authority. At this moment, under Jacob's soul search, cracks began to appear on the Deathless Prince's soul totem, and Jacob knew this was the sign of the Deathless Prince's impending death if he didn't stop. I still don't get anything related to Autarch yet. However, my early suspicion is confirmed. He was after Autarch because of the Throne of Death. I can still extract more memories, but doing so will kill this guy, and I might still not get anything on Autarch. I guess I have to trust Autarch. Jacob thought gloomily before he stopped using the soul search. The Deathless Prince almost fell off his throne, and this time, those undead showed signs of breaking free from the Deathless Prince's control, especially those legendary king rank undead kneeling beside his throne. Yet, Jacob didn't show any sign of alarm and thought, Gluttony Genesis. The next moment, Darkstar's face transformed into a dark void, emitting a terrifying attraction force that locked onto the almost dead Deathless Prince's visage. Without any resistance, the Deathless Prince's entire body was sucked into the seemingly boundless darkness. Gluttony shapeshift. Jacob's emotionless voice rang, and the next moment, Deathstar's body started to morph into Deathless Prince. Within a moment, the Deathless Prince seemed to be born again, but his eyes were more ruthless and indifferent. A ghostly light flashed in his abyssal eyes, and all those undead who showed signs of resistance trembled before quickly reverting to their peaceful state. A necromancer's death law and comprehension are truly different from someone like me, who only comprehended death law at a superficial level. However, Soulmancer is still more profound and complex, Jacob thought as he sat on the Noxvalis throne just like the Deathless Prince a moment ago. Jacob called out coldly at this moment, Dark Rose. In the gloomy throne hall, a crimson light flashed in the middle, and a blurry silhouette of light appeared in front of the Deathless Prince. Moreover, the moment this silhouette appeared, a crimson light suddenly flashed over Deathless Prince, but Jacob didn't react and remained indifferent as if already expected this action. At this moment, the Dark Soul ring on Deathless Prince's hand flickered with a unique mark, and Deathless Prince's soul totem sigil suddenly manifested above his Dark Soul ring. Although, as a dark being, the Deathless Prince can only use Dark Network, it doesn't really matter to the Dark Kingdom or any neutral faction because they have branches in the Dark Network just like in the Star Network. The common belief of the living beings was that the Dark Network was exclusive to the Dead faction, but it wasn't true at all. Any dark being, whether they belonged to the Dead faction or not, could gain access to the Dark Network unless they were wanted by the Dark Network, just like Star criminals of the Star Network. However, it was still a fact that the Dark Network was slightly biased towards the Dead faction, just like the Star Network seemed biased towards the Life faction. This was a mystery no one could understand, nor has anyone the means or power to probe it. At this moment, the crimson light on Deathless Prince vanished, and the crimson silhouette, who was Dark Rose, the artificial intelligence and most likely a Machina unit of the Dark Kingdom, spoke in a static voice. Are you really Deathless Prince? Jacob wasn't surprised by Dark Rose's underlying interrogation because he knew Dark Rose monitored everyone within the territories of the Dark Kingdom without exception. Not even a Dark Prince could escape from her monitoring. You just confirmed my identity yourself. Do you still have doubts? Jacob subtly replied without any intention of answering her question straightforwardly. According to Black Mechanic, every Machina unit under the three absolute factions was actually red-rank spirit mechanics, born with 3 connate aspects, which ranked below Black Mechanic's previous blue rank, born with 5 connate aspects, before it turned black after Jacob used a wish to tame it. That's why, no matter how rational their cognitive abilities were, and what they witnessed, as long as their analytical logic didn't find any fault, they would still work as usual. That's why Jacob didn't bother to hide himself and directly devoured the Deathless Prince while knowing that the Dark Rose was watching because he knew that as long as he could prove his identity, the Dark Rose wouldn't be able to do anything. This was a massive flaw of Machina units below blue rank, and Black Mechanic also told Jacob that these spirit mechanics of the 3 absolute factions were probably under the secret control of SAAI or Undying Will without even their owners realizing it, making it even more difficult for them to break free from their core commands. So, Jacob was now taking advantage of this huge flaw. Just as Black Mechanic emphasized, Dark Rose became silent in front of Jacob's question because she had conformed to the Deathless Prince's identity with her unique scanning authority, and there was nothing wrong with it. Even the Soul Totem sigil was the same. So, despite her rational question earlier, she can't do anything else unless she can confirm that this person was not the Deathless Prince. Neither could she initiate any defensive protocols nor investigation because the Deathless Prince was a Dark Prince rank official Dark Noble. Unless someone with a higher authority inquired about it or the Deathless Prince betrayed the Dark Kingdom, he was untouchable. Dark Rose spoke in a static voice. Identity confirmed. Greetings, Deathless Prince. What can I do for you today? A hint of mockery surfaced in Jacob's eyes as he thought about the time when he was afraid of Dark Rose and Dark City. Yet now, after taming Black Mechanic, he knows more than even the faction leaders of the three absolute factions about these so-called all-knowing artificial intelligences. Without hesitation, he ordered, "I'm using my authority as Dark Prince to open a teleportation gateway into the Dark Regal Galaxy." After a moment of silence, Dark Rose's voice rang. "Teleportation gateway for Deathless Prince will be ready in 3 days. 1193, Chapter 1093, Dark Prince Authority 2. After giving the Dark Rose his command, Jacob didn't keep Dark Rose any further, and the latter also didn't stick around and vanished. At that moment, Jacob communicated through his thoughts and asked impassively, "Black Mechanic, what are the chances of you taking over Dark Rose?" "As long as we can find the Machina unit of the Dark Kingdom, I can turn Dark Rose into my Machina unit as long as the Spirit Mechanic isn't Violet rank. However, I'm 90% sure that Dark Rose isn't even a Blue rank, so I'm confident in taking over." The Black Mechanic replied stoically without hesitation. Jacob was pleased with this answer as he nodded. "Well, our destination happened to be the Dark Regal Galaxy. According to your database, that's where the Dark Kingdom's core secrets lie. Unlike the other powers, the Dark Kingdom mostly keeps its reserve powers and trump cards in Dark Regal Galaxy. They didn't seem to be afraid of someone destroying the Cosmic Gateway or losing its ownership to others. So, the Machina unit might also be there. If you discovered its presence, we might as well take it. With it, all the secrets and top-class knowledge the Dark Kingdom has gathered will be ours, not to mention a Machina unit. It will surely go as Sir planned," Black Mechanic acknowledged without any doubt. Jacob casually added this challenging and dangerous task to his list as if he were going to buy some trifle property on the street, and Black Mechanic accepted it just as easily. If others heard them, they would think both of them were suicidal lunatics. "Oh, and analyze this Dark Soul ring, see if something interesting is in it," Jacob ordered before he stopped communicating with Black Mechanic. At this moment, Jacob's focus shifted to his skeletal palm. There was a pale blue imprint of an eye encircled in a cube. A pale light flashed in his eyes, and the imprint on his palm seemed to come alive, and the next moment, an ethereal black cube etched with a glowing pale blue eye on all sides appeared. Moreover, the moment this ethereal cube appeared, all the undead present in the hall shivered as if they had an instinctive fear of it. Necrotic Eye, the Deathless Prince's advanced legendary king rank treasure. He stumbled upon it in an elemental galaxy filled with death mist when he was searching for a legendary vestige. Not only did he get a suitable vestige, but he also got this powerful necromancer treasure, and this was the main reason he became so powerful and rose above all. But now, it's mine. Jacob clenched his palm, and the necrotic eye turned into an imprint again. This was another ability of the Gluttony Mask, as it only devoured its target, not their belongings. Once Jacob turned into that disguise, all their belongings would be his without exception. Not to mention, even the soul totem sigils on them would be replaced by his real body. Right now, Deathless Prince's entire body was covered in treasures, including his robes, which were basic legendary king rank defensive treasure suitable for Deathlaw practitioners. Not to mention the strongest treasure in the possession of the Deathless Prince, the Necrotic Eye. Moreover, there was also a space bracelet, which was also a legendary king rank space treasure. After he built the mechanized Sovereign Tower, he was running low on materials, so getting the legendary king's entire wealth was quite welcoming. However, even this was just an appetizer because there was still the entire treasury of the Castle of Noxvalis. As for acquiring Dark Law essence from the Noxvalis city or the Deathless Prince's collection, there wasn't any, for Jacob had already seen those memories. According to the Deathless Prince's memories, the Dark Law essence was under the control of one person as their private property, and no one could obtain any of it, regardless of the price offered. After arranging Deathless Prince's treasures and sorting out any extra memorabilia, Jacob finally put his focus on something else, which was equally important. "Nyx, I want you to start searching for Autarch," Jacob ordered. Although the ritual connected him and Autarch, they still need to be in close vicinity to contact each other. Furthermore, Jacob can actually sense Autarch's general direction if he puts his mind to it, but he needs to reveal his actual body. Exposing just a part of it won't work. Moreover, using a wish was also an option. Still, Jacob wanted to avoid it, as he had already told Autarch a method to contact him once Autarch had finished its evolution. Not to mention that at that time, he had another plan for the Myriad Galaxy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have buried Autarch in the Myriad Galaxy castle. However, after so much time had passed, everything changed, and now that method too required him to be constantly in his actual body, which was extremely dangerous for him. So, he wanted to see if he could find Autarch before ending his trip to the Dark Regal Galaxy. If he couldn't, he would use a wish to find Autarch. After all, Autarch was just like Nyx, too essential to discard or leave behind. Tiesk, you're paying that insect too much attention. With his abilities, I don't think he'll die so easily. He's probably playing with his puppets right now. Nyx's annoyed voice rang, clearly unhappy about Jacob's attention on Autark ever since he had found out about it. Jacob retorted coldly, I don't ask for your input, just start searching for Autark. If he's following orders, then I'm sure he's constantly searching for me, and that makes it dangerous because it can expose his whereabouts, or he might fall into someone's hands who is also searching for me. What? This is totally illogical. How could someone else find him while he's searching for you? Just how is he searching for you anyway? Nyx couldn't help but ask in curiosity. Jacob didn't have a plan to hide this matter, as only Nyx could search for Autark at this moment, and he needed to focus on the matter at hand. I made 2 contingencies when I left Autark there, and at that time, there wasn't any danger to my life. The first contingency was simple. I instructed Autark to search for the virtual star world using my star ID. However, so much had happened, and I found Black Mechanic and the truth behind those networks, so I don't want to use my ID unless SAAI, Undying Will, or the people behind them are already in possession of my star ID and waiting for me to expose myself, not to mention that hunter. So, I need you to find anyone who is searching for Faceless Ancient within the virtual star world. Although I'm sure Autark won't expose his intentions like that, for I specifically ordered Autark to send me a private message. Still, Autark might overreact, so keep an eye out. I'll deal with it once I'm done here personally if you couldn't find Autark's traces. Oh, so that's how it is. You are afraid that if someone else is also searching for the Faceless Ancient, that insect might fall into a trap. With his intelligence, I can imagine it happening. Nyx gloated before she asked intently, what about the second contingency? Jacob's voice turned stern and icy. None of your business. D-194, Chapter 1094, The Serpent Abyss Forest. The lands of the legendary plains stretched far and wide, but few were as bewitching and perilous as the vast dominion that spread beneath skies of shimmering dusk, where air carried both fragrance and venom. Rolling plains turned to jagged ridges, rivers flowed like silver serpents across endless valleys, and strange flora pulsed with faint bioluminescence beneath the never-ending twilight. Every breath here carried an allure, yet also a hidden sting, for this was the great cosmic continent of Libra, a land where balance was law, yet poison was its secret tongue. Deep within Libra's heart lay a forest feared by many, whispered of by travelers, and avoided even by the legendary kings, an ancient and venomous domain known as the Serpent Abyss Forest. Here, the trees towered like emerald giants, their roots gnarled and dripping with toxic dew, vines glistened like serpents coiling in wait, and the very air was thick with invisible mists of venom. To those who did not belong to serpent kind, each step was a sentence of death, bitten by unseen fangs, pierced by countless ambushes, or poisoned by the forest itself. Yet within this nightmare of fangs and toxins, treasures bloomed. Rare herbs whose petals shimmered with lethal beauty grew only in the Serpent Abyss Forest. Alchemists across the legendary plains dreamed of these poisonous marvels. Flowers that could grant power, leaves that could cure or kill, and roots that carried venom potent enough to melt the bones of legendary kings. But such wonders were guarded by the rulers of this forest as numerous tribes of serpent races, scaled warriors, viper-blooded shamans, and Naga clans fought endlessly for dominance. Yet none could escape the shadow of the apex rulers of this forest, the Lamia race. Half woman, half serpent, as they were one of those rare races that worship the zodiacs, and Lamia worshipped none other than the Libra, and believed that they embodied the dangerous beauty of Libra itself. From the waist upward they bore the ethereal elegance of elves, their faces captivating, their gazes enchanting. From the waist downward they carried the powerful coils of serpents, their scales gleaming with venomous luster. Their dual nature made them unrivaled, the grace of maidens fused with the lethality of serpents. No tribe, no race in this forest could rival them and revered them without any expectation, not to mention the fabled Lamia queen, who was rumored to be as strong as any faction leader. Moreover, there was a legend that once the spirit poison king, known as the most potent practitioner of poison, attempted to infiltrate the Serpent Abyss forest to claim all its poisonous riches. Yet he fled in a sorry state because he seemed to have encountered the Lamia queen and never dared to return. At the center of the Serpent Abyss forest, the Lamia's domain stretched in splendor. Emerald groves intertwined with crystalline pools of venom, where the Lamia danced and sang beneath the canopy of giant trees. Their laughter once carried through the mists, their voices like the chiming of bells, blending eerily with the rustling leaves and distant hissing of their kin. But now, that vibrancy seemed to have gone. Where once songs and laughter rang, silence reigned like a shroud. The air was still, heavy with a deathly calm. The Lamias stood in their thousands, their flawless forms coiled in eerie stillness, faces devoid of expression. They moved only when commanded, every gesture precise, every step identical, as though bound by unseen strings. It was not the forest's venom that now ruled them. It was a will, a single, overwhelming will. Even the trees seemed to recoil, the creatures of the forest gone silent, as if the Serpent Abyss itself acknowledged a new master. At the very heart of this suffocating calm lay the Lamia Queen's residence, a palace grown of living vines and crystalline scales, glowing faintly with the green-blue sheen of venomous light. There she sat, the Lamia Queen. Once a figure of awe and kindness, her people had beloved her beauty radiant like moonlight, her gaze gentle and warm, her laughter the heart of the Lamias' joy. But now, her beauty was no less breathtaking, yet it had undergone a transformation. Her eyes, once soft, now gleamed with cold calculation, devoid of any emotions. Her lips, once curved in warmth, now rested in a cruelly perfect line. She exuded a majesty laced with poison, as though every glance could enslave, every smile could kill. Where there had been kindness, now only icy ruthlessness remained. The Lamia Queen no longer seemed like a mother to her kin. She seemed like a sovereign who viewed her people not as daughters and sisters, but as pawns, pieces on a board she would not hesitate to sacrifice for victory. At this moment, the Lamia Queen's serpent eyes shone with a sharp light as she sent a mental command. Continue to capture all the legendary rank beings from the Viper Shaman race and gather all the materials and treasures they have accumulated. Also, send everyone else who surrendered into the poison skyworm nest. It'll surely evolve into a sky lindworm. Just need more nutrition, as the Nagas weren't enough. Yes, my lord. An emotionless voice sounded in acknowledgement right after the Lamia Queen had given her order. The Lamia Queen's expression didn't change at all as she shifted her focus to the Soul Star Watch, which was quite strange because previously, anything related to the Star Network was forbidden within the Serpent Abyss Forest. Everyone hates the Star Network, especially Lamias, because they believe that the Star Network is the enemy of the Libra. So, if someone saw the Lamia Queen personally using a Soul Star Watch, they would be shocked and think the Lamia Queen was an imposter. At this moment, the Lamia Queen didn't enter the virtual star world. Instead, a projection appeared in front of her. It was a projection of an inbox, and within it was only one name filled with multiple messages. Suddenly, a rare trace of confusion flickered in Lamia Queen's eyes as she started writing the same message to the same star ID owner. I'm waiting for your order, sir. Send by brain. Order 98080 to Faceless Ancient, DA195. Chapter 1095, The Marionettist. At this moment, the Lamia Queen or Autarch suddenly closed the projection as a ripple of static cut across her mind. It was one of her puppet guards. For an instant, the Queen's eyes, like twin polished emeralds, brightened with a ruthless light. Her lips tightened, she icily commanded, "Don't do anything." No sooner had the command vanished than the air around the palace convulsed. A pressure of raw soul energy fell like winter over the throne room. Autarch has easily seen through the legendary king's soul senses. At that moment, a voice, low and edged with an emotion the forest had not heard in generations, carried through the halls. It was both command and accusation, the tone of a thing that had waited and hunted until patience snapped. Lamia Queen, come out. The Lamia Queen's pupils narrowed. For the briefest heartbeat, a flicker of calculation passed across her features. Then she vanished from the throne as if unstitched from the world. Above the palace, hovering like an impossible eclipse, a ring of presence answered the call as Lamia Queen, Autarch, had appeared, and in front of her were a few legendary kings releasing powerful soul pressures. Furthermore, there were 3 Tier 3 legendary kings among these legendary kings. They were the terrors of the Abyss Forest, the apex rulers of tribes that had once held entire reaches of the Serpent Abyss. Their silhouettes were enormous against the canopy, each a living nightmare made manifest as coils like ruinous columns, plated scales like iron doors, and eyes that burned with a hunted, venomous fury. They did not look like statues. They did not look like constructs. They looked like grief had given teeth. Autarch's knowledge of them was precise. The air about him hummed with recognition. The identities were not guessed. Their presences shouted their names in the raw signature of bloodlines and battle scars. Here were the Naga warlord, whose hooded crown still carried the echoes of tidal myths. The Viper matriarch, thin-limbed and coiled in lethal elegance. The giant serpent chief, scales like broken obsidian and a voice like avalanches. Furthermore, these legendary kings were actually the last surviving remnants of tribes dispersed by the Lamias' purge, and some of them were those who joined forces to save themselves from the same fate. Among them, the face of Giant Serpent Chief was carved in hatred as he had the posture of a predator who had watched his young devoured, dens razed, and banners burned. After the Giant Serpent tribe was the first to experience the Lamia Queen's tyranny as the second strongest tribe after the Lamia race. Every one of them had reasons a sane world would call monstrous as slaughtered kin, nests emptied, heritage garbage swept into the Lamia's maw. In front of them, Autarch stood alone without any hint of remorse or emotions, and with the Lamia Queen's untouched beauty, there was no softness in it, as if she smiled only with the geometry of a blade. Furthermore, below them, thousands of Lamia troops remained motionless as always, Autarch's puppetry precise and absolute, but above, the air tasted of war. At this moment, Autarch spoke emotionlessly. I thought you guys had fled like cowards, yet you came directly to my doorsteps. Well, it saved me the trouble of finding you all one by one. Under the Lamia Queen's indifferent speech, the legendary kings almost went mad, as some of them still couldn't believe it was the same Lamia Queen who had never meddled in affairs outside her kingdom. At that moment, the Giant Serpent Chief stepped forward until his enormous head loomed over the palace garden. He was the largest of them, massive and knotted with old wounds. The memory of the Lamias' cruelty was carved across his flesh like a map of loss. When he spoke, his voice rolled like a landslide, slow, saturated with a sorrow that had curdled into rage. You took our nests and didn't even spare our young. He did not shout, he delivered each word as if counting the beads of an unpayable debt. Your daughters slayed my sons and then raised their bones as trophies beneath your moonlit feasts. My people, my son, threw himself between me and your blades. He bled out while your serpents danced. I watched him become bait so your brood could thrive. The chief's coils tightened. A ragged snarl creased the corners of his jagged maw. Around him, the legendary kings flexed like tightening ropes. Hatred made muscle. You started extinguishing us without reason, he spat. Not war, not vote. You chose slaughter while wearing the mask of sovereignty. You declared we were fringe, expendable, then burned our villages for sport. We fled, we bled, we begged allies, and we were ignored, until now. His many-forked tongue flicked as if tasting the air. He lifted his head, eyes burning with the fever of an old plan reborn. We could not stand alone. So, I struck pacts in the hidden places, Naga, Viper, and others. We called the scattered kings, every hidden king in the forest. It's all thanks to you, as I was able to gather them by blood oath, by hunger, by the taste of your terror. If we strike together, we tear you down, Lamaya Queen. If we fall as kings. But if you survive this, you will inherit a world of corpses. The giant serpent chief did not wait for applause. There was none. He did not need cheers. His statement hung in the air like a blade. Around him, the Naga's hood rustled in cold amusement. The Viper matriarch coiled a dangerous balance, but all shared the same naked resolve. Their faces, contorted with decades of grief and madness, made a collective promise. The Lamia Queen's crown would be paid for with blood. However, Autark's expression did not flicker as she listened with the serene contempt of someone who had watched lesser beings bargain for mercy. At that moment, Autark suddenly looked towards the Naga and said, Naga warlord, I guess you were too busy mingling with these poltroons that you have no idea about the decimation of Nagas. Well, after you, I guess there won't be anyone who will remember them anymore. The Naga warlord's cold demeanor instantly crumbled while the other legendary kings, including the giant serpent chief, were astounded by this sudden news. Although they might be secretly allying and planning to bring down the tyrannical Lamia Queen, they were still paying attention to their nests and knew that the Lamia Queen had been moving all this time. Without the Lamia Queen, it was nigh impossible to bring down the Naga tribe, yet something unthinkable had happened. It wasn't their fault in the first place because it wasn't the Lamia Queen in front of them, but a legendary fantastic insect, and all the Lamias were turned into its puppets. They had no idea that as time passed, Autark had familiarized himself with his prowess, and as Autark stayed away from Jacob all this time, it turned out to be a blessing. Now, Autark knew more about his abilities than he ever had a chance under Jacob's protection. Furthermore, Autark was only a step away from becoming a legendary king, and all these legendary kings unknowingly delivered themselves to Autark as its breakthrough materials. 1296. Chapter 296, The Marionettist. The Naga warlord's eyes widened, his hood trembling, his massive body shuddering as though struck by a thunderclap. His voice broke from fury into disbelief, words tumbling like fragments of stone. I, is it true? My tribe truly gone? His voice, usually a chilling tide of authority, now sounded hollow, raw with disbelief and dread. His gaze burned with blinding hatred as if he wanted to swallow the Lamia Queen whole. But Autark's reply came with indifferent cruelty, sharp as ice. Why would I need to lie to someone like you? The words cut deeper than 1,000 blades, and before the venom of silence could settle, Autark tilted his chin ever so slightly toward the Viper matriarch, his gaze empty and merciless. Oh, and my people are already moving toward your tribe. With you gone, your bloodline's legacy will be buried, just like all the others here today. A shiver ran through the Viper matriarch's slender body, her scales glistening cold with sudden dread. The air itself grew tight, suffocating. Not just her, but all of them felt it as a chill crept into the marrow of every legendary king present. For the first time, the truth pressed upon them as this was no mere tyrant queen. This was something else, something that had already spread its strings further than they ever imagined. The giant serpent chief roared, unable to endure the provocation any longer, his voice tearing through the skies like an avalanche. Inoj! Today you die, witch! The Naga warlord, maddened by grief and fury, surged forward with lethal intent, his tidal aura crashing down like oceans falling from the heavens. The Viper matriarch, too, unable to resist her tribe's looming doom, struck with venomous elegance, her fangs dripping law-infused poison. All at once, the legendary kings charged, their laws igniting in a storm of elemental force, thunder, venom, earth, water, lava. The air of the Serpent Abyss forest quaked under their wrath. But Autark remained motionless. Hovering above the palace, his eyes shone with eerie tranquility. His voice was quiet, almost bored, yet it spread across heaven and earth like the toll of an execution bell. Domain Marionettist. Right at that moment, behind the Lamia Queen's form, the phantom of a soul totem erupted into being. But it was no serpent, no emblem of Lamia sovereignty. It was a centipede, a monstrous, spiral-coiled centipede, its segmented body writhing with countless legs. Each leg shimmered with ghastly soul light, and as it unfurled, those legs stretched outward, becoming strings. Strings that writhed like living tendrils, expanding in every direction until the very sky seemed woven with their presence. The giant serpent chief's eyes went wide in horror. Her soul totem. This isn't the Lamia Queen's. What are you? But before he could finish, the centipede strings writhed and slithered, descending upon them with an alien will. The aura that poured forth was not Lamia-born, nor serpent-born. It was foreign, ancient, and incomprehensible. The domain of the marionettist spread over the battlefield, the air warped, the ground twisted. The laws that the legendary kings had wielded for unknown years bent and broke. Their power faltered, suppressed by the impossible weight of a unique law. The Viper Matriarch's face went pale, her tongue trembling. This is suppression, a unique law. But it was already too late. The strings shot forth, unhindered by defenses, piercing through every treasure and shattering barriers as if they were paper. They sank into flesh, burrowed into souls, and the kings roared as a corrosive, invasive soul force infiltrated the very core of their beings. They thrashed, they struck, they burned with power that could shake continents, but nothing tore the strings away. Their laws, their mana, their weapons, all useless. However, Autarch wasn't done as Lamia Queen's voice, detached and frigid, resonated through the collapsing battlefield. Marionettist, Epulae Cerebri. AN, Brain Feast, at once the strings pulsed. A mystic suction force erupted, pulling from the very essence of the kings. Their memories, their consciousness, their soul essence, all drawn into the writhing web of Autarch's domain. The legendary kings screamed, fury and despair mixing in their dying howls. Their struggles weakened, their bodies convulsing as their souls unraveled. The giant serpent chief's last coherent thought was the bitter realization that their siege and defiance were laughable. They had not come to kill a tyrant queen. They had come to offer themselves to a monster beyond comprehension. Their eyes dimmed one by one, their roars fading into silence. Above it all, the centipede soul totem began to shift. Its segments thickened, its phantom form swelling with stolen might. With each devoured king, its coils grew longer, its strings more numerous, until its body exuded the majesty of ascension. Autarch stood calm in its center, his aura climbing higher and higher, and at that moment the skies thundered and the earth quaked. The marionettist was breaking through from a legendary lord into a legendary king. The forest howled in silence as the legendary king's last cries had already faded, their towering forms crumpling like husks with the strings still lodged within them, twitching faintly as if mocking their final resistance. Right at that moment, boom. The sky split with thunder not born of weather but of law, and there was a trace of profound rage as if the universe was unwilling to see it happen yet helpless. The air convulsed as the centipede soul totem behind the Lamia Queen warped violently, shedding its translucent phantom veil. Its body, once spectral, now gleamed with obsidian black chitin. Every segment was carved with ancient sigils that pulsed in eerie rhythm. The countless legs, now strings of shimmering soul light, danced and slithered, stitching themselves into the heavens like an abomination sewing the world shut. The marionettist totem was evolving. Autarch, still cloaked in the Lamia Queen's breathtaking form, floated with absolute stillness at its heart. His eyes reflected nothing but cold calculation, yet his aura surged higher with each heartbeat. The souls of the fallen kings screamed as they were torn apart, drawn into the centipede's endless coils. Their essences, their laws, their millennia of cultivation were devoured and woven into new strings. The ground beneath the Lamia Queen's palace shattered, split apart as if the world itself could not withstand the ascension. At that moment, an invisible threshold seemed to have been finally broken. Autarch's aura erupted like a tidal wave, drowning the serpent abyss forest in sheer suppression. Right now, he stepped into the realm of the legendary king. The centipede totem bellowed a soundless shriek as it shed its skin, unfurling into a spiral of strings so vast it blotted out the twilight sky. Each string vibrated with the resonance of soul laws, and wherever they touched, space warped, trees withered, and even the lingering mist of poison bowed. This was no ordinary breakthrough. This was the birth of a fantastic insect king. At that moment, Autarch slowly raised a hand. Below, the Lamia army, thousands of them, turned in eerie unison. Their eyes glowed with puppet-like obedience, and their bodies bent forward in mechanical reverence, as if recognizing their true sovereign's rise. The forest itself seemed to kneel. Beasts hidden in the shadows fell silent. The poisonous rivers stilled. Even the wind refused to stir. Furthermore, the lifeless corpses of the legendary kings jerked. Strings still pierced their flesh, but now the strings pulsed with light, and their bodies stiffly rose again, eyes hollow, their grandeurs stripped, leaving only shells bound to the will of the marionettist. Autarch had not only devoured their souls, he had claimed their husks as new king puppets. His voice, cold as the grave, echoed across the forest like a decree. From this day forth, the Serpent Abyss forest will be known as the Marionettist Kingdom. The centipede soul totem behind him coiled tighter, the last fragments of the king's essence merging into its body. With each pulse, the air thickened, as though the forest itself was now caught in strings. Autarch tilted his chin upward, his eyes glinting with a hint of eerie longing as if waiting for someone. 197, Chapter 1097, The Yewanderi of Heretic. The instant autarch soul totem evolved into the legendary king state, somewhere far beyond the serpent abyss, a voice that had slumbered in eternal vigilance suddenly convulsed. The surrounding void fractured like glass, collapsing inward as though it could not contain its fury. Stars in its vicinity went supernova, galaxies folded like paper, and the weight of its roar tore countless dimensions apart. Unbelievable! The voice cracked across the cosmos, a mix of rage and disbelief. How is this possible? How could a lowly insect elude my control and rise to this level? Why, why can't I interfere? Are the universal rules no longer binding me? The surrounding space shrieked, folding into annihilation. An entire star cluster was reduced to sparks of ash. No, I can't let this continue. This heretic walks a path forbidden. If left unchecked, he will rip apart the very balance. I need a hand. Yes, whiteness. Only he can cross into that cursed veil. Even if he interferes, even if the protectors stir, this matter cannot be left to fester. Its fury turned into mad resolve, its will dragging reality into nothingness. Right at that moment, like the striking of a divine gong, a single silvery seed, woven of a profound law with a hint of forbidden aura, was expelled into the non-space between time and reality. The voice's final command rolled like judgment. Whiteness. My loyal subject, bring that heretic to me, no matter what. The roar faded, the void stitched itself back into fragile wholeness, but the wound it left behind was too deep. That chaotic scar would fester into a forbidden region, birthing horrors that should never be. This day, many terrifying existences felt that maddening fury and sent their loyal subordinates to investigate quickly. Similarly, some taboo existences became curious and silently opened their eyes in shadows, observing with great amusement, just like they always have, far away, hidden in the folds of space, in a pristine white dimension, silence ruled. A child floated cross-legged in slumber. Whiteness. His hair spread like molten snow, and his adorable porcelain face was too still, as though he had been sleeping for centuries. After Whiteness's last encounter with Constellation Arbiter Leo, the former was forced to flee despite trying to fight the latter. However, at that time, the Constellation Arbiter Leo was still under the protection of the rules, and Whiteness was suppressed entirely, suffering a humiliation he would never forget as long as he lived. Nonetheless, Whiteness didn't retreat and return home because he hadn't received the orders to retreat, and as a loyal subject, how could he abandon his mission? Even if it meant certain death, or he ended up offending a terrifying existence, Whiteness would never retreat so easily unless it was the order of his lord. That's to stay hidden. Whiteness decided to hide in the depths of space between the middle planes and the universal void by using his unique power. It fell into this hibernation state while silently waiting for a chance to make a comeback. However, right at this moment, the dimension itself shuddered. Its walls warped into nothingness as a silver radiance coalesced. The silvery seed emerged, burning with divine weight. Thereafter, Whiteness's eyes snapped open, those eerie, pure white orbs without iris or pupil, brimming with secrets no mortal should hold. After a moment of confusion, the moment he saw the seed, his expression shifted from wonder to absolute reverence. He prostrated himself so swiftly that the space beneath him cracked. With a trembling, childlike voice, he whispered, "This subordinate does not deserve supremacy's favor." The silvery seed pulsed, and an ethereal voice, the same one that had shaken galaxies, descended with solemn majesty. My loyal subject, you have been nothing but faithful. For that reason, I entrust you with this task and direct you towards something you may not be familiar with. But not anymore, now know this. What I ask places you in grave peril. Even the universal rules will mark you. If you still accept, take this seed. I shall lend you strength to pierce the laws of the middle planes, granting you a brief entry into it. There, you must track the heretic. No matter where he hides, no matter what veils conceal him, use every means, every compass, every oath, until you find him. For if he rises further, even the gods shall tremble. Bring him back to me, Whiteness, and I shall grant you evolution. Whiteness's childish facade cracked for a heartbeat. His grin twisted, monstrous mirth glimmering in his white eyes, before he forced his face back into an expression of innocence. His tiny hands pressed flat against the cold void as he swore, his voice low, shaking with fanatic devotion. Supremacy, please do not utter such high words. I am unworthy, but I shall not break your trust. Even if I must defy the universal rules, even if I must clash with the fall protectors themselves, even if it costs me the whole of my existence, I will bring the heretic back. The voice responded, deep and grave, with the weight of ancient appreciation. Then rise, my subject. Bear this seed, and let it rewrite your destiny. The silvery seed flared, piercing Whiteness's forehead, burying itself deep into his glabella. The white dimension wailed as forbidden power that should never exist in the middle planes spread outward. Whiteness's small body contorted, glowing with profound sigils as the seed's essence reshaped him. A wave of energy surged that even legendary kings would collapse before. The pristine white realm trembled as if it were about to dissolve into chaos. Whiteness's eyes, wide and blazing, whispered in reverent ecstasy, Heretic, no matter where you hide, I will find you, and when I do, even the stars will weep. Within Noxvalis City, Jacob stood in front of the treasury of Noxvalis Castle, about to open it when, all of a sudden, despite wearing the gluttony mask, something deep within his very soul stirred. However, it was only for a moment, yet the intensity coming from it was enough to even neutralize the effect of the gluttony mask for a moment. It took a moment for Jacob to realize something, and he was astounded. Was that Blood Insect Enslavement Ritual, 1298. Chapter 1098, Leaving the Noxvalis. Jacob was startled when he thought about the blood insect enslavement ritual that suddenly stirred, but it was too sudden and quick. After checking again, he found nothing unusual, which made him uneasy instead of relieved. Did something happen to Autark? Jacob thought, but quickly rejected the idea because the blood insect enslavement still exists, and if Autark were to die, this ritual would be gone as well. Nonetheless, now Jacob was slightly agitated to get Autark back because Autark was just too important. Even the slight excitement about getting the entire treasury of the Noxvalis city was gone in smoke as he coldly looked towards the massive door in front of him. He coldly ordered, "Dark Rose, open it." After confirming the Deathless Prince's identity, Dark Rose didn't make a fuss. Dark Rose opened the treasury door, for only the Deathless Prince could enter this place without needing any permission from anyone. Jacob silently entered the treasury and, without even looking at anything, he emptied it before leaving, issuing a cold command. "I want that teleportation chanting active quickly." He didn't wait for Dark Rose's reply because he knew the Machina unit was constantly monitoring, but it couldn't do anything against the Deathless Prince unless he started harming the Dark Kingdom. However, emptying the treasury wasn't harming the Dark Kingdom, not unless he used those treasures against the Dark Kingdom, not to mention that, as the Deathless Prince, he essentially gathered all the resources, and he can use them however he pleases. For someone like Jacob, 3 days passed like a breeze, but he still couldn't find any traces of Autark, according to Nyx's report. Nonetheless, it makes it quite clear that Autark wasn't desperate enough to announce his name in public to search for him, so he was a little relieved. Moreover, today was the day he would leave this city and hopefully find what he needed quickly. Rash. Beneath the towering fortress of the Noxvalis castle, where shadows gathered like rivers, there was a sealed underground sanctum, a place where only the Dark Prince himself or those directly sanctioned by Dark Rose could tread. The descent was silent. Pillars of obsidian stretched into infinity, carved with soul runes that flickered with a faint, cold brilliance. In the heart of the chamber lay a colossal teleportation circle, etched into the black stone floor with patterns that spiraled like the veins of some ancient creature. Its very presence distorted the air, and each rune pulsed like a heartbeat. Jacob, wearing the Deathless Prince's visage, descended the final steps in silence. His abyssal eyes swept across the sprawling formation. For a moment he lingered, observing the circle's delicate symmetry, the humming flow of dark ether churning like a coiled storm. But he did not speak. Without hesitation, he stepped into the center of the array. The formation stirred at his presence, recognizing the soul totem sigil bound to the Deathless Prince. Then, in that hushed chamber, the mechanical voice of Dark Rose resonated. Final confirmation required. "Dark Prince, do you authorize activation of the teleportation gateway to the Dark Regal Galaxy?" Jacob's response was a cold murmur, utterly devoid of hesitation. "Confirmed." The silence fractured. "Authorization accepted." "Initiating teleportation sequence," Dark Rose intoned. The runes on the circle flared alive, cascading outward in waves of obsidian light. The chamber trembled as a pillar of black luminescence erupted, wrapping Jacob's form in a cocoon of shifting ether. For a heartbeat, his body seemed to fracture into shards of shadow, stretched between realms, and then he vanished. However, the moment his presence was erased from the sanctum, Dark Rose's voice spoke again, flat and cold, echoing into the hollow chamber. "Notification, Deathless Prince has left Noxvalis City. Temporary administrative authority transferred to Dark Rose. Per directive protocol, suspicious activities of the Deathless Prince will be forwarded to Dark Grand Duke." Her voice lingered like static in the stone before the runes dimmed, and silence reclaimed the chamber as if nothing had ever occurred. The space folded. Jacob emerged elsewhere. Another chamber, eerily similar in design but broader, the air denser, filled with the pressure of old authority, and at the center stood a single figure, waiting. A towering giant, nearly 10 meters tall, clad in regal black robes that shimmered with runic embroidery. His presence was suffocating, every motion deliberate, and the moment he saw the Deathless Prince, his gaze was sharp with the weight of old grudges. The moment his eyes landed on Jacob, hostility flashed like lightning before it twisted into a mocking smile as his deep voice rang with cruel amusement. "Oh, it's been a while, Deathless. I wasn't expecting you to crawl back into the Dark Regal Galaxy, especially not after what happened last time." The words were dipped in venom, sarcasm, and an unmistakable gloating edge, as if he had been waiting for this moment, savoring the opportunity to sting the Deathless Prince. Jacob's expression did not falter, though his thoughts churned coldly. "I don't have any memories of what this guy is talking about, but I know exactly who he is." His eyes glinted with ruthless indifference as he replied, voice sharp as frost, "Warlock Prince. Indeed, it has been a long time." Now, if you would stop your incessant chatter and lead me to the cosmic gate, I would appreciate it. I don't have time to waste idling with you. This was Warlock Prince, another of the Dark Princes, guardian of the cosmic gateway that connected the Dark Regal Galaxy to realms beyond. Unlike others, his role was permanent, binding him to this hidden location as sentinel and warden. Furthermore, among the Dark Princes, his relations with the Deathless Prince were notoriously bitter, fraught with rivalry and disdain for some unknown reason. Yet duty demanded otherwise. The Warlock Prince's sarcastic smile only widened, his aura pressing faintly like a storm testing its prey. But in the end, he chuckled and turned, the echo of his voice lingering like poison. Very well, Deathless. Follow me. Let's see how long you last this time. 199, Chapter 1099, Dark Regal Galaxy. The chamber trembled as the Warlock Prince's heavy footsteps echoed through the hollow expanse. He led Jacob, still cloaked in the Deathless Prince's visage, through a towering corridor of black crystal, and along the walls flowed rivers of faint starlight, like veins channeling the lifeblood of the abyss itself. At this moment, the passage ended, and before them lay an expanse beyond reason, a colossal chasm suspended in a space of unending shadow. At its center floated an immense structure. It was the Cosmic Gate. It was shaped like an ancient monolith, older than even the Dark Kingdom itself, its edges carved with incomprehensible geometries that seemed to fold space and reflect time. Rings upon rings of obsidian metal revolved slowly, intersected by cracks that glowed with shifting nebulae of purple and crimson. Within its center pulsed a tear in reality, an ever-swirling vortex of starlit darkness. The hum it emitted wasn't sound but a vibration of the soul, as if the gate itself were breathing, proof as the cosmic gates didn't just bridge planes, it devoured the distance between them. Jacob's eyes briefly reflected its impossible beauty, yet his expression remained untouched, calm, detached, and calculating, as he knew every cosmic gate was unique. The more powerful an elemental galaxy or planet, the more profound its cosmic gateway. At this moment, tonelessly, the Warlock Prince sneered and retrieved something from the folds of his dark robes. It was a disk, a metallic sphere etched with rotating runes that pulsed with abyssal rhythm. With a flick of his wrist, the disk floated from his palm and disassembled into spiraling fragments, which then fused with the gate. The entire chamber roared as the cosmic gateway seemed to be awakening. Lightning made of pure dark law rippled across its rings, arcs of warped gravity folded light inward. The gate's heart expanded, revealing a corridor of flickering galaxies and ruptured starlight, a path between planes. Without a word, Jacob stepped forward. However, just as he was about to enter, the Warlock Prince's voice rang behind him, sharp and jeering, dripping with contempt. "I'll see you soon, Deathless, that is, if you're still alive." Jacob paused for the briefest instant, his expression unreadable, then stepped into the gate without even granting a backward glance. Seeing this, the Warlock Prince's grin faltered, and for a moment his eyes narrowed, a shadow of unease flickering within them. Something's off about him, he thought grimly. Then his features darkened, and he muttered to himself, "No matter what, since you dare to return despite the Dark Grand Duke's warning for that thing, this time the Dark Grand Duke won't spare you." Filthy necromancer. His hatred-filled words were drowned beneath the roar of the spatial storm as the cosmic gate closed, collapsing back into silence. At this moment, Jacob emerged on the other side of Cosmic Gateway. The first thing he noticed was that the surrounding space was dense with the law of dark. Furthermore, rivers of shadow flowed like liquid stars across the space, illuminating constellations that pulsed with eerie black light. Ancient construct floated between worlds like drifting tombs, each radiating an antique presence, and there wasn't any trace of light as it hesitated to linger. Jacob's gaze swept over the endless abyss, then fixed on a colossal celestial body dominating the galaxy's heart, and it was impossible to miss because of its size. It was a planet of impossible scale, its atmosphere wreathed in black lightning and drifting murky black fog. Chains of dark energy encircled it like cosmic serpents. The entire world pulsed faintly, as though breathing in tandem with the galaxy itself. This was Nocturnus Prime, where the main headhunters of the Dark Kingdom lie. Furthermore, here resided the true authority of the Dark Faction, the Dark Grand Duke, the being whose single decree could erase any Dark Noble from existence. Moreover, none but Dark Princes or the Dark Dukes could enter Nocturnus Prime. Even Dark Counts and Lords were forbidden to step within its orbit. Lastly, Jacob's goal was this world. Without hesitation, he moved. His form blurred into a streak of shadow as he cut through the space, heading straight toward the enormous planet. But just as he neared its atmosphere, a deep, thrumming pulse resonated through the darkness. In the next instant, an enormous barrier of runic light unfolded before him, a shield filled with the law of dark, vast enough to cover continents. Before Jacob could even react, a dozen streaks of silver-black light shot out from the barrier. Fast, precise, merciless. They surrounded him in a deadly formation, locking every escape route. Then the streaks dispersed, revealing their forms. A ghostly light flickered in Jacob's abyssal sockets as he wasn't expecting this welcome and couldn't help but think about the Warlock Prince's words. Surrounding him, each figure was massive humanoid, faceless, yet emanating an aura so immense that space itself bent around them. Their bodies were smooth like sculpted obsidian, their limbs reinforced by energy conduits that crackled with deathly lightning. From each emanated the unmistakable pressure of a legendary king. However, Jacob wasn't apprehensive, but astounded when he saw those legendary kings, because he could tell they were puppets. Something came to mind when Black Mechanic's voice echoed in his head, confirming his guess. "Sir, those constructs, they're not ordinary puppets. A spirit mechanic makes them." At that moment, a peculiar light flickered in his hollow sockets with a hint of cruel amusement. Does this mean the Machina unit of Dark Rose is really in the Dark Regal Galaxy? Or right in the Nocturnus Prime? Black Mechanic replied without missing a heartbeat. Yes, the chances are 99% that the Machina unit is here. Those puppets are too precious and require precise control to activate all of them simultaneously. Unless the Machina unit is a blue-rank spirit mechanic, it's impossible to control them from outside an elemental galaxy. Well, I guess everything I was in this place, making this task easier, Jacob thought as he looked at those puppets surrounding him dismissively. However, he still didn't know why they were surrounding the Deathless Prince since this was too sudden, and he wanted to see what was going on. At that moment, a static voice rang from one of the puppets. "Deathless Prince, you have been summoned by the Dark Grand Duke to stand on the trial of Absolute Dark." 9-1100, Chapter 100, Trial of Absolute Dark. Right after the puppet's declaration, the oppressive silence of the Dark Regal Galaxy was shattered by the thunderous hum of the legendary king-class puppets encircling Jacob. Their enormous forms hovered like titans of shadow, their faceless visages emanating cold authority. The faint whirring of their inner cores created a chilling mechanical chorus that echoed across the space. At that moment, threads of ethereal darkness surged outward from each puppet and intertwined, weaving a barrier that completely enclosed Jacob. The barrier wasn't physical, it was soul-binding, made from an intricate blend of dark laws and suppressive sigils. In an instant, the aura of the Deathless Prince, his deathly chill, his soul force, even his connection to the Death Law was sealed away. The entire space around him seemed to congeal, as though laws themselves refused to move under the pressure of that enchantment. Yet Jacob's expression didn't falter, nor did he stop whatever they were doing. Although he felt the suppression, the numbing chill of the ethereal dark binding, something that could even suppress a legendary king's soul if he wished, he could have easily broken through this shroud, unleashed his true form, and torn apart the entire formation. But that would reveal everything, and right now, subtlety was far more dangerous than raw power. "If I reveal my true body now," Jacob mused silently, his hollow sockets flickering faintly, "the Dark Grand Duke might destroy the Dark Law essence or escape with it, and then I'll have to fight the entire Dark Kingdom's army. That would be unnecessarily troublesome." So instead, he lowered his gaze, letting the oppressive seal wrap around him as if in resignation. He played his part as the Deathless Prince, the supposedly fallen noble awaiting judgment. The leading puppet spoke, its voice cold, mechanical, yet faintly reverent. "Deathless Prince, you are to stand before the trial of Absolute Dark by the command of the Dark Grand Duke. Resistance will be deemed as rebellion against the Dark Throne." Jacob gave no response. He inclined his head slightly, a gesture of silent consent. At that moment, the barrier shimmered with a pulse, and the surrounding formation began to shift, the space itself twisting. The puppets escorted Jacob across the abyssal space, passing through countless floating citadels of black stone and silent fortresses where no soul stirred. The darkness thickened with every passing moment, growing heavy and suffocating. Finally, they arrived. Ahead loomed an enormous dark sphere, not a planet, but a sealed dimension tethered to the very core of Nocturnus Prime. From outside, it looked like a moon of shadow, wreathed in gray lightning that arced across its surface. The puppets pierced through its surface like passing through a veil, carrying Jacob into the heart of the sphere. Inside was utter silence, a boundless space of darkness where even the sense of time seemed muted. The only source of illumination was a single runic platform at the center, its surface etched with ancient symbols. The runes emitted a faint silvery gray glow, and surrounding the platform was a translucent barrier, neither solid nor fluid, but alive, pulsing faintly like the breath of a sleeping beast. The puppets halted at the edge of that barrier, their hollow voices blending as one. "Proceed. Step onto the trial platform. The judgment of the Dark Grand Duke awaits." Jacob's abyssal sockets glowed faintly, his posture calm, yet his mind sharpened like a blade. He stepped forward, each motion deliberate, silent, and unhurried. The barrier parted for him effortlessly, as though recognizing the Deathless Prince's authority. The moment he stepped within, however, it sealed again, merging seamlessly with the ethereal dark binding around his body. In an instant, Jacob found himself standing in the middle of the platform, a prisoner within light and shadow. The surrounding darkness began to shift. However, right at this moment, Jacob's hollow sockets flickered, and a faint glint of golden-white fire ignited deep within. The eyes of judgment were opened, and the illusion shattered. The overwhelming darkness that had filled the chamber dissolved like smoke before sunlight, revealing what lay truly hidden beneath. He now saw the vast interior of an enormous colosseum. The structure stretched beyond comprehension, built entirely of blackstone and runic veins that pulsed faintly with dark energy. Instead of seats, the colosseum walls were lined with countless floating windows, each one faintly glowing, as if beings from different realms were watching this trial remotely. But the most interesting thing was, above the center of the platform hovered a throne of pure darkness, suspended in midair like the eye of a storm, and seated upon it was a blurry silhouette. The shadowed figure didn't move, yet the atmosphere seemed to warp around him. "Is that the Dark Grand Duke?" Jacob mused without changing his expression. For a fleeting moment, Jacob's eyes flickered in surprise, a glimmer of curiosity in the abyss of his expression. But just as quickly, it vanished. He became calm again, utterly composed. Without a word, he stepped fully onto the center of the trial platform, his movements steady, regal, defiant. The runes flared beneath his feet, binding him in shimmering tendrils of dark light, and as they did, the Dark Grand Duke's gaze turned fully upon him, piercing, vast, and filled with a silence more terrifying than rage. At that moment, the Dark Grand Duke's oppressive voice, filled with authority, rang, "Let the trial of Absolute Dark begin." As if activating on his will, Dark Rose's static voice sounded. "The trial of Absolute Dark has been initiated by the Overseer of the Dark Kingdom, the Dark Grand Duke, against the Dark Prince, Deathless Prince. Deathless Prince is under suspicion of being an impostor, a harmful, malicious entity that had killed the real Dark Prince to take his place. If it's proved to be true, the impostor shall be judged with the highest treason of the Dark Kingdom and punished accordingly. Activating the trial of Absolute Dark's 3 commandments. Commandment of Dark Judge has been activated. Commandment of Dark Jury has been activated. Commandment of Dark Executioner has been activated. Proceed with the trial."